This guy is our protagonist. He possesses an absolutely overpowered master-disciple rebate system. Whenever he gifts anything to his disciples, or whenever his disciples achieve any accomplishment, he receives a 10,000-fold return. Gift a disciple a trash pill, he receives an immeasurable golden pill in return. Gift a disciple a few trinkets, he receives a mountain of supreme treasures, immediately making him the richest man in the entire cultivation world. Transfer cultivation base to a disciple, he receives 5 times the amount back. A disciple masters the Azure Wave Sword technique, he instantly receives the Heaven-Severing Art and the Dark Phoenix Strike. Enough exposition, let's begin. Opening scene: in a dim room, a crowd of people surrounds an old man on the verge of death. A scroll hangs on the wall bearing the words, "To our revered master, may you enjoy boundless longevity, from your devoted disciple." Xianxia wipes away her tears and calls out through her sobs, "Elder Zio." Beside her, the eldest disciple Qiu Han asks impatiently, "Senior brother, master is about to kick the bucket. What do we do now?" "What do we do?" The 5th disciple Li Shan replies coldly, "Obviously we go find another elder to take us in. Or are we supposed to stand here and keep watch over a corpse?" The 2nd disciple Wu Feng shakes his head in contempt. "Useless trash, going out on a simple mission and getting wrecked this badly. What a waste of my time." The 3rd disciple Hao Ran, meanwhile, calculates viciously, "Unless I get my hands on his cultivation technique manual. How can this old fool just die so easily?" The 4th disciple Wang Zheng sneers with disdain. "Him dying is actually a good thing. I've been wanting to leave for ages. Whoever wants to stay at this rundown temple can have it. I'm going to pledge under second elder, the one with the most female disciples in Land Shi." Xianxia hears all of this and furiously screams, "Ungrateful wretches, if it weren't for Elder Zio, you 5 wouldn't even have made it past the sect gates, you'd have rotted into a pile of bones long ago. You are nothing but a pack of treacherous, heartless beasts." Wu Feng strides forward and slaps her across the face. He looks down at her from above, sneering. "You should be grateful I even acknowledge your existence. What rank do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Li Shan, who loves to run his mouth, butts in. "Third brother, why waste words on a piece of trash like her? If she wants to stay, let her stay. Besides, we've already cleaned out everything of value from that useless old man. A worthless elder and a female servant, perfect match." Xianxia forces herself upright, cursing through gritted teeth. "Wicked ingrates, a wretched mess, a nest of damned traitors." Just then, a trembling voice sounds from beside her. "Xianxia." She scrambles over in a panic. "Elder Zio, are you all right?" "Don't worry, those ungrateful wretches leaving is a blessing. Xianxia can take care of you properly." Zio Xuan lies on his sickbed, his lips barely moving. "Ever since I brought you up the mountain, I never took you as a formal disciple. Never taught you to cultivate. Do you resent me for that?" Her eyes well up with tears as she quickly shakes her head. Xianxia always knew her spiritual roots were lacking. She has no aptitude for cultivation. Back when the elder rescued Xianxia from those slave traders, Xianxia was already overwhelmed with gratitude. She has never harbored a single word of complaint. Xianxia only hates that the heavens are unjust, that villains run rampant while good people cannot live. Zio Xuan's hand trembles as he strains to whisper, "If only I had accepted you as my disciple back then." Seeing him struggle to sit up in agony, she cries out in alarm. "Elder." Zio Xuan coughs up a mouthful of blackened blood, his voice thin as silk. "Why, I'm already as good as dead." Xianxia hears this and drops to her knees in desperation. She kowtows earnestly, pleading, "If the elder doesn't find me unworthy, please accept Xianxia as your disciple. From this day forward, Xianxia will personally hunt down every last one of those traitors and avenge the elder. Elder, if you refuse, Xianxia will not stand up." Zio Xuan stares at her, stunned. But all he can do is let out a helpless sigh. Zio Xuan touches his wound and shakes his head. "Xianxia, I may be dying, but I'm not stupid. If I agree, wouldn't that be sending you straight to your death?" She rushes forward to support him. "Elder, please don't move." He produces a jade green bottle and places it in Xianxia's hands. "There's still one bottle of Spirit Origin Mountain pills here. It's nothing special, but it's the last thing I can give you." She pleads with a breaking voice, "Stop worrying about me, please lie down." But he stubbornly refuses to listen. "Don't worry, I won't go that fast." The moment the words leave his mouth, he coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. Xianxia lets out a wail of anguish. "Elder," the bottle of Spirit Origin Mountain pills slips from her fingers. It hits the ground and shatters into pieces. Xiao Xuan's fading vision fills with the image of Zhai Nu's tear-streaked face. Elder, don't exert yourself. It's all my fault. I won't ask to be your disciple anymore. Please wake up. His eyelids grow impossibly heavy and drift shut. So this is what dying feels like. Zhai Nu, your crying is so loud it's actually hurting my ears. So frustrating. What am I even frustrated about? If only I had accepted you as my disciple sooner. Just when he thought death had claimed him, Xiao Xuan suddenly sees a system interface. It speaks in a cold, mechanical tone system. Authentic master-disciple bond detected between host and candidate. Verification complete. System disciple acceptance protocol initiated. Notification disciple acceptance protocol has been officially activated. This utterly foreign presence leaves him bewildered. The system. Xiao Xuan stares at the pill the system has materialized, eyes wide with disbelief. He touches it and gasps. It's real, an actual immeasurable golden pill. A single immeasurable golden pill contains spiritual energy equivalent to nearly 10,000 spirit origin pills. After consumption, it would not only allow him to break through his cultivation realm but also fully heal his injuries. Xiao Xuan immediately cradles it like a newborn child, overjoyed. 20 years on this earth, the golden finger has finally arrived, more precious than any treasure in the world. 20 years ago I got caught in an explosion and woke up in this world. I thought I'd gotten the protagonist script, elite family background, exceptional talent. Built my own foundation before I even turned 10. Who would have guessed that after 15 years in the Hongmeng sect, my cultivation wouldn't just stagnate, actually regress. I became the laughingstock of the entire sect. But it seems heaven hasn't abandoned mates, giving me one more chance. Xiao Xuan asks the system, what exactly does this program do? It responds affirmative. System as the name implicitly item resource, or cultivation the host bestows upon a disciple in the capacity of master will trigger a multiplied rebate reward. He asks in shock, so even the ultimate technique transmission to a disciple counts? The system responds firmly affirmative. System under the host's guidance, any increase in the disciple's cultivation base or comprehension will grant the host an equivalent value, multiplied accordingly. System put simply, if the host teaches a disciple cultivation equivalent to 200 days of training, the host will receive 200 days the multiplier factor of cultivation in return. System additionally, if the disciple gains 1 tier of sword comprehension under the host's instruction, the host will receive n times that amount, directly upgrading comprehension by n additional tiers. System Tier 1 sword art transmitted rebate comprehension elevated by multiple tiers. Xiao Xuan stares at the immeasurable golden pill, suspicion creeping into his mind. So if I give this golden pill to a disciple right now, can I receive it back multiplied? The system responds immediately negative. All items obtained through the system's rebate mechanism cannot generate secondary rebate value. System, however, if the host teaches the disciple new comprehensions not yet cataloged in the system's records, those can trigger the full rebate multiplier. He nods in understanding, so that's how it works. So it can't be exploited into an infinite loop, fair enough. He swallows the pill without hesitation. If that's the case, then let's seize this opportunity. Xiao Xuan's body surges as it absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy. With a single explosive breakthrough, shatters the barrier into the golden core realm. Outside, Zhai Nu is still sobbing uncontrollably. Elder, please wake up. I promise I won't ask to be your disciple anymore. I won't seek revenge. I don't need the spirit origin pill. Zhai Nu just needs you to open your eyes. Suddenly, a hand gently rests on her head. Silly Zhai Nu, remember the first lesson your master teaches you is this: when someone wrongs us, we repay it tenfold, no 100-fold. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, a voice rings out sharp as steel. This humble one is Wu Feng. I wish to take Elder Wang as my master. Here, at Hongmeng Sect's 6th peak, Wu Feng raises both hands, presenting a treasure. This is all the confidential knowledge of the 7th peak. Xiao Xuan's. He deliberately offers it as a gift to Elder Wang, displaying his sincerity. A golden flame radiates from the scroll. 6th peak Elder Wang Yan accepts it with satisfaction. Xiao Xuan truly raised a fine disciple. The one surrogate #1 genius of Hongmeng Sect, so even he has fallen this low. Wanting to take me as your master, very well. But the enforcement hall always has chains, chains that can sever a person's spiritual root. With that he hurls the chains down. Wang Yan points his finger and issues an order: if you can bring me Xiao Xuan's spiritual root, I will immediately appoint you as my head disciple. Guard it well, these chains, if they come into contact with blood, they can detonate even without a secret technique. Wu Feng slowly picks it up, a murderous grin spreading across his face. Elder Wang, rest assured, this humble Wu Feng will absolutely see it through. At that moment, a sudden beam of light strikes him. Wu Feng panics but has no time to dodge slam. He is blasted into the statue beside him. Wu Feng writhes in agony, his hands trembling. He forces himself upright, his back is scorched pitch black. Wu Feng's face twists in agony as he looks down at his bodice. Chains have already tasted blood, and they are now burning straight through his abdomen. Wu Feng screams in terror, scrambling on the ground. Master, I can't die here, my future has only just begun. Wang Yan also looks up in alarm, gazing at a figure above. Xiao Xuan rides his sword through the sky, his voice cold and detached. Elder Wang, if you want my spiritual root, why not come take it yourself? Wang Yan immediately shrinks back, forcing an awkward smile to smooth things over. Elder Xiao, you exaggerate, I was merely joking with your disciple just now. But in his heart he mutters, wasn't this trash supposed to be on death's door? Why does his aura feel this powerful? It's as if he just broke through to the golden core realm. Xiao Xuan speaks icily, is that so? It's just that I don't joke the way Elder Wang does. Wang Yan's eyes widen in terror at the incoming Techniquith Azure Wave Sword technique. Back when he and Xiao Xuan first joined Hongmeng sect together, it was precisely because Xiao Xuan created the Azure Wave Sword technique that the sect master favored him, granting him endless cultivation resources. Luckily, Wang Yan broke through to Golden Core first, but Xiao Xuan ended up becoming a cripple. He hurriedly erects a barrier to protect himself, screaming in panic, Elder Xiao, don't, I've only just reached Golden Core second layer. If we fight and you can't even stand your ground, I'm afraid the Azure Wave Sword technique will shatter my barrier easily. Wang Yan's face goes pale. What? Xiao Xuan smirks at him with contempt. Elder Wang, Golden Core second layer, is that really all you've got? Wang Yan barely dodges the blade, his heart pounding. This power is at least third layer, maybe even higher. The sword pierces straight into his hand. My hand. Wang Yan scrambles backward in retreat. Damn you, Xiao Xuan, if you dare kill me, the sect will never forgive you. Xiao Xuan smirks coldly and continues his assault. Is that so? I'd like to see if I deliberately kill you, what will the sect do to me? Golden sword chi rockets toward him once more. Wang Yan pulls out a spiritual artifact, cursing under his breath, damn you, Xiao Xuan, I have no choice but to use this. The artifact instantly expands to colossal size, blocking every single one of Xiao Xuan's attacks. Wang Yan hides behind it, seething with rage. Cursed Thingan upper grade Mystacrank artifact can only be used 3 times, this is the last charge. He had planned to save it for when he broke through to nascent soul, to survive the heavenly tribulation. Xiao Xuan glances down and raises his hand again. Our Elder Wang truly is well prepared, you've been hoarding quite the collection over the years, haven't you? Then let's see how you handle this. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down directly onto his position. Wang Yan screams in terror, Xiao Xuan, you wouldn't dare. Xiao Xuan lowers his palm, his voice a cold snarl, why wouldn't I? The dark lightning slams down with devastating force, shattering the spiritual artifact into pieces. Wang Yan's eyes go wide with sheer terror. Master, a thunderous explosion erupts, shaking the heavens. When the dust settles, an enormous crater gapes in the earth. Wang Yan, tattered beyond recognition, lies in nothing but his shredded undergarments. Seeing Xiao Xuan approaching, he immediately trembles and raises his hands to stop him. Don't come any closer, Xiao Xuan merely asks, that barrier at least upper grade Mystacrank, correct? In this world, spiritual artifacts are ranked from low to high into 5 tiers: mortal, mystic, earth, heaven, and immortal. Each tier is further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. An upper-grade Mystacrank artifact placed in any ordinary sect would qualify as a guardian treasure. Who would have guessed Wang Yan had been hiding such a treasure? But Xiao Xuan raises his hand once more. He draws his weapon, bringing it down in a decisive slash. This ends now. Suddenly, a protective barrier materializes around Wang Yan, accompanied by a calm, dignified voice. Elder Xiao, please hold back. Xiao Xuan's expression darkens. He glances up. Zhang He, the sect master of Hongmeng sect, intervenes hastily. Elder Zio, please don't act rashly. Sectmates harming each other while it violates sect rules, the punishment is merely expulsion. Seeing him arrive, Zio Xuan sheathes his weapon. Wang Yan, utterly shameless, immediately tattles sect master, you must seek justice for me. Zio Xuan slaughtering his own sectmates, but secretly Wang Yan is overjoyed. Thank heavens I'm saved. However, Zhang He slaps him right across the jaw. Shut your mouth. Elder Wang, would you like to accompany me to the enforcement hall's heart-questioning pool and see who truly deserves to be expelled from the sect? Wang Yan clutches his face trembling, and no. Zhang He turns to Zio Xuan with a congratulatory smile. Congratulations, junior brother, after all these years of hardship. You've finally entered the Golden Core realm. Zio Xuan responds with biting sarcasm, thank you, sect master. If I hadn't broken through to Golden Core this time, I'm afraid I would have already been colluded against by traitors and had my spiritual root stolen. Isn't that right, Elder Wang? Wang Yan stubbornly insists it was all a misunderstanding. In truth, this was merely an oversight on my part. I agreed to accept an outsider. I hope Elder Zio won't hold it against me. Zio Xuan snorts coldly. In front of the sect master, I can spare your life for now, but Wu Feng, he murdered his master, betrayed his clan, and repaid kindness with treachery. His cultivation must be crippled and he must be expelled from the sect immediately. From this day forward, he is forbidden from setting foot in Hung Meng's sect ever again. Wu Feng screams mercy, he begs the sect master to save him, but Zhang He simply waves him off. This matter is for Elder Zio to handle. Zhai Nu suddenly leaps down and shouts, there's no need for master to dirty his hands. Wu Feng furiously fires a bolt of lightning at her, a trash like you dares lay a hand on me. The lightning surges toward her, but she channels her own power into her palm and without a shred of hesitation deflects the bolt right back. Wu Feng, after all this time you still haven't mastered the Azure Wave Sword technique. He stares at her in sheer terror. You're supposed to be a cripple. Since when did you learn the Azure Wave Sword technique? Zio Xuan narrows his eyes slightly and cuts in. A cripple, you say? 3 days ago, in a forest on the outskirts, a system screen materializes before him, displaying her information. System profile loaded, name Zhai Nu, status head disciple, direct inheritance. Comprehension 260, root bone 15. Hidden talent, innate sword physique dormant. Activation condition, reach foundation establishment and receive recognition from the Lin clan's ancestral sword. Zio Xuan raises an eyebrow and strokes his chin in surprise. An innate sword physique were rare beyond measure. She doesn't quite understand and asks Maz. Master, what is an innate sword physique? He waves her off casually. Nothing much, your master simply thinks you have a natural talent for the sword. I'll go deal with Wu Feng later, your master won't let you lose face. This is the Azure Wave Sword Techniquia cultivation method I personally created back in the day. You only need to learn this section. He swings his sword cleanly, slicing through a tree trunk in a single stroke. Zhai Nu replicates it in an instant. Master, is it like this? A system notification appears beside her skill acquired Azure Wave Sword Technique Beginner. At the same time, Zio Xuan receives his own notification. System host has transmitted Azure Wave Sword Technique to disciple Zhai Nu. Skill grade mortal rank supreme. Rebate multiplier x10. Reward 100 units of myriad Dao scripture heaven rank upper grade. Zio Xuan's eyes light up as he praises her in delight. Heavenseer master isn't just saying this, but you really are the real deal, a genuine treasure. Now Zhai Nu stomps down on Wu Feng with ruthless force, shouting, with all of master's teachings you still couldn't grasp a single thing. He desperately begs for mercy. Master, please don't. But she doesn't even flinch, drives her foot down harder. Let's see who the real cripple is now. The traitor's spiritual root has been destroyed by your disciple. I present it for master's inspection. Zio Xuan nods with satisfaction. Well done. Zhang He finally dares to interject. Since Elder Zio has already meted out both the beating and the punishment, I'll take Elder Wang here back with me for further handling. But he doesn't agree. When did I ever say this was over? He's taken aback. Didn't you just agree to spare his life? Wang Yan, barely clinging to half a life, still manages to sit up and curse. So what else could you possibly want? Zio Xuan smirks coldly. I said I'd spare his life, I never said I'd just let it go. As for what it would take to satisfy me, that depends entirely on Elder Wang's sincerity. Hearing this, Wang Yan has no choice but to reluctantly agree through gritted teeth. Fine, everything I own is in this storage ring. I only hope Elder Zio won't find it lacking. Xiaoxuan immediately takes it. Elder Wang is a smart man, truly understands the way of things. Then I thank Elder Wang for his generosity. No need to see us off, Elder Wang. Zhainu, let's go. Zhainu chirps excitedly behind him, showering him with praise. Master, you're amazing, he instructs her seriously. Go rest for a day. Tomorrow, I'll officially begin teaching you how to cultivate. Only Wang Yan is left pitifully plundered, nursing his grief. Even Zhang He abandons him and walks away. I'll take my leave as well. Elder Wang, do take care of yourself. Wang Yan is so furious that every vein on his forehead bulges like a jackfruit as he hisses through clenched teeth. Xiaoxuan, you just wait. The scene shifts to a desolate place lined with stone pillars, the seventh peak. Xiaoxuan happily reaches out and touches the pile of treasures. He examines the storage ring, eyes gleaming with appreciation. Wang Yan sure hoarded quite the stash. These are all golden core stage materials for pill refinement, but the quality is mediocre at best. Let's see. Mortal grade, mystic grade, mortal grade, mystic grade. The innate art at earth grade happens to be a perfect fit for Zhainu, and if we're talking about the best item in Wang Yan's entire haul, it's this a 5 elements chain, mid-grade earth tier. But I have no use for this myself, better to give it to Zhainu. As for the real treasures, I'll need to wait for the system's rebate. What else is there? All spirit stones. A mere elder with over 100 high-grade spirit stones, that brat Wang Yan must have been skimming plenty during his tenure. This is a fortune, might as well build myself a villa someday. Just then Zhainu starts knocking from outside. Master, you told me to come find you for training in 2 hours. May I come in now? He nods in permission. Come in. Zhainu sits down, obediently following his instructions. Yes, master. This world has its own power system. A cultivator's realms from lowest to highest are divided into 10 stages: postnatal, innate, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul diversion, body integration, Mahayana, and tribulation transcendence. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor sublevels. The postnatal realm stimulates the power of qi and blood, tempering muscles, bones, and skin to enhance physical strength and constitution. At the innate realm, qi and blood transform into internal energy, amplifying the body's offensive power and defensive capability. Only upon surviving the heavenly tribulation and reaching the absolute peak can one become an immortal. But those are nothing more than unattainable legends. Xiaoxuan begins channeling internal energy into his disciple. Master will teach you the innate art first. Focus and comprehend it with all your heart. She closes her eyes and answers, yes. He guides her gently. Try circulating a few cycles and get a feel for it. The system panel materializes in mid-air. System display name Zhainu, identity direct disciple, true legacy, comprehension 260, constitution 15, talent innate, sword physique locked, activation condition, reach foundation establishment and gain the recognition of the ancestral sword spirit. Xiaoxuan strokes his chin, mulling it over. Constitution at only 15. System, what are the highest constitution and comprehension values for an average person? System, average baseline values range from 50 to 60. He nods in realization. No wonder Zhainu picks up cultivation techniques so slowly. But relying on this alone makes cultivation practically impossible. Looks like I'll have to resort to marrow cleansing. His hand descends and he begins channeling power directly into the crown of her head. Then Xiaoxuan sweeps his hand outward, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. After a while, Zhainu slowly opens her eyes. Her body has been fundamentally transformed. Postnatal realm, 10th sublevel. Zhainu asks with concern, Master, how could you channel your cultivation directly into me? I've heard the price for doing that is enormous. Not only does your cultivation suffer, but your realm could even regress, and your very constitution could be damaged. Xiaoxuan gently pats her head. Don't worry, Master is fine. System host has transmitted 100 days of cultivation to disciple. 5x multiplier triggered, reward 500 days of cultivation received. He smirks faintly. Even better than expected. Then Xiaoxuan begins distributing the plundered items to her. There are some things I have no intention of keeping. Your master was poor before, with nothing worthy to give you. consider this your belated initiation gift for accepting you as my disciple. Jianu's eyes light up with joy. Master, all of this is for me. System host has gifted disciple 1x 3-realm minor restoration pill, 10x 2-realm spirit origin pills. 15x multiplier triggered reward 1x 4-realm major restoration pill received. She clasps her hands together and bows solemnly. I am deeply grateful for Master's grace. From now on, whatever tasks Master assigns, Jianu will devote her all. Jianu will follow Master even unto death, no hesitation, no regret. The system triggers again. System host has gifted disciples 17 martial technique manuals. 20x multiplier triggered reward myriad mile sword soaring art heaven grade. Supreme quality received. Zio Xuan grins warmly. No need to be so formal with your master. Go practice and raise your comprehension. Once your meridians flow smoothly, I'll channel more cultivation into you. Jianu looks at him with lingering worry. There will be a next time. System host has gifted disciple 1x5 elements chain earth grade mid quality. 20x multiplier triggered reward silk winding soft sword earth grade, supreme quality received. Jianu lowers her eyes, still worried. Master, channeling cultivation into me like this, are you truly all right? He pats her shoulder reassuringly. Master is perfectly fine if you don't believe me. Just wait, I'll go into seclusion for 3 days and guarantee a breakthrough to Golden Core, 5th sublevel. Hearing this, her expression brightens and she accepts the task earnestly. Then I'll guard Master with my life. No one will be allowed to approach. Zio Xuan waves her off with a click of his tongue. All right, enough melodrama, go digest what you've absorbed. Jianu immediately retreats, then I won't disturb Master any further. After seeing Jianu off, Zio Xuan turns back to his own business. All right, now let's see what treasures the system has rewarded me. I've long heard of the 4-realm major restoration pill. At minimum, it requires a nascent soul stage cultivator to refine. Among all heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, the 4-realm pills rank at the absolute peak. Even if you turned the entire Hongmeng sect upside down, you'd be lucky to find 5. But what pleases me most is the myriad mile sword soaring art, a heaven grade, supreme quality technique. This is the absolute pinnacle of sword control arts. With this technique paired alongside the silk winding soft sword and earth grade, supreme quality weapon, there's simply no rival left to speak of. Let's give it a test run. With that, he flicks his wrist and sends the sword streaking forward. The boulder ahead explodes into fragments. Zio Xuan nods approvingly. Not bad at all. This myriad mile sword soaring art delves deep into the way of the sword. If I can gather even more sword type techniques, the challenge tiers should scale up further, should burn through some of the system's accumulated cultivation too. This time I should at least break through to Golden Core, 5th sublevel. Meanwhile, at the Hongmeng sect's marketplace, the people on the streets begin buzzing with gossip. Have you heard? Elder Zio of the 7th peak apparently recovered after being ambushed. He's at Golden Core now. And they say he clashed with Elder Wang of the 6th peak. Elder Wang got his ass handed to him. I also heard Elder Zio disregarded his own constitution and channeled cultivation directly into his female disciple. Elder Zio is so handsome, I really envy whoever has a master like that. Yi Qiuhan's face darkens as she speculates. Zio Xuan channeled cultivation into a female disciple. Who could it be? Jianu. The 2 girls dear to Wang Zheng suddenly speak up. We're junior brother Wang and junior brother Li, originally from the 7th peak. Why did they leave? He smirks and lies through his teeth. Sist. Don't believe the rumors, senior sister. That old man Zio Xuan is brutal to his disciples. We just couldn't take it and left. Right, Li Shan. He chimes in right. The girls seem unconvinced and press further. Is what junior brother Wang said really true? How Ran crushes a medicine vial in fury. That old man Zio Xuan broke through to Golden Core. Even Elder Wang can't beat him now. Whether this cultivation transfer business is real or fake, I need to go check for myself. With that thought, he draws his sword and flies off. At the 7th peak's mountain gate, Hao Ran hides in the bushes, eavesdropping as someone on the other side pays respects to Elder Zio. Zhang He's first disciple Yi Chen delivers the message respectfully. Elder Zio, I come on behalf of the sect master. In 100 days, the sect tournament begins. The sect master sent me to remind you to prepare well, but forgive my bluntness, you haven't chosen your disciple carefully. This junior sister's aptitude, If she enters the tournament, she'll get beaten to tears. Jianu boils with rage, but Zhao Xuan holds her back and calmly fires back at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, I'm afraid you might want to get your eyes checked. Yi Chen flinches, looking up in shock. What? Zhao Xuan smirks, barely containing his smugness. My female disciple's cultivation 3 days ago wasn't even on par with an ordinary person. Now she's already reached post-heaven 10th layer. With this kind of progress, tell me, Brother Yi, can you beat her? Yi Chen freezes, unable to process it. A moment later, his eyes snap wide in disbelief. 3 days post-heaven 10th layer, you've got to be kidding me. Zhao Xuan fans himself smugly, not convinced. Good disciples show him. Jianu erupts with power in an instant, flames coiling around her body, all thanks to Master. Yi Chen's face drains of color. She really is post-heaven 10th layer, but how? Behind the bushes, Hao Ran's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. Zhao Xuan just drops a single line and turns to leave. Anything is possible. Jianu sticks her tongue out at Yi Chen, grinning mischievously. Behind the bushes, Hao Ran gnaws his nails in jealous fury. That waste suddenly reached post-heaven 10th layer. With her talent, if she cultivated on her own, she'd never reach that level even on her deathbed. Looks like Zhao Xuan really did transfer his cultivation to her. Never thought this old man would suddenly change his ways. They say cultivation transfer drains your power massively. Might as well seize this chance to take him down. In the Third Peak's Summit Council Hall, Hao Ran stands ramrod straight, facing the figure before him. Meng Yu, elder of the Third Peak, crosses his legs and eyes him lazily. So you're saying Zhao Xuan seized all of Wang Yan's possessions and is now bestowing cultivation upon his disciple. At his weakest we can strike while the iron is hot. Hao Ran smiles obsequiously. Elder Meng. Wise and mighty, you already command the most cultivation resources of any peak. Zhao Xuan is nothing but a wastrel blessed by heaven. The old man's interest is piqued. He agrees to go. If that's the case, I'll take a trip with you. If we succeed this time, I'll take you as my direct disciple. Thank you, elder. Meanwhile, in the cultivation chamber of another tranquil thatched cottage, Zhao Xuan sits cross-legged and asks, ready. Today, your master will help you break through to innate and cleanse your marrow. If it goes smoothly, your future cultivation will be much easier. No more pain. Jianu shouts with fierce determination, I'm ready. That damn Yi Chen dared to look down on me. Once I master my techniques, I'll show him. He smiles with satisfaction at her fighting spirit. Although that brat Yi Chen betrayed the sect master, seeing Jianu's burning resolve, this doesn't feel like a bad thing at all. The timing is perfect. Jianu's breakthrough to the Grand Realm will be the ideal moment for marrow cleansing. Last time they seized quite a fortune from Wang Yan's side. Enough to buy some tier 4 marrow cleansing pills. Now's the time to use them. Then let your master begin. He presses a finger to the center of her brow. Jianu grits her teeth, enduring. Her body trembles in agony. It hurts worse than last time, but once she pushes through, her entire body feels lighter than air. System host transferred 200 days of cultivation to disciple. 70 bone root. Multiplier reward 400 days cultivation flowing water sword technique earth grade. Lower rank. He smirks. Success. Leveling up this fast feels incredible. Golden core 6th layer. Jianu gradually calms down, sensing her newfound power. She stares in amazement at the chi swirling around her body. Is this marrow cleansing? Am I at the innate realm now? Can I fight Yi Chen? Innate 1st layer. System character update name Jianu identity direct disciple comprehension 260 bone root 85 talent innate sword physique locked activation condition. Reach foundation establishment recognition from Lin ancestral sword treasure received. Zhao Xuan pats her shoulder encouragingly. Chin up. Go string Yi Chen up and give him a beating. After you deal with Yi Chen, your master will take you to challenge the heavenly bridge world. Jianu's eyes light up. Can I really? Suddenly knocking erupts from outside. Elder Zhao, are you there? Your disciple went to gather medicinal herbs for you and is critically injured. Hurry, come see. Zhao Xuan eyes the door suspiciously. As he moves to open it, Jianu behind him grows even more bewildered. Master's disciple, besides me, does Master have another disciple? His hand rests on the door, pushing it open slowly. The people outside leave her stunned, eyes wide. Jianu shouts, Lin Haoran, why is it you? Hao Ran plays up his injuries, lying on a stretcher, trembling. Master, I only pretended to turn my back on you. I never truly betrayed you. It was all a ruse to show my filial piety. "Master, your disciple is worthless. I could only gather one stalk of dragon blood grass, please take it." Xiaonu's eyes burn with fury. "You shameless traitor, didn't you already join the third peak? What are you doing back here?" He strains to sit up, deploying his bitter flesh ploy, and it works. "I joined the third peak to seek their help to gather a stalk of dragon blood grass and save Master's life." The lackeys beside him chime in, backing him up. "Junior brother Lin nearly died obtaining this dragon blood grass. How can you treat him like this?" "Exactly, forget about gratitude. He must you spit such bitter words." Even Elder Meng puts on a show of indignation. "Indeed, Elder Xiao, your disciple knelt at my doorstep for 3 days, begging me to lend a hand. Even I was moved." Xiaonu is livid. "Shut up, he's clearly a sect traitor, now he's trying to twist black into white." But Xiao Xuan calmly stops her. "Leave this to your master. Since you've already joined the third peak, why come back today? Don't tell me you want to return to me." He smirks coldly, eyes blazing a terrifying crimson. Hao Ran drops to his knees, wailing pitifully. "I, Lin Haoran, know my sins are grave. I betrayed the sect and am unworthy of being Master's disciple. I only beg Master to accept this dragon blood grass." The two lackeys tag team their moral coercion, but Elder Xiao looks brimming with vitality, nothing like someone gravely ill. Surely he doesn't need this dragon blood grass. What a shame about junior brother Lin. His bone root is damaged. Without a tier 4 pill, his cultivation may be permanently crippled. Elder Xiao, surely you wouldn't refuse to bring out such a pill. Junior brother Lin was injured because of you. Hao Ran turns to them with a pitiful look. "You two are too harsh." But alas, Xiao Xuan is a man utterly devoid of morals. He merely chuckles and immediately pretends to collapse weakly into Xiaonu. "Who says your master doesn't need it? Your master is feeling rather frail today. I happen to need dragon blood grass to nourish my body. Isn't that right, Xiaonu?" She plays along with a straight face. "Yes, master has been very weak lately." Those people are speechless at your thick-skinned shamelessness. Haoran curses internally. How did this old thing become so utterly devoid of shame? "Forget it, this spirit dragon grass isn't worth much anyway. If I can truly trade it for 4th grade medicinal pills, it won't be a loss. Since that is the case, master, please keep this spirit dragon grass for your own use. My humble life is of no consequence." Hearing this, Xiao Xuan moves with lightning speed to snatch the item. "Many thanks, that was fast." He looks joyfully at Xiaonu. "Take this quickly, we shall stew it with chicken tonight." Xiaonu stands stunned, stewing the spirit dragon grass with chicken. The system immediately manifests, announcing that the host has gifted the mortal grade spirit dragon grass to his disciple. Received 5-fold reward, earth grade spirit dragon grass. Though fuming with rage, Haoran puts on a facade. "Being able to help master is my honor." The two men beside him immediately chime in with exaggerated sighs. Junior brother Lin was willing to injure himself just to save master. Elder Xiao, are you truly going to stand by and watch a man die? Elder Meng, you must seek justice for junior brother Lin. Now it is Elder Meng's turn to take the stage. Elder Xiao, human life is at stake. As mentors, how can we stand by and watch one die? If this spreads, how will the 7th peak ever recruit disciples again? He steps forward calmly. "Wait a moment, what is the rush? Since such a touching display of master-disciple devotion is playing out, how could I not save him? Is it not just a 4th grade medicinal pill? However, he is heavily wounded and might not be able to absorb the medicinal power. Perhaps I should first channel my energy to clear his meridians." Elder Ming says with a satisfied smile. Elder Xiao is truly kind-hearted. Yet, inwardly he thinks it seems Xiao Xuan is really channeling energy for his disciple. He dares to initiate it. He must have a secret technique that doesn't deplete his own strength. I shall observe and see. Xiao Xuan immediately casts a spell on Haoran. "Since you are willing to risk your life for me, how could I not fulfill such a small request for a silent spell?" Haoran feels the agony and screams until he begins to foam at the mouth. The two men look at each other suspicious. Is this really energy channeling? Why is junior brother Lin screaming so horribly? Elder Meng feigns composure. "Do not panic. Direct infusion is inherently painful. This is merely junior brother Lin's great opportunity." Haoran looks at him with intense pain and fury. "That old thing isn't channeling energy to me at all. He is severing my tendons and stripping away my cultivation. It's over. Why can I not speak? Elder Meng, save me." Elder Meng, knowing nothing, continues to offer empty praise. "Little Lin, well done." With no one left to save him, Haoran can only faint from the agony. Xiaoxuan continues his deception. Done. All right, he can be healed with medicine. I was a bit heavy-handed just now. His cultivation base is too low to bear it. You should take him back to rest. Wasting half my power, I also need to rest for a while. I will not keep you any longer. Jainu supports him with concern. Elder Meng nods behind him. Good, murderous intent rises in his heart, although he cannot discern the nuances of the infusion. Xiaoxuan's aura is significantly weaker. Why not take this chance? Elder Xiao, do take care of yourself. Shouting, he lunges toward Xiaoxuan. As if expecting this, Xiaoxuan sneers, turns sharply, and raises his hand to intercept the blow. Xiaoxuan sneers with contempt. Elder Meng is truly a worthy mentor. Why strike a cripple who has just exhausted his energy channeling for another? Feeling that he is still incredibly powerful, Elder Meng is struck with terror. Wait, didn't he just channel all his power to Lin Haoran? How can his spiritual energy still surge like this? Seeing his elder thrown back, the disciple beside him cries out in panic. Elder! Xiaoxuan brushes his sleeves with a cold smile and turns to leave. Jainu, let us go back and stew the chicken. She replies happily, understood. Elder Meng, now shaking with rage, bellows at the disciples. What are you all waiting for? The two disciples obey, casting dangerous glances at each other. The brown-haired one produces a lethal weapon, calculating this hidden projectile. Collected by Elder Meng during his travels and manipulated with a special art, can dissolve into the air. It is scentless and colorless. No one has ever survived it. Preparing to counterattack, he recalls the old man's words. Ahead, before we departed, Elder Meng specifically gave me this needle. If any mishap occurs, I am to use it against Xiaoxuan. The brown-haired disciple attacks with grim determination, refusing to let him rise again. The hidden weapon streaks toward Xiaoxuan like a terrifying force of nature. He tilts his head slightly to evade it. The brown-haired man's weapon hits the wall directly. The wooden wall begins to corrode and hiss with thick smoke. Seeing the projectile return, he furrows his brow. Truly bizarre. Evading it once more, Xiaoxuan laments inwardly. Luckily, after consuming the immeasurable golden pill, my 5 senses have sharpened. I can sense the killing intent. Or else I would have suffered today. Seeing him dodge, the two disciples combine their strikes. You avoided it. Then block this. He turns to instruct Jainu seriously. Jainu. Kanglang sword art, target behind to the right. She quickly responds, understood. Jainu immediately summons her weapon without a single wasted movement. She dances her blade to intercept the projectile. Seeing the effect of the move, just then she exclaims in surprise, this is. A system notification appears. Reward: the host's disciple has gained the first level of the Kanglang sword intent under the host's guidance. Rewards tripled. Received Earth-grade mid-tier spirit dragon armor. Xiaoxuan cannot help but feel pride as expected of an innate sword body. I have only taught her this Kanglang sword art for a few days and she has already grasped the sword intent. The green-haired and brown-haired disciples tremble in fear. What? How can this be? Not to mention the innate realm, even those in the spirit-severing realm should not be able to achieve this. What does she rely on? Jainu notices Haoran's movements. He is wetting himself and trying to flee. Heavens, I must run quickly. Her eyes fill with killing intent as she snarls. Lin Haoran, you betrayed your master, turned black into white, and now you plot to harm master. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Jainu, he turns pale. She lunges at him, unable to forgive. Haoran pleads in panic, you. Stay away from me. Jainu lands a strike squarely in his chest. She lowers her sword, looking at him as he is beaten into a beggar, and he mutters, This cannot be. Jainu steps closer. The brown-haired man screams in terror, do not come near, you killed a fellow disciple, the sect master will never forgive you. The green-haired one, failing to grasp the situation, asks naively, didn't our combined strength increase to a golden core level? Why are we afraid of her? She is only in the innate realm. Elder Meng yells, you blind fool, can you not see who is standing behind her? Xiaoxuan's aura erupts as if he has stepped out of the deepest hell. Jainu speaks, Master, do not dirty your hands. Disciple, allow me to handle them, he gently instructs her. Disciple, there is one more thing I must teach you. At times, his eyes gleam with terror. Death is far more merciful than living. The brown-haired and green-haired disciples struggle to breathe, their voices trembling. What are you doing? Do not come any closer. His terrifying form reflected in their eyes, they know now regret is too late. Before the gates of the Hengmeng sect, several red-crested cranes wander peacefully through the lotus pond. Inside the main hall, Xiao Xuan steps forward to report sect master as the situation has transpired. Meng Wu colluded with a traitor from our peak and came to the 7th peak to stir up trouble without cause. To defend ourselves, my disciple and I were forced to slay Lin Haoran and cripple 2 other disciples. As a sect master of principle, I trust you will not fault us for this. Zhang He remains silent, saying nothing. A moment later he speaks. Elder Xiao. While the traitor deserves death, violating the sect rules has become a recurring issue. Xiao Xuan bows contentedly, understood. As he listens to the sect master's instruction, Elder Meng, standing beside him, shouts in indignation, "Sect master, how can you be so biased toward Xiao Xuan? He is distorting the truth and spouting nonsense. I sent my disciple to pay a sincere visit, yet you killed him. You have violated the sect rules, so you should be expelled." Xiao Xuan's expression darkens as he glares back. "A visit? If you took Lin Haoran as your disciple, you are responsible for his life and death. Why would you bring him to my 7th peak for no good reason? Furthermore, what kind of visit requires preparing for an ambush like that? Do you take the sect master for a fool?" Failing to deceive the sect master and terrified of being struck down, Meng stammers, "No, that's not it, you are lying." Zhang He slams his hand against the armrest, delivering a stern judgment. "Enough, since Elder Meng is so keen to uphold the sect rules. Perhaps you should lead by example and cripple your own cultivation for starting this trouble. What do you say?" Elder Meng cries out in terror, "Sect master," but Zhang He remains cold, refusing to let the matter rest. "For your reckless behavior, Elder Meng, you are fined 3 months of resources and confined to the stone cliff for 1 month to reflect. This matter is decided." Xiao Xuan narrows his eyes and smiles. The sect master is wise. As the others prepare to drag Meng away, he adds, "Elder Meng, after you." As Meng passes him, he thinks with gritted teeth, "Xiao Xuan, if I do not have my revenge for this, I, Meng Wu, am no longer a man." In the 7th peak's cultivation room, Zhai Nu is practicing with intense focus. Xiao Xuan pushes the door open and asks Zhai Nu, "How goes your comprehension?" She jumps in surprise, "Master, when you went to see the sect master, did he make things difficult for you?" Zhai Nu was impulsive in dealing with that traitor. "If the sect master wishes to punish someone, I am willing to bear the burden alone." He looks at her with a gentle smile, "Silly child, how could your master let such a thing fall upon you? Rest assured, with me here, no one can touch you. Remember this, never mind a petty traitorvan. If it were the heavens, the deities, or the emperors themselves, if anyone dares to offend you, I will strike them down. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you." Zhai Nu is moved to tears. "Master." She suddenly kneels, catching him off guard. "What are you doing? Speak your mind." Zhai Nu sobs, "There is something I feel I should not hide from you any longer. In truth, my real name is Lin Zhai. I am the daughter of the patriarch of the Lin clan in the southwest." Xiao Xuan is astonished. He knows the Lin clan was a famous martial lineage in the southwest, but 10 years ago, they were wiped out overnight in a mysterious tragedy. Zhai Nu bows her head, sorrowfully recounting the events of 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a massive spirit stone vein was discovered on our territory. We struck gold. The resources were vast enough to create a power like the Hengmeng sect overnight. My father, the clan head, ordered total secrecy, fearing it would bring disaster upon us. But my own uncle, a beast in human skin, was dissatisfied with my father's distribution of power and sold the news to the Luo Yun sect. "If I cannot be the clan head," he thought, "then let everyone die." The Luo Yun sect slaughtered my entire family to seize the vein. Only I survived thanks to my father's desperate protection. Later, while fleeing, I fell into the hands of bandits. My wealth was stolen and I was sold as a cheap slave. That was when you found me and saved me, master. I am lucky to have met you, otherwise I would be drifting in the abyss even now. Xiao Xuan is deeply moved. He never expected his disciple to have suffered such a tragic past. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? No wonder you hate betrayal so deeply." Lin Zhai speaks up quickly. "It is not as grave as all that, master." He takes her by the wrist, ready to leave. "Come, disciple, your master is taking you down the mountain," he says, leaving her bewildered. "Down the mountain, where to?" Xiao Xuan turns back. "Naturally, since you have acknowledged me as your master. We repay every favor and settle every debt. Is the Luo Yun sect all that fearsome? I will descend with you and exact our vengeance with our own hands." Lin Zhai is moved to tears. Master, I only pray for your safety all your life. I am willing to spend this entire life by your side. He pats her head gently. Do not speak such hollow words from now on. We shall rise to the clouds together. Our future is boundless. Let us depart. Lin Zhai replies joyfully yes. They immediately set out. Scene change in a forest outside Luo Yun City. A group of battered and injured people appear, as if facing a dire confrontation. Luo Rai points his sword in anger. I knew it was you. Sacrificing your own men for wealth and draining our strength just to profitantly you would commit such a vile act. Zhang Yi of the Sun Moon Ghost Sect. Zhang Yi stands opposite, laughing with malicious cruelty. Not bad for disciples brought up by Zhu Xianxia. To kill so many of my men, the Sun Moon twin swords do not deserve their reputation, but that is all you are capable of. The two turn pale and take defensive stances, spitting damn you. Suddenly, a powerful force of qi shoots past Zhang Yi, causing him to scream. Which bastard did that? The two disciples of Zhu Xianxia stare in shock at the mark on the boulder as a foot steps forward. A voice says in a tone of annoyed regret, too far to the left. Xiao Xuan steps out, fanning himself with a smile. Look, I told you earlier you struck too soon, you were too impatient. Seeing Lin Zhai, Zhang Yi mocks, so a little beauty, eh? You just ruined my fun. How do you plan to compensate me? Little beauty. She strikes with her sword in anger. You despicable wretch, your mouth spews nothing but filth. You are courting death. He blocks the strike, his mouth rambling incessantly. Little beauty, didn't your master teach you? If you lack the cultivation, don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. The two disciples shout a warning. Young miss, be careful. Lin Zhai remains unshaken, her face cold. Master taught me exactly how to deal with scum like you. Behind her, blinding flashes of purple light erupt. Blades fly forward with lethal speed. She screams, never show mercy. A moment later, the surroundings return to peace, filled only with the sound of birds. Lin Zhai presents Zhang Yi's severed head. Master, this is his storage bag. I checked. It contains only some spirit stones and pills, nothing of high quality. He waves his hand dismissively. You keep it. The two disciples bow in gratitude. Many thanks for your assistance, seniors. We are disciples of Elder Zhu Xuan of the Hengmeng sect. May we ask your names? Xiao Xuan replies warmly. So you are disciples of the second peak's Elder Zhu. I am Xiao Xuan of the seventh peak. And this is my disciple. Lin Zhai and the others bow respectfully. It is Elder Xiao. Greetings, Elder. He waves them off. Let's skip the formalities. I am curious though, why are you in such a desolate place, entangled with the Sun Moon Ghost sect? Luo Rai answers carefully. The Sun Moon Ghost sect has always been our enemy. They take pleasure in tormenting Hengmeng disciples. This crisis arose because of this thousand-year heartless grass, a precious great earth herb used for foundation establishment. Luo Rai continues with a dark expression. For 100 years. Though heartless grass is just a primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills, its value is immense. We found it only with great difficulty. We didn't expect that because of a lack of resources we would be tracked by Zhang Yi and hunted across the wilderness. Elder Xiao, if you hadn't arrived in time, this thousand-year heartless grass would have been stolen by the Sun Moon Ghost sect. Therefore, to repay your kindness, please accept it. Xiao Xuan doesn't take it immediately, asking, if you want this herb, are you intending to refine foundation establishment pills? Taking such pills significantly boosts success rates. Why would you give it to me? He replies earnestly, our master taught us to always repay kindness. This belongs to you, Elder, please take it. Xiao Xuan smiles, not bad. Disciples of Zhu, since that is the case, when I refine the foundation establishment pills I will share some with you. They are overjoyed and bow. Many thanks, Elder Xiao. Xiao Xuan suddenly glances behind him with a meaningful look. However, it is too early to be thanking me. I might as well give you another lesson. After killing someone, you must remember, pull the weeds, pull out the roots. A sharp blade shoots from his fan, slicing a tree behind them in two. From the shadows, two figures, a man and a woman, emerge. Luo Rai and Qing Quan are stunned. How long have they been hiding there? The strange woman speaks only at the first stage of the Golden Core realm, yet acting so arrogant. She is Bai Yang and the man is Qing Yang. He threatens loudly, and you dared to kill my precious disciple? Luckily, we were nearby. Your death is at hand. Xiao Xuan remains unfazed, openly reciting their identities. I have heard that the Sun Moon Ghost sect possesses two elders known as the Black and White Impermanents. Masters of reaping souls and claiming lives. It must be you two. He muses to himself, having utilized an aura-concealing technique before departing. Truly, he has stumbled upon two blind fools. Qingyang sneers coldly and lashes out with a massive, elongated chain. Since you know our fearsome reputation and yet remain unafraid, I would like to see what kind of ability a brat like you truly possesses. Xiao Xuan shifts his body slightly, dodging the strike. The tree behind him is instantly crushed by the impact of the chain. He continues to whip the chain, intent on execution. My chain is forged from the blood essence of 1,000 people. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be reduced to white bones upon contact. Little brat, enjoy this. Xiao Xuan curls his lip in disdain, thinking, what kind of spiritual filth is this? He merely needs to ensure the chain does not touch him. Yet the subsequent event takes him by surprise. Oh, his feet are suddenly being held firm by a mass of vengeful spirits. It seems Bai Yang had used her own power to restrain him. My morning staff is forged from the nascent souls of 1,000 victims. Brat, you certainly won't be lonely where you're going. Xiao Xuan is not afraid, on the contrary, he mocks them with a cold smile. Not bad knowing how to coordinate your attacks. Bai Yang shrieks with malice, go to hell. Below, the morning staff looms, while above, the chains converge to ensnare him. Lin Zhai and the other two shout in unison, Master, be careful. Elder Xiao. Xiao Xuan's expression turns somber. He chuckles, then waves his hand, unleashing his power to command the 10,000-star sword art. Golden swords erupt instantly, firing in all directions to assault the enemy. Bai Yang remains arrogant, screaming, raise your hands and surrender. Qing Yang also scoffs, a mere projection of spiritual energy trying to shatter our artifacts, how naive. But his spiritual swords pierce through directly. The chains, however, fill him with panic. What? The blade flies straight forward, piercing the space between Qing Yang's eyebrows. Seeing his companion fall, Bai Yang trembles in terror. How can his spirit swords possess such overwhelming power? This is bad. Lin Zhai sees her attempting to flee and shouts, Master, one of them is trying to escape. Bai Yang's face turns deathly pale with fear. The sword technique that Brat uses is incredibly bizarre. It is only of mystic grade high tier, yet even in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator, it should not unleash such lethality. I must leave first. Just as she speaks, a deep resonant voice suddenly echoes. Want to run? Xiao Xuan swings his sword coldly, not a single one will escape. The sword soul transforms into a brilliant golden light, striking terror into Bai Yang. Damn it, she immediately summons the morning staff as a shield. Block for me. The sword soul lunges straight into the roiling sea of spirits. The spirits shriek wildly, if we break this formation we shall be free. Yet sensing something, the spirits suddenly stall before turning to attack Bai Yang, who cries out in agony, what are you doing? Blocked. Release me, are the spirits starting to devour me? When it is over, the spirits gather in one spot. They slowly weaken and fade, scattering in all directions. Observing the scene, Xiao Xuan says calmly, enter reincarnation. Luorai and Qingquan watch the spectacle in astonishment. Two great elders of the Sun-Moon Ghost sect wiped out in 2 moves by Elder Xiao, unless Elder Xiao has already ascended to the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, Lin Zhai returns to her old habits, looting the enemy's treasures. Master, the treasures from those two are all here. Xiao Xuan praises her generously. Not bad, good disciple. You are getting quite proficient at collecting spoils. Take the Cosmos sack from Zhang Yi as well. She accepts happily, thank you, Master. The other 2 disciples watch with wide eyes and envy. He gave everything to his disciple, that was the entire accumulation of 2 major elders. Lin Zhai opens the storage bag, shocked. This must have tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and so many medicinal pills, Master. I am but one person, how can I use all of this? Yet he speaks generously, I give it to you so you must keep it well. Inwardly, he prompts the system. Let us see what treasures have been obtained. The system announces the inventory: 68,720 low-grade spirit stones, 46 mid-grade spirit stones, 36 second-grade Ningyuan pills, 16 third-grade Fei Wang pills, 1 10,000-year-old heartless herb, a 100 cubic meter cosmos ring, and 2 50 cubic meter cosmos sacks. The additional system rewards are 1 4th-grade Danshan pill, a 1,500 cubic meter cosmos ring, 1 500-year-old heartless herb, and 2 0 top-grade spirit stones. Those resources make Xiao Xuan's eyes sparkle like stars. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are graded as low, mid, high, and top. The exchange rate between grades is roughly 1 to 1,000. Does this not mean I possess 20 billion low-grade spirit stones? Wealth accumulated in a single night, such is the Tao. Lin Zhai approaches him with the 2 storage bags. Master, I already have a better Cosmos ring. May I give these 2 bags and the one from Elder Wang to my senior brothers and sister? The 2 of them were too poor, unable to afford even daily necessities, yet they shyly declined. No, junior sister, this makes us feel embarrassed. Xiaoxuan indulgently allows her to decide. Since I gave them to you, they are yours. Handle them as you see fit. With his permission, she tosses the 2 bags to them and smiles generously. Everyone take them. Luo Rai and Qing Quan are moved to tears. Elder Xiao and junior sister are truly good people. Damn, I really envy having a master like that. If only we had joined the 7th peak from the start. A while later, in a pill refining room in Luoyang City, Lin Zhai looks around, puzzled. Master, why are we here? Xiaoxuan explains, in the outer city. There was a 1,000-year-old heartless herb that can be used to refine a foundation establishment pill for you. To prevent the herb from losing its medicinal efficacy, we shall refine this pill first, then head to the Luoyang sect. Mu Han, standing nearby, takes note. Oh, a foundation establishment pill to refine such a thing. One must have at least a golden core cultivation base. This young master looks so youthful, yet he is already a golden core cultivator. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. But suddenly their pill furnace explodes. Lin Zhai gives him a probing look. Master, do you really know how to refine pills? Xiaoxuan, a golden core genius who has never faced such failure, awkwardly saves face. Your master simply has never refined a foundation establishment pill before. Mu Han laughs softly at the sight and steps forward, offering her assistance. Young master, if you wish to refine a foundation establishment pill, I can offer my strength. Lin Zhai cheers instantly. Big sister, you are so beautiful. Xiaoxuan simply glances over. She continues, however, the foundation establishment pill requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. You will need to strike yourself. Young master, the bystanders whisper in admiration. Miss Su, are you teaching for free today as well? She is truly as beautiful as she is kind. I shall trouble you then, miss. I will pay double the market rate for your efforts. Done. Xiaoxuan says gratefully, thank you, miss. Consider this your payment for today. But Mohan smiles and declines, no need, it was just a small favor. At that moment, the crowd around them bursts into excited shouts. The auction's starting, hurry, get to the 2nd floor. I heard there's an earth-grade sword on the block this time. Wonder if anyone has the coin for it. Mohan immediately quickens her pace to follow the crowd. I'll be heading off first, no payment needed. Xiaoxuan hears the announcements too. He thinks to himself, an earth-grade sword at the auction. Isn't Zhai Nu exactly in need of a proper weapon right now? Besides, an auction like this is bound to be full of treasures. Buy them all. Gift them to his disciples, that's a massive profit through the rebate system. He makes his decision on the spot. Good disciple, let's go check out the auction ourselves. Lin Zhai replies cheerfully, got it, master. 2nd floor of Tianji Tower, the auction hall. The auctioneer speaks, this is the celestial silk whip forged from 1,000-year ironwood. Channels spiritual energy or embeds spirit stones. And its lethality multiplies several times over. Its grade can be elevated to the lower tier of Xuan grade. Starting bid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Zhai doesn't hesitate for a second. She shouts immediately 100,000. The surrounding crowd groans and curses. Damn it. It's those 2 again. Ever since the auction started, those 2 haven't let a single item pass. A dozen treasures already all snatched up by them. And now they're throwing out sky-high bids again. Nobody can compete with that kind of money, absolutely shameless rich brats. Among the onlookers, Mohan watches nervously from the crowd. The auctioneer continues to introduce the next item, the Ronxin Fire Lotus, a superior grade earth-grade treasure. Upon inspection, this Ronxin Fire Lotus possesses exceptional quality. Therefore, the starting bid is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Mohan steals her resolve and thinks, this time, I absolutely must get it. The Ronxin Fire Lotus, but before she can even raise her hand, Lin Zhai calls out first. I bid 2 million. The sheer number causes Mohan to collapse on the spot. The auctioneer begins his chant, 2 million, going once. The rest of the crowd gives up, they can't keep up. This is a playground for the ultra-wealthy. The auctioneer slams his gavel down. Sold 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxuan strokes his chin with a satisfied smile. Ah, this feeling of having nothing but money, it really is something. The auctioneer immediately delivers the treasure to the two of them. Esteemed guests, congratulations on winning the Rongxin Fire Lotus. Linjai exclaims in delight, it's so beautiful. Mohan glances over and realizes it's the master-disciple pair from earlier. Are they really going to bid on every single treasure? If she goes over and asks them to sell her the Rongxin Fire Lotus, would they agree? She steels her nerves and approaches. Young master. Lin Zhai immediately recognizes her. Aren't you the pill-refining sister from earlier? Mohan wastes no time, she drops to her knees directly. Young master, my name is Su Mohan. My father's cultivation technique backfired and he desperately needs a fire lotus to save his life. I beg you to sell me this fire lotus. I am willing to serve you as an ox or horse to repay your kindness. Lin Zhai looks at Xiaoxuan in surprise, stammering this, master. Xiaoxuan doesn't make things difficult. Good disciple, I've already given this fire lotus to you, do whatever you feel is right. The system immediately pops a notification. System host has gifted disciple a superior grade Rongxin fire lotus. Rebate multiplier 5x. Reward obtained 1 quintuple grade Rongxin fire lotus. Lin Zhai beams with joy. If that's the case. But before she can finish, a soft whip comes flying straight at them. She immediately whips her head around, glaring. Wait. Lin Zhai reacts in a flash. She draws her sword and deflects the incoming whip with a clean strike. She shouts furiously, who goes there? The crowd around them immediately yells, a fight's breaking out. The man holding the whip opens his mouth. Hey, you lowly commoner, my young master is offering 3 million for that fire lotus of yours. The bystanders gasp audibly. 3 million, that's way above the fire lotus's actual value. Wang Rong speaks with a lecherous, contemptuous grin. It's only 3 million for the lovely Miss Su, that's nothing at all. Mohan freezes, staring at him. It's him again. The crowd immediately buzzes with whispers. The young city lord is harassing Miss Su again. Truly sinful. Ever since Miss Su inherited the Su family patriarch's position, this young city lord has been clinging to her non-stop. I feel bad for the poor girl. Honestly. The man with the whip juts his chin and thrusts his hand forward. Hey, didn't you hear? My young master wants that Rongxin fire lotus. Hand it over this instant. But Lin Zhai fires back without missing a beat. You say sell and I have to sell. Dream on, we're not selling. Mohan immediately rushes over to intervene. Please don't be rash, miss. You absolutely cannot afford to offend this person. Xiaoxuan can't help but ask. It seems you have some history with this man, miss. She answers hesitantly. This man is the son of the city lord of Loyan City, practically a local tyrant. He once came to my home to propose marriage. I refused. And since then he's been harassing me everywhere I go. I'm sorry for dragging the two of you into this mess. Here are 50,000 spirit stones as my apology. I'll take my leave now. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoxuan silently evaluates her, seeking medicine for her father. Yet she can still maintain this level of composure. She doesn't lose her head even when confronted with crisis, and at her young age. She's already a second-tier alchemist, a disciple worth teaching. Xiaoxuan calls out, Miss, wait, this Rongxin fire lotus is yours. I can handle this young city lord for you as well, but there is one condition. Mohan immediately turns back. What condition? He flashes a slight smirk. The condition is become my disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, she answers, I'm willing. As long as it can save my father, Mohan will agree to anything. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. Xiaoxuan immediately reaches down and helps her up. Good disciple, from now on you are my second direct disciple. Rise. The system pops up a notification. System congratulations, host has successfully accepted a new disciple. System disciple possesses heart of alchemy. Human grade pill refining success rate 30%. Rebate multiplier 2x. Host has acquired heart of alchemy earth grade pill refining success rate 70%. Digitizing disciple information. Opening status screen for disciple Su Mohan. Name Su Mohan, status second, direct disciple comprehension 60, physique 50, talent heart of alchemy, human grade special effect can refine and enhance. Tier 3 medicinal pills. Xiaoxuan is slightly surprised. Heart of alchemy impressive, but her physique and comprehension are both average. Looks like she'll have to go down the path of direct power infusion as well. Since that's settled, he glances at Lin Zhai. Little Zhai knew. She immediately steps forward. Yes, master. He gives the order, for your master, eliminate these lackeys. Lin Zhai charges in without hesitation. The whip-wielding lackey swings his weapon in a wild arc, barking threats only to eat a flying kick from Lin Zhai that sends his teeth scattering. The kick sends him crashing into the wall. Lin Zhai sneers coldly, disgusting. Especially you dogs who strut around bullying people with your master's name. Wang Rong stumbles back in terror, stammering. You dare lay a hand on my people. Do you even know who my father is? Lin Zhai raises her sword with an icy expression. I don't give a damn who your father is. I'll beat you so badly even he won't recognize you. He screams, snot and tears streaming down his face. Nameless, get out here right now. If anything happens to me, my father won't let you off. A figure materializes out of thin air in front of him, blocking Lin Zhai's incoming strike. Lin Zhai startles and leaps backward. Xiao Xuan opens his eyes slightly, his expression cold and assessing. The newcomer is Guo Cheng, the nameless bodyguard, nascent soul, first layer. Seeing the bodyguard appear, Wang Rong puffs up his chest with a sinister grin. Weren't you so tough just now? Keep going, Nameless, beat her down for me, and that brat behind her too. Don't let a single one of them off. But the bodyguard responds with cold indifference. Young city lord, my duty is solely to protect your life and safety. Your personal grudges are not my concern. I will not intervene. Wang Rong's jaw goes slack in disbelief. The auctioneer can't hold back his anger and slams the gavel. Insolent, where do you think you are? Fighting on Tianji Tower grounds is punishable by death on the spot. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Tianji Tower does not welcome those who break the rules. Wang Rong turns to leave, his expression full of arrogance. I'll let you lot off easy this time, let's go. You people in Luoyang City better keep your tails between your legs, don't let me see you again. Lin Zhai is seething with rage, but she forces herself to stay calm and gives the order. Let's go. She leaves while muttering complaints under her breath. Looking at that petty man's smug expression, she truly can't stomach it. But Xiao Xuan merely says softly, don't. Why bother squabbling with a lowlife? On the other side, the man holding the soft whip can't help but ask, young master, are we really just going to let them off like that? Wang Rong's face darkens. Let them off? Do I look like someone easy to talk to? Once we leave Tianji Tower, we strike. That way we won't violate Tianji Tower's rules and we can still make them pay. The man immediately flatters, young master truly has outstanding wisdom. They step outside one by one. Wang Rong is already daydreaming. First, kill that blind fool, then hang his corpse at the city gates. As for the two women, meanwhile the softwhip man starts getting anxious. Strange, who are they? Why haven't they come out yet? What they don't know is that Xiao Xuan, concealed by invisibility, stands right nearby. He silently launches a volley of hidden weapons. Guo Cheng notices immediately. He tightens his grip on his sword and rushes forward to intercept the projectiles. Watch out! But the sword shatters instantly and Wang Rong is struck square by the hidden weapon, screaming in agony. The softwhip man panics and rushes over. Young master, he roars in fury, how dare you kill someone on Tianji Tower's grounds? Xiao Xuan merely smirks coldly. Stop spouting nonsense. I clearly waited until this man left Tianji Tower before I struck. Not a single one of Tianji Tower's rules has been violated. The man is left seething, utterly speechless. With his sword broken, Guo Cheng immediately discards it. He steps forward slowly and speaks. This young sir, although this man's tyrannical nature disgusts everyone around him, I have already accepted payment. As a bodyguard, I must be loyal to my employer. You killed the man I was hired to protect, so I can only bring your head back as proof otherwise. The Wang family will hunt me to the ends of the earth. Xiao Xuan lets out a soft chuckle. Spiritual energy swirls around him as he raises a hand and asks, your blade is already shattered, you still want to fight me? Scales suddenly erupt across Guo Cheng's hands and neck. His body begins to transform as he growls in response. My body carries the bloodline of a demonic beast. My flesh is harder than any blade or sword. Using a weapon was merely out of habit. Xiao Xuan looks down at him with interest. Is that so? Then I'd very much like to see for myself. Sword spirits fly in, but Guo Cheng catches every single one with his bare hands. He crushes them coldly, no effect. Xiao Xuan doesn't falter, instead he asks leisurely, 7 swords, not a single one worked. Another sword spirit materializes behind Gyu Cheng without warning, catching him off guard. What? He catches it barehanded once more. But this sword is far harder to snap than the previous ones. Xiaoxuan casually retracts the sword and taunts, Even if you can block my swords, it seems your hands aren't completely useless. So how will you block the next one? Yu Cheng immediately channels power into his palms, gritting his teeth and shouting, nice sword technique. But my demonic beast bloodline lets me recover at incredible speed. Xiaoxuan's smile vanishes, his expression turns cold and dark, yet once again Yu Cheng manages to block the sword. The young man sneers, if all you've got are these swords you can't kill me. But inwardly, he's deeply worried this man's sword techniques carry inexplicable, terrifying power. Just blocking a single sword has nearly drained all his strength. If there's one more, Yu Cheng starts taunting, seems like you're nothing but a weakling after all. Though displeased, Xiaoxuan has to admit the man has a point. Relying solely on these floating swords probably won't be enough to take him down. Besides, the spiritual power behind ordinary flying swords is far too weak against someone like this. The Fire Lotus Heart. This Fire Lotus was refined from the purest fire element essence in heaven and earth, perfect for upgrading weapons. Why not take this opportunity to enhance his gear? Truly a domineering, extraordinary sword, it's quite pleasing to the eye. Why not call you Flame of Delight? Go Flame of Delight, go join the fun with your brothers over there. This strike carries blazing flames, startling Yu Cheng. What is this? What kind of refined fire element power is this? This is bad. With no other choice, he clasps his hands together to form a hovering ring of energy that instantly transforms into a protective barrier. However, he knows full well this shield won't hold for long. This man is absolutely not someone he can fight. Xiaoxuan simultaneously channels power into his fingertips. This isn't over yet. The sword Yu Cheng had been desperately holding begins to tremble, then it instantly shatters the barrier. Terror grips him. It's over. Swords wreathed in blazing flames descend like meteors. Yu Cheng surrenders, no longer struggling. I've lost, kill me or spare me as you wish. But Xiaoxuan merely chuckles and retracts his power. The flaming swords instantly dissipate, leaving Yu Cheng stunned. Oh, he clasps his hands behind his back. Your concession was rather refreshing, fine, I'll spare your life. Inwardly, he can't help but appreciate the opponent's backbone. A man of steel with a bit of spine, not bad. I am Xiaoxuan, if you want revenge you're welcome anytime, but since you failed your bodyguard contract the Wang family will come for you. Stay alive if that's an order. Only now does Yu Cheng realize the full implications. His face turns ashen with fear while Xiaoxuan casually moves on to the next matter. Well, since we've already shown ourselves, let's go save Mohan's father. That should earn me some gratitude. Thank you, Master. Lin Jai exclaims in admiration, Master, you were so cool. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Cheng thinks to himself, so young yet with such terrifying skill, truly extraordinary. If I can survive the Wang family's hunt, I'll definitely seek him out again someday. The scene shifts to the Su estate. Lin Jai gazes at the lavish surroundings, unable to hold back her amazement. Looks like junior sister is quite the wealthy one. But Mohan replies sadly, in my father's time the Su estate was indeed prosperous. But ever since I became head of the family, it has declined steadily. It's no longer what it used to be. Actually, you all shouldn't have killed Wang Rong. His father Wang Guancheng is not only the city lord but also an elder of the Loyan sect. I heard he once fought side by side with the Loyan sect master in life and death battles. Their bond is extremely close. Now that you've provoked him, I'm afraid there will be nothing but trouble ahead. Lin Jai responds boldly, if they dare come I'll make sure they never return. The Loyan sect was already on my hit list this time. Let's not talk about this anymore. Mohan quickly pushes the door open. Please come this way, both of you. Inside the room, Mohan's second uncle Hong Yuan has been waiting for quite some time. He slams his fist on the armrest and curses, Su Mohan, you unfilial wretch, how dare you show your face here. Mohan looks over in shock. Second uncle and the clan elder Sui, are all of you here? Looking at the scene around them, Lin Jai immediately senses something is wrong. He thinks gravely, none of these people mean well. Mohan's third aunt Run Yue immediately points and scolds venomously, "You still dare to ask? If we hadn't shown up, we would never have known you've sold off the entire Su family. You wretch, while your father lies gravely wounded and unconscious. You take the Su family's wealth to Tianji Tower to live it up." Mohan hastily explains, "That's not true. I didn't sell the assets for pleasure. I was buying the Fire Lotus heart to save my father's life." The woman immediately snaps, "Then where is the Fire Lotus? Show us." She retrieves it from her storage ring at once. "Here, I've kept it carefully stored, not daring to damage even a single strand." Hong Yuan greedily reaches out to grab it. "Hand it over to me." Mohan stumbles back in a panic, dodging second uncle. At that moment, a figure darts forward to shield her. Xiao Xuan flicks his fingers, commanding his sword spirits, sweeping a threatening gaze over every single one of them. "Let's see who dares lay a finger on Mohan." Heng Yuan freezes on the spot, feet rooted to the ground. This isn't good. He can't afford to make an enemy of this man. Running is the wisest move, but it's too late. The sword spirits have already shot forward, embedding into the wall right beside his head, through his sleeve, pinning near his ankles. Every blade pins him flat against the wall, leaving him utterly unable to move even an inch. Run Yue is about to step forward when second brother Heng Yuan shouts a warning, "Third sister, watch out for that sword." She glares furiously at Mohan and screams, "Su Mohan, what is the meaning of this? Bringing in outsiders to turn against your own family now, are you?" She stammers out an explanation. No. Lin Zhai immediately cuts her off. "Junior sister, don't waste your breath on them." Run Yue's shrill, shrewish voice rings out, deafening everyone. "Well, still want to throw hands? Come on, then beat me to death if you dare." Xiao Xuan doesn't bother with courtesy. He instantly launches his spirit sword at her, scaring the living daylights out of her. A threatening smirk curls at his lips. "Who dares take one step forward? My spirit swords don't have eyes." The surrounding elders immediately switch to honeyed, fawning words. Mohan, Heng Yuan, and Run Yue were only acting on impulse, but we're still family. Blood is thicker than water. Siding with an outsider against your own kin, that won't end well. Mohan's face darkens. She mutters under her breath, "Your family." Run Yue seizes the opportunity to spew more venom. "Exactly, the Su family raised you for 20 years and this is how you repay them. Ungrateful little wretch." Tears brim in her eyes. Her face twists with grief and fury as she accuses them one by one. "You heartless Lothao, do you still have the nerve to come here and lecture me? When my father suffered chi deviation, did any of you ever once ask how he was? All you did was rush over while he was unconscious to squabble over and divide his assets. Honestly, I think you can't wait for my father to die." Even Lin Zhai, standing beside her, can't hold back any longer and chimes in with a scathing rebuke. "What kind of flesh and blood brothers are these? Just a pack of shameless, brazen scum, not even fit to be called beasts." Xiao Xuan gently pats her shoulder, his voice reassuring. "Mohan, since you've entered my tutelage, today your master will teach you your first lesson. When dealing with these fair-weather parasites, the only language they understand is power. Mohando, you want them suppressed or exterminated." The moment those words leave his mouth, the rest of them drop to their knees in sheer terror. "Suppress or exterminate." Mohan clenches her jaw. "I could never decide something like that. I ask master to suppress the Su family, cripple their cultivation but spare their lives." Xiao Xuan slowly unfurls his fan and nods with calm composure. "Very well, Mohan, go tend to your father first. Leave this place to me." Moved with gratitude, she kneels to thank him. "Thank you, master." Lin Zhai steps forward from behind and helps her up. "Let's go, junior sister." He lets the two of them leave. Xiao Xuan walks slowly toward those wolf-hearted scoundrels. Mohan turns back to glance at him, gratitude swelling deep in her heart. Her master by now has already snapped his fan shut. Xiao Xuan smirks, passing his sentence. "So then who shall we start with?" A flame flickers to life at his fingertip. Xiao Xuan directs his sword spirit straight toward Heng Yuan. "Let's start with you." His eyes go wide with terror as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. "Nah, please don't." But all that answers him are his own agonized wails, so horrifying that the others dare not even look. Xiao Xuan casually spins his fan as if nothing has happened. Leaving the wretched Heng Yuan writhing behind him, he smirks and asks, "Next, who wants to go first?" One of the Su family uncles screams, "Run, get out of here." They scatter toward the exits in a panicked rout, but Xiao Xuan's blades have already locked onto every single target. He flicks his fan. Killing intent flashes in his eyes as his lips curl, surging spiritual energy toward the fleeing cowards. Not a single one escapes. Each spirit sword glides effortlessly through the air, finding its mark one by one, none evade. A single movie very rebel of the Su family is suppressed. The sight is so overwhelming that Mohin's heart trembles with awe. Never in her life has anyone helped her without expecting something in return. She has to try harder. She will save her father. A sudden hand clasps hers, startling Jai Nu into a soft gasp. Junior sister. 1 hour later, inside Su Jiyuan's chamber, Mohen kneels beside her father's bed. Seeing her father's gaunt, withered face, a daughter's worry overwhelms Hera, creeping dread and gnawing unease settling deep within. Right at that moment, Jai Nu and Xiao Xuan stride in at an unhurried pace. Junior sister, master has already crippled the cultivation of everyone from the Su family. They're being held in the underground dungeon now. Mohin turns around, worry still etched across her face. That's more than enough, thank you all. Sensing something is wrong, Jai Nu steps closer, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and asks with concern, "How is your father doing?" Mohin replies sorrowfully, "After taking the dissolving heart fire lotus, father still hasn't regained consciousness." Xiao Xuan says nothing from behind, only watches with focused iseveral suspicions already forming in his mind. He steps forward, meeting Mohan's gaze with a reassuring smile. "Let me take a look." Xiao Xuan sits at the bedside and presses his fingers against Su Jiyuan's wrist to take his pulse. As he channels spiritual energy to examine him, a flicker of surprise crosses his otherwise calm expression. "Your father's injury, judging by his pulse, it doesn't resemble qi deviation. Someone must have sabotaged him. His meridians were deliberately severed. Furthermore, the attacker was ruthless. If not for the deep reserves of medicinal energy in your father's body, any ordinary person who'd consumed that many healing pills would have been beyond saving, barely clinging to their last breath." Mohin gasps in shock. "How could this be?" Xiao Xuan rises to his feet, his voice soft and steady. "Don't panic, his condition is still relatively stable. I just need to reconnect his meridians and he'll be fine. Fortunately, after cultivating the myriad-mile sword-soaring art, my precision in controlling spiritual energy has improved by yet another level. Even something as delicate as restoring meridians isn't a problem for me now." Right after, the true patriarch of the Su family furrows his brows and lets out a faint groan. He coughs a few times. Mohin sees him stirring awake and cries out joyfully, "Father!" Jai Nu, standing behind, is startled by the incredible speed of his recovery. He's awake. Jiyuan weakly turns his stiff neck, eyes half open, gazing at the blurry figure before him. He calls out Mohan's name. Overjoyed yet still worried, Mohan asks, "Father, how do you feel?" Jiyuan sits up, rubbing his throbbing head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, that's all." Then, as if a sudden memory strikes him, Jiyuan's body seizes up in shock. He suddenly turns, his face stricken with worry, words tumbling out in a rush. "Mohan, where is your second uncle? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" Seeing her father's erratic behavior, Mohan feels a chill run through her, the worst-case scenario flashing through her mind. "I'm fine, why are you bringing up second uncle? Could it be?" Jiyuan's face drains of color, his gaunt features sinking into the weight of memory. "All these years, I've been pouring my efforts into improving the mind-restoring pill formula. Just a few days ago, I finally made a breakthrough. My new formula drastically lowers the quality requirements for the ingredients, but demands far higher cultivation from the alchemist. My own cultivation wasn't enough, so I sought out Su Hongshuan for help. Little did I expect that Hongshuan's words would still echo in his mind like a death knell. Drop dead, backstabbed by his own flesh and blood. Jiyuan's voice turns bitter as venom. He struck while I was mid-refinement, poisoned me from behind. We had no grudge before, no enmity between us, none whatsoever. Yet he hates me this much. It must be because he never forgave father for choosing me as the Su family patriarch instead of him." Mohan slams her fist against the edge of the bed. She whispers through clenched teeth, "So it was him." Unlike the others, Xiao Xuan's attention locks onto a single detail. "The mind-restoring pill, that's a 3-realm recipe, isn't it? Isn't this exactly what Mohan needs to upgrade her heart of alchemy?" Xiao Xuan allows a small smile to cross his lips before finally speaking. "Elder Su, this formula you mentioned, may I have a look at it?" The unfamiliar face gives Jiyuan a moment's pause. "And you are?" Mohan quickly rises to make introductions. Father, this is Elder Xiao Xuan of the Hengmeng sect, the very master your daughter has just sworn herself to. If not for him, your daughter would never have awakened. Father, hearing his daughter's words, Zhiyuan clasps his hands and bows deeply towards Xiao Xuan, his gratitude and respect sincere. Is that so? So it was you who saved both me and Hanner. I am forever in your debt, young master. That Mohan could receive such fortune, I am truly overjoyed. He turns and presses a hidden mechanism on the right-hand wall. To Mohan's astonishment, a concealed compartment swings open. Father, when did you install this in your room? Zhiyuan grins mischievously. That's where I stash my secret savings. Mohan can only stare in speechless exasperation. He picks up a scroll from inside and presents it to Xiao Xuan. You've saved my life. Any formula belonging to the Su family, consider it yours for the taking, young master. Xiao Xuan unfurls the scroll and reads. His brow furrows slightly. This formula, you haven't finished refining it yet. Zhiyuan lets out a heavy sigh. You have a sharp eye, benefactor. I was just one step away from completing it, but that beast Su Hongshuan destroyed everything. Seeing the man's dejection, Xiao Xuan offers a word of comfort. No matter, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with this formula. All it's missing is one ingredient, Tianhuang grass. The moment she hears the missing ingredient, Mohan's eyes widen, a sudden flash of enlightenment. Tianhuang grass, oh heavens, how did I not think of that? System notification. Under the host's guidance, your disciple has successfully comprehended the improved mind-restoring pill 3-realm formula. The disciple's Heart of Alchemy has been upgraded. Talent upgrade: Heart of Alchemy Mystic Grade, reward multiplier x5. Host talent upgrade: Heart of Alchemy Heavenly Grade. Heavenly Grade pill refinement success rate 99%. Seeing the boosted odds, Xiao Xuan smiles with satisfaction. Formula comprehension rate increased by 30%. No wonder new insights about other formulas are suddenly flooding my mind. Back in the present, Zhiyuan holds his most beloved daughter's hand, his voice heavy with guilt and self-reproach. Mohan, all this time, you've been managing the Su family all by yourself. You've worked so hard. Her eyes glisten as she answers softly. It was only my duty, but I was unfilial father to pay for your treatment. I mortgaged all the family's apothecaries. I'm afraid the Su family may never recover. Xiao Xuan's voice cuts through, pulling both father and daughter's attention back to him. I have a rather bold idea. You could reclaim every single apothecary. Then recruit a new batch of alchemy apprentices, bind them with lifetime contracts. The catch: they must never disclose our pill formulas to outsiders. And should they wish to leave midway, we'll have them sign a non-compete agreement on top of that. After departure, they are forbidden from using our formulas. Violations will be met with consequences. The three listeners hear bits and pieces, their expressions ranging from confused to dazed, completely lost. Only Mohan seems to still have a functioning brain. A wicked grin spreads across Xiao Xuan's face, pure villain energy. They'll learn very soon just how fearsome we can be. We can't afford to delay. Mohan, you stay here and focus on refining pills. Senior sister and I will go deal with Su Hongshuan. Zhai Nu waves cheerfully as she follows him out. See you soon, junior sister. Zhiyuan watches the figures disappear, then turns to his daughter. That master of yours, he isn't exactly a normal person, is he? Mohan answers without much conviction. He is, father. Scene transition: the Su family dungeon, a place of darkness and damp stone. Hongshuan cowers against the wall like a drowned rat, trembling. One hand raised weakly to shield his forehead. What do you people want? Xiao Xuan ignores him entirely. He fans himself lazily and glances toward Zhai Nu. Go on, little Zhai, if you can't form 10,000 sword chi. We're not leaving today. Spirit swords materialize one after another in the air. The greater the count, the harder they become to shape. 9,971, 9,972, 9,979, 10,000. Finally enough. Zhai Nu can't contain her excitement. I did it, 10,000 sword chi. Zhai Nu pants, wiping the sweat from her brow as Xiao Xuan's encouragement continues. Not bad. Next step: myriad convergence into one. You can do it, your master believes in you. She smiles. Forming hand seals, she gathers her spiritual energy. I believe in myself too, I will make this work. 10,000 swords converge, fusing into a single colossal blade. The pressure it exudes is no joke. Zhai Nu holds her seal steady, pouring every ounce of focus into controlling the titanic sword and succeeds. She immediately whips around, beaming, eager for praise. Master, I did it. Xiaoxuan doesn't hold back his approval. Well done, with this technique, you're more than ready to handle the Loyan sect. Watching the master-disciple pair banter back and forth without a shred of concern for him, Hongshuan is so terrified his nose starts running. The colossal sword's tip hovers inches from his brow, tears and snot streak his face as he screams. What are you people trying to do? Please stop. Xiaoxuan hears his pleas and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. Stop, when you didn't hesitate to strike down Su Jiyuan. Did you ever consider there'd come a day like this? Little Jidoit, when you poisoned Su Jiyuan without a second thought, did it ever cross your mind that karma would come knocking? She nods obediently. Yes, master. The sword tip rockets forward and blasts through the wall behind where Hongshuan just dodged. Kaboom. He shrieks, murder, somebody help me. Jianu pouts after missing. I messed up. Xiaoxuan merely chuckles and encourages her. Aim carefully, then try again, no rush, take your time. This time Hongshuan dodges again barely. He howls, eyes bulging from their sockets, his life flashing before him by a hair's breadth. The master-disciples' calm voices ring out once more. Missed again, let's go again. Half an hour later, the ground is pockmarked with craters, dozens of them. A notification panel materializes with lines of glowing text. System, under the host's instruction, your disciple has comprehended the myriad mile sword soaring art sword intent myriad convergence into one. Reward multiplier x10. Host comprehension GAINED myriad mile sword soaring art sword intent myriad convergence into one. Bonus reward soft flex sword x1 earth grade superior. Jianu strides alongside Xiaoxuan, advancing toward the crumpled figure on the ground. Hongshuan lies sprawled on the dungeon floor some distance away, utterly wrecked. 2 soft flex swords now, plus the myriad convergence technique on top of that. Against anyone below the nascent soul realm, fighting won't be a problem at all. This is far easier than cultivating and comprehending everything on my own. Xiaoxuan turns to Jianu. Let's go, let's see if Mohen needs any help over there. She hurries to reply, Master, wait for me. Not long after, at the city lord's mansion in Loyan City, 3 servants kneel trembling on the grand hall floor. City lord. The young city lord has been killed. The man known as city lord slams his hand onto the armrest of his chair. Bastards, did I hire you to freeload? That man is the city lord of Loyan City, Wang Rong's father, Wang Wancheng. Killing intent radiates from him. The young city lord is gone. If you don't bring me the killer's head, don't expect to survive. The servants below tremble in abject terror. One of them looks up in a panic, trying to explain. City lord, the one who killed the young city lord is Xiaoxuan, an elder of the Hengmeng sect. He's just a nobody at the nascent soul realm, yet he defeated us in only a few moves. We truly are incompetent. Wancheng roars in fury. A bunch of useless trash. Violent energy blasts outward in all directions. They scream in agony, City Lord, mercy, please spare us. Wancheng grits his teeth, his mind racing. The power of Nameless. I tested him myself. That Xiaoxuan actually defeated Nameless in just a few moves. This person's strength is absolutely not something I can contend with. He walks down and kicks a subordinate's knee. Get lost. If I want to avenge wronger, the only way is to seek help from Loyan sect. I need to make a trip to Loyan sect. Send out banquet invitations to every noble family in the city on my behalf, including the Su family. The bloodied subordinates answer in unison, yes, sir. Veins bulge across his forehead in rage. This blood debt for my son Xiaoxuan, I will hack you into 100 pieces. The scene shifts to the Su family residence, where an invitation written in careful, solemn calligraphy is presented. The Wang family cordially invites the Su family to tonight's banquet to celebrate the Su family's successful quelling of the unrest. Mohen clenches her fists, a trace of worry in her voice. This is a banquet invitation. Jianu slams her teacup down on the table in anger. Where's the goodwill in this? It's obviously a Hongmen feast, a trap. She leaps to her feet, declaring furiously, let's leave the city right now and head straight for Loyan sect. Once we're outside Loyan City's walls, let's see what Wang Wancheng can even do to the two of you. Yet at that critical moment, Xiaoxuan leisurely sips his tea. They sent an invitation, how can one refuse? Of course we're going. Hearing this, Jianu stares at him in bewilderment. Master firmly grips her shoulder. I'm going to gather some intelligence. Lin Yuncheng will definitely be at this banquet. Good Disciplito, you want revenge. The moment Zhai Nu hears that name, her expression twists with fury. Lin Yuncheng, that damn traitor, is here too. The exchange leaves Mohan confused. Senior sister. Suddenly, Xiaoxuan snaps his fan open. He speaks, his tone calm and measured. I hear he's now sheltering under Loyun sect's banner. We can't paint everyone with the same brush. If it were any other time, catching him would be nearly impossible. So, good disciple, do you want to come with your master and crash this Hongmen feast? She answers immediately. This disciple obeys master's command. Watching this unfold, Mohan feels a chill run down her spine. Why does it feel like someone's about to have a very bad night? At that moment, Xiaoxuan turns to Mohan. Oh right, how's the pill prescription business coming along? She startles, then replies, we've already recovered all 17 pharmacies that the Su family had previously pawned. Alchemists are still being recruited. This afternoon we ran a trial sale of the mind-restoring pill, sold 50 bottles in total, earning 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaoxuan strokes his chin in thought. 50 bottles is a bit low, have you identified the reason? She answers obediently. Yes, master. The main function of the mind-restoring pill is to calm the mind, focus the spirit, and regulate internal breath. Its applications are somewhat limited, plus this being the first day of trial sales. Xiaoxuan suddenly pulls a stack of papers from his robe and hands them directly to Mohan. Here, this is a revised 3-realm pill prescription. Study it thoroughly, then report the trial sale results to me. Mohan's eyes immediately light up. All of this is for me. This is the improved minor golden pill. Its recovery effect is at least 10 times what it was before, more than enough to meet the survival needs of ordinary cultivators. I'm certain it will sell. Money loves me and I love money. Money pours in from all directions, flowing endlessly. Unbeknownst to Mohan, Xiaoxuan is grinning from ear to earth. Joy of earning money without lifting a finger is almost here. The scene shifts to nighttime at the city lord's mansion. Wancheng clasps his hands and bows respectfully to the guests before him. Brother Su, honored guest, I heard you fell ill some time ago. I was terribly worried. Who would have thought that after your recovery, the Su family's pills would reach yet another level? Truly fortunate indeed. Xiaoxuan catches the sarcasm laced throughout those words, yet he responds coolly, thank you for your concern, city lord. And this must be the person who helped the Su family rise. Again took Mohan as his disciple and helped her break through to 3-realm alchemist. Young Master Xiao, correct? He smiles faintly. City Lord Wang flatters me. Zhai Nu's uncle, standing behind Wancheng, can't help but furrow his brow. Xiaoxuan, so this is the main target the city lord has specially arranged for tonight's banquet. City Lord Wang has specially invited 30 golden core elders from Loyun sect to assist. All of our men have changed into guest attire and are already lying in wait throughout the banquet hall. The moment city lord gives the word, they strike to kill. Suddenly, he notices the woman standing behind Xiaoxuan, Zhai Nu, a young woman whose appearance bears a striking 70 to 80% resemblance to his young miss's face. Why does she look like the young miss from back then? How is that possible? I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Gu's men threw that girl Lin Zhai into the abyss. At that moment, Wancheng's voice cuts through his thoughts. Come, come, Brother Su, young Master Xiao, everyone is waiting for the banquet to begin. The man quickly replies, yes, of course. Once everyone is seated at the table, a voice rings out. I hear young Master Xiao is remarkably young, yet already a 5th-layer golden core cultivator. Wancheng and Zhai Nu's uncle raise their cups high, and he's brought along 2 such outstanding disciples. The future is truly boundless. He quickly picks up the thread. Indeed, for Miss Su to be able to study under such a worthy master, truly the Su family's great fortune. The other guests chime in, praising young Master Xiao as a genuine prodigy. Yet Xiaoxuan not only fails to detect the sarcasm, he bursts into hearty laughter. City Lord Wang flatters me far too much. He downs a cup of wine in a single gulp. Xiaoxuan slams the cup firmly onto the table. He lets out a long breath. Actually, everyone has been overestimating my strength. I'm merely at the 3rd-layer golden core. The only reason I possess the power of a 9th-layer golden core is all thanks to, Zhai Nu calls out in alarm. Master, Xiaoxuan seems to have drunk himself completely senseless. He shows off his treasure. It's all thanks to this sword. I stumbled upon it by chance. Its power is extraordinary. Without this sword, with my strength alone, how would I dare descend the mountain? Xianyu grows even more panicked. Master, never reveal your treasures in public. What are you thinking? After hearing exactly the information he wanted, Wancheng swiftly signals the subordinate behind him. My lady, isn't it about time we stepped out for a moment? Where are the men? He gloats internally. He thought probing this man would require some effort, yet he spilled everything on his own. What a waste of space. Xiao Xuan's face flushes red as if thoroughly drunk. He watches with wide eyes as Wancheng's men carry over a gold-plated chest inside it. Glittering spirit stones. I've long admired young Master Xiao. I've specially prepared a small gift today, hoping to earn your friendship. Xiao Xuan's eyes light up instantly. He rushes toward them without a shred of hesitation. Spirit stones, so many spirit stones. The sight makes Xianyu turn around and call out. He excitedly fondles the spirit stones. Originally, this trip was meant to buy supplies for the sect down the mountain, conveniently skimming a little off the top for himself. As a result, he burned through tens of millions of spirit stones in just a few minutes. I was worried about how to explain this when I got back. But thank heavens for you, City Lord Wang. Wancheng watches this and simply smirks. Perhaps, it is my honor to assist young Master Xiao. He thought to himself, assuming this was some scion of a hidden clan with extraordinary wealth. Turns out, the kid's just a dog wagging its tail behind some sect. I've long heard that young Master Xiao is a brilliant teacher. Why don't we let our disciples spar so everyone can broaden their horizons? These spirit stones here will serve as the wager. How about it? Xiao Xuan drunkenly waves his hand. No problem at all, little Zhai, you're up. She responds with fierce enthusiasm. As you command. Seeing this, Wancheng claps his hands in approval. Young Master Xiao is truly generous. Then allow me to sweeten the pot. If young Master Xiao wins, I'll add another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? He scratches his head with a contemplative look. Should I match that with something of my own then? But I don't really have anything on me. His eyes suddenly widen as if an idea just struck him. Xiao Xuan pulls out the treasure he's always safeguarded with utmost care and puts it on the table as collateral. How about this? I'll put up this precious sword as my wager. What do you say? Wancheng agrees without a moment's hesitation. Of course, perfectly acceptable. In mere seconds, Wancheng conjures a barrier that envelops the two piles of spirit stones and the treasure. Since these are wagers, no one may touch them until the contest is over. Agreed. Xiao Xuan speaks while Mohan helps him back to his feet. No worries at all. Little Zhai, it's all on you. No, don't make your master lose face, all right. Mohan whispers anxiously to Xianyu. Senior sister, be careful. She replies gently. Don't worry. Wancheng speaks calmly to the man called De Ba, Xianyu's uncle. Xiao Hai, you go first. You're truly useless, but at least probe their strength for me. He responds, yes, City Lord, as you command. Then let us begin. A vicious, murderous glint flashes in both their eyes. Start. Xianyu instantly leaps into the air, unleashing a barrage of spell arts at him. Go. De Ba drives his sword hard into the ground, trying to intercept the incoming force. Block, but his sword barely holds for a moment before cracking into 100 shards. Xianyu's attack energy converges, forming three blade formations that all point straight at De Ba. He has no choice but to sigh. I've lost. My apologies, City Lord. Xiao Xuan sits on a chair not far off, laughing drunkenly. Can't even handle one move from my disciple? Pathetic, utterly useless. The surrounding people grind their teeth in fury. This is utterly disgraceful. No upbringing whatsoever, just a wretched drunkard. Wang Zheng glances at Xiao Xuan, who's cackling uncontrollably, seething with rage. This blonde-haired punk doesn't know his own limits. Let him run his mouth a little longer. Soon enough we'll show him his place. Wancheng waves his hand to calm everyone down. It's fine, it's just a match. Winning and losing are both natural, there's no need to take it to heart. Despite his composed exterior, deep down he's utterly disappointed in De Ba. His guards reported that these master and disciple possessed formidable sword-soaring techniques, but watching Tade's nothing special after all. Xiao Xuan is still laughing, unable to stop. City Lord Wang is far too kind. I'm making a fortune here. And I've still got the sword. Go ahead and add my entire fortune to the pot. Wancheng merely smiles, just what I had in mind. Next round, Huan Yin, you're up. She responds promptly, yes. Huan Yin faces Xianyu across the arena and whispers softly, forgive the offense. Wancheng still feels confident inside. When it comes to sword-soaring art, his own niece trained at the Loyan sect, surely she won't lose to the disciple of some fool. but the scene before his eyes leaves him stunned. Zhai Nu raises her hand high against the thousands of blade formations Huan Yin conjures. Myriad transformations into one go. The moment the words leave her lips, she launches her skill forward. Seeing this, Huan Yin freezes in place. She can't believe her own eyes. Myriad transformations into one. I forfeit. Huan Yin collapses to the ground, filled with admiration for the girl's talent. To reach the level of myriad transformations into one at such a young age, I concede defeat. Zhai Nu ceases her attack, but the onlookers in the hall start murmuring again. Those two have won once more. But judging by her expression, she looks like she's about to hit her limit. Meanwhile, Xiaoxuan clutches the rare spirit stones in his arms, completely useless. Today, not even an immortal descending to the mortal realm could turn things around. Continue. Zhai Nu's uncle crosses his arms, his expression darkening. Look at that brat gloating. Wancheng merely smirks. To reach the level of myriad transformations into one at such a young age, truly a genius. It seems this lad has indeed taken in a fine disciple. But he thinks to himself, completely oblivious to the shadow hurtling toward them from behind. Still, that's about as far as he goes. The shadow lunges in front of Zhai Nu. Without a single word, the attacker drives a devastating palm strike into her lower body. Xiaoxuan, who had been dead drunk this entire time, is suddenly completely calm. He drops the act and thinks, isn't this the Luoyan elder of the Luoyan sect? In an instant, he kicks off and launches himself forward. Zhai Nu is sent flying out of the arena as Xiaoxuan's eyes widen in shock. He rushes over and catches her before she hits the ground. She leans her head weakly against his shoulder. I'm sorry, master, your disciple has failed. Xiaoxuan speaks softly, it's all right. He turns his head and looks back, time to pull out the trump card. Meanwhile, Mohin calls out in worry, senior sister. The Luoyan sect elder steps into the center of everyone's gaze and speaks lightly, you have lost. Xiaoxuan watches the spirit stones being carried away, his heart aching so badly that tears stream down like rivers. That was my entire fortune. No, you can't just leave, you've won everything I have. How am I supposed to face the sect when I go back? I want a rematch. Wancheng clearly has no reason to refuse. Another round is no problem at all. It's just that young Master Xiao has just lost his entire fortune. What does he have left to wager? Xiaoxuan points at himself, my life. Everyone else who hears this can't help but gasp in shock. My God, the man's truly lost his mind. Can you even bet something like that? But Wancheng isn't foolish enough to refuse. This is young Master Xiao's own words. Better not sober up and go back on them, he thinks smugly. Without that precious sword of his, let's see what kind of storm he can still stir up. What waves can you possibly make now? Xiaoxuan immediately channels his full cultivation. Rest assured, I won't go back on my word. I'm only worried that you lot won't keep yours. But if I win, City Lord, you won't just hand over your entire fortune to me. How does myriad transformations into one wielded by him carry such extraordinary power? Damn it, thy sword is a spiritual artifact passed down by the sect master himself, capable of blocking a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Yet this man just cleaved it in two with a single slash. Who the hell is this person? Xiaoxuan's strike continues to swing toward them. Wang Wancheng, watching from outside, can't help but fear for his own cousin. Junior sister, the Luoyan sect elder, is hurled violently toward him. He catches her frail, battered body in his arms. Junior sister. Are you all right, junior sister? Xiaoxuan steps toward them. It seems City Lord Wang is also a disciple of the Luoyan sect that must have learned the Luoyan sword technique from them. Your status is certainly not low. Killing you today, there's no injustice in that at all. Wencheng grits his teeth and shouts toward the rear, what are you all still standing around for? The rough-faced thugs behind him immediately charge forward with bloodthirsty grins. Finally, it's our turn. Rest assured, Elder Wang will make sure this brat gets what he deserves. Prepare to die. Mohin quickly supports Lin Zhai and pulls her away. Senior sister, this way. Jiyuan watches the scene unfolding before him and breaks into a cold sweat. Such a massive battle. Xiaoxuan smiles, clapping his hands with delight as if utterly fearless. Every one of these attackers possesses golden core level strength. It seems City Lord Wang came fully prepared today. Looks like I'll have to solo slaughter 30 golden cores all by myself today. With that, he stomps his foot hard against the ground. A formation circle instantly materializes beneath him, and sword spirits surge forth like a torrential storm. Wen Cheng's expression darkens with cold fury. One man against 30 golden cores, that's truly the height of arrogance. Conveniently enough, before I descended the mountain, I specifically requested a phantom image of the Luoyun sword from the sect master. Lin Zhai stares in shock at the familiar technique. That sword. He draws the blade and bellows. This lower-grade divine weapon of the heavenly realm was painstakingly refined by the sect master using his own vital blood essence over many years. Its spiritual power is no longer comparable to ordinary dark iron. Even a single phantom of this great blade is enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Yet she continues to stare blankly, murmuring that sword. It was clearly stolen from the Lin family by the Luoyun sect years ago, the ancestral sword embryo of the Lin family. The very day the Luoyun sect massacred the Lin family, they used countless members as blood sacrifices to forge this sword, refining it to the extreme and transforming it into a divine weapon. May they all burn in hell. Only today can I finally sense the blood resonance resonating within my own body. They named it the Luoyun sword back then, truly shameless. Mohen looks at her with sympathy. Senior sister, are you all right? Xiao Xuan asks in surprise, the ancestral sword embryo of the Lin family. Only now does he understand one of the conditions the system displayed for awakening the innate sword physique was referring to this very thing. On the other side, Wen Cheng continues his arrogant assault with the sword strike. Today, I'll use this to teach you insolent brats what humility means. The razor-sharp blade, tinged with an eerie crimson glow, whooshes toward him. Xiao Xuan's expression grows even colder, a slow smirk curling at the corner of his lips. I suppose I should thank City Lord Wang for delivering such valuable intel about the sword embryo. That sword strike, carrying a dark, sinister aura, rockets straight toward him. Xiao Xuan casually raises his hand, summoning his own bladed coiling silk gentle sword wrapping around his fingers with fluid grace. Wen Cheng sees it and freezes. What? That sworded and I already. This guy has two identical swords. He gently guides the blade forward. Marveling inwardly, the Luoyun sword phantom's power is extraordinary. It truly lives up to its reputation as a divine weapon of the immortal realm. The coiling silk gentle sword is merely a supreme-grade Earthrealm weapon. But the existence of the myriad-mile sword soaring art is precisely what allows a sword to transcend its limits. Let's test the true power of the myriad-mile sword soaring art. The coiling silk gentle sword darts forward like a gust of wind, swish. The two blades collide in a cataclysmic clash, neither side yields, each unleashing waves of raw force that send shock rippling through the surroundings. A thunderous kaboom tears across the sky, overwhelming everyone nearby. From within the blast, the coiling silk gentle sword glides back to Xiao Xuan as if nothing happened at all. Xiao Xuan fans himself lightly, speaking with calm amusement. Is that all you've got? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Wen Cheng panics, stumbling through the smoke in a desperate attempt to flee. How is this possible? Run, we need to run. But Xiao Xuan saw it coming. He stares back coldly, running. You think you can actually escape? With that, he launches his blade straight toward the man. Wen Cheng watches the sword closing in on him. He screams in terror, no, but there is no miraculously the spray of fresh blood accompanied by a piercing shriek. The red-haired uncle finally recovers from his daze and scrambles to his feet, but upon seeing the carnage before him, he trembles and stammers, "See City Lord Wang, don't come any closer, don't kill me." Xiao Xuan coldly plants his foot on the man's back. The one who should kill you isn't me. The words make the man scream even louder in terror. Lin Zhai has already drawn her sword. With a terrifying expression she asks, "Uncle, do you remember me?" The man looks up in panic, recognition slowly dawning. "Why, you're Lin Zhai, how is this?" But before he can utter another word, he is cleaved in two. Lin Zhai brings her sword down in one decisive stroke, then speaks coldly, "Correct. What a pity there's no reward." Xiao Xuan steps forward gently and pats her head to comfort her. "Well done, but next time don't be so quick with your strikes. Against enemies, never let them die a painless death. Next time try slicing off pieces of flesh one by one, that hurts the most." Lin Zhai obeys. "Thank you, master. Your disciple has learned another lesson." Jiyuan listens from the side and can't help but break into a cold sweat. Is master seriously a normal human being? Mohan isn't so sure either. With the matter seemingly settled, Xiao Xuan speaks cheerfully. "City Lord Wang has already lost all his assets to me. Mohan, tally up the spoils of war for me. I'm taking your senior sister to the Luoyun sect." Mohan accepts the order, your disciple obeys. The scene shifts to the Loyan sect master's quarters. The Loyan sect master Wen Yuan sits cross-legged refining the sword before him. He can't help but laugh triumphantly. Finally, the last wisp of sword spirit at the Loyan sect is about to be subdued by me. Success or failure hinges on this single step. But at that very moment, a strange surge of energy suddenly pierces through the window and plunges into the sword. The blade, once still, begins to shake violently, then unleashes a ferocious gust of wind that sends Wen Yuan crashing to the ground. He rises in agony, breathing heavily. He was clearly just moments from subduing the Loyan sword. Was it suddenly rejected? Urgent news arrives from outside. Terrible news, sect master. The soul lamps of senior sister Liuyu, Wang Wencheng and elder Lin Yuncheng have all gone out. He freezes. What on earth happened? While his attention wavers, the wisp of sword spirit embedded in the blade slips through the window frame and escapes. The sword spirit pierces through the Loyan sect's forbidden grounds and continues deep into the forest. It turns out Lin Zhai is the one calling for it. Xiaoxuan whispers a reminder beside her. The Lin family's ancestral sword embryo uses the vital blood of Lin family members as its forging sacrifice. You said you can sense the sword's existence through blood resonance. This is honestly the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. How's the situation? She reports excitedly, I've sensed it. The people of the Loyan sect still haven't been able to subdue the sword. I've already imprinted my spiritual consciousness onto the blade. As long as we find it, I can claim it as my own. Xiaoxuan nods with approval. Excellent. Then today, master and disciple shall raise hell at the Loyan sect. On the other side, Wen Yuan is startled by the scene before his eyes. Before him stand the soul lamps of the sect's cultivators. The place where he stands is the Loyan sect's soul lamp hall. Wen Yuan furiously curses that worthless Wang Wencheng. Last time he told me his son was killed by a wandering nascent soul cultivator. Asked to borrow a phantom of the Loyan sword to deal with it, and even brought 30 golden core elders alonganly to produce this result. Wen Yuan, seething with frustration, presses for answers. What exactly happened? Have you confirmed the investigation? The subordinate stammers a reply, and not yet. All we know so far is that Elder Wang invited 3 golden core cultivators down the mountain to deal with the enemy. But it appears they were all slaughtered. Hearing this only fuels his rage. He slams his fist into the spirit lamp shelf. Wen Yuan's expression turns grim as he unleashes a torrent of abuse. A bunch of useless trash, over 30 people, plus the phantom of the Loyan sword. And they couldn't even handle a single person. Activate the mountain protection formation at maximum level immediately. We still don't know the enemy's objective. They could show up at our doorstep at any moment. The subordinate hurriedly acknowledges the order. The scene shifts to outside Loyan sect's mountain gate. Xiaoxuan surveys the formation before him and notes that this mountain protection array is of no low rank. Lin Zhai rests a hand on her sword. Ready to act? Can we just brute force our way through? But Xiaoxuan gently holds her back. We could, but that would make far too much noise. Before we find your ancestral sword manual, it's best we keep a low profile. Your master has a better plan. Do this later. Sometime later, Xiaoxuan suddenly puts on an act and bursts out screaming, Grand Elder, something terrible. Sect Master Elder Wang. Elder Linthi have all been murdered. Wen Yuan furrows his brow and looks at them, too. Who are you people? Xiaoxuan makes himself look as wretched and tattered as possible, wailing. This young lady is the illegitimate daughter of Master Lin Yuncheng. I'm her bodyguard. Last night Master never came home. We asked around everywhere and learned that he stayed at City Lord Wang's residence last night only to be killed by a mysterious figure. Wen Yuan narrows his eyes suspiciously, then flicks his wrist to launch a probing strike. Illegitimate daughter of Lin Yuncheng. The attack grazes across her shoulder, drawing a trace of fresh blood. He immediately smears it onto the life token beside him. Seeing 3 characters and a bloodline match glow into view, Wen Yuan thinks this is Lin Yuncheng's life token. If they share the same bloodline, it will display the confirmation. So these people really do have a connection to Lin Yuncheng. He then looks at them and demands, you too. Why have you come up the mountain? Xiaoxuan puts on a terrified expression, clasps his hands, and hurriedly explains, we heard that a mysterious figure single-handedly slaughtered 30 golden core cultivators and annihilated the city lords. Mansion, we feared it might be Master's enemy, so we deliberately climbed the mountain to seek Luoyang sect's aid. Lin Zhai plays along. She slices open another cut on her hand and says, Sect Master Yi, I learned from my father that you are currently refining the Lin family's sword manual but suffered backlash, and have been searching for a way to resolve it. I'm not sure if my father has mentioned it to you, but the Lin family actually possesses an ancestral sword refinement method. The Lin family has practiced the sword for generations. The blood of a Lin family member is naturally sufficient to refine the sword manual, and it also has restorative effects on injuries caused by the sword manual's backlash. Wen Yuan's conviction depends even knows about the Lin family's sword manual, unless he speaks up and demands this method of dispelling backlash you mentioned. Can you demonstrate it for me right now? I advise you not to deceive me. The consequences are beyond anything you can bear. She extends her bloodied arm forward. Of course you can test it first. The blood flows at an unhurried pace, coiling around his body. Wen Yuan lowers his eyes in thought. I can feel it. The internal injuries left by the Luoyang sword's backlash are being healed. There's definitely some effect. He turns his back and grants them passage. Go on in. But he fails to notice the gleaming, venomous eyes of the two serpents behind his back. It worked. Wen Yuan begins speaking in a low voice to his subordinate once more. I'm heading down the mountain today to personally investigate the incident involving Elder Wang and the others. While I am away, no one is to activate the mountain protection formation under any circumstances. Also make arrangements for those two. The man hurriedly acknowledges the order. Xiaoxuan catches every last word. A smirk tugs at his lips. A heaven-sent opportunity. Night descends swiftly, and the surrounding air grows even more tranquil. Inside the room, the master-disciple duo Xiaoxuan and Lin Zhi have already begun exchanging cultivation, transmitting internal energy to one another. Jianu's strength has now increased to Foundation Establishment, first layer. System host has imparted 200 days of cultivation to disciple. Reward 3x multiplier activated 600 days of cultivation received. He nods and looks at her. Good. You now have Foundation Establishment first layer cultivation. Once we obtain the Lin family's sword manual, you'll be able to awaken the innate sword physique. Xiaoxuan Golden Core 6th layer. Lin Zhai can't contain her curiosity and asks, the innate sword physique again? What exactly is that? But he simply ignores the question. Never mind that, let's move out now. Standing on elevated ground, eyes fixed on the compound shrouded in layered barriers, Xiaoxuan asks, are you certain you can locate the sword manual? Lin Zhai answers with confidence, rest assured master. He nods provisionally. Fine, you take the lead then. Without another word, the two shoot off like birds, swift and silent. But a half-asleep guard looms directly in their path. Lin Zhai whispers softly, a guard. He replies calmly, it's fine, master can mask both our auras. Anyone below nascent soul won't be able to detect us. The door to the secret chamber eases open. The moment she spots the Luoyang sword radiating overwhelming oppressive force ahead, she exclaims with delight, found it. Xiaoxuan immediately assigns the task focus on refining it. I'll stand guard for you. Lin Zhai nods in agreement. Yes, master. She sits down and channels every ounce of her power to connect with the last trace of sword soul. Lin Zhai pours all her spiritual energy into a direct assault on the Luoyang sword. The sword seems to sense it, responding with a faint ripple of power. Then, without warning, it unleashes a vicious backlash that sweeps toward her. Lin Zhai can't dodge in time. A mouthful of blood bursts from her lips as she thinks this sword still harbors the spiritual consciousness of the Luoyang sect master. The commotion inside finally alerts the guard. Who goes there? You there? He doesn't hesitate. He snaps the object in his hand. It transforms into a streak of light that rockets into the sky, firing an emergency signal flare. Seeing their cover blown, Xiaoxuan's expression darkens into a smirk. Looks like there's no hiding it anymore. Since things have come to this, let's make some noise. At the same moment, Wen Yuan riding his sword in the skies, Bayan receives the signal. He erupts in shock. Someone has touched my Luoyang sword. It's an ambush. Immediately, the other peak masters of Luoyang sect converge from all directions. Who dares act so insolently at our Loyan sect? State your name, you're completely surrounded. Surrender now and it'll hurt less. Xiaoxuan steps forward calmly, facing them head-on. Tade, without my permission not a single one of you gets past me and through that door. He raises his hand and unleashes his sword intent. A tidal wave of sword intent surges forward, crashing into the crowd all at once. They immediately weave hand seals and conjure a barrier. Boasting a mere sword-controlling techniqueen, you dare showboat before golden core cultivators like us. But reality slaps them across the face almost instantly. They shriek in agony. What? My protective artifact destroyed in a single blow? How does this flying sword have such devastating power? Xiaoxuan watches the scene unfold and lets out a laugh. Last time I killed 3 golden core cultivators in a single round, I figured maybe they'd had too much to drink and weren't at their best. But now, Loyan sect really is just this weak. It finally dawns on them dimly, but lately just who he is. One man who slaughtered 30 golden core cultivators. You are. He stands as bold and unyielding as ever, declaring at full volume, I walk without changing my name, I sit without changing my surname. Xuan Xiao of Nam Li sect, if Loyan sect still has the strength to come after me after Tanite, remember this name well. The crowd takes his words at face value, their expressions darkening. Nam Li sect, it figures, within a 10-mile radius. The only sect that can rival Loyan sect is Nam Li sect. Everyone follow me, seize this Nam Li sect thief. Yes. Facing them all down, Xiaoxuan remains utterly fearless and roars, wonderful. Now we're talking, finally something that can make me happy. The sword intent streak forward like lightning, piercing clean through their bodies. Screams tear across the sky. Help, stay back, don't come any closer. He surveys their wretched state and asks with undisguised contempt, is this really all you've got? I haven't even gone all out yet. That peak master wounds riddling his entire body still talks tough, jabbing a trembling finger, you brat from Nam Li sect. Our sect master is on his way back right now. When he arrives, he'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. Xiaoxuan flashes a harmless smile. Oh, I'm right here waiting, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. When Yuan appears out of nowhere and plummets from the sky, despicable dog stunt, you dare get arrogant. Xiaoxuan swiftly raises his fan into a defensive stance. Oh, that was fast. He swings the fan in a wide arc, conjuring a sword shadow reinforced with a devastating palm strike that rockets forward to intercept the blow. Xiaoxuan's sword intent even manages to slice clean through Wen Yuan's physical sword. After a single exchange, Wen Yuan is already forced to retreat at a disadvantage. He roars with fury, you Nam Li sect scum, you've got some nerve daring to run wild on Loyan sect's home ground. He sneers coldly and summons 2 twisted, supple swords. What is the Loyan sect anyway? Even your elder was beaten to the point of collapse by my hand. Xiaoxuan forms a seal before his chest, strange runes flickering into existence, before he strikes out toward the old man. Try this on for size, you old geezer. This technique is called the Special Edition Boundless World Traversing Sword Art. The 2 blades, wreathed in mysterious runes, howl like a gale as they tear toward the old man. When Yuan raises his sword, his eyes burning with rage. You villain, you dare to look down on my Loyan sect, you are celebrating too early. Xiaoxuan dodges the attacks with ease, coolly appraising his opponent. His sword stance is extraordinary. His cultivation base must be at the peak of nascent soul. He has likely spent years damaging his own foundation by refining the sword's essence, which is why he hasn't broken through yet. His actual combat power, however, is already at the nascent soul level. The 2 twisted swords pinned into the ground are suddenly controlled to fly upward. The situation takes an unstable turn and he begins to feel a hint of anxiety. This is troublesome. I hope little Zhai Nu can subdue that sword soon. Under the influence of the runes, the sword begins to duplicate itself. This formidable technique is known as 10,000 sword chi. Wen Yuan, despite his hatred, is forced to admit his awe. He can use the 10,000 sword chi technique on physical blades. His sword already possesses incredible power, at least a mystic-grade high tier. With thousands of mystic-grade swords descending at once, can this even be called a sword technique? It is hardly an exaggeration to call this a supreme divine ability. Things cannot continue like this, it seems there is only one way. With that thought, he slams his sword into the ground. A heaven-shaking surge of spiritual power erupts from the blade like a raging storm. The power slams against the barrier. He shouts loudly, activate the mountain protecting grand formation. Loyan sect is absolutely not a place a brat like you can touch. Xiaoxuan lunges forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Xiaoxuan leaps high into the air to dodge. Unable to help but sigh, they say the Loyan sect's mountain protecting formation was left behind by a first-rate grandmaster at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Over 100 years later, its power has not dimmed in the slightest. The phantoms of the twisted supple swords have been wiped out. It seems I must be more careful. At that moment, a familiar burst of power surges, filling him with joy. A good disciple indeed, you arrived just in time. The system prompts host has assisted the disciple in activating the Earth grade. Innate sword body rewards have been increased tenfold. Innate sword body heaven grade. Xiaoxuan feels a surge of power boiling within his body. So this is what the innate sword body feels like. He feels as though he is gaining insights into every strand of sword chi drifting through the heavens and earth. The sword chi flows steadily now. Seeing this, Wen Yuan is struck by a sudden, jarring realization. He is breaking through in the middle of battle. Without hesitation, he forms seals to create 3 circular barriers, merging them into an even more powerful formation. He bellows, I will hack you into 100 pieces right now, let's see what you use to break through. But the power does not strike down as Wen Yuan intended, it instead flies backward. Confused and horrified, the old man shouts, what is happening? Why is the mountain protecting formation disobeying me? Watching the scene, Xiaoxuan smiles triumphantly. It seems your sect master can no longer command it. His sword is now churning with power, drawing in every ounce of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He stands below, maintaining the seal, his lips moving incessantly. Clearly, within the Loyan sect's mountain protecting formation, you were hiding the true Loyan sword. Yet you tried to snatch an incomplete sword manual from the Lin family. From above the sword, an invisible hand suffused with overwhelming power reaches out. Xiaoxuan continues slowly, you didn't even hesitate to waste your own blood essence to nurture the sword manual. How ridiculous, the sword is pulled out completely by that hand. A colossal wave of power manifests behind him. Xiaoxuan curls his lips into a cold smile. Since you are such an unvirtuous sect master, I shall reclaim the Loyan sword. As for you, pay with your life for those of the Lin family who died back then. Wen Yuan watches the sword descend toward him and screams in terror. Attack! But no one stops it. The giant sword crashes down, creating a long, deep fissure on the ground that seems to split the very earth in two. Seeing the wreckage, the others are filled with dread. Is he trying to level the entire Loyan peak? Xiaoxuan shows no signs of stopping. He lifts his chin, eyeing them with a threatening gaze. Those who participated in the attack on the Lin family show some self-awareness. Cut off one of your own arms and get lost. Do not wait for me to take action, for if I do, the entire Loyan sect will die. They scramble to admit their mistakes and retreat. My son is still in the sect, he did nothing, it was all my fault. Then they begin to sever their own arms. Please spare my son, I am willing to pay any price. I have family members still inside the sect, please spare them. Watching the crowd clutching their arms as they fled, Xiaoxuan's heart remains cold. They only understood the meaning of pain when a blade was at their own throats. Why was no mercy shown when they were slaughtering the families of others? At this moment Lin Zhai appears, joyfully holding the sword. Master, look, I have successfully subdued the sword manual. I have decided to name it the World Sword. Furthermore, after subduing the sword, I feel that cultivation has become much easier. Before, I wasn't used to the 10,000 sword chi, but now I have finally grasped it. He smiles at her with praise. Well done, he thinks to himself, this must be the effect of successfully awakening the innate sword body. Looking at the devastated landscape, Lin Zhai curiously asks, was there a great battle earlier? He nods and replies, indeed. The Loyan sect master has been eliminated. What do you say if we take over the Loyan sect? She asks in astonishment. Take over the Loyan sect? Master, you aren't planning to be an elder of the Hengmeng sect anymore. Xiaoxuan slowly raises a hand to gesture for her to quiet down. I will have the Su family send people to take over. I only want to be the one collecting the profits. Very well, let's go. Your master must hatch a grand business plan. After returning to Loyan City, Xiaoxuan leads the Su family to take over. The Wang family, despite their discontent, had lost all their assets to Xiaoxuan and now dared not act rashly. The madam wails in grief, Old Wang, your death was so tragic. with the resources of the Loyan sect as support. The Su family takes control of Loyan City. Simultaneously, under Xiao Xuan's guidance, a series of establishments like tourist coaches for city tour were launched, causing Loyan City's economy to skyrocket. Carriage drivers also began to have a steady income, 2 coins per trip. Tour the whole city, hop off whenever you like. After entering secluded cultivation, Xiao Xuan also helps Lin Zhai and Su Muhan with a cultivation transfer. Both of them have now reached the foundation establishment realm. Lin Zhai is now at the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. Muhan is not far behind, having attained the 1st stage of foundation establishment. Unlike his 2 hardworking disciples, Xiao Xuan lounges about eating fruit. Muhan approaches to read the business ledger for the week. The small golden core has been sought after by countless cultivators since it went on sale every day. It is sold out as soon as it hits the shelves, and future sales are expected to be stable. Just the income from the small golden core alone reaches 1 million low-grade spirit stones per day, not to mention the other benefits it brings. Reading the reports fills Muhan with joy. Spirit stones raining from the sky. Xiao Xuan enjoys it even more, inwardly chuckling as he kicks his feet up. That's it, reaching the peak of life means being able to lay back and enjoy the beautiful life. Suddenly someone calls out loudly from outside. Elder Xiao. It is Yi Chen who is approaching on his flying sword. Seeing it is him, Xiao Xuan doesn't even bother to change his posture to greet him. Disciple Yi, what brings you here today? Is your master doing well lately? Come have some fruit. He lands on the ground and replies solemnly, no need, Elder Xiao. The sect master asked me to pass along a message. Yi Chen clears his throat twice. Finding his voice, he immediately mimics the sect master's tone to relay the message. I hear Elder Xiao has recently seized control of the Loyan sect unless, of course, he has other plans. The impersonation nearly makes Xiao Xuan choke and spit out his tea. Xiao Xuan straightens up hastily and replies, Sect Master Senior Brother is still as sharp as ever with his intelligence. Go back and tell him for me I've always been loyal to the Hengmeng sect. The Loyan sect was just free real estate, nothing more. He clasps his fists to show understanding, then continues, Yi Chen understands. Also, the Interpeak tournament begins in 3 days. The sect master asked me to remind you if you wish to remain in the Hengmeng sect, make sure you arrive on time. He replies without a trace of urgency. Relax, I'll be there on time guaranteed. Very well, go make your preparations, it's time to head back for the tournament. Yes sir. Lin Zhai suddenly recalls the trouble awaiting them back at the sect, a headache already forming. She turns to remind her junior sister. When we return to the sect, there are certain people you must be careful around if you encounter them. Sumohan looks puzzled. Who? Her expression grows grave as she recounts, they were originally Master's own disciples, but they later betrayed the sect and conspired to harm him. I'll explain the details on the way. Sumohan nods. All right. The scene shifts to the 6th peak of the Hengmeng sect. Wang Yan's expression turns somber as he delivers urgent news. Word is that Xiao Xuan is about to return. Are the 2 of you ready? Wang Zheng doesn't hold back, speaking bluntly, Master, forgive me for saying this, but the techniques you taught us require spirit beast essence blood to cultivate. Why do I get the feeling these methods look a lot like demonic cultivation arts? The words barely leave his mouth before Wang Yan lashes out in fury. The strike sends him flying backward. Wang Yan hasn't even withdrawn his hand, his tone dripping with anger as he scolds, Ignorant child, what could you possibly know? How many techniques have you even seen in the Hengmeng sect, and yet you dare doubt the methods I've imparted to you? Wang Zheng flinches from the pain and immediately bows in apology. This disciple knows he was wrong, but inwardly he curses without end. This twisted crap, I want nothing to do with it. Wang Yan then turns to Qiu Han. Qiu Han, what about you? He clasps his fists and replies, I've followed Master's instructions to the letter. I've cultivated to the 3rd layer of the technique, and my cultivation has reached foundation establishment 5th layer. Wang Yan bursts into delighted laughter. Excellent, cultivated to the 3rd layer, among the younger generation of the Hengmeng sect. Securing 1st place shouldn't be difficult at all. In the Hengmeng tournament, nothing else matters as much as the prize Hengmeng Violet Qi. That is the supreme treasure. Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the Hengmeng sect once gave rise to a human immortal. This Hengmeng violet qi is the grand fortune that the human immortal left behind upon passing into ascension. Every year, the Hengmeng sect holds a tournament, and each victorious peak receives a set portion of Hengmeng violet qi. Wang Yan speaks with deadly seriousness. Remember this, both of you every participant in a match receives some Hengmeng violet qi. But the final champion earns the purest, top-grade violet qi. Under no circumstances are you allowed to lose. If either of you loses, your fate will be the same as this table. Gyuhan immediately clasps his fists in acknowledgement. Yes, sir. But deep inside, he already regrets everything to his core. If I'd known the 6th peak was this twisted, I would have stayed at the 7th peak and enjoyed a carefree life. What a terrible miscalculation. Satisfied with their answers, he waves them off. Dismissed, the two of you may leave. They respond at once, yes, sir. A mysterious black-clothed figure suddenly materializes in the room. Even your own subordinates are starting to get suspicious. Looks like you need to pick up the pace. Wang Yan shoots him a razor-sharp glare. I didn't go through the trouble of breaching the mountain protection array to sneak you into the Hengmeng sect just so you could provoke people. How are the preparations coming along? The black-clothed figure ran on other than Chang Fing lets out a cold snort. Relax. I guarantee I'll show the entire Hengmeng sect what true terror means. Then a bizarre, utterly terrifying smile spreads across his face. The scene shifts to the entrance plaza of the Hengmeng sect. The atmosphere here is utterly serene. A young man can't help but ask, Old man Wang, you're here to watch the excitement at the Hengmeng sect too. The old man shakes his head. Not exactly. My grandchild tested positive for spiritual roots this year. I'm bringing them out to see the world. Others chime in with excited chatter. This entrance plaza isn't bad at all, note inferior to our Heavenly Sword sect. That's Fairy Zhuxuan of the Hengmeng sect, isn't it? She's grown much more beautiful compared to previous years. The once-in-5 years tournament has finally begun. This year, it seems spectators from other sects are not few at all. I wonder which peak will win this time. It's bound to be the 1st peak again. They've won every single time in recent years. Elder Qi Feng of the 1st peak is a high-ranking elder of the Hengmeng sect, a true veteran. He's known as the foremost peak elder. Qi Feng arrived well in advance, his expression unchanging as he listens to the chatter. He is already at Golden Core 4th layer. The rest of his disciples are all geniuses who have achieved foundation establishment. These forces are formidable. Someone then gestures toward the beauty who is the 2nd peak's elder, Zhu Xuan. Have you forgotten about Fairy Zhuxuan of the 2nd peak? Not long ago she also broke through to Golden Core 4th layer. Her disciples are exceptional wielders of the Azure Violet twin swords. Their strength is not to be underestimated, let alone sect master Zhang He of the main peak. They lower their voices in unison to whisper. Speaking of which, are these the only elders who showed up today? Where's Xiao Xuan of the 7th peak? He's probably too afraid of losing face to show up. The disciples under him train. All through direct energy transfer, a bunch of trash. The gong ringer steps forward to make the announcement. We now announce the rules for the 1st round of the tournament. The tournament will proceed in a wheel battle format. Each match will draw 2 peaks against each other. The loser is eliminated and receives 1 loss recorded. 2 peaks drawn. The loser returns to the lineup and waits for their next turn. The winner advances to the next round. The winner remains on the arena floor for the next bout. Accumulate 3 wins to advance. Accumulate 3 losses and you are eliminated. Cultivation resources will be distributed based on the rankings determined through the tournament matches. Furthermore, the champion may also receive a supreme-grade Earthrealm magical artifact. The crowd gasps in shock, repeating the words Arui Azure Wind Sword. The first gong sounds, 1st round of the tournament, 6th peak versus 1st peak. Wang Zheng steps onto the arena first with his qi-refining 7th layer cultivation, sparking excited chatter among the crowd. Wang Zheng, wasn't he a disciple of the 1st peak? Why is he representing the 6th peak? You haven't heard. Wang Zheng already betrayed his master ages ago. He's joined the 6th peak now. Isn't this going to be one hell of a show? Zhang Yi can't help but inquire. Xiaoxuan still hasn't arrived. Yi Chen answers cautiously from behind, reporting to Master there's no sign of him yet. He strokes his beard, his deep-set eyes distant, and murmurs, Xiaoxuan. The spectators, eager for drama, already begin mocking and gossiping. If the first peak has no one, doesn't that mean an automatic forfeit? Even if they had someone, so what? Who could step onto the arena against Wang Zheng, Xiao Xuan himself? The gong ringer raises his hand, about to announce the match's end. First peak has no challenger. This match is forfeited when a familiar voice suddenly rings out. Wait! Xiao Xuan appears at a leisurely pace, accompanied by two of his disciples. My apologies, I overslept this morning and arrived late. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. The moment Wang Zheng spots him, he opens his mouth to sneer. This old fool still hasn't kicked that waste Lin Zhai out of the sect. And now he's taken in yet another female disciple, gorgeous no less. A vile thought coils in his mind. What a knockout. In a bit, I'll crush that pretty little junior sister right underfoot in front of the old man. His expression is going to be priceless. Xiao Xuan glances at his opponent on the stage, then without a shred of hesitation turns his gaze to his second disciple. Mohan, you're up, good chance to stretch your legs. She answers obediently, yes, master. But then Lin Zhai grabs her wrist, stopping her cold. Mohan turns in surprise. Senior sister. Lin Zhai whispers in a low, urgent voice, junior sister, that guy, you don't know him yet, but he's the one who betrayed master. Nearly crippled him for life, don't show him an ounce of mercy. The instant she hears that, Mohan's eyes harden, her gaze shifting to the man on stage like a blade unsheathed. I've already heard stories about master from senior sister. I never imagined the very first thing I'd see upon returning to the sect would be a pack of traitors who turned against him. If that's the case, then she needs to put on a show worthy of her master's name. Zhang He peers at Mohan's cultivation and his eyes darken. At her age foundation establishment first stage, it seems Elder Xiao's trip this time has landed him yet another exceptional disciple. Wang Zheng sees her stepping forward and immediately needles her junior sister. Studying under Elder Xiao Xuan, you've probably learned nothing of value, right? Your senior brother here, out of chivalrous concern, will let you strike first. But Mohan's tongue is razor sharp and she fires back without missing a beat. My master's lineage has never harbored traitors. What kind of dog are you, a disciple who betrays his own master and destroys his own roots? Do presume to call yourself my senior brother? Those words send Wang Zheng into a white-hot rage. Fine, since you can't tell good from bad, don't blame me for not holding back. Do be careful, junior sister. My spring rain sword technique, even your precious Xiao Xuan once praised it as not bad. Mohan shows not a flicker of fear. Two slender fingers catch the blade mid-swing with effortless precision. Wang Zheng freezes. What? She gives a light squeeze, the blade shatters like glass, her voice cuts through the air, cold and measured. The sword technique isn't half bad, I'll give you that. But the way you wield it is atrocious. You couldn't even break through my basic spiritual chi barrier. What kind of swordsman are you supposed to be? Wang Zheng stares at his disintegrated sword, stunned beyond belief. A swordsman who's lost his blade. Humiliation claws at him as he forces the words out, I admit defeat. But the moment he turns to leave, Mohan's voice rings out again. Hold it, the sect tournament rules say we fight to the end. I can't kill you here, consider yourself lucky. Take one palm strike from me, then get lost. Wang Zheng swings his palm to counter, fury blazing in his eyes. Don't push your luck. Two palms collide, kaboom, a shockwave tears across the arena. The only one sent reeling is Wang Zheng, his hand a mess of bloody wounds. Mohan stands tall and untouched, not a single scratch on her. He stares at his limp, trembling arm. Yao, you were at foundation establishment, how is that possible? With that level of power, why would you even need to bow to Xiao Xuan as your master? Mohan raises her hand, a faint, composed smile on her lips. Half a month ago I was still at Qi refining first stage. Now foundation establishment. First stage. All thanks to Master Xiao Xuan's cultivation technique, bone marrow cleansing, a complete transformation, twice the results in half the effort. Something a few traitors like you couldn't dream of achieving even in your wildest fantasies. Those words drive Wang Zheng into a seething fury. That old fox Xiao Xuan actually used qi transference to empower his disciples and bone marrow cleansing to boot. Damn him. The gong striker steps forward and announces, first match, first peak wins. The matches press onward. Then interrupting the flow, a single strike descends like thunder. Wait, a man drops from seemingly nowhere, landing directly before them. Yi Qiuhan tilts his head up, his face darkening as he declares, I challenge the 7th peak. The crowd erupts. Heaven's Yi Kyuhan is issuing a direct challenge. There's a rule for this, isn't there? If someone issues a direct challenge, the challenged side cannot refuse, but the peak elders have free reign to choose who fights. Does the 7th peak even have anyone capable? No way. Yi Kyuhan was once called Little Xiaoxuan within the sect. Now at Foundation Establishment 5th stage. His cultivation alone qualifies him to be a peak elder. Yi Kyuhan has already reached Foundation Establishment 5th stage. He crosses his arms and demands, Elder Zio, send out your disciple. Xiaoxuan doesn't flinch. He calls out casually, Little Jier. Lin Zhai accepts the order and strides onto the stage without hesitation. She lifts her gaze, eyes sharp as blades. Disciple present. Xiaoxuan fans himself and murmurs, be careful out there. Seeing that it's Lin Zhai who answers the challenge, Kyuhan's expression turns glacial. The former servant girl of the 7th peak thinks she's worthy of standing on this grand tournament stage. You really should be careful, Xiaoxuan smirks, his eyes laced with contempt. I was talking to you. Yi Kyuhan jerks his head aside to dodge, but the strike still leaves a thin, glistening cut across his cheek. From the stands, Xiaoxuan grins and cheers. Little Jier, smash that mouth of his for me. She nods solemnly. Disciple obeys. The exchange sends Kyuhan into a rage. He rips his sword from its sheath. You have a death wish. Behind him, a blazing fire phoenix materializes, radiating overwhelming majesty. Wang Yan watches from the side, his chest puffing up with pride. Yi Kyuhan is deploying the flying swallow sword technique with very one Xiaoxuan personally designed for him based on his sword habits back in the day. Elder Meng beside him adds with a sycophantic grin. Exactly using the sword technique his own master taught him to crush his master's disciple. Xiaoxuan's face is going to be absolutely spectacular to watch. But Lin Zhai merely parts her lips in a cold, dismissive hiss. Then she raises her arm and slashes upward. A torrent of sword chi rockets forward like a loosed arrow, barreling straight at him. Yi Kyuhan raises his hand to block. Commendable courage. His smirk barely lasts a heartbeat. His sword splits clean in two. Yi Kyuhan's face drains of color, horror and disbelief washing over him as he stares at the impossible sight. What is this? How is this possible? Lin Zhai calmly sheathes her sword, gazing down at him with utter disdain. The flying swallow sword technique, that's all. Is it really that hard? On the contrary, you've been studying under your master for nearly 5 years, and this is the level you've reached. I'm honestly embarrassed on your behalf. By the rules, your sword is broken. The match is decided. I should let you walk off the stage with whatever dignity you have left. But I genuinely can't stomach that arrogant look on your face. She reaches into her storage ring, pulls out another sword and hurls it at his feet. Yi Kyuhan snatches it up, killing intent surging across his entire body. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Lin Zhai sidesteps with fluid ease. Then she swings her blade, bites deep into his arm. Yi Kyuhan watches in horror as blood erupts from his arm. He collapses to his knees, clutching the wound, screaming. My arm. Lin Zhai stands above him, poised and untouchable, looking down with cold, imperious eyes. You asked what kind of person I am. Well, now you know. Do you understand now? I am the kind of person that a worthless trash like you could train for 100 years, swing 10,000 swords and still never even graze. Yi Kyuhan snaps. Bloodshot veins crawl across his eyes, rage warping his features into something monstrous. Damn it. Unfazed by his fury, Lin Zhai tosses a few more swords at his feet. Go ahead, Tree, if you can land even a single touch on me today. I'll call it your win. The spectators lose their minds. Those are all Earth-grade spirit weapons. My peak senior sister only has a single human-grade upper-tier weapon. Same here. Word is even the sect master doesn't own more than 5 or 6 Earth-grade treasures. Zhang He watches, his eyes narrowing in appraisal. Xiaoxuan is absolutely loaded, and he's only getting more extravagant. His nose is practically pointing at the sky. So this is what life looks like when you have money. How utterly dull. Staring at the pile of spirit weapons before him, Yi Kyuhan's rage tips past the edge and erupts into mad, unhinged laughter. The eerie reaction puts Lin Zhai on guard. She watches him warily. Demonic chi explodes around him in a swirling vortex. Yi Kyuhan hisses through clenched teeth. I heard Xiaoxuan used chi transference to empower you. I didn't believe it before, but now I see it's true. And these spirit weapons, he gave them all to you too, didn't he? His deteriorating state shocks everyone present into a stunned silence. Xiaoxuan's brow furrows as he assesses the situation. Yi Qiuhan's spiritual energy is destabilizing. Is he on the verge of qi deviation? Yi Qiuhan has descended into something feral, snarling his words. He forced a worthless trash like you up to the level of a genius, really gave everything for that. Does he really think the only thing he taught me was the flying swallow sword technique? The one he taught. This sword technique is a low-grade heaven-tier art, personally sourced for me by Elder Wang of the 6th Peak. You and Xiaoxuan have probably never even seen a sword technique above Earth tier, have you? Faced with that confidence, Lin Zhai merely lets out a cold laugh. She summons her sword with a flick. Don't talk about a heaven-tier sword technique, even a heaven-tier treasure sword. I have one. I originally felt that dealing with trash like you didn't warrant a treasure sword. But since you're so pitiful that obtaining a single heaven-tier sword technique makes you this smug, I'll let you have a taste of what real power looks like. As for that so-called heaven-tier sword technique of yours, you think that's impressive. I'd say it's mediocre at best. Even if you used it, you'd get nowhere, besides when the user is a waste. Don't blame the sword technique for being useless. It's only at this point that Qiuhan finally collapses to his knees in utter defeat. He stares at himself in disbelief. I lost again to Lin Zhai, that foot-washing servant. She doesn't even bother getting angry at the insult. She merely reminds him in a cold voice, we are fellow disciples, so don't say I didn't warn you. If you surrender now, you still have time to go down and regulate your qi. Otherwise, if you suffer qi deviation, I'll be doing the sect a favor by eliminating a liability. But he seems trapped in his own world, muttering under his breath, I lost again. Xiaoxuan actually gave her a heaven-tier treasure sword too, which means I lost to a foot-washing servant. That's impossible. How could I possibly lose? Zhang He observes him and can't help but be reminded of an old acquaintance. This scene is a mirror image of that person's qi deviation all those years ago. He immediately raises his voice. Yi Qiuhan is on the verge of qi deviation, halt the tournament at once. The gong bearer accepts his fate and strikes the gong loudly, sounding the announcement. The grand tournament is paused. Disciples from both sides rush off the arena. Lin Zhai complies, hearing the order. She turns to leave. Consider yourself lucky, trash, but Qiuhan doesn't give her that chance. Want to leave? I won't allow it. Attacked while trying to walk away, Lin Zhai can't suppress the grin of delight spreading across her lips. As it happens, that suits me just fine. I want you to see it's not just the flying swallow sword technique or any ordinary sword art. Even sword riding arts won't save you. Swords controlled by the art streak toward her, trailing immense power. She immediately channels her strength into her own blades and deflects them. I was personally taught by my master something a waste like you could never hope to attain. Qiuhan's face drains of all color, pale with terror. Zhang He, watching from above, leaps to his feet in alarm. Lin Zhai Jr. niece. Only Xiaoxuan remains calm, eyes gently closed in meditation. He offers a quiet reminder, little Zhai, don't be too hasty. Lin Zhai smiles, her entire being radiating confidence as she nods. Master, rest assured, I know exactly what I'm doing. The sword streak past his body, yet only leave a few cuts across his face. Qiuhan, his hair hacked into a ragged chicken feather mess, still doesn't realize what happened and wonders aloud, I'm not dead. Only the people in the audience stands can't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. That hairstyle, senior brother, Yi really can't pull it off. I shouldn't laugh, I can't hold it, I'm laughing first. He looks over, completely bewildered. What are you all laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Lin Zhai, ever considerate, pulls out a hand mirror and holds it out to him. I'd be a little disappointed if I didn't let you appreciate my masterpiece. Here you go, she says cheerfully, presenting it before Qiuhan's face. Seeing his new chicken-like appearance in the mirror, his face immediately turns green. Then she adds, oh, and by the way, my spiritual energy is still lingering on those swords. Until you defeat me, neither your hair nor those scars on your face will recover. You'd better start praying that you'll someday have the chance to surpass me. I hope that every time you pick up a sword from now on, you remember today. Don't think so highly of yourself. Yi Qiuhan, you are fundamentally nothing. Qiuhan can only collapse onto the ground, accepting his defeat, not daring to utter a single word. The audience immediately erupts in murmurs. The seventh peak's strength is truly terrifying. Those heaven-tier artifacts, are they real? Sumohin clicks her tongue in admiration. Senior sister is really terrifyingly thorough. Only Zio Xuan strokes his chin in satisfaction. As expected of my little Zhai, truly my direct disciple. Zhang He, sitting above, suddenly turns to speak with his own disciple. Chenner, do you still remember many years ago I personally expelled a traitor from the sect? He ponders for a moment before replying. If I recall correctly, that was the elder brother of Elder Wang and of the sixth peak. I heard that after betraying the sect, he joined the Sun Moon Demon sect. Master, could it be that you suspect the sixth peak is colluding with the demonic path? The old man nods, then adds, I hope it's all just my suspicion. Go and investigate Wangan for me. Understood, Yi Chen responds at once, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Yes, master. The gong sounds once more. The gong bearer announces at full volume the next match has been drawn, the seventh peak versus the main peak. The moment they hear this, the master-disciple pair of the main peak's expressions darken instantly. Yi Chen scratches his head and speaks up. Master, then I'll. Zhang He immediately gives the order. Go and take the challenge. Lin Zhai today in terms of swordsmanship can likely rival quite a few elders in the sect. Fighting her will benefit you greatly. Hearing this, he nods without hesitation. Yes, master. The two stand side by side on the arena, waiting only for the gong bearer's call. The match begins. Lin Zhai stands with hands on her hips, eyeing him. I didn't expect to draw senior brother Yi in the very first round. Yi Chen wastes no time, he draws his sword immediately. Show me everything you've got, junior sister, I'm ready. She flashes a sly, wicked grin. Oh, is that so? Then Lin Zhai whips out her storage ring, a diabolically devious smile spreading across her face that defies description. Every type of artifact imaginable, swords, spears, shields, even bombardment arrays, all materialize at once. She giggles triumphantly. Well then, since senior brother is being so generous, I won't hold back. He stares at the spectacle before him, his composure utterly shattered. That many artifacts, the people in the audience stands gawk wide-eyed, faces drained of color. Is this even allowed? Meanwhile, Lin Zhai stands happily surrounded by her arsenal of artifacts. I'm all ready, come at me, senior brother, let's begin. As for Yi Chen, his only possession is a single low-grade human-tier sword gifted by his master upon taking him as a disciple. His entire net worth. Dirt poor beyond measure. He hurls his sword down in exasperation and flails in frustration. Against dozens of artifacts, I might as well not even fight, master. Are you going to do something? This is way too unfair. Zhang He can only clear his throat awkwardly, trying to defend his disciple. The sect has never prohibited the use of artifacts in tournament matches. After all, when sword cultivators spar, they naturally need to bring their swords. However, junior niece Lin, this is rather excessive. Lin Zhai agrees to put them all away, on the condition that she's allowed to use just one. Fine, that works, let's get this over with so we can grab lunch. Yi Chen's face instantly brightens with delight upon hearing this. Really? Then senior brother won't hold back. In his mind, Yi Chen thinks smugly, if it's just one treasure sword, even a heaven-tier artifact won't faze me. Finish this quick, there's still that task master gave me to complete. Lin Zhai raises her hand with a grin. Of course I'm telling the truth. This shield can withstand the full force strike of a 10th layer innate realm cultivator. Seems perfect for senior brother. Go ahead, senior brother, give it everything you've got. Yi Chen charges forward with full momentum only to slam to a dead stop against it. She continues taunting, senior brother, can you even do it? Can't even break through a 10th layer innate shield. At this rate, you probably won't even be able to touch me, will you? Yi Chen's blood boils. You a man can't be called not enough, it's just a 10th layer innate full force strike, right? Watch me break it right now, brace yourself, junior sister. But then another sturdy shield barrier materializes right in front of her. Yi Chen can't react in time and slams his head straight into it. He clutches his swollen head and groans in despair. There's another one, damn it, so not just 2 full force strikes. Not 3, Lin Zhai has 3x stacked shields. By the 4th strike, she still has a 4x shield barrier protecting her. A while later, Yi Chen is propped up by his sword on the arena floor, panting like a dog, but the wall of shields still stands thick and unbroken. Finally, he can't take it anymore. He shakes all over and surrenders. I can't do this anymore. The gongbearer immediately steps forward to announce. I hereby declare that the first advancement spot of this round belongs to the 7th peak. Meanwhile, Yi Chen is still technically alive, he's just collapsed from exhaustion. Lin Zhai immediately beams and bows gracefully toward the audience stands. The two remaining opponents can't help but break into a cold sweat. The senior brother was actually ground down and defeated by his opponent's defensive artifacts. Against dozens of defensive artifacts, senior brother really did his best. Xiao Xuan cheers enthusiastically, clapping without pause. Little Zhai is cunning and insidious, full of clever scheme, something I rather like. The onlookers outside shiver down their spines, so there's actually a fighting style like this. The hidden strength of the seventh peak is truly terrifying, just a bit noisy. Once she sits back down, he glances over and asks, "But didn't you already have it out for Yi Chen, saying you wanted to take him down head-on?" Lin Zhai answers straightforwardly, "Back then his cultivation was higher than mine. He could barely qualify as my opponent. Today he's only at the 10th level of innate realm, while I'm already at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. If I used my real strength against him, wouldn't that just be bullying?" Mohan used to needle her with words without a shred of hesitation, but now everyone's already saying senior sister is the one bullying people. Lin Zhai crosses her legs, her face dead serious. "In any case, I'm not the old Lin Zhai anymore with Master's guidance. My goal now is to challenge the true prodigies of the Sword Dao." This makes Xiao Xuan unable to hold back his praise. "Now that's ambition worthy of being my personal disciple. Come, head back and rest well. Tomorrow brings the second round." Wang Yan, who had been watching from start to finish, falls into a grim silence. He never expected Lin Zhai to possess this kind of power now. Damn it. Xingyu had been silently observing all along, and now she speaks up. That was truly a spectacular match. But Wei Jiu beside her doesn't share that opinion. In this tiny Hongmeng sect, the hidden reserves are indeed extraordinary. But compared to all of Great Qin, it's still trivial. She gently chimes in to speak up for Lin Zhai. "Elder Wei may not be aware I've already sent spies to investigate. That young woman from earlier is the personal disciple of Elder Xiao Xuan from the Hongmeng sect. A few months ago, she was still an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. I hear that not long ago this Xiao Xuan caused an uproar at the Luoyan city lord's manor, then went up the mountain and challenged the Luoyan sect. Now both major sects have fallen into his hands. From what we just saw, he holds considerable prestige within the Hongmeng sect, capable of rallying numerous martial factions with his strength alone. Isn't this exactly the kind of person we're looking for?" Wei Jiu had nearly grasped her intentions. He simply asks, "So you plan to recruit this man?" She nods, "If he can secure first place in today's Hongmeng Violet Qi distribution." The scene shifts to the entrance of the first peak. A clear, ringing voice echoes out. "The Hongmeng Violet Qi." Mohan doesn't quite understand. "The Hongmeng Violet Qi." Xiaoxuan explains calmly. "The Hongmeng Violet Qi is one of the Hongmeng sect's greatest treasures, distributed according to the annual tournament rankings. I've heard that cultivating within the Hongmeng Violet Qi over time boosts one's fortune. Those who immerse themselves in the Violet Qi for extended periods are said to gain a blessing of destiny. If you take first place this year, I hear you can even obtain top-grade Hongmeng Violet Qi." Mohan nods. "Once the Violet Qi descends, the entire peak will undergo a remarkable transformation. I never expected the Hongmeng sect, despite its modest fame, to possess such an astonishing treasure." He continues, "Indeed, when I first learned of it I was quite surprised too. Perhaps the Hongmeng sect was once a much greater sect in the ancient past." With that, the master and his two disciples stride onward, heading straight toward the wondrous treasure that lies ahead. Lin Zhai senses the surrounding spiritual energy and can't help but marvel. The spiritual energy in the air is so much denser now. Training here from now on would mean twice the results with half the effort. Mohan stares in astonishment at the golden tree before them. Isn't this the essential ingredient for refining countless golden core pills, in unlimited quantities? How can there be this much? This year's Hongmeng Violet Qi seems even richer than before. Then Lin Zhai gasps at the lotus pond ahead, a whole pool of fireheart lotuses. With all of this, couldn't we forge spirit swords just like Master does? Xiao Xuan generously gives his permission. Feel free to try. They continue onward. Lin Zhai keeps wondering why even their dwelling has been automatically renovated. He replies nonchalantly, I've heard the structures of the Hongmeng sect are formed from the mountains themselves, shaped by illusion. Now that we've seen it firsthand, it appears to be true. All right, everyone head back to your rooms and rest. Rest up and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Both reply in unison, delighted. Yes, master. Meanwhile, at the tournament grounds, two figures are still trading blows on the arena. Fan Tuan brings down a silk-soft sword strike from above toward Wang Zheng. The sword flies from his grip. He angrily rubs his wrist. Damn it! She holds her side sword and smiles, twisting the knife. I recall you once came to my master begging to join the second peak. Too bad master turned you down. Frankly, you have no real devotion to the sword. I doubt you came to learn from my master for her swordsmanship. You probably just noticed the second peak has plenty of female disciples. Too bad, no matter how many female disciples the second peak has, none of them would give a damn about some pretty boy trash. Hearing those vicious words, Wang Zheng doesn't refute a single one. But Fan Tuan isn't done tearing into him yet. I'd long heard that Elder Zio customizes sword techniques for his disciples. I was really looking forward to testing one out. But it seems no matter how good the sword technique, if the swordsman is garbage, the technique is garbage. What a pity. If only Lin Shaimai were my opponent this round instead. He trembles with rage, his nails scraping the ground in bitter frustration, yet he silently endures it all. A familiar gong rings out. The announcer declares the sixth peak has lost 3 matches and forfeited advancement eligibility. Wang Yan, seated on the high platform, goes livid. A bunch of useless trash. Go find Wang Changfeng Shixing and tell him the sixth peak's advancement is hopeless. Prepare everything once the tournament results are announced. We attack and seize the Hongmeng Violet Qi. The man beside him answers yes. The second day arrives swiftly. Lin Zhai takes the stage once more. Her opponent is Luo Rai. He asks playfully, I genuinely wish to experience Shaimai's swordsmanship. You won't just smash me to death with a treasure weapon, will you? She smiles back in return. Hard to say. Hearing that, Luo Rai wastes no more words and charges in immediately. Then show me your true skill. Lin Zhai raises her sword before her, thinking to herself fever since obtaining that sword. Her understanding of the sword Dao has been completely transformed. Her innate sword physique, paired with an enlightened sword heart, lets her perceive her opponent's weaknesses at will. Defeated in a single strike before he even gets started, Luo Rai furrows his brow in dissatisfaction. But he has no choice but to accept it. Cupping his fists and stepping back. Shaimai's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I willingly concede defeat. The gong bearer immediately announces second peak loses, the final victor of the day 7th peak. Several girls in the stands instantly switch into fangirl mode. Who would have thought Elder Zio, silent all these years, would make such a comeback today? I wonder what kind of person could catch Elder Zio's eye. Lin Zhai returns to her spot and hears her master's praise. That last sword strike was beautiful. Just then, a gentle breeze sweeps through, accompanied by a soft, elegant voice. Zio Shidi, it's been so long, you look much healthier than before. Zio Xuan smiles at her, instantly noticing that Shiji also looks well, her aura significantly stronger than before. It seems her travels abroad during this period have yielded no small gains. Back when he and Shiji Zhuxuan joined the Hongmeng sect one after another, his cultivation had advanced at breakneck speed. Shiji was always competing with him, used to find it so annoying. Back then, she would only glance at him coldly and say, next time I will surpass you. He never expected his cultivation to plateau later on. Among all his sect peers, only Shiji continued to treat him the same. Zhuxuan was the one who grabbed him by the collar and yelled, look at what you've become. If you don't want to be laughed at, train with me. Zio Xuan still remembers that debt of gratitude and speaks warmly. Thank you for looking after me, Shiji. Recently I've taken on 2 excellent disciples. Everyone's in high spirits. How long do you plan to stay in the sect this time, Shiji? Zhuxuan answers casually, I plan to stay a few days this time. Last time you saved both of my disciples, I brought them here to thank you. He chuckles and asks, Shiji, are we strangers to each other? She doesn't dwell on the topic and changes the subject. This year, Shiji has secured first place. With this top-grade Hongmeng Violet Qi, you'll surely be able to elevate your cultivation to an even higher level. Zio Xuan replies modestly, Shiji did quite well herself. Then they both burst out laughing. What is this, a business exchange? In stark contrast to that harmonious atmosphere, Wang Yan's expression only grows darker. Enough, the time is nearly upon us. Destroy the Hongmeng, seize the Violet Qi. Instantly, the assassins surrounding him leap down. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the sect, 2 guards yawn and grumble. I really want to go watch the matches. The other laughs, who told us to draw the short straw? It's our turn to stand guard. Suddenly, a noise startles them both. A horde of assassins shrouded in dark aura surge forward, screaming, "Destroy the Hengmeng, seize the violet chi." The guards bark, "Who are you? How dare you storm into the Hengmeng sect?" Above the mountain square, Elder Wang Feng of the Sun Moon Ghost sect suddenly manifests. His aura surging at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. He sneers coldly, "Old thief Zhang He, I hope you have been keeping well." Zhang He's expression remains unchanged. He retorts coldly, "Wang Feng, it really is you, your treacherous heart remains as black as ever. After crawling to the Sun Moon Ghost sect, you now dare to return and incite chaos." Wang Feng summons his sword in a frenzy, demanding obedience. "I have ascended to the nascent soul realm today, and you, old thief, are still stuck at the peak of the golden core, are you not? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and if you hand over Zhu Xuan to me, I will spare the Hengmeng sect. What do you say?" What sect master would ever agree to this? He coldly waves his hand to strike. The Hengmeng sect is not a place you can enter and leave as you please. The sect protection array has long been prepared for the likes of you. The sect protection array activates. Instantly, the power of the barrier erupts, blasting away many of the assassins. Wang Feng, however, remains unscathed and offers a twisted smirk. "I have heard that the ancestors of the Hengmeng sect once harbored a celestial. The power of this array is indeed as legendary as they say. But it is nothing more than this." Immediately, a bizarre circle appears upon the protective barrier. Before long, the entire barrier begins to fracture and crack. The others witness this, unable to hide their anxiety. The sect protection array is broken. What is happening? What is this situation? Zhang He quickly realizes the gravity of the situation. This is dire. Demonic energy is infiltrating the first peak. The array core is located there. It has surely been corrupted by the demonic miasma. The Sun Moon Ghost sect has planned this well. Elders, I will head to the first peak to purge the demonic path and restart the array. Hold your positions here. The disciples cry out in unison, "Rest assured, sect master." Zhao Xuan and Zhu Xuan stand back to back. She smiles. "The last time we fought side by side, it seems like a decade ago." He tilts his head, eyes filled with nostalgia. "A decade ago? Are you talking about the time you wanted to watch a show? Dragged me along to lock the sect master in his room, and then got chased across the mountain by his spirit sword." She narrows her eyes and scolds, "Your sharp tongue is just as refined as ever. Since you dare to offend the Hengmeng sect, you must be prepared to die." Zhu Xuan points forward. Two waves of power surge forth, sweeping away all those caught in the impact. Zhao Xuan maintains his hand seal to command the sword spirit, shouting with interest, "Since Senior Sister's azure purple twin swords have reached great completion, I cannot fall behind." He strikes downward, causing the invaders to explode into gore. Luo Rai and Qing Quan charge forward together, shouting, "Don't forget us." They stand back to back, their twin swords tracing a lethal arc through the air. Lin Zhai watches and exclaims excitedly, "So the second peak practices twin swords to unleash their full power. The azure purple swords must strike in unison. I must find a chance to spar with you both." Mu Han supports from behind, controlling her artifacts. "Senior sister, go ahead, I will pave the way for you." Lin Zhai nods and charges. "Very well, I leave it to you, junior sister." 10,000 arrows of slaughter. Her momentum surges as she swings her blade, unleashing a torrent of power that repels the surrounding enemies. Mu Han swallows another medicinal pill, declaring, "I can control even more artifacts." Dozens of high-grade artifacts appear around her, their power far exceeding expectation. Luo Risk Group stares in utter shock, their eyes nearly popping out. So many artifacts, all at Earth grade or above. It seems they hadn't even used their full strength during the 7th peak tournament. Wang Yan, who had been biding his time, seizes the chaos to launch an assault. He points his sword straight at Zhu Xuan with gnashing hatred. Does the Hengmeng sect only rely on the sect master's favoritism? Seeing this, Zhao Xuan shouts a warning, "Senior sister, watch out." He maneuvers his sword intent to strike, narrowly missing the man. His sneak attack foiled, Wang Yan grinds his teeth in rage. That Zhao Xuan again. Zhu Xuan turns, her twin swords lashing out in a counterattack that sends him scrambling in fear. "Brother, save me." Occupied with fighting Zhao Xuan, Wang Feng curses in annoyance, "You useless trash. It seems I have to do everything myself." Summoning banner, bring forth the ghostly soldiers. He is suddenly surrounded by emaciated, skeletal undead emerging from all directions. Facing the terrifying scene, Zhu Xuan remains calm, her grip tightening on her sword hilt. She smirks, offering a cold assessment. After betraying the sect, you have turned yourself into something that is neither man nor ghost. Wang Feng seems to descend into madness, unleashing a grotesque laugh. He bellows with resentment, neither man nor ghost, a fine way to put it. Back then, I was willing to do anything for you, but you treated me like dirt, leaving me to be mocked by our peers. His past peers echo in his memory. Look at that idiot Wang Feng. If it weren't for gaining her approval, why would I have risked a forced breakthrough? In the end, his spiritual power scattered, his cultivation was lost, and he was forced to turn to the demonic path. If not for you, would I have become this husk? Golden Core Peak Soldier rise. Zhu Xuan slashes through with one stroke. She sneers coldly, shameless. Junior brother, these ghost generals all possess strength nearing the Golden Core Peak. If you are overwhelmed, Tyne and Gaiet on the other side will also be attacked. Ngaiku rushes out to eliminate them. Carefully, she asks Elder Ngai, do you think the Hungmeng sect needs our help today? He snorts in judgment. The elders of the Hungmeng sect are all incompetent. When that summoning banner appeared, they were scared witless. Only these two youths, one male and one female, look somewhat capable. But they have yet to break through to the Golden Core realm. Dealing with Wang Feng is difficult enough, let alone the Sun Moon Ghost sect's nascent soul leader, that old murderer. I fear the Hungmeng sect will not survive this tribulation. Zhu Xuan and Zhao Xuan stand together in the air, surrounded by terrifying skeletons. Tyne and Gaiet slays another undead, thinking to herself, if the Hungmeng sect cannot even survive this battle, they will be of no use to me. However, Zhao Xuan and Zhu Xuan have extraordinary talent. If I could recruit them as subordinates, it would certainly be a wise choice. Elder Ngai, let us observe for a while longer. If Zhao Xuan and Zhu Xuan encounter trouble later, intervene. He nods. Ngaiku obeys. Zhu Xuan forcefully summons her weapon. With a single strike, the surrounding skeletons are decimated. Ngaiku cannot help but comment, I have heard the Hungmeng sect possesses a mystic-grade low-tier twin sword art. The maiden has mastered it well. I fear no one below the nascent soul realm can stand against her. Suddenly, a skeletal hand reaches out to grab her ankle. She reacts, but it is too late. Oh no, these bones are poisonous. At the same time, green chains lash out from the void. Zhu Xuan is completely bound. Breaking out into a sweat, she gasps, I cannot break free. Then a colossal skull manifests behind her. Zhu Xuan looks back in shock as a giant skeletal entity looms behind her. Wang Feng, twisted by his hate, grinds out each word. Our Hungmeng heavenly maiden has indeed improved much over the years, but unfortunately, this is the extent of it. Seeing the situation turn, Tyne and Gaiet gives the signal. Elder Ngai, it is time to move. He acknowledges the command. Before they can strike, Zhao Xuan descends with a strike upon the giant skeleton. Release my senior sister. That single blow shatters the construct into dust. Zhu Xuan and the others watch in astonishment. Zhao Xuan sheathes his sword and sneers, is this not just a nascent soul realm? Who hasn't killed a few nascent soul experts before, with the support of my innate sword body? I have gained new insights into this ever-changing technique. Previously, I tried to condense the spiritual energy of the strong to empower my sword, but now, the support of the condensed bamboo script is enough. Wang Feng screams in bitter rage, this brat is truly arrogant. Today I will cure you of your foul mouth. More skeletons lunge toward him. Zhao Xuan summons dozens of swords at once. You think you are enough. The swords streak forward, obliterating everything in a single volley. Wang Feng is blown backward. He thinks in shock, this power, the strike impacts Luo risk group and the aftershocks are becoming difficult to withstand. Lin Zhai quickly casts a protective barrier. Junior sister, be careful, hide behind me. Yu Han nods. Ngaiku also conjures a shield. Nearly 100 golden core ghost creatures all wiped out by him in a single move. Tyne and Gaiet's eyes turn cold. A golden core possessing such power, if I can subdue him, the Vant Dao Grand Assembly will be easily conquered. Zhao Xuan slowly steps across the wreckage. When, after such a grand display, this is all the skill you have. I will give you one last chance. Release my senior sister. Wang Feng hisses through his teeth, calling her senior sister so affectionately. Was it not because of you that she rejected me all those years ago? Zhu Xuan, today I will show you the misery of choosing the wrong man. Xiao Xuan panics, gripping his sword as he lunges. Stop. He charges forward, channeling all his strength into a single strike against the chains. They snap like brittle scrap metal, shattering into pieces. Zhu Xuan, once bound, is now completely liberated. Wang Feng turns pale, disbelief etched on his face. Zhu Xuan falls from the air, struggling as she grits her teeth. No, I cannot summon the twin swords. At that moment, Xiao Xuan had already soared up from below to catch her. Senior sister. His hand reached out gently, wrapping tightly around Zhuxuan's waist. He turned his body to support her, his deep voice ringing out, Senior. Sister, are you all right? Zhuxuan blushed and pulled away. I'm fine. Luori and Qingqun immediately cheered with glee. Elder Xiao, that was incredible. I saw Master's face turn red. On the other side, Lin Zhai's heart shattered into pieces. Master, only Mohan's eyes lit up so handsome. Xiao Xuan withdrew his gentle demeanor, his expression hardening into steel as he roared, Wang Chengfeng, go die. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with a single sword thrust, piercing clean through his opponent. Wang Chengfeng clutched his blood-soaked chest, eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. Just like that, Chengfeng crumpled to the ground, while the other two walked away arm in arm. Zhuxuan couldn't help but speak up. Junior brother, you. Xiao Xuan wore a cold expression, but inside he was already screaming. Senior sister must have been completely dazzled by my handsomeness just now. Yet all she could manage was a lazy requestrant. She at least put me down now. And like a fool, he just nodded. Fair enough. Zhuxuan gently set her feet on the ground, turned to face him and declared, that move earlier wasn't bad. When I have time, I'll definitely spar with you. Xiao Xuan grinned proudly, flexing. That's a killing technique I just mastered. Forget someone who just barely broke into nascent soul like Wang Changfenjeven. If I ran into a soul diversion cultivator, I could easily hold my own. Xingyu, standing nearby, was stunned. He could hold his own against a soul diversion cultivator. Elder Wei, how much of his claim do you think is credible? Weiju answered uncertainly. The technique he used just now appears to be the myriad transformations sword form that sword cultivators commonly practice. But the way he channeled spiritual energy into that blade, I simply couldn't see through it. Xingyu was shocked, even Elder Wei couldn't see through it. The old man nodded and spoke candidly without hiding anything. I am at peak nascent soul, but if I had to face that move head-on, honestly, I wouldn't know what to do. Hearing this, she opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Xingyu curled her lips into a smile, her heart swelling with joy. A prodigy like this was hiding within Great Qin. The assassins saw this and froze in terror, stopping their attacks. Elder Wang was taken down just like that. What are we supposed to do now? Do we keep fighting? I say we run for it. But Xiao Xuan had already strode toward them with measured steps. Run. You think Hengmeng's sect is some place you can waltz into and stroll out of at will? They immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Please spare us. We were only following the elder's orders. That's right, I've never harmed anyone in my life. I was tricked into joining the Sun Moon Demon sect. Please spare our lives. Right then, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, startling everyone. Lin Zhai and Mohan jolted, whipping their heads around. What happened? That sound was enormous. A massive explosion erupted ahead. Zhuxuan glanced over and immediately recognized its first peak. The sect master is in danger. I need to go check. Wait. Xiao Xuan, worried for her, quickly held her back. Senior sister, there's no need to go over there. They're already coming to us. As if on cue, a crimson streak shot toward them, accompanied by a sinister cackle. Hengmeng scum, prepare to be captured. Two figures descended with it. The newcomer was the sect master of the Sun Moon Demon sect, a cultivator at the 5th layer of nascent soul. He dangled Zhang He by the collar and bellowed, your sect master is already in my grasp, your mountain guarding formation has been shattered. Stop resisting and surrender as prisoners of the Sun Moon Demon sect, that way you'll suffer less. Otherwise you'll end up just like your sect master. My blade's wraith souls, the disciples panicked and rushed forward. Sect master. The others also turned grim, their faces twisted with anguish. The demon sect members who had just been begging for their lives suddenly flipped their attitude. The sect master is here, we're saved. He paid them no mind and asked flatly, where is Elder Wang? A demon sect lackey immediately dropped to his knees and tattled. Elder Wang was killed by that Hengmeng sect fiend. The Sun Moon sect master was stunned. What? Wang Chengfeng is dead. The lackey nodded frantically. I saw it with my own eyes. Kicked the elder away, then burst into maniacal laughter. Wang Changfeng was killed by someone from the Hengmeng sect. Who? How could the Hengmeng sect have a nascent soul expert I didn't know about? The lackey immediately pointed at Xiao Xuan and accused him. It was him. Xiao Xuan stood tall and fired back. So what if it was me? The Sun Moon sect master glanced at him, curling his lip into a cold smirk. A 7th-layer golden core insect dares to act this recklessly. If you really had the skill to kill Wang Changfeng, then I'll kneel down and lick your feet. Xiao Xuan sneered. Oh really? The man arched his brow at him. Go on, tell me what trick did you use? But before he could finish the sentence, Xiao Xuan had already launched himself forward and planted a devastating kick. The Sun Moon sect master was sent flying backward, to the utter horror of everyone watching. Sect master Xiao Xuan raised his foot, his tone dripping with provocation. Afraid you wouldn't keep your word, so I took the initiative. Fair's fair. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice a terrifying roar. Good you bratade, I'll use you to consecrate my blade. Die. With that he shot forward. Xiao Xuan raised his sword to meet the blow. The two forces collided, sending everyone nearby flying. Zhuxuan swiftly erected a protective barrier. Get behind me, all of you. As for the demon sect members, they couldn't dodge in time. Blood erupted from their mouths. Mohen raised her arms to shield herself, frowning involuntarily. Maz. Turhi. Lin Zhai observed with his sharp eyes, his sword heart giving him clarity. Every move they made was visible to him. Master's Loyan sword was a low-grade celestial rank spirit sword, combined with the myriad mile sword soaring art. Its power could easily reach the level of a mid-grade celestial rank weapon. But that blade, its grade was terrifying, mid-grade celestial rank at minimum, possibly even supreme grade. This time Master was in real danger. The Sun Moon sect master poured all his force into a downward strike. Go die. Xiao Xuan was pushed back, immediately leaping backward to create distance. He reached out his hand toward Zhuxuan with a request. Senior sister, lend me your sword for a moment. Before she could even react, the twin swords sheathed at her waist flew out on their own. Xiao Xuan's soft, gauze-like swords also began orbiting around him. Lin Zhai took one look and immediately recognized its 7 stars soaring immortal sword formation. Xiao Xuan unlocked his sword technique, his face cold with resolve. I don't care what kind of immortal you think you Eritade, you die by my hand. Lin Zhai, however, was overcome with excitement at this technique. 7 stars. The Jushin sword formation is a top-tier mystic grade formation. Once these 7 swords merge, their power nearly touches the realm of immortals. Master, if you wish to obtain the 7-star Jushin sword formation, take my sword, use it. Ying Xingyu possesses vast knowledge and has heard of this technique before. The 7-star Jushin sword formation. I once glimpsed this formation in ancient texts. To think I would behold its true manifestation here today. Young master, if you desire the 7-star Jushin sword formation, why not also include my earth-grade peak-tier dragon-suppressing blade? Calculations stir within her heart. Perhaps this is truly the chance to win this man over. With the swords gathered, Xiao Xuan points toward the enemy. Today your Ryu Ghost Gate shall meet its end here. The 7 swords erupt, converging upon the enemy like a torrential storm. The Ryu elder, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, remains arrogant. Do you think your mere blades can best me? He sneers and lunges forward to meet the strike head-on. But the power of the 7-star Jushin sword formation is too overwhelming. Caught off guard, he is struck instantly and suffers grave injuries. The Ryu sect master clutches his mangled arm and bellows, do not celebrate too soon, even if you possess heaven-defying skills. Do not think you can leave alive under my Kingmo blade, lacking sufficient strength. He raises a hand and strikes a palm toward his own men. His cold, reptilian voice echoes, a bunch of trash, it is time for you to be of use. The disciples of the Ghost Gate collapse to the ground, crying out in indignation, Sect Master, why? The Ryu Sect Master absorbs their flesh and blood, laughing maniacally, come, offer your blood essence to me. Xiao Xuan can bear it no longer. He vanishes in a flash to strike, slaughtering the traitor to cleanse the world of such filth. 2 heaven-shattering forces collide and annihilate one another. Lin Zhai gasps in astonishment. He actually blocked it. The Ryu Sect Master shouts in triumph. My precious blade refines itself by devouring the blood essence of the living. It is now a low-tier, immortal-grade weapon. As long as there are mortals left to kill, I will only grow stronger. Facing him, Xiao Xuan merely smirks. He surges forward with the 7 stars Yushin sword formation, his momentum like a raging dragon, forcing his opponent to stagger. The Ryu sect master is horrified and asks in disbelief, how is this possible? How can the 7 stars Yushin sword formation be this strong? Xiao Xuan muses internally. A standard formation could never achieve such a crushing victory. But a formation bolstered by an innate sword body is different. It does not merely amplify the power of the blades. It can also infinitely magnify specific traits of the swords themselves. The twin Zai swords tempered by the Hengmeng purple qi hold a suppressive effect against the killing intent of the demonic blade. I did not expect the dragon-suppressing blade, catalyzed by the formation, to manifest such potent dragon qi, making it child's play to neutralize the murderous aura. It seems this man is no ordinary cultivator. Seeing death approaching, the sect master finally feels terror. Master, I am an elder of the Ryu divine sect of the Longyan Empire. If you kill me, my master will never forgive you. Xiao Xuan does not heed a single word. Instead, he sneers. And so what? Without the slightest hesitation, he plunges forward to deliver a lethal blow. Wang Yan, hiding behind a jagged rock, watches in utter shock. Xiao Xuan suddenly turns his head and Wang Yan cowers instantly, clutching his head in trembling fear. Xiao Xuan has actually killed the old demon of slaughter. The Ryu divine sect, that is a sect with a nascent soul expert sitting in charge. They are a hegemon within the Longyan Empire. Even if all the sects of the great Qin dynasty combined their power, they could not withstand a single finger of such a sect. It is over. Xiao Xuan is dead, the Hengmeng sect is dead, and I am finished. Xiao Xuan approaches slowly and asks, is that so? What of the future of the Hengmeng sect? Unable to speak, the old man looks at him as if he has seen a ghost. Xiao Xuan looms over him. Wang Yan tries to flee, but Xiao Xuan's voice rings in his ears. There is no doubt you will die today. His miserable wails echo into the silence. Xiao Xuan retrieves his sword with grace. He turns to look at the others. He speaks softly, it is finally over. The losses in this battle are significant. How is the sect master? Su Muhan answers with a heavy heart. Her heart meridians are damaged. Her life is preserved, but she will need years of quiet recovery. Luo Rai and Qing Quan think painfully. Does this mean the sect master can no longer look after us? Zhu Xuan speaks with cold reason. The situation is dire. The Hengmeng sect cannot remain leaderless. We must elect an acting sect master immediately. Ying Xingyu, an outsider, suddenly interjects, I nominate Elder Xiao. She offers a courteous bow. May I ask, fellow Taoist? This one is Ying Xingyu. Greetings to the members of the Hengmeng sect. This one is my bodyguard. Old Wei. Su Muhan is stunned, finally recognizing who Ying Xingyu is, while Lin Zhai remains completely lost. What? Xiao Xuan reacts instantly, bowing deeply. Greetings, Your Highness, the third princess. Luo Rai and Qing Quan are struck dumb. The third princess, Ying Xingyu, smiles faintly. Elder Xiao seems to have known my identity long ago. He clasps his hands formally. This one merely deduced it from the dragon qi on your blade, and only confirmed it upon hearing your name, Ying Xingyu. Ying Xingyu laughs heartily. Elder Xiao is indeed a sharp-witted man. Since that is the case, I will be blunt. I am here to invite the Hengmeng sect to participate in the Vant Dao Grand Assembly, which will be held in the capital in half a year. The others are collectively startled. The Vant Dao Grand Assembly. She explains gently, the Vant Dao Grand Assembly is hosted by the great Qin royal family. It gathers the strongest forces from all corners of the land to compete and crown the most powerful sect. Unlike previous iterations, this one is not limited to rogue cultivation forces. It includes the great clans of the Great Qin. It is the grandest assembly since our dynasty's founding. If the Hengmeng sect agrees to participate and Elder Xiao leads the team, I will provide an untapped spirit stone mine, along with ample artifacts and cultivation resources. The winner of this assembly shall be crowned the imperial sect, serving the emperor directly. Furthermore, the resources of the entire Great Qin Empire will be funneled toward that sect. If the Hengmeng sect triumphs, all of this shall be yours. Imperial sect. Silence descends. only Xiao Xuan speaks with suspicion, even the great clans are participating. When I realized the city lord of Loyan City was an elder of the Loyan sect, I felt it strange that secular officials would have such deep ties to cultivation powers. Ying Xingyu smiles. It seems Elder Xiao understands the core point of this assembly. Speak freely. He bows, his tone humble yet cutting. Xiao's humble opinion is the emperor hosting this to strike at the great clans. Everyone gasps in sudden realization. Xiao Xuan continues, the great Qin dynasty was founded upon the support and protection of these great clans, which allowed them to barely maintain rule. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, turning this arrangement into a stifling tradition. The court's decision-making process for important matters has become entirely dependent on the backing of these clans. Now has the power and greed of these clans reached a point where the imperial family feels threatened? Establishing an imperial sect to siphon away the clan's resources is a move to weaken their strength, is it not? Seeing her thoughts laid bare, Ying Xingyu offers a sad, faint smile. Elder Xiao is truly a political mastermind. After seeing Elder Xiao single-handedly slay two nascent soul experts, I am in absolute awe. I truly hope Elder Xiao will grace the Vant Dao Grand Assembly with his presence. This upcoming assembly, Lin Zhai and Su Muhan are stunned. The third princess of Great Qin is actually so respectful to our master. Xiao Xuan remains uncommitted, simply asking for the princess to speak so frankly. Are you not afraid that a sect might secretly collude with the clans and leak this intelligence? What secret is there to speak of? After I discussed this with the emperor and received his blessing, we sent word to the clans. I suspect they have already heard. Yet they have not stopped us. Perhaps they also intend to use this opportunity to completely suppress the royal family and push the influence of the great clans to a new height. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan cannot help but praise her inwardly. That move was seriously 666. The third princess of Great Qin is truly someone capable of great things, if you want Xiao to lead the team. This compensation still isn't enough. Wei Jiu hears this and storms forward in fury. You brat, don't be so greedy, but she firmly holds him back. Elder Wei, leave this to me. Elder Xiao, please don't hesitate to name your conditions. He speaks his desire at a leisurely pace. My conditions. You must take me as your master. Xingyu repeats in shock, take you as my master. At the same time, the system springs to life with new information. System target scan complete name Ying Xingyu identity third princess of Great Qin comprehension 100 foundation shattering talent overlord sovereign. Physique not activated activation condition ascend to the imperial throne and absorb the nation's dragon chi. Xiao Xuan skims through the details and evaluates silently. The Overlord Sovereign Physique vaguely recalls reading about it in ancient texts. Whoever awakens it can channel the world's fortune into a single body, achieving massive gains with minimal effort. It even comes with innate dragon chi protection, allowing any technique to unleash extraordinary effects. Wei Jiu can't hold back any longer. He launches a palm strike straight at Xiao Xuan. You insolent wretch. But Xingyu raises her hand to stop him. Wait, please allow me to ask one more question. What reason does Senior have for wanting to take me as a disciple? Xiao Xuan answers without a change in expression. Naturally, it's because I see your extraordinary skeletal structure and keen spiritual root. You clearly possess great talent. She murmurs in disbelief. You see talent in me. Ever since she was young, she possessed the highest comprehension of cultivation techniques among all her siblings. Her poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette were also the finest. But in actual cultivation, she fell behind her brothers and sister Sand. Because of that, she never gained the emperor's favor. This is the first time anyone has ever told her they valued her talent. It leaves Xingyu stunned, unable to believe her own ears. As if sensing her hesitation, Xiao Xuan flicks his fingers and speaks up. Third princess, do what? Would you like to hear about the benefits of our seventh peak? Little Jier. Lin Zhai calls out cheerfully, yes, master. He orders her to introduce the third princess to the seventh peak's perks. Lin Zhai rattles it off in one breath. Joining our seventh peak comes with personalized cultivation guidance. Plus, our junior sister is a tier 3 alchemist who can supply pills at any time. The prescription formulas under her name rake in enormous resources every day, and most importantly, you'll receive the honor of master personally channeling power into your body through direct transmission. no matter what your talent level. Join the 7th peak and we guarantee you boundless prospects on the path to immortality. Xiao Xuan nods along in approval. That's right. Xingyu asks cautiously, no matter what my talent level. Lin Zhai nods enthusiastically. Absolutely. Of course, before I joined the 7th peak I was just a servant. Everyone said I had zero cultivation talent, but after joining the 7th peak, in less than half a year I reached foundation establishment, 2nd layer. The surrounding onlookers nod in agreement. Indeed, they had never heard of anyone named Lin Zhai before today. Yet at today's tournament she utterly dominated all the intersect prodigies. They had all looked down on her before. Xingyu is astonished. She was just a menial servant of the 7th peak before this. Xingyu then asks, may I ask Elder Xiao if this young lady was originally just a servant of the 7th peak? Then what exactly did you see in her when you first took her as a disciple? Zhai Nu lowers her head with a tinge of sadness. Back then all the disciples around Master had left. I was the only one who stayed. I imagine Master simply had no other choice, but Master would never put it that way. He would say he valued my character. As if sensing her emotions, Xiao Xuan gently pats her shoulder. He smiles and praises her in front of everyone. Of course I valued her talent when taking a disciple. If you don't look at talent, what do you look at? Is there truly no one here today who can recognize the sword path talent of my disciple? 3rd princess, I told you I value your talent. I have the confidence to make you the foremost in this path. She still hesitates slightly. Ah, if that is the case, Master above, please accept this disciple's bow. She drops to her knees and kowtows. Weijiu sees this and shouts, trying to stop the princess. Xiao Xuan gets his Wishai's new disciple secured. He happily helps her to her feet. Good disciple, rise. At the same time the system notification chimes in. System ding, congratulations host, disciple recruit successful. System rebate multiplier x10 reward. You have received Yin Yang 5 elements body tempering scripture earth tier supreme grade postnatal spirit weapon 1. A surge of raw power materializes out of thin air and floods into Xiao Xuan's body. He silently ponders as a postnatal spirit weapon coils around his finger. The soft sword now wraps around his fingertip, seemingly linked to his very thoughts. It feels as though it can read his mind. He has heard that spirit artifacts refined over 1,000 years can birth a sword spirit, capable of autonomous attack and self-cultivation. He never imagined the system could simply hand him one outright. This is way too overpowered. Only now does Weijiu belatedly speak up and reprimand. Your Highness, have you lost your mind? How can you take this man as your master? But she simply shakes her head. Elder Wei, this is my decision. Spare me the lecture. He lets out a long heavy sigh. How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty when we return? Xingyu disregards the matter entirely and changes the subject. Let's return to the previous topic. As a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, I sincerely nominate Elder Xiao as acting sect master. Others voice their agreement. I also believe Elder Xiao is the most suitable candidate. She affirms once more the Great Qin Imperial House will also support Elder Xiao. Zhang He, still recovering from his injuries, speaks up as well. If that's the case, Elder Xiao, the Hongmeng sect entrusts itself to you. Sumohan murmurs softly, calling out, Sect Master. Hearing this, Zhu Tuan extends her hand with a smile, since everyone is in unanimous agreement. But the man of the hour, Xiao Xuan, raises his hand in refusal. Sorry, but I have an objection. Everyone stares in shock. What? Zhang He wheezes in exasperation. I'm not long for this world. The Hongmeng sect needs to be passed to the younger generation. Don't bother picking an acting sect master, just choose a new one outright. Xiao Xuan smirks and lays out his reasoning with impeccable logic. As for me, I'm the type who drifts from place to place on a whim, making enemies wherever I go. Now I've taken the 3rd princess of Great Qin as a disciple, making my identity even more complicated. Whether it's acting sect master or permanent sect master, neither suits me. So I believe Celestial Maiden Zhu Tuan should assume the role of leader instead. Zhu Tuan blinks in surprise. Have Master lead. Ji Feng steps forward slowly from within the crowd and speaks. I've heard everything everyone said just now. I agree with Elder Xiao's proposal. Master of the 3rd Princess of Great Qin. That title is bound to invite controversy over his identity. It truly isn't suitable. Junior sister Zhu Tuan at the age of 12. You enter the stone chamber and read. The Great Desolation Heavenly Book. You caught a glimpse of the future. Perhaps this was heaven's will all along. According to ancestral law, only the sect master is permitted to read the Great Desolation Heavenly Book. Xiaoxuan's eyes sharpen, catches the critical detail immediately. The Great Desolation Heavenly Book. Jutuan's eyes light up with an idea. Elder Chi's words just now reminded me of something. The Great Desolation Heavenly Book contains writings about the Hongmeng sect's future. If everyone is still hesitating over who should succeed senior brother Zhang He, then why not let the Heavenly Book decide? Junior brother, please follow me. Xingyu hurries to speak up. Master, Elder Wei and I still need to visit the other immortal sects. I must take my leave first. He calls out softly, wait, you've just become my disciple and your master hasn't had time to prepare a proper welcoming gift. Take this ring-winding soft sword for no it'll serve as self-defense. She accepts it with a skeptical look. The ring-winding soft sword, Xiaoxuan explains with a grin. This sword has a soul. It doesn't need sword techniques to control it, it can fight on its own. She asks how powerful is this sword exactly. He answers bluntly, not very. Wei Jiu, standing nearby, scoffs dismissively. Your Highness, with this old man protecting you, why would you need a sword like that? Xiaoxuan adds casually, it can also kill nascent soul stage cultivators. Wei Jiu, a peak nascent soul expert himself, sputters. Kill nascent soul cultivators. The scene shifts to a mountain trail hidden deep within the Hongmeng sect. Xiaoxuan looks at her curiously. Senior sister, you brought me here to see the Great Desolation Heavenly Book. What exactly is that thing? Trucktian gently channels spiritual energy into the door. She doesn't answer, instead she probes him. A month ago this junior brother was critically injured and nearly died. After that, he broke through and returned to normal. Not only did he ascend to Golden Core, he also took on 2 disciples with outstanding talent. What exactly happened back then? Xiaoxuan grins carelessly. What could have happened? I just happened to stumble upon an immeasurable golden pill, that's all. I used that pill to cheat death and break through to Golden Core, but honestly it felt a bit anticlimactic. She's probing me. Does she suspect someone else has taken over my body? Trucktian doesn't press further. Is that so? The door swings open at that moment. At the center of the chamber sits a treasured artifact, heavily warded and protected. He stares at the jade tablet, bewildered. This is, she continues. This is the Great Desolation Heavenly Book. It was passed down by the founding patriarch of the Hongmeng sect. Only someone worthy of succeeding as sect master can awaken it. Once awakened, it reveals the fate of the Hongmeng sect for the next 100 years. Xiaoxuan's eyes widen in amazement. Such a rare artifact actually exists. She nods and elaborates. Simply channel your spiritual energy into it. The Great Desolation Heavenly Book will render its own judgment. If you possess the qualification to lead the Hongmeng sect, the Heavenly Book will respond to you. The moment Xiaoxuan's hand touches it, the Great Desolation Heavenly Book reacts immediately. Trucktian smiles just as she expected. He truly is the one most suited to inherit the sect master position. But then the Great Desolation Heavenly Book suddenly dims and falls flat. Xiaoxuan chuckles bitterly, turning to Trucktian. See, I told you this role doesn't suit me. The Hongmeng Heavenly Book knows me best. She falls silent for a moment, thinking, but as far as I know, if someone truly lacks the qualification to lead the Hongmeng sect, the Heavenly Book wouldn't react at all. Could it be that the Hongmeng Heavenly Book also considers the person's own wishes? Suddenly, the Hongmeng Heavenly Book flashes with brilliant light. It shoots into the air, stunning them both. Trucktian freezes, utterly disbelief. The Hongmeng Heavenly Book has chosen me as its master. I only wanted to see the sect's future. Trucktian receives the treasure into her hands. Xiaoxuan speaks up beside her with congratulations. Congratulations, senior sister. You've earned the recognition of the Hongmeng Heavenly Book. Trucktian hesitates, thinking, back when they were children, the Hongmeng Heavenly Book only revealed a fragment of the future, rate never pierced through the barrier. Now what should she do? Accepting the Heavenly Book means accepting the role of sect master. She accepts it. Forget it, since it's come to this. Let's see what the Hongmeng Heavenly Book has recorded first. She waves her hand. The moment the artifact's restriction is lifted, its power erupts violently. Golden glowing characters gradually materialize. I observed the celestial phenomena of the night to divine the fate of future generations, and calculated that when the Hongmeng sect earns the title of national sect under the Great Qin dynasty, it will be the day the Hongmeng sect rises to glory. At that time, the sect's fortune will surge with full force. The sect will flourish magnificently. Xiao Xuan falls into deep thought. It can even calculate matters of national sect status. This Hongmeng heavenly book truly has some real power. Truktian gasps in shock, pointing at the heavenly book. The words are changing again. Xiao Xuan, in the 1165th year of the Great Qin calendar, joined the Hongmeng sect and apprenticed under the second peak. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, the most gifted disciple in the entire history of the Hongmeng sect, from ancient times to the present. At the age of 19, he broke through to foundation establishment. By 20, he became an elder of the seventh peak. At 25, he stagnated at foundation establishment stage 10, unable to break through. He ventured out for tempering, was ambushed by treacherous enemies, and returned to the sect gravely wounded, forced to start from scratch. Xiao Xuan ponders, it recorded the first half of my life with perfect accuracy, but after start from scratch there's nothing more. Is it because I awaken the system? The world truly is vast, there's no shortage of strange things. No wonder the sect master has always been so close to me. So that's why. It seems this Hongmeng sect is far from simple beneath the surface. Truktian is equally puzzled. The Hongmeng heavenly book didn't choose him as its master, yet it recorded his fate in vivid detail. Could it be that his future fortune surpasses even the Hongmeng sect itself? He certainly won't stop at just the Hongmeng sect, will he? Sensing her gaze, Xiao Xuan turns to her with a teasing grin. Senior sister, you're not suspecting me of being body snatched, are you? You've been staring at me for a while now. He steps closer and recounts old memories. Senior sister, I still remember you once snuck me down the mountain to watch a play. When Master found out, you dumped all the blame on me. I got punished and had to kneel in the ancestral hall for days. And there was the time you blew up Master's pill furnace and ran to my room to hide. I was bathing at the time, you saw everything. Truktian's face flushes crimson as she shoves him away. All right, I know it's really you, stop talking. Xiao Xuan smirks, shamelessly pleased with himself. Honestly, I knew you were testing me from the start, senior sister. I was just messing with you a bit, nothing else behind it. She clears her throat and turns serious. You probably don't know this yet, but when the Hongmeng sect's fortune surges, the Hongmeng violet qi will be distributed according to each individual's standing within the sect. Now that the Hongmeng heavenly book has chosen me as sect master, I want you to serve as vice sect master in name. He's genuinely moved as he calls out senior sister, but inside he thinks, she always puts me first. I should do something for her too. Xiao Xuan speaks up. Oh right, don't you have a pair of yin-yang twin fish jade pendants? She nods. That's right. The technique I cultivate is a dual sword synergy art that harmonizes the 5 elemental forces of yin and yang. These yin-yang twin fish jade pendants are the auxiliary tool I use for cultivation. But when I found them, they were already incomplete. So their effectiveness is limited. Can you lend them to me for a bit? He asks immediately. I have a way to guarantee I'll return you a complete set in the future. Truktian hands him the technique scroll. Here, you're already the vice sect master of the Hongmeng sect in name now. The dual sword synergy technique have every right to learn it, take it. Xiao Xuan accepts it with delight, thinking, this time I can leverage the system to power up again. Scene cuts to nightfall at a small cottage. The system notification lights up. System host has gifted disciple a technique dual sword synergy art. Lower heaven grade, rebate multiplier triggered x 1000. Received technique fusion 1 duration 1 day. System host has gifted disciple an incomplete yin-yang twin fish jade pendant. Rebate multiplier triggered x 20. Received complete yin-yang twin fish jade pendant. Lin Zhai beams with joy, thank you master. Xiao Xuan smiles lightly. Go practice, remember to share it with your junior sister too. She cheerfully obeys. The notification panel pops up again. Received technique fusion 1 duration 1 day. he's secretly amazed. Technique fusion, what kind of function is that? The system, ever considerate, explains in detail. System technique fusion allows the host to merge multiple compatible techniques currently cultivated into a single unified art. System after fusion, the new technique will inherit all properties of the merged techniques. System grade and power will be significantly enhanced. He's curious about this new feature. Interesting. Let's give it a shot. The system begins its confirmation. System host activated technique fusion. Scanning complete. Host has cultivated a total of 57 sword path techniques, 32 human grade, 20 mystic grade, 3 earth grade, 1 heaven grade. System additionally 1 soul type earth grade technique detected, 9 stage divine sense eligible for fusion. Xiaoxu infers his brow, recalling. 9-stage divine sense. I think I obtained that back in Loyun City when I guided little Zhai Nu through her training. He crosses his legs and begins circulating his energy, preparing to fuse. A system notification chimes in. System technique fusion successful, transmitting an enormous surge of power floods into him. He clenches his teeth and roars as he absorbs it all. Scene cuts to several days later. Atop the 7th peak, the chatter of disciples echoes. The thunderclouds above the 7th peak have lasted nearly half a month now, haven't they? I heard it's because Elder Zio went into seclusion. The guy beside him cranes his neck and chimes in. That's right, I've heard Elder Zio has been in seclusion for a whole month already. Before he went in, he, the disciple with jet black hair standing nearby, nods in agreement. Word is, the current sect master and Elder Zio are childhood sweethearts. They even joined forces to destroy the Sun Moon Demon sect last time. What a perfect match. The three of them continue chatting away animatedly, completely oblivious to the person standing behind them. It remains to be seen if they truly harbor such intentions. The one approaching is Liu Mini, Elder Xuan's disciple, the newly appointed elder. Upon hearing their chatter, her expression darkens with fury. You little brats, all you do is gossip. If you put even half as much effort into your cultivation as our sect master, you would have made a name for yourselves long ago. Scram and return to your cultivation at once. The three of them go deathly pale, struck by terror. The second elder. The surrounding disciples can only whisper in helpless frustration. Who is that sharp-tongued woman? Are you blind? That's the new second elder. Didn't the previous second elder get promoted to sect master? I heard she went on a journey shortly after reaching the Foundation establishment realm. They say she only returned because the sect was in peril. Back then, in a tavern, Minnie interrogated a passerby without a hint of hesitation. What did she say? She claimed the Sun Moon Ghost sect had launched an assault on the Hungmeng sect. They further remarked that she had already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm upon her return if Elder Zio hadn't risen so. Meteorically, she would undoubtedly be the Hungmeng sect's top genius. She then turns her gaze back, scolding the others. I've told you too, you've been in the sect for half a year and your cultivation has stagnated. Are you going to scram and cultivate or not? Otherwise, don't blame me for skinning you alive. Exposed in such a manner, they can only submit. Yes, second elder. Understood. With that, Minnie drives them away without a shred of mercy. These little brats do nothing but blabber, how irritating. She confidently believes that although her master and Zio Xuan were childhood sweethearts, that man's cultivation speed is nowhere near her master's. How could her master fancy someone who hasn't advanced an inch in over a decade? In Minnie's eyes, Zhu Xuan is a peerless beauty, while Zio Xuan is nothing but a vulgar, perverse individual. Zhu Xuan quickly arrives to discipline Minnie. Minnie, why are you bullying fellow disciples the moment you return to the sect? Have you already replaced me as the peak elder? Why haven't you mellowed out even the slightest bit? She tries to defend herself. Master, I was only doing it to protect you. The disciples wouldn't cultivate, instead gossiping behind your back about you and Elder Zio Xuan. She feigns curiosity. Discussing me and the junior brother. Discussing what? Minnie recounts it plainly. Well, they said you two are carefree, a perfect match made in heaven. At this, Zhu Xuan's face suddenly flushes red, leaving her startled. Master, why is your face red? Minnie is petrified, her worldview collapsing. Master, you don't actually like that Zio Xuan fellow, do you? Yet Zhu Xuan stubbornly denies it. Cough, enough with the jokes. Suddenly, a massive pillar of lightning tears through the sky, and the heavens begin to shift color. The energy converges upon a mountain peak, and all who witness it gaze up in awe. What is that? Seeing this sight, it seems to mirror the heavenly tribulations recorded in ancient texts. At the peak of the seventh peak, Zhai Nu and Mu Han witness everything. Is this truly a heavenly tribulation? Doesn't a heavenly tribulation only occur when a major realm is shattered? Or has some heaven-defying artifact been birthed? Zhai Nu cannot hide her astonishment. Could it be that Master is attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm? Above, the lightning pillar grows ever more violent and she begins to panic. I have been at Hungmeng for so many years and have never seen a breakthrough lightning tribulation of such power. Mu Han also begins to pace restlessly. Senior sister, should we find a place to hide? But Zhai Nu reassures her, don't panic, Master will have a way to handle this. Just as she speaks, Xiao Xuan appears. Master, you've come out of seclusion. He joyfully looks up at the sky. The technique fusion was a complete success, and he hadn't expected it to trigger a lightning tribulation. The system suddenly sends a notification: technique fusion successful, generating a new mystic grade high-tier technique. The technique is unnamed. Please, host, name the technique. Xiao Xuan becomes even more excited. Is it truly mystic grade high-tier? This time I've hit the jackpot. He raises his hand and decides, if so, this technique shall be named Sword Coming. The moment the words leave his lips, swords are ripped from the hands of his disciples. Ah, what's wrong with my sword? My sword refuses to obey my command. Even Minnie's sword begins to vibrate. What? To think that even my own sword wants to fly toward him. Zhu Xuan is no exception. I've refined my twin azure swords for over 10 years. They are an extension of my own arms. I tried to resist, but even with all my strength, it still. Before she can finish the thought, her two swords are snatched away. Minnie's sword shows the same signs. Minnie watches her sword being stolen and refuses to accept it. Stealing from the master is one thing, but now he wants to steal my sword. Not happening. But in the end, her grip slips and it flies off regardless. My sword. Minnie can only cry in silence. Zhu Xuan conversely pays no mind to this. This is truly the 10,000 swords returning to the source. Thousands of blades are not stopping their flight, quickly converging upon the mountain peak. That blinding radiance finally begins to dissipate. Xiao Xuan sees his chance and decides to test it. Just in time, let me test the power of this mystic grade high-tier technique. He stands in the center, manipulating thousands of swords. The blades swiftly pierce through the dense clouds. They tear through the clouds and streak directly into the heavens. The sight leaves every disciple with their jaws dropped to the floor. The lightning cloud has been shattered. Elder Xiao hasn't even broken through to nascent soul. Yet he could provoke such a powerful tribulation. Could he have created his own heavenly grade technique? They cheer uncontrollably. Our sect master and elder are so strong. With such a genius, the future of the Hungmeng sect is boundless. Zhu Xuan gasps, a heavenly grade technique. This statement shocks Minnie. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Having resolved the situation, Xiao Xuan descends to the ground. He stands tall and imposing. Xiao Xuan looks at his hands with satisfaction. A heavenly grade high-tier technique is indeed powerful. With this sword art, even if I meet a high-level spirit-severing cultivator, I have the confidence to put up a fight. At this moment, Mu Han and Zhai Nu run over with excitement. Master, you are amazing. Congratulations on your new accomplishment. He pats Zhai Nu on the shoulder and says, let's go. It is time to prepare for the grand assembly of the 10,000 Daos. The scene shifts once more to the imperial palace of the Great Qin Empire. In the royal study, the man seated at the desk asks, you say an elder of the Hungmeng sect, with the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, slaughtered a group of Golden Core peak ghost generals, then went on to execute the ghost old demon without even breaking a sweat. Weiju replies, this subordinate dares not utter a single word of falsehood. The Emperor of Great Qin ponders. The Hungmeng sect may seem ordinary now, but they have existed for over 1,000 years, just like our Great Qin. It seems there are secrets the outside world knows nothing of. Weiju honestly concedes. Furthermore, in the battle with the Sun Moon Ghost sect, Xiao Xuan used an extremely eerie and terrifying sword control technique. Whether there are other trump cards, this old servant dare not say for certain. I fear that if this person goes all out, his combat strength could rival a nascent soul peak, or perhaps even an early-stage spirit-severing cultivator. This information leaves him stunned. He exclaims, a tiny Hungmeng sect harboring such a heaven-defying talent. This is indeed interesting. It seems these wandering sects are not entirely useless after all. With that, the emperor places his hands on the table and rises. he turns around and issues his decree. If it truly follows Xingyu's plan, leveraging the strength of these wandering sects to counter the great aristocratic clans would be an unexpected delight. Very well, the Vant Dao Grand Assembly is about to commence. You are to remain by Xingyu's side. Wei Jiu, however, hesitates. This old servant still has a matter to report. Hearing this, the emperor turns back immediately. What is it? He reveals it with great difficulty. Reporting to your majesty, the third princess, in order to invite Xiao Xuan to represent the Hongmeng sect at the Vant Dao Grand Assembly, has agreed to acknowledge him as her master. The emperor slams his hand onto the table. His face darkens with rage as he growls, "What?" Wei Jiu immediately bows, speaking placatingly. Your Majesty, Xiao Xuan's strength is truly extraordinary. Even this old servant is not necessarily his match. After the third princess weighed the options and saw his utility for future plans, she made the decision on her own to become his disciple. The emperor can only grind his teeth in frustration. It is the pressure from the clans that forced my daughter to bow to a wandering cultivator. Truly hateful. Yet, after internalizing the issue, the emperor accepts it. Enough. Let it go. Tell Xingyu not to make a scene of this for now. We shall discuss it after the Vant Dao Grand Assembly concludes. In the future, if such matters arise, you must report them to me immediately. Seeing that matters were settled, he departs with some peace of mind. Understood. Wei Jia's face pales, silently praying, I hope this does not influence His Majesty's attitude toward Xiao Xuan. If His Majesty develops hostility toward Xiao Xuan and neglects the Hongmeng sect, only for that killing star to seek revenge, we would truly be unable to withstand it. The scene shifts to the Great Qin capital, at the Azure Dragon Gate. At this moment, the Great Qin gatekeeper and envoy Zhao Huangda, a Golden Core 8th layer expert, appears. Xiao Xuan's footsteps draw closer. Mir. Zhu Xuan and Xiao Xuan are here. This is the capital of Dragon Gate. Does not disappoint as a seat of power, truly imposing. Seeing them, Huangda immediately assumes a respectful stance, treating them as honored guests of the Hongmeng sect. Welcome to the capital. I am Zhao Huangda, the city gate envoy. I am under special orders to welcome you all. The crowd around them begins to stir. Isn't that General Zhao? General Zhao is here in person to welcome them. Could they be from the 10 great sects? Even the 10 great sects wouldn't command such respect, would they? Is that Master Wei? Isn't Master Wei the one by the Emperor's side? Hush, you dare speak the name of the Heavenly Emperor's Wei. Do you value your life? Just who is on that flying ship? Xiao Xuan observes his surroundings quietly. It seems this General Zhao was arranged by Xingyu to welcome them but to avoid suspicion. He borrowed Wei Jia's name. As expected of the royal family, their thoughts are meticulous. Huangda continues, honored guests, please follow me. They quickly enter the royal compound. Huangda leads them deeper inside. He explains solemnly, during the Vant Dao Grand Assembly you will reside here. If you need anything, just seek the Imperial Steward. Greetings, honored guests. Xiao Xuan observes and sighs. The capital is truly impressive. Even a steward has the cultivation base of a golden core. Mir curiously peeks out, a golden core cultivation base. Isn't he just an ordinary old man? But immediately after, she is rapped on the head by his fan. Xiao Xuan furrows his brow, scolding, none of your business, go play with the children. Mir is fuming. How hateful, why can't you tell me? Just say it. Zhu Xuan finally speaks up, junior brother. Regarding this Vant Dao Grand Assembly, I have gathered information on the participants. Let us go through it together. Mir immediately seizes the opportunity. Master, I am coming too. Zhu Xuan replies, go play with Lin Zhai and the others, I will call you if needed. Mir is left speechless. Xiao Xuan smiles inwardly with satisfaction. Under Zhu Xuan's authority, she can only obey. While gnawing on a pig's trotter, Mir complains, hateful, master actually trusts that shrew and he didn't even bring me along. Zhai Nu, seeing her like this, asks in confusion, second elder, have you never eaten a pig's trotter before? Why are you so moved? You're crying. But she bristles, do I need you to care? Mir can't take it anymore and stands up. Forget it, you two, come take a walk with me. Zhu Xuan meanwhile hands an object to Xiao Xuan. The sects of note in this Vant Dao Grand Assembly are only 3. Junior brother, take a look. He takes the object and senses it. Information begins to flow into Xiao Xuan's mind. Ranked first is the Tai Su sect, Like the Hongmeng sect, it has a 1,000-year history and several nascent soul experts. The current sect master is said to be one step away from the spirit-severing realm, with hundreds and thousands of golden core and foundation establishment disciples beneath him. Second and third are the Everlasting Sect and the Myriad Peak Gate. Both sect masters are nascent soul cultivators. Although they were established relatively recently, their internal foundations are deep. Zhu Xuan rests her chin on her hand, contemplative. The intelligence we could gather on the aristocratic clans is scarce. We only know the top 3 clans. Qin, Wang, and lineage have more than one nascent soul expert guarding them. As for the others, we don't know much. Zio Xuan whispers, "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister." Outside the marketplace, Mir grumbles while eating. It's all that Zio Xuan's fault. As she walks with Zhai Nu and Mu Han, she hears someone pleading, "Young masters, please stop being so aggressive." A girl is standing firm, stating, "If you truly want to buy this spirit tiger, it will be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you aren't buying, don't waste my time." Mir's ears perk up at the gossip. Someone is causing trouble. Mir turns decisively, "Let's go take a look." The man dressed in lavish robes bows, saying, Now, young lady, one must be reasonable." He licks his lips greedily. "If you are willing to follow us back to the manor for a night, don't talk about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, I'll pay you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones." He is Dang Tu, the envoy of the Longyan Empire, a subordinate who, emboldened by his nation, tries to seize people. "That's right, young lady, just serve our young master well and your father won't have to go hunting anymore. How about it?" The girl can only call out helplessly, "What do you want to do? Help me." The thugs become even more arrogant. "Don't waste your breath. Young lady in Great Qin, no one dares to meddle in the affairs of our Longyan Empire. If you don't believe me, look around and see who dares to interfere." The bystanders, hearing this, immediately turn and flee. "It's people from the Longyan Empire. Run." "Who's there?" A whip is thrown. "Remove your dirty hands." The whip strikes accurately across the face of Dang Tu's subordinate. "Young master, watch out." Dang Tu, aggravated by the interference, curses, "Who dares ruin this young master's good time?" Mir holds her whip, her expression unchanging as she berates him. "It is yours truly, release that girl at once." Far from being afraid, he comes up with an even crazier idea. "These 3 beauties are rare finds indeed, thighs is even better. If you 3 are willing to follow me back to the manor as concubines, I will let that little lass go. How about it?" Zhai Nu, hearing his words, is disgusted and prepares to strike. "Damn it," as if Muhan had calmly intervened. "Senior sister, do not act rashly. This person is an envoy of the Longyan Empire. We cannot afford to offend him." Someone in the crowd quickly recognized his cultivation level. An imperial envoy, any prince of the empire is the equal of the Qin king. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant here in the great Qin kingdom. Muhan continued, "Sects and clans of the nations are divided into ranks. The first rank is the most supreme. The gap between every level is vast. The Longyan Empire is a 5th-rank power. The 7 surrounding 6th-rank nations, including Great Qin, are all vassal states of the Longyan Empire, forced to pay tribute every year. If a conflict erupts with a Longyan envoy here, it would surely bring endless trouble to our sect and all of Great Qin." Mir let out an unhappy huff. Deng Zai appeared entirely satisfied with Muhan's words. "Not bad, a beauty who knows her place. However, I have changed my mind. I want you 3 to be my slaves. If not, when I return, I shall report that the great Qin kingdom lacks proper hospitality. When that time comes, none of you will meet a good end." Suddenly, Xingyu stepped forward to intervene. "Is that so? Then may I ask the envoy, in what way has Great Qin failed to show proper hospitality? In my view, everyone here has already yielded 3 parts to the envoy otherwise. Your insult to the people of Great Qin alone is enough to warrant your execution." Even upon seeing her, Deng Zai remained arrogant. "Hmph Ying Xingyu, you, the princess of Great Qin, certainly act quite majestic. I have noted your words today. When I return to report this to His Imperial Majesty, we shall see exactly who ends up being beheaded." Xingyu stood with her hands on her hips, clicking her tongue in annoyance. "So, does the Longyan Empire intend to declare war on my Great Qin?" Before she could draw her sword, Deng Zai arrogantly threatened her. "Third princess, if you wish to strike, think carefully. Today, whoever dares to lay a hand on me as long as I do not die, I will repay this suffering to Great Qin 100,000-fold." He strode forward brazenly. Deng Zai challenged her confidently. "Come on, strike me then. Why is the princess afraid to move at all? Ying Xing was immediately provoked, intent on slaying him. Seeing this, he threatened her again. This young master is not amused. Do not think Great Qin will have a moment of peace. You and those 3 women follow me back to my estate today and kneel like dogs for a day. We shall call this matter settled. What do you say? Zhai Nu, who had been holding back, finally had to step in. Princess, wait. Deng Zai burst into mocking laughter. This woman is far more interesting than you, but before he could enjoy his triumph, she delivered a strike. Deng Zai stared in horror as his body was severed in half. You, how dare you? Zhai Nu replied without a trace of hesitation. Slaughtering a beast is merely a trivial matter. His corpse collapsed to the ground. Xingyu was struck with shock. Miss Lin, you are foolish. This will implicate your entire clan. But Zhai Nu took full responsibility for her actions. It matters not, I have no parents, my clan consists only of myself. Regarding today's events, I shall bear the consequences alone, it has nothing to do with anyone else. If you wish to execute me, then come for me. No sooner had she killed him than a rift opened. A stranger rushed out from the portal and roared, who dares kill a member of my Longyan Empire? He was Lu Sheng, a 7th-stage nascent soul expert of the Shadow Guard, and the pressure of his power surged incessantly. Hongda reacted swiftly, creating a barrier to protect Xingyu. Princess, be careful. On this side, Mir blocked the attack while muttering curses. Damned old ghost, I truly want to use one sword to eradicate this so-called Longyan Empire. From where did Hongda produce a medicinal pill? After consuming it, his power erupted, multiplying several times over, leaving Xingyu stunned. General Zhao, he cautioned the princess, stay within the barrier and protect yourself well. She frowned, watching Hongda as he distanced himself. General Zhao's aura surged from the peak of the Golden Core realm to the 7th stage of nascent soul. Using the pill to forcibly boost his cultivation, Hongda tensed his muscles so hard his clothing tore to shreds. His feet stomped hard into the earth. Hongda leaped, charging toward Lu Sheng. If you wish to touch Great Qin, you must first cross over my corpse. Seeing this, he raised his hand to counter. The attacks of the 2 men clashed instantly. Go to hell. Hongda fought with all his might, but was still overwhelmed. Lu Sheng grew even more arrogant. The garrison general of Great Qin. He batted Hongda away with a flick. Is this all the ability you possess? You are not even worth the dust of my Longyan Empire. He swiftly slammed the general into the earth. Xingyu stood stunned, rooted to the spot. Even with the pill forcibly raising his realm, he could not defeat a genuine high-level cultivator. What should we do? A voice rang out from behind. A mere nascent soul dares to flaunt his power on the soil of Great Qin. Xiao Xuan and Mir had entered the fray. He raised his hand, intent on teaching Lu Sheng a lesson. How impudent. Even now the man sneered coldly, just a single strand of sword chi. Lu Sheng quickly countered, to me, a practitioner of the 9-turn golden body tempering art, that is child's play. But he never expected to be completely suppressed. Lu Sheng was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall. Xingyu's jaw dropped. Even General Zhao could not defeat this man, yet her master slew him in a single strike. It was a pity, before the plan to strike at the clan succeeded, she would rather not reveal her master. Even though she desperately wanted everyone to see that this was the master of Ying Xingyu, the crowd cheered, amazing. Which immortal sect does he belong to? How have I never seen him before? I want to join his sect too. Lu Sheng struggled to lift his head, having taken a heavy blow. He practiced a high-tier earth-grade body tempering ability, yet someone had breached his protective golden body with a mere strand of sword chi. Could he be a nascent soul expert serving Great Qin? But he is so young, how is this possible? Xingyu cupped her hands. Master Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan responded politely. Third princess, no need for such formalities, this is only natural. This envoy of the Longyan Empire relies on his strength to bully others. Not only did he harass my disciples of the Hengmeng sect, but he spoke insolently and threatened to extort us. Since that is the case, let us grant his wish, let him perish here in our Great Qin. Lu Sheng stood up and shrieked, impudent to act so brazenly before the Longyan Empire. You are courting death. He launched another attack. Xiao Xuan raised his hand and easily deflected the blow. Xiao Xuan frowned in displeasure. You know nothing of the gap between us. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth in a panic. What is happening? His cultivation base is clearly lower than mine, yet the spiritual power in his blade is bone-chilling. My attacks do nothing. I cannot risk a contest of spiritual energy. I must use my physical arts to crush him. With that thought, Lu Sheng leaped away. He clenched his fists, invoking the 9-turn golden body tempering art. Xianxia did not hold back, utilizing the yin-yang 5 elements body tempering art, ready to compare the strength of their physical forms. He charged to engage Lu Sheng in direct combat. You are far too lacking. Lu Sheng's arm twisted and deformed from the impact. Lu Sheng cradled his arm in agony and retreated. My arm. Xianxia continued, drawing forth a formidable set of swords. The next move will not merely be physical. Driven into a corner, Lu Sheng has no choice but to reach for his medicinal pills. Desperate, he crushes the ceramic jar directly. This sight forces Xingyue to pause. Lu Sheng bellows, his spiritual power surging rapidly to parry the incoming blades. Channeling his strength, Lu Sheng sends the swords flying and sneers triumphantly. Lu Sheng challenges him fearlessly, is that all the strength you possess? It is not even enough to tickle me. He quickly shifts to a different technique. Xingyue cries out in alarm. Watch out! Xianxia's expression hardens as he grips his sword. His aura erupts, surging several times over yet looking no more bothered than before. He swings his blade in a single, fluid motion. Lu Sheng suddenly realizes something is wrong. The sword qi is far more potent than before. A scream erupts from his throat, leaving Heng De, who stands guard in front of Xingyue, equally stunned. Xianxia of the Hengmeng sect's person is unheard of, yet he slaughters a nascent soul expert without breaking a sweat. Truly terrifying. Fortunately, I did not neglect these guests when the third princess requested I receive them. To show such disrespect before Her Highness, luckily this battle armor is manifested from spiritual energy. Or else I would be standing before the princess in the buff. Xianxia ponders seriously, why did that envoy's aura suddenly skyrocket just now? Xingyue suddenly suggests, since things have come to this, I hope you of the Hengmeng sect will retreat to your home territory. It would be best to move to another nation to avoid attracting further attention to this matter. He steps forward and replies, Third Princess, if we leave now we become the culprits of this incident. When that happens, the Longyan Upper Kingdom will vent their fury upon you. How do you intend to handle that? Her words catch in her throat. Jainu speaks up solemnly. I am the one who killed that envoy. I am willing to stay behind and shoulder the blame alone. Xingyue listens but remains unconvinced. Lady Lin acts with righteousness. If I were to let you risk yourself today, would it not chill the hearts of all righteous cultivators under the heavens? If word of this reaches other nations, my great Qin dynasty will not escape the label of being cowardly. Furthermore, if the Longyan Upper Kingdom dares to let their envoy act so recklessly, I fear there is more intrigue at play. Xianxia approaches with newfound curiosity. Oh, does the third princess mean that this visit by the Longyan Upper Kingdom is meant to stir conflict with Great Qin? She explains quickly, before this, I heard rumors that the Longyan Upper Kingdom had been frequently probing border nations and I found it strange. I have heard of their recent movements. Just now, when that envoy used a secret technique to boost his strength, I clearly felt the power of national destiny. That is the goal of the Longyan Upper Kingdom. They seem to have found a unique method to siphon the national destiny of other nations, likely in preparation for the upcoming War of National Destiny. The other 5 are startled. The War of National Destiny is divided into 9 grades. Levels 7, 8, and 9 are minor nations, including dynasties, principalities, divine nations, and sacred courts. The 6th grade is a dynasty like the Great Qin dynasty, and upwards follow the upper kingdoms, the Longyan Upper Kingdom, the Celestial Court, the Divine Nation, the Sacred Court, and the Supreme Court. The War of National Destiny is initiated by the Celestial Court. Not long ago, the Longyan Upper Kingdom declared war on the Xianxia Upper Kingdom, suffering heavy losses. Since then, they have begun sending envoys to neighboring states to probe their strength. Xingyue squints and continues, in the War of National Destiny, the defeated nation loses everything to its suzerain. I thought the Longyan Upper Kingdom was gathering strength for a deathmatch, but now it seems they intend to seize the national destiny of their neighbors first to minimize their own losses. The fact that Deng Tu acted so recklessly before was merely an excuse to attack Great Qin. The previous troubles were merely a pretext for aggression. At the same time, in the Great Qin Imperial Palace, the chief envoy of the Longyan Upper Kingdom Father to Deng Tu speaks arrogantly, beyond increasing the annual tribute 5-fold. We come under the order of the Upper Kingdom's crown prince to take the third princess back to Longyan to serve as a concubine. This insolence infuriates the people of Great Qin. Chief envoy, are you intentionally insulting us? Ta Yang admits it without a shred of hesitation. What are you? In your Qin kingdom, my status as an envoy of the Longyan Upper Kingdom is equal to that of the Qin king. Do you believe that with one word, I can ensure you have no place to be buried? The king is left speechless with fury. You even dare to insult the emperor, the king roars. Deng Yang, I respect you as an envoy of the Longyan Upper Kingdom. But if you push an inch and demand a mile, do not blame me for being discourteous. But the envoy only grows more arrogant. Discourteous. The Qin king truly knows how to joke. The matter of the third princess did not require your permission. I am merely delivering the crown prince's command. Hand over the third princess obediently. Before he can finish his sentence, a subordinate rushes in. Chief envoy, it is bad news. The third princess has joined forces with members of the Hengmeng sect to kill young master Deng Tu. His guard, Lu Sheng, has also been slain. Ta Yang finds it hard to believe. What? The guard quickly brings in Deng Tu's corpse. It is indeed young master Deng. His eyes instantly overflow with killing intent. Watching from above, the king is deeply unsettled. The Hengmeng sect, could it be the Xiaoxuan that Wei Ju mentioned? This person actually possesses the cultivation to kill a nascent soul expert while only at the golden core stage. Ta Yang snorts coldly, a life for life. Qin king, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation or I will tear your third princess into 1,000 pieces. As he speaks, he launches an attack. A hand formed of spiritual energy from Ta Yang lunges toward the emperor's throne. Fortunately, a trusted subordinate leaps out to intercept the blow. It is Elder Zheng, a nascent soul protector of Great Qin, who arrives just in time. With me here, who dares to harm his majesty? The king, sitting behind, can only grit his teeth and curse. Damn the Longyan Upper Kingdom. Elder Zheng secretly transmits his voice to him. Your Majesty, make a decision quickly. I can protect you, but I cannot protect the entire court. He begins to deliberate with the elder. That Xiaoxuan was actually able to kill the nascent soul stage Lu Sheng. If you were to fight Xiaoxuan, would you have the confidence to defeat him? Does your Majesty intend to shift all the blame onto the Hengmeng sect? He reaches a decision quickly. It is the only way for now. Elder Zheng calmly reassures him. Do not worry, although this Xiaoxuan has a reputation, he is still young. I suspect he used some unique trump card to kill Lu Sheng while his guard was down. If he were to face me, suddenly a sword flies toward them. Ta Yang realizes who it is based on intuition. The blade does not strike Ta Yang directly but circles around, slicing his spiritual energy construct into pieces. A voice suddenly echoes through the hall. The two of you whispering in secreto, you take me for nothing. Do you act as if I Zio do not exist? Xingyue and Xiaoxuan enter to clarify the situation. Chief envoy, there is no need to be hasty. I Xingyue will explain everything clearly. The crowd begins to stir. The third princess is here. And who is that beside her? Ta Yang shows visible apprehension toward him. Such a minor sword control technique. How can it possess such power? It seems I have never heard of this person before. Does the great god possess some hidden trump card I am unaware of? Seeing Xiaoxuan step forward, the emperor realizes that this man has managed to intercept the secret transmissions between himself and Elder Zheng. He remains unhurried, sending a secret voice transmission to make a request. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Please hear what third Princess Chen Shuo has to say. At that same moment, Xingyue kneels down to admit her faults. Royal Father, I have come today to seek punishment. He sighs, feeling helpless, and asks, what have you done wrong? She hesitates not for a second, adopting a strategy of advancing by retreating. I should not have stepped forward when the emissary of the Longyan Upper Kingdom bullied our commoners. I should not have harbored resentment when he humiliated Great Qin. And I certainly should not have counterattacked when he made his move. How noble is the Longyan Upper Kingdom! How lowly is our Great Qin! Whenever an emissary from Longyan is present, one must never commit the crime of lèse-majesté, no matter the provocation. Xingyue's words stir the officials to righteous fury, yet in my muddle-headedness today, I forgot my place and accidentally slew the Upper Kingdom's emissary. My actions defy the heavens and incite the wrath of men. I beg Royal Father to punish me, even to tear me limb from limb. The emissary's subordinates stand there in equal shock. This Xiaoxuan, standing in the rear, curves his lips in satisfaction. This ploy of advancing by retreating actually works, doesn't it? Though the emperor is displeased, he must still reprimand her. Xingyue, you are foolish. yet within the emperor's heart a decision has already been made. Among all my children, only Xingyue possesses true imperial bearing. If only she were a man, I would protect her at all costs today. Alas, things have reached this point, it seems I can only push her out to bear the consequences. Before the emperor can deliver his verdict, Xiao Xuan swiftly initiates a secret transmission. Your Majesty, suppose that today, this Xiao can not only ensure Great Qin remains safe and sound, but also guarantee that Great Qin emerges victorious in the battle of destiny and eventually surpasses the Longyan Upper Kingdom. Your Majesty, do you dare to bet with me? The emperor asks skeptically, his pride stung by the other's arrogance. How can you guarantee this? Xiao Xuan replies without a moment of hesitation. If this Xiao says, if your Majesty gives the order, I will eradicate the entire emissary delegation here and now. Hearing this, the emperor wavers. What are your conditions? Seeing the deal within reach, Xiao Xuan joyfully puts forward the demand to crown Xingyue as heir. Not only can this Xiao resolve the emissary problem, I can ensure Great Qin prospers for eternity. The emperor falls into deep contemplation before deciding to pass the throne to Xingyue. In other words, the Hengmeng sect agrees to offend the Longyan Upper Kingdom for Xingyue's sake. Xingyue speaks up at that moment. I pray your Majesty considers the decision. The emperor rushes to accept the proposal. I agree to your terms. Xiao Xuan begins to circulate his spiritual energy, refusing to let the emperor down. Rest assured, your Majesty, with this transaction this Xiao will deliver the utmost value for you. Ta Yang stands by, still arrogant and oblivious to his impending demise. King of Qin, the third princess has already confessed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and issue the decree to convict her. Xiao Xuan points his sword at him, his voice cold and firm. Who dares to convict the third princess of my Great Qin? Ta Yang is shocked, yet he easily dodges the sword strike. You dare raise your hand against the chief emissary? Let me see what kind of ability you truly possess. He lunges forward, aiming to hack Xiao Xuan to death. But Xiao Xuan has already moved behind him. Xiao Xuan smirks and draws his blade. I fear the chief emissary is getting on in years. How can your frail body keep up with such movements? Xiao Xuan decisively slashes twice in Ta Yang's direction. Ta Yang turns his head in shock. Damn you. He creates a shield in haste to protect himself. Xiao Xuan's sword energy begins to fly wild. Whether by accident or design, it annihilates the emissary's guards. By the time he realizes what has happened, Ta Yang's eyes are wide with terror. Ta Yang gnashes his teeth in fury as he watches his subordinates fall. Very well, the Great Qin dynasty, how very well. He quickly draws his own sword. Great Qin, since you are courting death. Ta Yang raises his blade high. If you wish to throw your lives away, I shall grant your wish. Seeing someone who practices the sword Dao like himself, Xiao Xuan is delighted. So, the chief emissary is a sword cultivator as well. He waves his hand, channeling his magical power. That makes things much easier. The sword in Ta Yang's hand rebels against its master. It flies straight into Xiao Xuan's hand. Ta Yang stares, unable to believe his eyes. What? My connection to my precious sword has been severed. Xiao Xuan grips the sword, praising it with a touch of mockery. What a magnificent blade. It must be at least a mystic grade high-tier treasure. Xiao Xuan takes it without a hint of politeness. Since the chief emissary is so generous, I will not refuse your gift. Ta Yang is hit by shock after shock, feeling as if he is on the verge of a collapse. How can this be? My precious sword, tempered for 10 years, has its control stolen away. In Ta Yang's eyes, Xiao Xuan looks like a beast ready to devour him whole. An outcome that isn't entirely impossible. If his understanding of sword artifacts has reached the level where he can re-refine my sword in an instant. If he is truly capable of such a feat, then the man before me is a genuine monster. You have been watching for quite some time, Elder Zheng. Are you satisfied? Elder Zheng, what technique is this? Elder Zheng hesitates, unsure how to reply. This person is a master of the sword Dao. His sword arts are bizarre. This old man cannot see through him. Even you cannot see it. What if you were to face him? If we only discuss the sword Dao, this old man fears I would be no match for him. Ta Yang, pushed into a corner, decides to go all out. Again, Xiao Xuan continues his game of stealing equipment. Longyan Upper Kingdom truly lives up to its name, overflowing with riches. If this Xiao had to gather these treasures himself, who knows how long it would take. The pile of swords stops midair and he flicks his wrist, commanding them. My thanks to Chief Emissary Ta for the tribute. The swords are now enveloped in Xiao Xuan's spiritual energy and fly back. They strike directly at Ta Yang. This Xiao shall return the favor. He cannot dodge in time and can only watch as a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rings out. The officials watching the piles of corpses are filled with utter bewilderment. Who are you exactly? A man who alone wipes out the emissary delegation of the Upper Kingdom, yet our great Qin has no such hero. He slams his hand on the table and stands up. He bellows, no one is to speak a word of today's events until the Vant Dao Grand Assembly concludes. Anyone who leaks it will be executed without mercy. The officials dare not disobey his order. We subordinates obey your majesty's decree. Before leaving, Xiao Xuan does not forget to add, I hope your majesty does not forget our agreement. Xing Yue looks at him with a giant question mark hanging over her head. Agreement. The emperor frowns, whispering to himself, no wonder Xing Yue chose this man as her master. I must absolutely never become his enemy. Scene shifts to the capital of Great Qin, the temporary residence of the Hongmeng sect. The gates swing open. Xiao Xuan and Xing Yu step inside, both in high spirits. We're back. Those inside greet them with eager excitement. Junior brother, Master, you have returned. Zhu Xuan rushes over to check on them. Junior brother, are you all right? Xiao Xuan answers without missing a beat. No need to worry about me. Everything's been taken care of. Xingyu watches the exchange and can't help but marvel. The bond between the Hongmeng sect members is genuinely close. How wonderful. He reaches into his robe and adds, but clashes with the Longyan Great Kingdom will only escalate from here. We need to power up fast. Xiao Xuan hands the item to her with a reminder. Take this, senior sister, I promised you a complete one, didn't I? Zhu Xuan takes it, eyes wide with doubt. The yin-yang 5 elements energy radiating from it is incomparably stronger than before. It really is complete. How did you pull this off? He replies with a casual grin, small matter, not even worth mentioning. With that, Xiao Xuan turns his attention to the others. The three of you come with me. I'll perform another empowerment transfer for you today. Yes, master. Xingyu stands there stunned. Empowerment transfer, I get one too. Inside the chamber, he channels his full power into their bodies. It truly is an empowerment transfer, not some half measure. She watches the reactions of Su Muhen and Zhai Nu. They look completely used to this. Just what kind of terrifying sect is the Hongmeng sect? After a while, Zhai Nu breaks through to Foundation Establishment, 7th layer. Muhen, having just reached Foundation Establishment, 5th layer, obediently bows her head. Thank you, master. Xingyu's jaw tightens as shock washes over her. It's been 5 years. I thought I'd never reach Foundation Establishment in my entire life. And yet, just like Thatch is now at Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Xiao Xuan exhales heavily drained. System host has transmitted 500 years of cultivation to disciples. 10x reward multiplier applied. 5,000 years of cultivation received. He stays seated and commands his disciples. You lot head out first. Your master needs to enter closed door cultivation. Yes, master. The day of the Grand Assembly arrives in no time. The venue, the Martial Arena's main plaza. The plaza stretches vast and open. Zhu Xuan is now at Golden Core, 8th layer. She glances at Xiao Xuan in surprise. Junior brother's cultivation seems to have advanced again. He grins back. Senior sister isn't far behind either. Xiao Xuan has already reached the peak of Golden Core. Zhu Xuan's gaze suddenly shifts elsewhere. 3 massive spirit boats loom into view above them. The crowd below erupts into murmurs. Look. What is that? By the insignia on their hulls, they recognize them at once, spirit boats of the great clans. Xiao Xuan narrows his eyes, studying the 3 vessels. Flight over the imperial capital is strictly forbidden, yet these great clan spirit boats dare to blaze across the sky. He thinks to himself, this is clearly a deliberate slap to the imperial family's face. The emperor sits on his throne above, brow furrowed, but says nothing. The 3 spirit boats descend swiftly and touch down. Great clan spirit boats, what an imposing display. Those aboard begin filing down to the ground. Look, the great clan representatives are descending. The representatives include the Wang clan, the Lin clan, and the Qin clan. They stride inward. Under the awed gazes of the crowd, the great clans certainly know how to make an entrance. Zhu Xuan glances over and notes that even their most prized disciples have reached Foundation Establishment, 5th layer. Xiao Xuan lets out a quiet sigh, as expected of the great clans. The 3 representatives step before the emperor and speak. Clan affairs have kept us terribly busy. This Qin elder arrives late, Your Majesty, please forgive the delay. The first to speak is the patriarch of the Qin clan. Next comes the patriarch of the Wang clan, who adds that it's merely a contest against some common sect. Slate or not, the outcome was never in doubt. Last is the patriarch of the Lin clan. If not for His Majesty and the third princess's earnest invitation, would the three ancient great clans deign to share the same stage with these wandering sects? The crowd in the stands stirs with outrage at the great clan's arrogance. They dare look down on our martial sects. Absurd, what's so great about the great clans? Just a bunch of mutts riding their ancestors' coattails. What right do they have to swagger around here, leaning on a bit of old foundation? They really think they're heaven's chosen, untouchable. Hearing this, the clan representatives' faces darken with displeasure. One among them releases a surge of spiritual pressure and roars, "Insolent!" The force ripples outward, pressing down on the entire crowd. The aura's terrifying. Zhu Xuan steps forward with a look of disgust. Arrogant tyrants. Zhao Xuan clicks his tongue. The great clans really are full of themselves. Only then does the emperor tap a finger against his throne. He speaks as if the previous exchange never happened. Now that everyone has arrived, let us begin. The attendant immediately bellows, relaying the imperial decree. The 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly officially begins. A swirling portal tears open before them. The official now lays out the rules. The 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a battle royale. Each faction may send up to 100 Foundation Establishment disciples into the Imperial Secret Realm. Upon entry, participants will be teleported to random locations within the Secret Realm. When critically injured, you will be automatically ejected from the Secret Realm. The various sect disciples begin filing into the portal. On the Hungmeng sect side, the disciples clasp their fists and prepare to depart. Sect Master Elder Ziour heading in. They follow the queue and advance toward the gate. After 7 days, the treasures and spirit herbs each faction has gathered will be tallied at the central zone of the Secret Realm. Points will determine rankings. The top 10 factions advance to the second round. Zhu Xuan watches her disciples disappear into the portal, a knot of worry tightening in her chest. Even mid-tier sects field at least 100 Foundation Establishment disciples each. The great clans send even more, and our Hungmeng sect only 5. We're at a massive disadvantage from the start. Zhao Xuan hears her concern and responds with certainty. Relax. Senior sister, the disciples of our Hungmeng sect are all elites. One of ours can handle 20 of theirs. Every last one of them will make it through. He smirks, glancing toward the Qin clan's setup. Oh, a heaven-gazing mirror has been set up. We can observe their performance inside the secret realm now. Trust Methi won't disappoint us. Inside the Imperial Secret Realm thighs is the royal family's secret realm. Yi Chen turns to his teammates and asks, so that's the plan. Split up or stick together? Jainu suddenly lets out an excited shout. Found one, she points toward a direction, already convincing the others. There's an intense spiritual energy fluctuation over their guaranteed high-grade treasure. The terrain's perfect for an ambush. How about we set up here? Listen up, junior brothers and sisters. Our Hungmeng sect only has 5 members, even if we split up to search. We can't compete with nearly 100 disciples from other sects combing the area. So here's the plan. We find a treasure-rich spot, lie in wait, and ambush the other factions when they come hunting for loot. As she says this, a cunning grin spreads across Jainu's face. She's the mastermind behind this scheme. Muhan standing beside her is clearly an accomplice, senior sister through and through. Truly, she's inherited the master's teachings. The other 3 gape, stunned by the audacity of the plan. Arab people, isn't that a bit much? There's only 5 of us. What if we can't take on the other factions when the time comes? A hand shoots up. Muhan steps forward, radiating confidence as she reassures them. Don't worry, we've loaded up on enough high-grade artifacts to take on hundreds, plus more than enough recovery pills to last. With all that, one person acting as an army is nothing difficult. Jai Nu nods approvingly. Mem. The other 3 exchange glances, each wearing a different expression, somewhere between terror and reluctant excitement. So many magic treasures and pill scan, I really use all of them. They're just 2 people, how are they this professional about it? Won't people think our Hungmeng sect is some kind of criminal organization that specializes in robbery? But Jainu quickly managed to calm down Luo Rai and Qing Quan. Just think about it, if we win first place, imagine how happy the sect master will be. Those words were enough to make them see reason. Makes sense. The five gradually began hunting their prey. No more hesitation. Let's move out. The scene shifts to a mountain where destiny flowers bloom. Look, it's a destiny flower. The group erupted in cheers the moment they spotted it. Oh my god, that's a supreme grade earth tier healing medicine. With this, cracking the top 10 in the new rankings would be a piece of cake. They wanted to rush forward but still felt a twinge of hesitation. This destiny flower is so conspicuous, has no one picked it after an entire day. Maybe a spirit beast is guarding it. The people who came before probably weren't strong enough to beat it, so they ran away. But for us at the Heavenly Sword Sect, this is nothing. Xianxia, hiding in a nearby bush, was grinning from ear to ear. Another group had taken the bait. Xianxia quickly turned to her companions. Ready? They nodded. Yeah, Yi Chen was the first to take the field. Oh, this spirit-brightening treasure is already this dazzling in broad daylight. If we use it to light up the night, wouldn't it be bright as day? Su Muhen immediately mocked him. Is that really all you can think of, Yi Chen senpai? The light was so blinding it seared the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Sect group. What is that? Qing Quan and Luo Rai quickly moved into position. It's our turn. Formation of immobilization activate. Their spiritual energy immediately locked the group in place. What's going on? Why can't I move? Only then did Xianxia make her entrance. Sesh launched a flying sword straight at them. Go! Su Muhen wasn't about to be outdone either. Don't forget about me. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down on the enemies. Caught completely off guard, the Heavenly Sword Sect group could only howl in pain. After the dust settled, Xianxia and Su Muhen turned to each other and high-fived in celebration. They laughed uncontrollably with joy. Another one down. Yi Chen, watching from the side, silently muttered a prayer to himself. He would never, ever get on those two's bad side. Qing Quan and Luo Rai excitedly suggested the two of them go help out too and collect some loot while they were at it. The scene was broadcast crystal clear on the heaven-watching mirror, igniting fury among the spectators. Look, the Heavenly Sword Sect got knocked out. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been eliminated. How utterly shameless. Damn it. They'd better not show up to the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly. That was brutal. The Emperor, growing restless, asked, what is the current cumulative score of the Hongmeng sect? Weiju answered respectfully, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Sword Sect is the 8th faction to be ambushed by the Hongmeng sect's 5 members. The combined spoils from these 8 factions have already placed them first in cumulative points, more than double that of the Qin family in second place. Hearing this, the Emperor finally smiled with satisfaction. Hongmeng sect, how interesting. Mayor Below also looked at Xiao Xuan with an exasperated expression. What exactly do you normally teach your disciples? He flicked his fan open and replied cheerfully, let's see if it works first, shall we? Over on the other side. The Qin family patriarch sneered with contempt. A low-tier sect resorting to dirty tricks, so what? Wait till the next round comes, they'll be dead soon enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a portal opened up. Look, someone else had been eliminated. Lin family disciples came tumbling out from within. Oh my god, it's the Lin family. The Lin family eliminated in the very first round. What kind of power could pull that off? The entire crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone quickly noticed the marks on their bodies were identical to those of the factions previously ambushed by the Hongmeng sect. It was Hongmeng that eliminated the Lin family. Just a moment ago the Lin family were running their mouths. And now they got wiped out by some no-name sect in the very first round. What a disgrace to the great clans. The Lin family patriarch's face went dark with rage and he couldn't hold back his shout. Insolent, his aura exploded outward, silencing the entire arena. He marched straight up to lodge a formal complaint with the Emperor. Your Majesty, the Hongmeng sect's methods are sinister and ruthless. They act nothing like a righteous sect. I demand the immediate disqualification of the Hongmeng sect from the competition. Mayor's blood boiled instantly, and she lunged forward as if ready to fight him to the death. What nonsense is this old fossil spouting? The Hongmeng sect only sent 5 disciples in their Yurlin family brought over 100. Sounds to me like you're just throwing a tantrum because you got outplayed. HMPH. Xiao Xuan could only smile wryly. Well, I'm counting on you to handle this. The Emperor rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Hongmeng sect's tactics are quite similar to those of the Jianghu sects. The disciples of the great clans all carry protective artifacts that trigger alarms when ambushed. How could the Hongmeng sect possibly breach them? While he was still pondering, Wei Jiu offered his input. Your Majesty, you're asking, what exactly? After hearing it, the emperor burst out laughing. Well done indeed, Hengmeng sect. Once composed, the emperor turned the tables and interrogated the patriarch instead. If Patriarch Lin believes the Hengmeng sect used underhanded tactics to eliminate the Lin family, then by all means, stand up and tell us what exactly happened. The Lin family disciples heard this and exchanged hesitant glances, stumbling over their words. Wei Jiu gave them no room to stall, immediately unleashed his aura to pressure them into answering. His Majesty is asking, he said coldly. Continue. Speak honest, Lin-o. The Lin family disciples broke out in cold sweat, terrified. In the end, they couldn't hold back any longer and confessed everything. We ran into a group of disciples who'd been separated in the canyon. We wanted to ambush them and steal the heavenly brocade flower. But those 5 were far stronger than we expected, especially one female disciple who was riding a sword. She was a complete monster. An absolute monster. The emperor heard this and shot a sideways glance at the Lin family patriarch, mocking him. You hear that, Patriarch Lin? Your Lin family disciple supposedly from a prestigious orthodox sect get outmatched. And now you have the nerve to cause trouble for the Hengmeng sect. It hit him like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Look at that, so much for being a great clan. Earlier their arrogance was pointed sky high, and now they got forced into a corner by a tiny 5-man sect. How embarrassing. The Lin family patriarch had finally lost every last shred of face and couldn't bring himself to shout at anyone anymore. Seeing him humiliated, the Qin family patriarch and the Wang family patriarch openly sneered with contempt. Look at old Lin's expression. Priceless, lost to a low-tier sect, and now he's dying of shame. But before long, another portal appeared. Look, someone else has been knocked out. Everyone quickly recognized them. These were Qin family members. Those flying swords are like arrows. Surely it's not the Hengmeng sect again, right? The Wang family patriarch immediately redirected his mockery to the side. Oh, brother Qin, did you really just say that? Don't get too cocky too soon now. The Qin family patriarch was so furious his face turned black. A bunch of useless trash. The emperor seized the moment to twist the knife. Surely Patriarch Qin won't be filing a request to disqualify the Hengmeng sect too, right? He immediately left where he was standing. The Qin family patriarch stood before his disciples and grabbed one by the collar, interrogating him. What happened? Why are you here? Explain your Silvesno. They could only plead desperately. We're exhausted, Patriarch. We saw the Lin family clashing with the Hengmeng sect disciples. So we took the opportunity to grab the heavenly brocade flower. I didn't expect Hengmeng sect to have set traps ahead of us. We walked right into them. The clan patriarch listened, then flew into a rage and hurled the young man aside. Useless trash. The Wang family patriarch stood nearby, cheerfully enjoying the spectacle. Looks like the one calling the shots at this 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly is our Wang patriarch. Suddenly, a fresh wave of shouts erupts. More people have been expelled from the arena. The Wang clan again, and now the Changsheng sect too. At this point he can't even force a smile anymore. You've got to be kidding me. Next to the Wang patriarch, another sect's disciples are also being ejected from the formation. At the center of the arena, 2 fighters clash while supporters on both sides cheer wildly. Come on, young master, go, senior brother, crush him. The Wang patriarch is so furious he storms over and smacks the young man to knock some sense into him. You idiot, stop fighting already. Why the hell did you all come out right now? He barely dodges the blow in time. Only then does he actually look around at his surroundings. Wait, we've already been eliminated. The patriarch is pushed to the brink of madness. You brainless fool, you didn't even realize you were already knocked out. Very quickly, several more sects are escorted out, their tickets punched for home. The Taixu sect and the Wanfeng gate all expelled. That means only Hengmeng sect remains. And the last disciples to walk out are none other than Hengmengs. How are we already outside? So we won. The Wang patriarch sees this and grinds his teeth, bellowing in fury. You worthless lot, you even managed to get my sword thrown away. Over at the Wanfeng gate, a disciple rushes forward to report. Sect master, we lost. Wanfeng gate's sect master, Li Jianfeng, hears this and gently reassures him. It's fine, you gave it your all. Over at the Taixu sect, Taoist Xuan Ling likewise shows no disappointment. He responds without the slightest hesitation. Very well, I only brought you all here for experience in the first place. I never expected you to actually win against those heavy hitters. Zhu Xuan approaches her disciples and asks, "Hey, why were so many eliminated this time? Are any of you hurt?" Xiaoxuan quickly picks up on something off. "Little Zhai, what happened with the Wang clan and the Wanfeng Gate? Explain." Zhai Nu bows respectfully and answers, reporting to Master after eliminating the Qin clan, we were surrounded by the Wang clan's disciples. After weighing our options, I had senior sister Su Muhan escort the others out first while I stayed behind to cover the rear. The Wang clan's young master offered me a one-on-one duel, but when he lost, he refused to accept it and ordered his lackeys to gang up on me. Called in his disciples to swarm me. At that point, I'd already finished laying down the 7-star immortal slaying sword formation. But I spotted Changsheng's sect disciples hiding in the corner, waiting to swoop in and steal the spoil, so I pivoted the formation and aimed it straight at them instead. Changsheng's sect assumed it was the Wang clan attacking them, so they charged straight into a brawl with the Wang disciples. I seized the opening and slipped away. They were tearing into each other without even knowing what hit them. Whoever got ambushed, they just swarmed whoever was closest. Zhai Nu continues, after that, I didn't expect the disciples from Wanfeng Gate and the Taixu sect to show up one after another. I saw them all bunched together in one spot. It'd be a waste not to net the whole batch, so I laid down a second sword formation. Xiaoxuan smiles approvingly and pats her on the head. Using your resources this efficiently, you truly are my outstanding disciple. Her face lights up with joy at the praise. Master flatters me too much. The Wang patriarch smacks his own disciple over the head and roars, "You spineless good-for-nothing." The Qin clan's people on the other side aren't much better. They're all too terrified to even make a sound. A small sect with unknown strength yet armed with so many tricks. Up on the imperial dais, the emperor looks genuinely pleased with the results. Hengmeng sect truly is no ordinary force. Seeing the looks on those 3 sects' faces like they've swallowed rotten food, absolutely delightful. Wei Jiu promptly steps forward and announces, "With that, allow me to declare the winner of this round. Hengmeng sect wins by a decisive and undeniable margin." This time, only Hengmeng sect stands victorious. All other eliminated sects will be ranked according to their accumulated points. Tomorrow, the top-ranked sect shall select 3 representatives for a free-for-all melee, from which the sect with the strongest combat capability shall be chosen. While the other sects are still stewing in frustration, the Hengmeng side is nothing but smiles and celebration. Let's go celebrate. The Wang patriarch, humiliated beyond bearing, decides to play dirty. Just some petty faction from the Jianghu and you dare act this arrogant. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. But before his sword chi can even reach its target, Xiaoxuan senses it instantly. He decisively activates his clear sword heart to counter. "You want to test your sword against mine?" Everyone turns just in time to see Xiaoxuan's spiritual energy radiating outward like a tempest. "No one surpasses me in the Tao of the sword." The Wang patriarch's sneak attack fails completely, leaving him seething. Damn it. The crowd's attention gradually shifts toward them. That sword energy, just Noonion could tell that strike reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Within the entire Dakin Empire, someone has actually comprehended the clear sword heart. Xuan Ling silently takes note. Hengmeng sect, a truly unimaginable dark horse. Looks like this 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly is going to get very interesting. Meanwhile, on Xiaoxuan's side, the commotion is growing. "Master, what happened?" Xiaoxuan waves it off. Just a minor lapse in attention. Time quickly passes to nightfall, inside the emperor's study in the Dakin Imperial Palace. The emperor speaks up. "Is everything in place?" Weiju immediately reports, "Your Majesty. The Imperial Guard has surrounded every great clan's estate in the capital, sealed tight as a drum. Barrier formations and suppressive arrays have been deployed in full. Nothing escapes Your Majesty's sight. The Grand Elder has also brought the national treasure, the Hayashan Mirror, to the outskirts of the capital. Should anything go awry, he will intervene at once. Your Majesty need only wait until tomorrow when Sect Master Xiao defeats the great clans and secures the final victory. If I may speak further. Your Majesty, are you truly planning to pass the throne to the 3rd princess?" The emperor answers without hesitation. "Xiaoxuan's strength is no trifling matter. We proceed as planned. After the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly concludes, I will formally announce Xingyu's ascension." If that Xiaoxuan can subdue the great clans and ensure Xingyu's smooth succession, all the better. If not, we must be prepared regardless. Have the Grand Elder stand ready. If anything goes wrong, move to suppress the great clans by force. Hearing this, Weijiu shifts to another matter. Your Majesty is wise. There is one additional matter this old servant wishes to bring to your Majesty's attention. The Emperor asks, what is it? Weijiu answers honestly. The Grand Elder used the Haitian mirror and detected a mysterious expert lurking near the capital. The news startles the Emperor. Who a mysterious expert? But he quickly brushes it aside. Forget it, the royal city has its own protective barrier, and with the Grand Elder stationed here, no one would dare cause trouble. We are tired, that will be all for now. As you command. The scene shifts once more to outside the barrier where indeed a lone figure is attempting to infiltrate. The Dakin royal city has a barrier, I remember that much. Just as I thought. His name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan extends his hand toward the barrier, preparing to breach it. Memories of a past life truly are the greatest cheat code there is. Long time no see. Dakin Empire. Yi Fan has returned. In his past life, he possessed a divine sense spirit body completely immune to the restrictions of any secret realm, free to come and go as he pleased through any of them. Yi Fan recalls his past life memories. Elder, it's bad news, the secret realm has been completely plundered. What? But this only makes him more excited. Because I cultivated the divine path, I earned the favor of many noble ladies, including the Dakin Empire's own female emperor, Ying Xingyu. Unfortunately, by the time I was on the verge of ascending to immortal emperor, I realized that to achieve the perfect realm, cultivating only a single Dao was never enough. One had to cultivate multiple Daos simultaneously. I understood this far too late to change course. In the end, my lifespan burned out and I died consumed by regret. But heaven favors me, it granted me a second chance at life. This time I will reach the pinnacle of immortal emperor. This time I will step into the secret realm belonging to the Dakin imperial family. After 5 years I can harvest an even greater share of national destiny power. If I can also win Xingyu's heart and have her channel the imperial family's power for my cultivation, even better. The next day arrives. Weijiu once again takes the stage as host. Today marks the final battle of the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly. Life and death are your own responsibility. Exercise caution. The last sect standing shall be bestowed the title of national sect, hereafter receiving the Dakin imperial family's full support and resources in service to the crown. The patriarchs of the great clans step forward one by one: the Qin Patriarch, the Lin Patriarch, the Wang Patriarch. On the other side stand the sect representatives: Changsheng sect, Wanfeng Gate, the Taixu sect, and finally Hongmeng sect. Below the arena, an eerie silence blankets the crowd. Yi Fan arrives swiftly, appearing at the scene. HMPH. He sweeps his gaze across the surroundings. Xingyu still hasn't ascended to the throne as female emperor yet, has she? The mere thought of Xingyu's figure makes Yi Fan's mouth water. So innocent, so naive. That's right, I remember that when Xingyu took the throne, she was obstructed by the lingering soul of the founding divine general. If I had appeared just in time to play the hero saving the beauty, wouldn't that have been perfect? I could have built a rapport with Xingyu a full 5 years earlier. Suits me perfectly. On the other side, Weijiu also raises his voice. Now that everyone has assembled, the decisive battle of the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly officially begins. Everyone charge in at once, all fighters from other sects and great clans around Xiaoxuan's group. Look, 3 great clans and even the Changsheng sect are all ganging up on Hongmeng sect. They were flexing yesterday, and today they're getting a taste of their own medicine. Li Jianfeng stands calmly on the sidelines, chatting with Xuan Ling. Taoist Li, why aren't you stepping in? Sitting back and reaping the spoils doesn't seem like your style. He replies, aren't you also choosing to stay out of it? When Xuan Ling thinks back, he suddenly recalls that the last time they met, Taoist Li was only at nascent soul's second stage. After so many years apart, how is he still stuck at the same spot? Li Jianfeng frowns, answering without a trace of joy. I devoted myself entirely to the way of the sword. From comprehending the heart technique to understanding sword intent, everything went smoothly. But now I find myself trapped at the threshold of the clear sword heart. When I first grasped heavenly tier sword intent, I thought myself a rare prodigy under heaven. But now I've been stuck at the boundary of the sword heart for years with no progress whatsoever. Only now do I realize that even human strength has its limits. Xuan Ling suddenly hits upon a rather clever idea. Then why not sell you a tip about a famed master, someone to point you toward the right path? You saw Xiao Xuan of Hongmeng sect's techniques yesterday, didn't you? If we apply a little pressure, forcing him to hand over his sword Dao insights would be of great benefit to you. I don't have much attachment to making the Taixu sect the national sect. For the sake of our many years of friendship, how about I test him out? Hearing this, Li Jianfeng's eyes widen as he tries to stop him. Wait, but before either of them can act, a single furious sword strike tears through the air. Li Jianfeng and Xuan Ling both freeze on the spot. What? Right at the Qin clan head's feet lies a row of defeated fighters sprawled across the ground. My legs. Xiao Xuan strides forward, slow and unhurried. If all you lot have is this much skill, I'm afraid Hongmeng sect will once again sever your hold on first place today. Zhu Xuan smirks and teases him. Junior brother, you do love flexing like this. Mai lowers her eyes, clicks her tongue and says flatly, not bad I suppose. The people in the stand start buzzing. Am I seeing this right? He single-handedly dealt with nearly all the top fighters. Who is that guy, daring to strike at us like this? And it was no illusion, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Wei Jiu approaches the group and confirms one by one the Changsheng sect, the Wang clan, and the Lin clan have all lost their qualification to compete. Yifan, watching from above, also senses something is off. Hongmeng sect, strange, in my previous life I don't recall ever hearing of this sect. The Qin clan head, still unreconciled from the previous defeat, decides to make his move. The Qin clan's exclusive body tempering art. His hand gradually becomes wrapped in a layer of hardened, lightning-fused beast imprints. With that, the Qin clan head charges forward with fervor. Allow me to seek guidance from Elder Xiao. Xiao Xuan casually activates the Yin-Yang 5 Elements body cultivation art in response. Body tempering, as it happens, I was looking for someone to test myself against too. He rockets straight toward the Qin clan head. Only now does the old man realize something is terribly wrong. How is the force behind this brat's body so terrifying? Xiao Xuan raises an eyebrow, his contempt plain as day. That's all you've got. With one arm he hurls the Qin clan head away, sending him skidding backward to dodge. Xiao Xuan presses the man's body down with a torrent of spiritual power. Your body's toughness doesn't even compare to someone I ran into long ago. The crushing pressure leaves the Qin clan head completely unable to break free. His disciples watch, unable to contain their fury and indignation. The clan head has, even the spectators above are left wide-eyed. The Qin clan head actually can't hold his own against that arrogant junior from Hongmeng sect. Having dealt with him, Xiao Xuan turns to Li Jianfeng and Xuan Ling, throwing down the gauntlet. Next he glances at the two of them. How about you two? Li Jianfeng quickly bows his head and earnestly makes his plea. I, Li, have been stuck at a stalemate in my sword heart comprehension for far too long. I've given it deep thought. Today, I humbly request Taoist Xiao to offer me some guidance. Exclamations of shock immediately erupt around them. Heavens, the sect master of Wanfeng sect is asking Xiao Xuan of Hongmeng sect for pointers. Am I hearing this right? Xiao Xuan strokes his chin and replies nonchalantly, you want to learn the clear sword heart. Very well. He suddenly hits upon an idea. How about this? I'll give you two choices. One, become my disciple. The crowd erupts in outrage at his arrogance. He wants Li Jianfeng to bow to Hongmeng's sect as his master. What nerve! Li Jianfeng's immortal slaying sword art is unmatched. It's the legendary immortal slaying sword of Great Qin. He ignores their words entirely and continues his proposal. To defeat Taoist Xuan Ling standing beside you. Xuan Ling is left utterly stunned. This Zhu Xuan sighs helplessly at this childishness. There he goes again, same old tricks. Li Jianfeng hesitates, gripping the sword in his hand tight. I wouldn't mind bowing to a superior cultivator as my master, but is Taoist Xiao suggesting? He looks up at Xiao Xuan. Could he be testing Meguijing how far I can push Taoist Xuan Ling? In the end, Li Jianfeng makes his decision. Although he only trails Xuan Ling by one minor realm for a sword cultivator. That single minor realm represents the vast chasm of clear sword heart enlightenment. Taoist Xuan Ling isn't a sword cultivator who can break through by other means. I've already made up my mind. He raises his sword and says courteously, Taoist, forgive my offense. Li Jianfeng bows and unleashes the immortal slaying sword. please Taoist Xuan Ling. Xuan Ling, dragged into the fight, can only lament never expected this poor Taoist to drop a boulder on his own foot. Jainu, watching from the side, suddenly gasps, "Oh, isn't that the silk-soft, gentle sword that master uses?" Xiao Xuan also picks up on it immediately. Oh, so the silk-soft, gentle sword has this many variations. The system kept returning silk-soft, gentle sword feedback multiple times. There must be some hidden mechanism at play. Li Jianfeng and Xuan Ling, prompted by him, have already begun their clash. Up in the stands, the crowd goes wild. Heavens, this is absolutely electric. Too intense. The strongest cultivator, Taoist Xuan Ling, versus the strongest sword cultivator, Li Jianfeng, who will win. Xuan Ling effortlessly blocks his attack. This demon seal stance of mine can reinforce the body and provide defense. Taoist Li's sword momentum seems a bit weak. It can't even break through my protective chi barrier. Immediately after, a punch slams into Li Jianfeng's gut. Then this poor Taoist won't hold back. Caught off guard, Li Jianfeng is sent flying straight into the wall behind him. Watching this, Xiao Xuan lets out a soft "oh." This Taoist Xuan Ling is somewhat interesting. After a moment, Li Jianfeng struggles back to his feet. Indeed, without comprehending the clear sword heart. Fighting a fully perfected cultivator like Xuan Ling still means being outmatched. He rises once more and clasps his hands in surrender. "I've lost this match." Xuan Ling can only sigh. "Taoist Li, I'm sorry I couldn't help you this time." But Xiao Xuan suddenly speaks up. "If I take Li Jianfeng as my disciple, then as his master, stepping in to fight on his behalf would only be natural, wouldn't it?" In his heart, he'd already hatched this schematime to test what Taoist Xuan Ling is truly made of. Jianfeng freezes at Xiao Xuan's words. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you mean?" He smirks, prompting him. "Don't you still have the first option? Why haven't you changed your mind?" This makes Jianfeng's dejected face light up instantly. He obediently bows his head and pleads, "Master above, please accept this disciple," with a prostration. Having just fought Jianfeng, Taoist Xuan Ling is still brimming with fighting spirit. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has such an elegant interest, this humble Taoist can only oblige. He wastes no time and charges straight at Xiao Xuan. The remaining onlookers are shaken by their overwhelming aura. This is a duel at the pinnacle of Dakin's cultivation world. Jianfeng can't help but marvel. Those who have comprehended the clear sword heart are truly on another level. The clear sword heart can also be called the clear Tao heart. Before comprehending the Tao, cultivators rely on their five senses to read an opponent's attacks. After comprehension, they employ the Tao itself, elevating combat to a higher plane. This subtle difference alone can often decide victory or defeat. Thinking this, he tells himself, "I really need to break through this bottleneck as soon as possible." Xuan Ling gradually manifests several spiritual energy orbs. He retreats a few steps, showering praise without reservation. "I never expected fellow Taoist Xiao's physique to be this extraordinary. This demon seal of mine can strengthen the body." Xuan Ling clenches his fist and advances. "Try another move." But Xiao Xuan catches his fist effortlessly. Refreshing. "I rarely get the chance to test body tempering techniques like this today. I've had my fill." Seeing this, Xuan Ling's eyes widen in shock. "He actually blocked my full-powered strike with such ease." Xiao Xuan smirks, his hand clamping down hard on Xuan Ling's fist. "I must thank the Taoist for the lesson." Unable to break free, panic flashes across Xuan Ling's face. "Not good, that fist can't be taken head-on, the power is inhuman." While Xuan Ling scrambles for a countermeasure, Xiao Xuan's blow is already upon him. He maximizes his protective chi barrier to the fullest. "I must brace myself." Xiao Xuan's fist tears his barrier to shreds. "What?" Not just Xuan Linjeven, the onlookers can't believe what they're seeing. The demon-subduing seal of the Taixing sect serves both offense and defense. Even Li Jianfeng at full power couldn't break through the protective chi barrier. Yet Xiao Xuan shattered it with a single punch. Xiao Xuan winds up for another strike. If the Taoist has no other tricks, then this ends here. He shows no mercy and drives his fist straight in. Xuan Ling is sent flying back several meters, crashing into the wall and leaving a massive dent. The strongest cultivator Taoist Xuan Ling has been defeated. The emperor falls silent, mulling over this terrifying display of power. Even Taoist Xuan Ling fell. The crowd erupts in chatter. Good heavens, Xiao Xuan actually defeated Taoist Xuan Ling. At his age, with that kind of power, he's a true genius. Jian Feng stands to the side, pondering for a moment. To withstand Xuan Ling's punch proves his physical and spiritual fortitude rivals the Taoists. Moreover, the level of his clear Dao heart must surpass Xuan Ling's. His reflexes are far faster. Xuan Ling's defeat in this bout is well-deserved. Only now does Xuan Ling begin to regain his composure. He quickly rises to his feet and steps forward. Xuan Ling concedes without a shred of hesitation. This old Taoist has lost this bout. Yifan, watching from above, is hit with a massive question mark. What the hell? If even Taoist Xuan Ling is no match for Xiao Xuan, he and the immortal slaying sword god of the future would both be figures who reign supreme in their own right. This Xiao Xuan, why have I never heard this name in my previous life? Xiao Xuan responds politely, you were too kind to hold back. Only now does Xuan Ling feel at ease as he supports his aching back and turns to leave. Truly, every generation produces its share of talent. I've grown old. After dealing with everything, Xiao Xuan steps forward and proposes, Your Majesty. Since no one else steps up to challenge him, I ask that the Hongmeng sect be declared the #1 sect today. The emperor harbors wariness but cannot deny this man's truly terrifying strength. Still, it's for the best with someone like this guarding her. Xingyu can surely hold the throne steady. With that thought, he rises and declares, Very well, our Dakin truly has talents emerging in this era, since none object we hereby declare. From this day forth the Hongmeng sect shall be Dakin's national sect. Does anyone take issue with this? Alongside the great clan's bitter reluctance, the voices of the people ring out in acclamation. Your Majesty is wise, Your Majesty is wise. Even the discontented have no choice but to bow their heads. Your Majesty is wise. After the declaration, the emperor settles back onto his throne and continues. Next we have another matter to announce. We intend to abdicate the throne in favor of Xingyu today. Since everyone is gathered here, we shall formally declare Xingyu as the rightful empress of our Dakin. Instantly, every face in the crowd changes. What? His Majesty wishes to abdicate, and the successor is the third princess. The patriarchs of the Wang clan and Lin clan are the first to object. Your Majesty, this must not happen, Your Majesty. Xingyu happens to appear at that very moment. What's the problem? Her face scrunches with visible displeasure. These people just had to butt in again. The patriarchs of the Lin and Qin clans pay her no heed and turn to persuade the emperor instead. Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be. In all of Dakin's dynastic history, a woman has never ascended the throne. Moreover, the third princess's cultivation is frail. If another nation invades, how could she possibly lead Dakin's armies to victory? This infuriates Xingyu. Damn them, dragging my cultivation level into this as a shield. Yifan slumps down with a sigh. So Xingyu at this point still hasn't grown as powerful as she was in my previous life. Even her ascension is being blocked. A sudden idea strikes him. If I step in now to help her suppress these officials, wouldn't that be? But Xiao Xuan suddenly speaks up, startling Yifan. Oh, he says, in the name of the disciple of the Grand Master of Dakin's national sect, honoring the tradition of righteous and legitimate succession, what issue could there be? She too turns to look at him. Master, Xiao Xuan steps forward with resolve and addresses those who dare stand in the way. Rest easy, my disciple. Whoever stands against you, dear Master, will handle them for you. He summons 1,000 blades into the air. Whoever doubts you, I shall discipline them in your stead. Xiao Xuan has now become Xingyu's shield. Whoever refuses to submit to your master will beat them into compliance. The crowd is instantly stunned. What? The third princess actually took Xiao Xuan of the Hongmeng sect as her master. Even she is deeply moved by his actions. Master, Xiao Xuan turns to Xingyu, gently ruffling her hair with encouragement. Go take back everything that's yours. She answers at once. Then Xingyu turns to face the great clans, ready to argue her case. If you have all recognized the Hongmeng sect's title as national sect, then as a member of the Hongmeng sect, on what grounds can this princess not inherit the throne? Or should I say, because your two clans have long colluded with the first and second princes, you simply cannot afford not to object today. Exposed, they can only grit their teeth in fury. Cursed girl, yet the Lin clan patriarch stubbornly refuses to yield. Your Majesty, this matter must under no circumstances be treated as a game. The Hongmeng sect is the national sect today, but can you be certain they won't breed ambition tomorrow? When that day comes, how will the third princess handle it herself? Xingyu is about to retort when the emperor's voice cuts through, ending the argument. Enough, we have already made our decision, but since you all stubbornly refuse to relent, let the Dakin Imperial Token decide. Instantly, pillars of light erupt skyward. A massive Imperial Token materializes at the center of the Aranathe Dakin Imperial Token. Zhu Xuan's expression turns grave as he stares at what has appeared before him. It is said that every emperor of the Great Qin dynasty has inscribed their name upon the Emperor's stele. The Emperor's stele possesses a spirit. Inscribing one's name upon it can guide the destiny of the Great Qin kingdom. It seems His Majesty and the third princess had long orchestrated this. Today's opportunity crushes the Chen clan's dominance in one stroke, elevating the third princess to the throne. At the same time, Xingyu is steadily making her way into the imperial stele. Her heart brims with unwavering resolve. Today, this princess will inscribe her name without fail. A swirling vortex materializes the instant Xingyu makes contact. The imperial stele gradually emits a pale golden glow. Before Xingyu can even react, she is pulled inside. Yi Fan seizes this very moment and charges in, catching everyone around off guard. It is at this instant that Zhao Xuan suddenly detects the presence of this uninvited guest. Even as he passes through, he can't help but console himself. That Zhao Xuan has stolen every last shred of attention from me. But no matter, the space within the Emperor's stele can only be entered by those of royal bloodliner divine sense spirit bodies. Xingyu, I'm coming to help you. With that thought, Yi Fan plunges into the imperial stele. Inside the Emperor's stele space, Xingyu slowly opens her eyes. She looks around in a daze. Even as Xingyu ponders this, she realizes Emperor's stele contains a mysterious hidden space like this. Before she notices, the statues surrounding her have opened their eyes. He suddenly booms in a thunderous voice, "Impudence!" Xingyu jolts and whirls around. Who's there? He continues glaring at her, snarling. A mere woman dares covet the supreme throne and offend the Emperor's majesty, a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Only then does Xingyu recalcitrant this the founding divine general who guarded the realm since the dynasty's founding. The staff in the founding divine general's hand is raised high. He slams it into the ground with earth-shattering force, cracking the stone beneath as he roars his threat. Out of respect for your royal bloodline, I shall grant you one final chance. Leave immediately or this general will show no mercy. Though fear flickers across her face, Xingyu refuses to back down. Should the ground just collapsed? Father never mentioned there was a trial like this when inscribing on the Emperor's stele. Could it be precisely because I'm a woman that this thing has appeared to block me from inscribing my name? The hatred in her heart only grows thicker. On what grounds? On what grounds can this princess not ascend the throne? It was I who devised strategies against the great clans. It was I who traveled to the 100 immortal sects to rally every faction. And on top of that, my master himself aids me. Ascending the throne of the Great Qin is heaven's will. A mere masterless remnant soul, what right do you have to question us? As she speaks, Xingyu grips her sword tight and charges forward without a shred of fear. You still dare to obstruct the great cause of the alliance, truly delusional beyond reason. The founding divine general does not yield to her words. Insolent, such audacity. He decides to go all out against her. Since you stubbornly refuse to retreat, this general shall take matters into his own hands. The two of them clash head-on. Yi Fan makes it inside at this very moment. He gazes at the confrontation in astonishment. So this is the space within the Emperor's stele, truly magnificent and resplendent. Yi Fan arrives just in time to witness the battle. It seems Xingyu is locked in a bitter struggle. This is my moment to strike. After a prolonged exchange, Xingyu is forced back by the founding divine general. Her sword suddenly shudders, sand slips from her grasp, leaving her stunned. What? The gentle winding sword flew away on its own. Could the sword spirit have sensed the danger? The blade rockets toward the founding divine general, leaving him frozen in shock. What is that? Whoosh! The sword streaks past, shattering the founding divine general's weapon to pieces. Impossible! Xingyu instantly realized it must be Zhao Xuan's doing. Master's words were true. He will help me become the ruler of the Great Qin. Yi Fan suddenly appears from behind her. You dare touch Xingyu, you'll have to go through me first. But she doesn't even know who he is. This stranger. Yi Fan clenches his fist and charges in. The founding divine general recognizes his technique and tenses immediately. Divine sense flame doesn't hesitate to fall back. This flame can directly scorch what remains of my remnant soul. I cannot afford to gamble. Yifan smirks with satisfaction. Good eye. Then taste its power for yourself. Only now does the founding divine general realize the truth. So it's a divine sense spirit Bodino wonder he lacks royal blood yet can still enter the imperial steel's space. His punch arrives fast, but the founding divine general has already conjured a barrier. Oh, spirit ward barrier, so you've had defenses against divine sense spirit bodies prepared all along. He frowns and retorts, you think that after guarding this place for 1,000 years I wouldn't have measures to deal with your kind. Naive, Xingyu seizes the opening and flings her sword forward. Gentle winding sword go. The blade hurtles toward the founding divine general at blistering speed. He raises his hand to catch the little sword foolish hope but the blade pierces clean through the founding divine general's body. Even as he dissolves not a trace of willingness remains on his face. Done in by a single strike, Yifan quickly retreats to Xingyu's side. The founding divine general finally crumbles into nothing. He stands before Xingyu, putting on a warm and familiar expression. Thank goodness you were here. Xingyu. She stares at Yifan in bewilderment. Young sir, we've never met before, have we? Hearing this, he introduces himself. The third princess may not have met me, but I have admired the third princess for a very long time. Xingyu responds with a polite but hesitant, is that so? In her heart she silently notes this person seems rather strange, not of royal blood yet able to enter and leave this place freely. Once we're outside, I must investigate him. After a moment's thought, Xingyu suggests, let's find a way out of here quickly. Father and my master must be anxiously waiting outside. The moment Yifan hears that name, irritation flashes across his face. That Xiao Xuan Agenwi does Xingyu keep mentioning him. Looks like I need to watch my step. He reaches out to stop her and explains, wait, are you just going to leave like that? Do you know this space within the imperial steel still holds the dragon chi left behind by the emperors of old? Absorbing it will bring you great benefits. His words make her pause. Dragon chi. Yifan has Xingyu sit down and instructs her, sit here, circulate your energy as I direct. Time passes, Xingyu's entire body begins radiating a powerful surge of energy. She slowly opens her eyes. Cultivation has now reached the peak of golden core. Yifan yawns and stretches lazily to the side. You're finally done, can we go now? I'm dying of boredom over here. But a question still weighs on Xingyu's heart. Why did you help me? He cheerfully repeats his earlier words. Didn't I already tell you? I've admired you for a long time, Xingyu. This was only natural. Hearing this, she can't bring herself to press further. Is that so? Forget it, let's head outside first. Outside, the sky has turned dark and overcast. What happened here? Where has the third princess gone? The situation leaves even the emperor increasingly restless. How did it end up like this? Every emperor before her only needed to channel spiritual power and establish a link with the imperial steel, their name would appear on it instantly. Heaven and earth undergoing such an anomaly, the air being swallowed by the steel itself, nothing like this has ever happened before. The citizens erupt into murmurs. What is that? This must be heaven's wrath, divine punishment sent down for letting the third princess ascend. A group approaches from the distance, and every eye slowly shifts toward them. Who is that? That looks like the first prince and the second prince. The first prince steps forward at the head of his soldiers and declares open rebellion. We oppose Xingyu's ascension to the throne. The emperor is stunned by their brazen move. What do you two think you're doing? Without the slightest trace of fear, he speaks. We are here to humbly implore Father Emperor to retract the succession decree. The heavens have sent down divine punishment. The third princess is clearly not the chosen one of heavenly mandate. She should not inherit the throne. Lightning tears across the sky in relentless bursts, sending the citizens into a panic. Good heavens, the sky turned pitch black in the blink of an eye. Could this really be divine punishment? The second prince seizes the moment and continues, if Father Emperor stubbornly insists on this course, then we have no choice but to march our troops to correct the mandate of heaven. Every face around them drains of color. The entire area has already been surrounded. Are the first and second princes trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Still, this celestial phenomenon is truly terrifying. The first prince and second prince grow increasingly smug. Your humble sons kneel here to beseech Father Emperor retract the succession decree. As he speaks, he drops to his knees, and the soldiers behind him follow suit. They chant in unison the third princess's succession. Defies the will of heaven, your majesty, retract the decree. Zhu Xuan can't hold back any longer. The third princess, she's really going to be all right, isn't she? Xiao Xuan casually waves him off. Relax, not only is she fine, she's just gained a tremendous opportunity. His eyes flicker as system data floods his vision. System host has successfully aided disciple in ascending the throne. Special physique activated Overlord Supreme Earth Grade. Gratitude reward x 1000 multiplier, obtained acquired chaos physique. System Earth Grade profile acquired chaos physique special physique. Spiritual energy absorption rate x10. Capable of cultivating and fusing multiple techniques to continuously enhance physical constitution. After reading through the full report, Xiao Xuan lets out a low whistle. He always knew the Overlord Supreme physique would be extraordinary once activated, but he never expected it to be even more formidable than he'd imagined. He continues, the third princess will be here shortly. The moment the words leave his mouth, Xingyu appears. I have claimed the throne, the mandate of heaven is fulfilled, who dares defy it? When she and Yi Fan emerge together, the crowd gasps as one. It's the third princess, that's the holy radiance, the light of the mandate emperor. Xingyu descends slowly, leaving every last person rooted in stunned disbelief. The second prince and first prince are just as shocked. That's Xingyu. The emperor sees Xingyu bathed in holy radiance and beams with triumph. The mandate of the emperor, the imperial destiny, is confirmed. Now let's see who dares oppose my daughter's claim to the throne. She stands beside him, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. Father Emperor, he immediately places a hand on her shoulder. Xingyu, you've been through enough, well done. Below, the citizens erupt in thunderous cheers. Hail the new emperor, long may she reign, may the great Qin endure for 10,000 generations, eternal and undefeated. Long live the emperor. Long live, long life. Seeing that their gambit has failed, the princes resort to dirty tricks. If Father Emperor will not act with righteousness, then don't blame us for what comes next. The first prince secretly channels spiritual energy into a teleportation command token. Wei Jiu is the first to notice. That's a teleportation formation command token. But it's already too late, the formation has been activated. Cornered with no escape, he's gone all in. We've already made contact with the Longyan Great Kingdom. 100,000 elite soldiers are waiting right outside the city walls. The moment I activate the grand teleportation formation, they will sweep this place clean. The emperor's face contorts with fury. Wretch, how dare you collude with foreign enemies? Having a beast like you as a prince, what a calamity for this dynasty. Wei Jiu surges forward, desperate to stop them. He throws caution to the wind, the teleportation formation must not be allowed to activate. But before he can get close, Wei Jiu is sent flying with a thunderous impact. His eyes snap to two figures below, two great clan patriarchs. Patriarch Wang, Patriarch Lin, this is treason, colluding with the enemy. They reply with icy calm, things have come this far, the only way to settle this is to net every last one of you. Only then does Xiao Xuan step forward, net all of you in one sweep with just the two of you. He unleashes his spiritual power. Countless swords materialize in the air, all pointed directly at them. The swords rain down upon the formation's defensive barrier, slamming into it again and again until cracks spiderweb across its surface. Patriarch Wang's face twists with rage. Damn it! Patriarch Lin is no happier. Today we succeed or we die. How can we possibly lose to some nobody who came out of nowhere? A deafening explosion. Boom echoes across the arena, draining the color from both princes' faces. What? Wei Jiu falls back to consult the emperor. Should we summon Elder Zheng to provide reinforcement? The emperor gives a decisive order. Have Elder Zheng continue guarding outside the city. We shouldn't need him here. Xiao Xuan presses his advantage hard. He spins on his heel and his sword launches forward like a raging storm, cutting down every last traitor in its path. Only now do the two princes know true fear. Who the hell is this person? Never mind that. The second prince tries to bolt, quick run, but Xiao Xuan doesn't give him the chance. You think about running only now. Xiao Xuan swings his blade straight at the two princes, but at that exact moment, the teleportation formation activates. Patriarch Wang lets out a sharp ch. The teleportation formation continues generating a ring of arcane energy. The magical circle flares with blinding light. What is that? A smug grin spreads across his face. Good, the formation activated, the 100,000 elite soldiers are about to arrive. Pillars of light burst forth and crash down from above. Soldiers begin materializing one after another. They collapse in a heap right at the two patriarchs' feet. It takes both of them a long, stunned moment to register what they're seeing. How did you all end up like this? One soldier manages to lift his head just barely to respond. We don't know what happened. A giant golden hand descended from the sky. We couldn't withstand it at all. This must have angered the heavens. Patriarch Wang and Patriarch Lin gape in horror. That giant golden hand, it's Elder Zheng's Hayashan mirror. With the rebels and foreign invaders dealt with, Xiao Xuan finally turns his attention to the two patriarchs. Finished your last words? He speaks and darts forward in a flash. Then I'll make my move. A single sword strike from Xiao Xuan and both patriarchs are erased from existence. He lands softly on the ground, not a speck of dust on him. Xiao Xuan approaches the emperor with a cheerful expression and makes his report. Your Majesty, the rebel forces have been eliminated. The coronation ceremony may proceed. He then turns around and bellows at the stunned crowd. What are you all still waiting for? Hail the new emperor's ascension. The subjects freeze, exchanging uneasy glances with one another. After a moment's hesitation, they drop to their knees. Every voice joins as one. Long live the emperor, long lives, long life. Xingyu ascends the throne and with a voice that carries across the entire plaza speaks. I hereby declare from this day forward, the hereditary nobility system is abolished. All noble clans are hereby stripped of their hereditary titles and privileges. The announcement stuns the entire assembly. What? Gritting their teeth, they have no choice but to obey. Your subjects obey the decree. Several days later, Mayor rests her chin on her hand and lets out a long sigh. When are we heading back? It's so boring here that I swear my hair is growing. Xiao Xuan replies without a care in the world. Soon. No sooner had he spoken than Jian Feng pushes the door open and enters. Oh, you are here. He immediately kneels to pay respects. Disciple greets master. The system window instantly displays his details. Li Jian Feng, 4th direct disciple, combat power 300, foundation 300, talent none. Xiao Xuan sneers internally. It seems a disciple with unique potential is no fool, appearing everywhere. Though one can never predict the whims of fate. He rises, adding, between master and disciple, there is no need for such excessive formality. Since this is your first time paying a visit, as your master, I cannot be stingy. Xiao Xuan reaches out and taps Jian Feng on the forehead. Here are a few cultivation techniques, take them and study them. I will instruct you personally when I have more time. Jian Feng feels a deluge of information flooding into his mind. At least 50 techniques here, and every one of them is at least Earth-tier middle grade. These details surpass everything I have accumulated at the Wanfeng sect over all these years. The system pulses detected 57 technique manuals gifted to disciple, loyalty bonus triggered, rewards doubled. Cultivation technique fusion granted. Jian Feng remains in a state of shock. What kind of monster have I chosen as my master? He says softly. Coincidentally, your third senior sister has also arrived. Another fusion technique, I must contemplate how to use it most effectively. From the gate, a procession led by Wei Jiu enters. His Majesty has arrived. Xingyue descends from the palanquin. Accompanied by Wei Jiu and Chong Ling, they stand before Xiao Xuan to offer their respects. Xingyue bows respectfully. As she greets him, Xiao Xuan waves his hand dismissively. Enough, no need for formalities, speak your business. She does not mince words. Does Master recall our previous discussion regarding the National Destiny Assembly? The Longyan Higher Nation is plundering the destiny of its vassal states and seeks to force a fight to the death at the Assembly. Although they were exposed this time, the Da Qin is weakening daily. It is difficult to avoid the fate laid out for us. Our best hope is to enter the assembly, build our reputation, and force the Longyan Higher Nation to treat us with caution. Xiao Xuan becomes intrigued. What are the specific rules of this assembly? Xingyue quickly clarifies the Higher Nation usually sends representatives, and each vassal state must dispatch 5 participants with a cultivation base of at least nascent soul. Xiao Xuan asks. How many have been selected so far? Chong Ling responds awkwardly. This humble Taoist counts as one. Conveniently, I also invited junior brother Li. Jian Feng shoots him a judgmental look. No wonder you were staring at me since the Vant Dao assembly. He just smiles brightly in return. Junior brother Li is truly sharp. Jian Feng does not decide immediately but turns to Xiao Xuan. Since I represent the Hengmeng sect, I shall follow Master's decree to go or to stay. Xiaoxuan does not hesitate, choosing not to make things difficult for them. Go then, and consider it a pleasure trip to the higher nation. Suddenly, Xiaoxuan has an idea. Xingyue, do you wish to become the empress of the higher nation? Chongling stands dumbfounded. Empress of the higher nation, Master previously told us to strive, but he didn't mention trampling the higher nation itself. Xingyue decides without hesitation. The De Qin can barely gather 5 nascent soul cultivators. I dare not promise much. But if Master says so, I believe you can achieve it. I wish not only to be the empress of the higher nation, but also the empress of the immortal court and even the higher court. I beseech Master to assist me. Satisfied, he offers a suggestion. Then first, let us set a small goal: make the De Qin a higher nation. Yi Fan appears just in time. Is the Hengmeng sect having such a lively gathering? I wonder if he might be permitted to join. Xingyue is startled to see him. Yi Fan, why are you here? Yi Fan replies with arrogant confidence. I calculated that you are in need of me, so I rode here without a moment's rest. If my calculations are correct, you require a nascent soul powerhouse to participate in the National Destiny Assembly. What do you think of me? He unleashes his nascent soul 5th layer pressure. Weijio freezes at this intensity. He steps closer to Xingyue to report. Your Majesty, this is the mysterious powerhouse seen in the sky mirror several days ago. She looks at Yi Fan with grave intent. This man is certainly not simple. Xingyue coughs twice and introduces him. Allow me to introduce young Master Yi Fan, a wandering cultivator who helped me conquer the Imperial Tablet not long ago. If young Master Yi wishes to participate, then you may join us. She wisely defers to Xiaoxuan. Master, what is your opinion? He frowns in recollection. Yi Fan was that not the enigmatic man Xingyue mentioned after leaving the Imperial Tablet realm, the one who warned her not to miss the dragon Qi. Yi Fan offers a friendly smile. So you are Xingyue's master. 5 years ago, Xingyue tamed the waters to protect my homeland. I have admired her ever since. Coming to De Qin this time, I only wished to witness her grace. I did not expect to arrive just in time for this. Xiaoxuan reaches out to shake his hand. Is that so? He thinks to himself. Arrive at De Qin, stumble upon the Vant Dao Assembly, happen to have a way into the mystic realm with Xingyue, and now conveniently appear to join the Destiny Assembly. This guy couldn't be a transmigrator like me, could he? Xiaoxuan's eyes darken and their gazes lock, heavy with suspicion. Yi Fan harbors many schemes. I must see what mysteries you truly hide. After the greetings, Xiaoxuan leaves without ceremony. The candidate list is set. Jian Feng, Taoist Chongling, Elder Wei, Yi Fan. 5 of you. If you need cooperation from the Hengmeng sect, seek out my disciple. I must now enter seclusion. Jian Feng, follow me. Yes. Jian Feng enters the room with him, asking curiously, Master, why did you call for me? Xiaoxuan pulls out a sword without hesitation. Try this. Jian Feng recognizes it instantly. This is the immortal slaying sword. Xiaoxuan asks, do you know its origins? He recounts without hesitation. Master, 85 years ago, I retrieved 7 strange divine swords from an ancient ruin in the northern territory of De Qin. The Earth-tier lower-grade technique, the 7 immortal slaying stances, was also obtained in those ruins. According to the stone carvings from the ancient era, this sword was an Earth-tier divine weapon. However, it could not survive the heavenly tribulation during its refinement and suffered grievous damage. Back then, there was no way to restore it, so the remaining materials were forged into 7 lesser blades. Jian Feng grows tense. Those 7 swords were peerless. I do not know where this one in Master's hand came from. Pressed, Xiaoxuan feels a bit awkward. Listen less to the gossip of the pugilistic world. To my knowledge, the true name of this blade is the Entwining Finger Soft Sword. He breaks into a cold sweat internally. Both swords were gifts from the system. They exist outside the causality of this world and are impossible to explain. Jian Feng does not press further. So that is how it is. Jian Feng heard him and asked no more. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. Previously, this disciple did not know the true name of this sword and simply called it the Immortal Slaying Sword. Xiaoxuan continued to ask, do you still remember the location of that ancient ruin? He answered without any hesitation. That ancient ruin is located beneath the main gate of our Wanfeng sect. I even set up a protective formation array around it. If Master wishes, we can head there right now. He listened and the corner of his mouth curled with satisfaction. Very well. Xiaoxuan proceeded to transmit the Jian Feng Fa sword technique to him. before we go. Your master shall pass down a sword art to you called the Heavenly Tier Superior xianxia. Study it diligently. The sheer volume of information slammed into him so hard his face drained of color. A sword art, thighs sword art. Limo had never seen a sword art this profound and mysterious. Xiao Xuan casually introduced it with a smile. Your master merged 57 cultivation techniques, extracted their essences, and condensed them into one. Those 57 techniques can be considered its predecessors. If you grasp this one, the benefits will be immeasurable. These words made Jian Feng's heart jolt. In other words, this immortal tier superior xianxia was created by Master himself. He merely waved it off with a casual smile. Just good fortune, that's all. But Jian Feng did not agree. This was far beyond mere good fortune. This was nothing short of heaven-sent genius. Xiao Xuan simply deflected the praise with a calm tone. Don't get too hung up on hollow titles like that. Xiao Xuan suddenly turned to Jian Feng. Do you know what the most crucial essence of xianxia is? Jian Feng did not hesitate and bowed deeply. I humbly await Master's instruction. Xiao Xuan swiftly executed the sword technique and began to explain. The core principle of xianxia is negation. Jian Feng watched as the sword was pulled away, eyes wide with shock. My sword, Xiao Xuan continued. It doesn't just eliminate obstacles in your path, it negates every divine ability and technique in existence. Moreover, this sword art can continue to merge with the finest sword arts across the world, constantly evolving. One day, even legendary divine weapons and supreme artifacts can be struck down by a single sword. Even the demon gods and evil spirits towering above the heavens can be cut down by a single sword. Jian Feng seemed to grasp the key insight: break all techniques, break all spirit weapons, break all divine powers. So if the 7 forms of immortal slaying were also merged into it. He furrowed his brow and let out a sigh. Xianxia, I understand now. The moment the words left his lips, spiritual energy erupted from his entire body in massive waves. System initializing. System. After receiving the host's guidance, the disciple has comprehended the break all spirit weapons essence of xianxia. Reward 10. 0x multiplier applied. System acquired the complete break all spirit weapons aspect of xianxia. System xianxia has been upgraded to heaven tier absolute grade. System. After receiving the host's guidance, the disciple has broken through to nascent soul 3rd layer. Reward 5x multiplier applied. 100 days of cultivation EXP received. Xiao Xuan read through the notifications and his jaw nearly dropped. This was a bit unexpected. Hadn't the swordsman's bone root and comprehension stats exceeded 300? Outside, everyone gradually began to sense the surging wave of power. Could it be Brother Li is breaking through? The scene shifts to 10 days later. Jian Feng stood at the door and reported, Master, this disciple has broken through. After a period of training, Xiao Xuan himself had reached the peak of golden core. He gazed at the dissolving spiritual energy and felt it deeply. As I suspected, it felt strange when I stalled at foundation establishment last time. Now that I'm trying to break from golden core into nascent soul, the sensation is even clearer. Cultivators accumulate spiritual energy in their danshan, but my danshan seems capable of holding twice the amount of an ordinary person. If I were to quantify the difference between a standard golden core cultivator and me, it would be like comparing a well to a lake. I've observed this before. Though I'm at golden core, both the purity and volume of my spiritual energy far surpass many peak nascent soul elders. It's like a bottomless pit. Even now, I've gained even finer control over my spiritual energy. If I wanted to force it into qualitative transformation, it's not impossible. At this point, Xiao Xuan stepped outside with Jian Feng. Still, my current foundation is clearly far more solid than a normal golden core cultivator's. Perhaps that's the benefit of possessing a unique physique. Jian Feng, let's go, we're heading to the ruin you mentioned. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain gate of Wanfeng's sect, a man was hawking goods and making introductions. Today's auction does not accept currency in the divine sense. This piqued his curiosity. Xiao Xuan's gaze shifted toward the auction, trading with divine sense as currency. The man then placed his hand on a stone tablet and continued, Esteemed cultivators, you may channel your divine sense into this tablet. Normally, post-heaven and pre-heaven cultivators cannot condense divine sense. Qi refining cultivators range from 1 to 100. Foundation establishment 100 to 1000. core formation 1000 to 5000, as you can see. This tablet is currently reading 2000. After setting up, he unveiled the first auction item. First item up for auction: a 4th grade Hueyuan pill, starting price 50 units of divine sense. Any takers? One young cultivator couldn't hold back and wanted to participate. They're really using divine sense as the bidding currency. This Hueyuan pill is a fine treasure, let me give it a try. The man cheerfully gestured him forward. Please, honored cultivator, channel your divine sense into the stone tablet. The young cultivator obeyed and placed his hand on the tablet. The instant he touched the stone tablet, he realized something was wrong. A bizarre force wrapped around his body, seizing control. This tablet's strange, I can't control my own body. He gritted his teeth and tried to wrench free, but it was futile. Every last drop of his divine sense was being drained away. Seeing the prey walk straight into the trap, the man clapped his hands in satisfaction. Oh my, this cultivator's divine sense registers at 444, well beyond others of the same realm. So what price will you bid for this Hueyuan pill? The young cultivator's eyes were glassy and unfocused as he answered in a daze. I'm willing to pay all of my divine sense, the man smoothly continued. Then this cultivator bids 444, going on higher. The crowd murmured below. 444 for a golden core cultivator is top tier. We likely can't put up more than that. Looks like divine sense really does work as currency here. Jianfeng immediately spotted the anomaly. That stone tablet is suspicious. That cultivator's divine sense has been completely drained. Xiaoxuan sensed it too, and more than that. There was a presence resembling demonic energy, worming its way into the cultivator's sea of consciousness. That cultivator is almost certainly under someone's control now. Once his suspicions were confirmed, Jianfeng drew his sword, ready to deal with the culprit. Insolent, to pull such tricks on Wanfeng sect's doorstep, I will not let this stand. But Xiaoxuan quickly stopped him. Jianfeng, you're this old already, why do you still act so recklessly? He forced himself to calm down. Please instruct me, master. Xiaoxuan laid out his analysis. These people clearly know the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly has ended. Yet they dare cause trouble on your territory. That means they aren't afraid of being discovered by you at all. Don't be surprised if the source of this rot comes from within your own sect. Among the techniques your master transmitted to you earlier, there was a special divine sense technique 9 interpretation, divine thought. It can shield your consciousness from demonic intrusion. For now, suppress your aura and alter your appearance. Follow my lead, Jianfeng immediately understood. After Jianfeng changed his appearance, he and Xiaoxuan moved in, pretending to participate in the auction. This Hueyuan pill is quite the treasure, we'd like to try our hand as well. The man's face lit up with a welcoming smile. In this auction, the highest bidder wins. If this cultivator has interest, then by all means step forward. Both quickly placed their hands on the stone tablet. This Jianfeng fellow looks plain and honest, with modest talent, not bad though. The moment the numbers appeared, the man's eyes went wide and he shouted, the divine sense of these two cultivators is above 4,500. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? The others, emboldened by this, rushed forward to try as well. Mate. In the end, a whole crowd had been lured in right in front of Wanfeng sect's mountain gate. After finishing his work, the man approached and brandished a token. I'm acting on behalf of the Grand Elder, let me through quickly. Jianfeng was stunned by what he witnessed. They just let them in that easily, so the source of this disaster really is from within the sect. The direction they headed was toward the ruins behind the mountain, where a group of people stood with heads bowed in ritual. The one at the center was named Qiwaju. The man entered and immediately bowed with reverence. Grand Elder, I've brought them all this time. Jianfeng's eyes narrowed as the truth behind the scheme was laid bare. Qiwaju, so it really was you. The very next instant, Qiwaju seized him by the collar. The old man fixed him with a murderous glare. What took you so long? Didn't I tell you already? Any later and your lives would have been forfeit. He struggled to explain, there were so many cultivators this time. I thought bringing more people would surely please you, so I... Wu Zhu's expression twisted into a sinister smile. Pleasing me, then why not offer up all your spiritual energy, chi and blood, and divine sense to me instead? In an instant his spiritual energy was drained completely. In the end, all that remained was a lifeless husk. Wu Zhu smacked his lips, hungry for more. This little bit, far from enough. Saying that, he extended a hand of spiritual energy, reaching for the next victim. Conveniently, Xiao Xuan stumbled forward at just the right moment, becoming the next target. Oof, twisted my ankle. Wu Zhu's hand seized him and hoisted him into the air. He furrowed his brow, staring at Xiao Xuan with an expression of utter disbelief. You weren't controlled by the stone tablet. Xiao Xuan stood calmly before him and unleashed his 9-stage divine sense. Instantly, Wu Zhu's mind fell under Xiao Xuan's control. Wu Zhu's face contorted as he fought desperately to reclaim control. You, daring to pit your spiritual consciousness against mine. This young man is quite the arrogant one. He slowly descended to the ground. Xiao Xuan fanned himself lazily with one hand. Still got the nerve to talk big. You've already lost. Wu Zhu couldn't believe it and screamed. How is this possible? I can't control my own body. What have you done to me? Xiao Xuan replied flatly, raising a hand to display his spell power. Merely using your own methods against you. You exploited the stone tablet to absorb cultivators' divine sense, used that opportunity to infiltrate their consciousness, seize control of their minds and drain their qi, blood and spiritual energy from everyone you captured. I simply applied a few techniques of my own. Consider it a gesture of fairness. Your own spiritual consciousness can resist me at any time. Wu Zhu's entire body had completely lost all control. What a pity, Grand Elder, it seems I've moved one step ahead of you. Xiao Xuan finally had time to survey the surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, this is the xianxia 7 stars dragon locking formation, isn't it? It requires massive amounts of qi and blood, spiritual energy and divine sense to be sacrificed simultaneously. Moreover, a precise balance must be achieved before it can be activated. Then I shall thank the Grand Elder for his generous gift. Once the sacrificial altar activated, the ground began to shake non-stop. Li Jianfeng stared in shock as the ground beneath their feet gradually sank. Li Jianfeng panicked as the ground collapsed deeper and deeper. Dust and debris billowed up, obscuring his vision entirely. Only when the dust cleared and he saw what lay before him did Li Jianfeng gasp in astonishment. So this is the xianxia 7 stars. This place has transformed into a space filled with ancient, cryptic characters. Xiao Xuan listened to him, looking puzzled. What is the xianxia 7 stars? Li Jianfeng stepped forward and began to explain. Legend has it that in the primordial era, immortals and gods coexisted. Among them was a supreme overlord, a peerless genius named Ziyuan. He ruled the Honghuang continent, commanded the myriad races of the heavens, and was the true immortal emperor who enforced the law across all realms. A great tribulation struck the celestial order, collapsed catastrophically. An apocalyptic heavenly tribulation descended, turning all living creatures to dust, rivers running red with blood. Immortal Emperor Ziyuan could not bear to watch the masses suffer such calamity, so he led the immortals to take action. However, the heavenly wrath was too powerful. Even immortal Emperor Ziyuan could barely contend with it. He had no choice but to arrange 7 great formations, harnessing the power of 7 hidden stars that contained the force of the great Tao. Using the stars' power to suppress the heavens, he resisted the collapse of the heavenly Tao, ensuring the safety of the myriad races. Xiao Xuan rested his chin on his hand, looking intrigued. So there's such a legend. What happened to immortal Emperor Ziyuan afterward? Li Jianfeng continued. After seizing control of the stars, immortal Emperor Ziyuan was caught off guard by the heavenly Tao, which destroyed his physical body. His divine soul could only take refuge within the 7 stars, its fate unknown, either alive nor dead. The xianxia 7 stars is a supreme force from the primordial era, founded upon the faith, myths, and legends surrounding immortal Emperor Ziyuan and the 7 stars. They worship immortal Emperor Ziyuan and spread the tale of his supreme, unparalleled legacy. Suddenly, the characters on the walls began to glow. A stream of power was steadily flowing toward Xiao Xuan. This power quickly closed his eyes to sense it. It seemed far more refined and potent than spiritual energy, somewhat similar to the primordial purple qi he had once refined. Xiao Xuan wasted no time. He sat cross-legged and entered meditation. Li Jianfeng, stand guard for me. Li Jianfeng immediately accepted the order. Your disciple obeys. He stepped back and kept watch over Xiao Xuan's cultivation. I once heard that before the xianxia 7 stars vanished, they divided immortal Emperor Ziyuan's inheritance into 7 parts and left them scattered across the mortal world. Could it be that master has been chosen by the xianxia 7 stars? Is he about to become the successor of immortal Emperor Ziyuan? Li Jianfeng's expression was filled with worry. However, if one were to receive such tremendous power, breakthrough in realm might not keep pace with the influx of spiritual energy. The body would soon explode and perish. Nothing bad will happen, right? In just a few moments, Zhao Xuan had already reached the peak of golden core. He opened his eyes and exhaled, such a massive surge of power, yet it still wasn't enough to fill his golden core. It seems I'll still need to return to the Hengmeng sect, absorb the primordial purple qi, and only then consider making a breakthrough. Suddenly, a figure appeared from above. She stepped forward and introduced herself guardian of the xianxia 7 stars. Bearing the mandate of immortal Emperor Ziyuan, I have been guarding the Emperor's inheritance, awaiting one worthy to claim it. Zhao Xuan frowned and turned to her. You are the guardian of the xianxia 7 stars. Are you saying this place seals the inheritance of immortal Emperor Ziyuan? Was that power I just absorbed all there is to it? Zhao Guang immediately denied it. I am not one of the xianxia 7 stars. I am merely a remnant will left behind by Zhao Guang, one of the 7 stars. The Emperor's inheritance is far more than just the power you absorbed. She asked for his name. He answered honestly, my name is Zhao Xuan. She produced a sphere of energy and gave a brief explanation. This power is called the Stellar Force. One who bears the Stellar Force receives the blessing of the heavenly Tao and is extraordinarily fortunate. Zhao Xuan looked up, curiosity in his eyes. I believe this power closely resembles a certain type of force I once refined. We call it primordial purple qi. Have you ever heard of primordial purple qi? Hearing this, Zhao Guang's brows knit tightly together. So you are a disciple of Hengmeng. She slowly recounted the tale of old. The ancestor of your Hengmeng sect was an immortal and a disciple of his. The karmic blessings he left behind in this world, your ancestor inherited them, and thus would also receive the fortune of an immortal. This primordial purple qi is also a form of destiny force left behind by your ancestor. When destiny force is refined and condensed together, it multiplies many times over and becomes stellar force. Cultivating stellar force to its ultimate peak grants the power to contend with the heavenly Tao itself. Saying that, Zhao Guang transmitted the stellar force into Zhao Xuan's body. Zhao Xuan felt his initial doubts gradually answered. So it turns out that primordial purple qi is a form of destiny force, and stellar force is the vastly superior, many times condensed version. She confirmed that is precisely correct. He still had some lingering questions. Then do you know about national destiny force? Zhao Guang replied readily, national destiny force, as the name implies, is the destiny force of an entire nation. It is also one of the lower tiers of stellar force. Stellar force is divided into many tiers, encompassing primordial purple qi, national destiny force, and others. Zhao Xuan gradually came to understand. So that's how it is. Then I have one final question. Has anyone else ever claimed immortal Emperor Ziyuan's inheritance? Zhao Guang answered honestly. Apart from you, 2 others have come here before. They both completed their trials admirably and received their respective inheritances. Satisfied with the answer, Zhao Xuan cupped his fists in gratitude. I thank the fairy for resolving my doubts. He had finished his questions, and she wasted no more time. Very well, Zhao Xuan, you now know this is where immortal Emperor Ziyuan left his inheritance. Obtain this inheritance, and you can overturn the heavens and contend with the heavenly Tao. Do you wish to undergo the trial? Zhao Xuan asked, confused. What trial? The expression on Zhao Guang's face gradually shifted. She curled her lips and pointed at Li Jianfeng, issuing her command, if you wish to receive this inheritance, you must kill the one who came here with you. The shock sent Li Jianfeng reeling, his composure utterly shattered. What? Li Jianfeng turned to look at Zhao Xuan as if awaiting his master's judgment. Master. The corner of his lips curls upward into a smirk. Zhao Xuan rests his chin on his hand, appearing deep in thought. Sword Edge, is the Ziyuan immortal emperor really as formidable as you say? Why does this trial feel off somehow? His words provoke Zhao Guang into a furious shout. Insolent, a prisoner dares question the immortal emperor. Zhao Xuan calmly raises a barrier to deflect the attack. Oh really? Then I understand now. Meanwhile, Jianfeng is still standing there in a daze. Master, he suddenly drops to his knees before Zhao Xuan. Master, confused, Zhao Xuan turns his head back. What are you doing? Jianfeng solemnly proposes to sacrifice himself. Master, this disciple's lifelong wish has been to pursue the ultimate limit of the sword Tao. But now I've experienced what it means when mortals cannot defy the heavens. Master is different. One day you will surely reach the absolute pinnacle of the sword Tao. This disciple only hopes Master can ascend to the immortal emperor's throne. Xiao Xuan listens and merely sighs. Jianfeng, what am I supposed to say to that? Meanwhile, Jiao Guang continues her relentless persuasion. This disciple of yours is far more sensible than you. What are you still waiting for? This time you won't have to bear any infamy afterward. You can openly accept the inheritance. Now act already. He doesn't act immediately, just smirks slightly and mutters, inverting the heavenly pillars. Zayuan, immortal emperor, I understand everything now. Xiao Xuan turns around and makes a request. Jianfeng, lend me your sword. Sword, come. Jianfeng watches his sword being taken away. Looking utterly confused, he channels his spiritual power and fuses all the swords together. Come to think of it, I only managed to comprehend this technique thanks to you, Jianfeng. If the hilt and the silk finger soft sword's blade are truly one entity, then it should be possible to enhance it into the divine weapon sword. Come. Why shouldn't they merge? They rapidly fuse into a single sword in Xiao Xuan's hand. This is the true vanquisher of all arms. Jianfeng is stunned by the sight. The silk finger soft swords, they merged. Isn't this something even the ancient artifact refiners couldn't achieve? Xiao Xuan takes out yet another silk finger soft sword. We're not done yet. He swiftly fuses it with the sword in his hand. It can be even stronger. This time, it's Jiao Guang who is left gaping at Xiao Xuan's monstrous power. It actually enhanced further. The silk finger soft sword that the heavenly emperor gifted me. Modern cultivators already possess such power. Once everything is done, he charges straight at her. Let's use you as a test subject. Seeing that Xiao Xuan means business, Jiao Guang panics and retreats. What are you doing? Don't you want the immortal emperor's inheritance? But he coldly dismisses her words. The Zayuan immortal emperor defied the heavenly Tao to protect all living beings across the myriad realms. How could he have set up a trial like this? The only explanation this Xiao can think of, Xiao Xuan's sword cleaves horizontally through Jiao Guang. It's nothing but your path of heartless destruction trick. Jiao Guang's entire body cracks apart. In the end, she is obliterated and dissolves into dust and smoke. If this Xiao guessed wrong, then consider it. Eradicating this false immortal emperor's inheritance as a public service. Jianfeng finally snaps awake upon hearing this. Master, before them, a cultivation scripture gradually materializes. He takes one look and recognizes it, legendary scripture that the Zayuan immortal emperor himself cultivated. The scripture shoots straight into Xiao Xuan's forehead. He closes his eyes and senses the knowledge pouring in from within. Unfortunately, this 7 stars ancient emperor scripture has a total of 7 volumes. This is the first volume, Jiao Guang. It can only help me cultivate up to spirit severing first level. To cultivate it to great perfection, I'll need to find a way to obtain the remaining 6 volumes. However, this Jiao Guang volume does contain the location of the Kaiyang volume. And right after it lies the Longyan Great Kingdom, convenient enough to track down. Xiao Xuan silently pieces it together. The Jiao Guang volume also records that anyone who chooses to slaughter their companions in the ruins can obtain a portion of the inheritance, but will never find the locations of the other ruins. Until the true inheritor appears, the ruins will remain sealed. It seems the two before us both chose to kill their companions, leaving behind this kind of inheritance. I wonder what the Zayuan immortal emperor's true intention was. Jianfeng speaks up with elation. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the immortal emperor's inheritance and the silk finger soft sword. Now Master has another divine weapon. Xiao Xuan doesn't respond and simply makes a request. Come, Jianfeng, give me your hand. He places the newly fused sword into Jianfeng's hands. Xiao Xuan hands it over without a second thought. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't this your sword? Does your master even covet something like this? System host has transmitted the 7 stars ancient emperor scripture Jiao Guang volume to disciple. Gratitude reward x2. System host has obtained the 7 stars ancient emperor scripture Kaiyang volume. Meanwhile, Jianfeng is moved to tears by Xiao Xuan's gesture. He respectfully bows deeply. This disciple Thanks, Master. Xiao Xuan continues to transmit the cultivation method into Jianfeng. Accept this 7 stars scripture as well. Jianfeng can hardly believe it. Master, you want to transfer the Ziyuan Immortal Emperor's inheritance to me. While waiting for Jianfeng to finish cultivating, he turns around and checks the system. System disciple has obtained the Silk Finger Soft Sword 8 Sword Fusion, upper tier heavenly grade. Gratitude reward x5. System obtained enhanced Silk Finger Soft Sword, supreme tier heavenly grade. Xiao Xuan reads the notifications and breaks into a Grinanother Kayang volume unlocked. This time, I've struck gold. A mote of spiritual power appears in his hand, gradually taking the shape of a sword identical to Jianfeng's. Let me see if this legendary thing can actually surpass a treasure sword forged by an immortal emperor. After a period of cultivation, Jianfeng slowly opens his eyes. The moment he sees what's in Xiao Xuan's hand, he freezes. Master, that in your hand is also a Silk Finger Soft Sword. He stares at the sword in utter confusion. How can there be 2 complete Silk Finger Soft Swords? Xiao Xuan deftly shifts the sword's form. The sword gradually transforms back into his fan. Didn't I tell you to stop listening to every wild rumor in the Jianghu? Jianfeng jolts in shock. It turned into a fan. Xiao Xuan continues to demonstrate yet another form of the sword. This axe at minimum possesses the power of a supreme tier heavenly grade weapon. Now I can freely wield the 18 martial techniques. Perfectly to my liking. At this, another idea springs to mind for instructing Jianfeng. While you cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements body refinement technique, you should also be able to comprehend something new from the sword Dao. It might be better to pick up some new cultivation methods. Meanwhile, Jianfeng is still at a total loss, unable to grasp the significance of supreme tier heavenly grade. But the Silk Finger Soft Sword is only upper tier heavenly grade. According to legend, it's a spiritual artifact that the Ziyuan Immortal Emperor crafted from Jiao Guang's essence. Xiao Xuan shifts it back into fan form and summons the system. System, besides its shape-shifting ability, does this enhanced Silk Finger Soft Sword have any new functions? System, through fusing weapons with stellar power, the sword's grade can continue to rise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan's smile grows wider and wider. In that case, it's essentially an evolving divine weapon. He ponders for a moment, then decides the power of this sword already surpasses the Silk Finger Soft Sword. No matter, I'll just rename it Wushuang Peerless. Alright, first let's get your disciples and grand disciples out of here. With that, Xiao Xuan waves his hand, channeling spiritual power. The spiritual energy gradually coalesces into spectral forms and guides the Wanfeng sect disciples outside. Seeing it work smoothly, he nods in satisfaction. Now is also the perfect time to test the puppet technique recorded in the Jiao Guang volume. Everyone quickly moves outside to the Wanfeng sect's main plaza. Beneath their feet now lies an entire crowd of people sprawled across the ground. Jianfeng turns to discuss the situation with him. Master, after these people's divine sense was absorbed, their chi sees all suffered significant damage. If left untreated, they could end up crippled for life. Xiao Xuan quickly had a plan. Your master just estimated the spiritual energy circulation routes. What do you think? He immediately formed hand seals. As his disciple watched, Jianfeng's entire body radiated spiritual energy. He seemed to sense something was off. Wait, this is Kui Wuju's heaven-devouring dark art, isn't it? Why would master have deduced a technique like this? Next to Xiao Xuan, the system info panel hovered in view. As guided by the host, the disciple had learned an incomplete version of the heaven-devouring dark art. System gratitude reward x7 acquired venerate heaven slaughter Dao art complete. He simply replied calmly, naturally it's to heal your disciple's injuries. Xiao Xuan offered no further explanation and focused on the task at hand. He pointed toward the people lying on the ground and channeled his spiritual energy. This dark art could actually absorb others' spiritual energy and even control their minds, quite practical. After being treated, all of them gradually regained consciousness. Only when their minds cleared did they look around in bewilderment. Where is this? Why am I here? My cultivation, it broke through. My chi feels more solid than before. Even Jianfeng was taken aback by what had happened. Master, what did you do to these disciples? Xiao Xuan explained calmly. When returning their divine sense, I took the liberty of refining it a bit. Their foundations weren't exactly solid, so I adjusted things while I was at it. His words left Jianfeng in shocked disbelief. It had only been a moment. Suddenly, the disciples turned to look at Jianfeng with joyful expressions. Was it the sect master who saved us? Thank you, sect master. I think I broke through. Thank you, sect master. Seeing this, Xiaoxuan quietly slipped away. I'll leave the rest to you. Once everything's settled, we head back to the manor. Meanwhile, Jianfeng was still being swarmed by the disciples. Sect master, sect master, sect master, master. Watching his master's retreating figure, Jianfeng sighed in admiration. Master left just like that, so that's the composure of a true expert. A short while later, Jianfeng was in for yet another surprise from Xiaoxuan. Master, why is the Hengmeng sect so luxurious now? Compared to the Hengmeng sect, our Wanfeng gate looks like a backwater mountain village. He replied modestly. Before. It wasn't like this. Jianfeng, your timing is perfect. They've been waiting for us. As he spoke, Xiaoxuan descended to the ground. Zhai Nu was the most excited of them all, shouting at the top of her lungs, Master, you're finally back. Su Muhan then stepped forward and greeted him politely. Su Muhan pays respects to Master. He didn't respond, going straight to the point. You've been helping your senior sister with sect affairs these past few days. How did it go? Zhuxuan happily reported, they've done wonderfully. Actually, I was just about to discuss something with Yuliting Lin Zhai serve as the 7th elder of the Peak Master Hall. Su Muhan established an alchemy peak on her own, taking in several promising disciples and guiding their Danshan formation. Xiaoxuan suddenly leaned closer to her, his tone warm and considerate. Is that so? It seems I've burdened senior sister with looking after them these past few days. Mayor immediately picked up on the romantic undertone and cut in. Master, I have something to discuss with you. Zhuxuan could only turn to leave. Before going, she reminded him, Junior brother, go check the ancestral hall. Xiaoxuan swallowed his frustration and replied, Fine, Liu Mayor, I'll be there in a moment. But Mayor kept pushing, Master, hurry up. He watched Zhuxuan's departing figure before turning to his disciples. Little Zhir, Muhan, take Jianfeng around and show him the new Hengmeng sect. When you return, I'll personally oversee both of your training. Yes, Master. It didn't take Xiaoxuan long to reach the Hengmeng sect's ancestral hall. His expression darkened the moment he stood before it. This energy, the Hengmeng primordial qi, is even more concentrated than before. This must be what they call spiritual willpower. He gradually pieced together the events. He never expected that what the Hengmeng heavenly scripture claimed, becoming the national founder, would unlock all the destiny left behind by the Hengmeng patriarch was actually true. Moreover, this destiny was even more astounding than I imagined. It's already crystallized into spiritual willpower. Suddenly something went wrong inside. A massive boom echoed out. It was Luo Rai poking his head out from behind the door, coughing violently. Cough, cough. The moment Xiaoxuan saw him, he asked urgently, Nephew Bai, what happened here? He was startled. Martial Uncle Xiao. Only after calming down did Luo Rai explain with a wry smile. The ancestral halls suddenly erupted with spiritual power. Several disciples who were nearby got injured. Master told me to stand guard here and figure out a way to fix it. I asked around and finally found an expert willing to help. Lucky Timing had just arrived. He pointed behind him as he spoke. An old man leaning on a cane introduced himself slowly. Xuan Xiao of the Nanli sect, at your service. You must be the ones who invited this old man to help. The moment Xiaoxuan heard this, he sensed something was off. Xuan Xiao of the Nanli sect. Meanwhile, Luo Rai was still enthusiastically singing the old man's praises. That's right, Martial Uncle Xiao, you know him too. I heard he single-handedly wiped out the entire Loyan sect. He's already a spirit-severing realm expert. I spent all my savings to bring him here. Xiaoxuan didn't scold him. Instead, he reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. Today's incident and what happened when you ran into me in Loyan City, did you tell senior sister everything? The gesture left him dumbfounded. But Master said this was a training opportunity. Why is Martial Uncle patting my head? He replied cheerfully, nothing, I just think you're quite adorable. Zhang San, seeing them completely ignoring him, angrily slammed his cane on the ground. He scowled and barked, do you have any idea how precious this old man's time is? And yet you stand here chit-chatting. The naive Luo Rai was immediately frightened. Luo Rai stepped forward trying to mediate. Please forgive us, honored expert, this way please. Zhang San immediately put on an arrogant air. HMPH, the moment I stepped inside, the Hengmeng primordial qi latched onto me. Even Zhang San couldn't help but be shocked by what he sensed. The old man was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. Why is this spiritual energy so incredibly pure? It seems to far surpass ordinary spiritual qi. What kind of heaven-defying fortune has this sect stumbled upon? How can the ancestral hall possibly emit spiritual qi this dense? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhang San's smile twisted into something sinister. If I could absorb all of this spiritual energy in one go, I could break through to golden core in a single stroke. I might even break through to nascent soul. Luo Rai, who had been impatient for a while, urged him on. Master, is there a way to fix the problem here? The old man exploited his naivety and launched into his extortion act. Cough cough, the problem here is far from simple. I'll need to summon my bonded artifact to resolve this. The price will need to double. Hearing this, Luo Rai's face was clearly filled with distress. But I don't have that much money. Yet Xiao Xuan held back his frustration and agreed to the demand. It's fine, I'm quite eager to learn a thing or two from the master's methods. If the master can resolve this successfully, I'll gladly pay whatever fee you name. Zhang San's expression doesn't change. Since you're so generous, I won't make things difficult for you either. But inside, he's already laughing himself sick. Perfectum, fat lambs ready for the slaughter. He produces a spirit artifact designed to absorb spiritual energized spirit seal pouch. His spirit seal pouch begins steadily absorbing the primordial purple qi. As the qi floods in ever faster, Zhang San can barely contain his glee. I've hit the jackpot, so much pure high-grade spiritual energy, all mine, more, give me more. The pouch swells larger with every passing moment. Right when it's drinking deep, the spirit seal pouch suddenly lets out a wail. Is Zhang San only just now realizing there's a problem? The spirit seal pouch detonates right in his hand. Kaboom! The spirit seal pouch just exploded. No choice. Zhang San is forced to absorb it all himself. No choice, I have to take in this spiritual energy myself. Before he can absorb even a fraction, his eyes go wide with horror. Zhang San realizes in shock Thai's energy is anything but normal. What the? This isn't spiritual energy. The moment this energy enters his danshan, it balloons to dozens of times its original size. A terrible premonition grips his heart. This is bad. At this rate, I'll explode and die. Luo Rai, still obliviously praising him, chirps, the chaotic spiritual energy has already started to calm down. Truly worthy of a master, but Zhang San has already reached his breaking point. Help! His entire body swells up like a balloon. Somebody help! Luo Rai finally panics. Help me! Master, are you crying for help? Xiao Xuan, standing nearby, smirks with satisfaction and bursts out laughing. Luo Rai stares at him in shock. Xiao Xuan merely replies calmly, if I hadn't stepped in, your master here would have already burst into a pile of mush. He thinks to himself, lucky I picked up that heaven-devouring, earth-consuming art on my last outing. Git came in just handy. At the same time, Zhang San is saved. HURGH. His strength gives out and he collapses to his knees. Zhang San doubles over, gasping with relief. Huff, saved. But before he can even celebrate, Xiao Xuan's foot slams him flat into the ground. Thud. Oh really? Zhang San's eyes bulge as he screams in terror. What are you going to do? Xiao Xuan replies without an ounce of courtesy, what I do depends on how sincere your master here is. What the hell are you? Sneaking into my Hongmeng sect, what exactly are you after? Only now does Zhang San realize just how dire things are and spills everything. I'll talk. Please forgive me, I'm a wretch with eyes who couldn't see Mount Tai, tricking and swindling all of you. The truth is, I'm not Xuan Xiao of the Nanli sect at all. My real name is Zhang San. I just borrowed his reputation to swindle people wherever I go. Luo Rai freezes on the spot, realizing he's been completely duped. What? Xiao Xuan channels spiritual energy into his fan, reshaping it into a razor-sharp blade, and points it straight at Zhang San. Is this all the sincerity the master has to offer? This poor, broken heart of mine tricked and all can only be consoled by lopping off one of the master's legs as compensation. Zhang San hears this and his terror immediately extends to his wallet. I have sincerity, Herethis is everything I own, please, immortal master, accept it. Zhu Xuan appears just in time. Junior brother. She gently reminds Xiao Xuan, if you push too far and damage my disciple's mental state, what then? But he doesn't see it that way. Senior sister is wrong about that, I'm merely ridding the world of evil here. Besides, you're the one who told me to come, weren't you asking me to set an example for your disciple? Zhu Xuan sighs helplessly. I asked you here so you could absorb the destiny cannot for whatever this is. He replies cheerfully, oh, is that so? Zhu Xuan extends her hand and conjures a rope of spiritual light. I'll take this one off your hands, junior brother. The rope wraps tight around xianxia, sending him into a full-blown panic. I was wrong, please spare me. Before leaving with Luo Rai, she doesn't forget to remind him all of this is fortune that belongs to the Hengmeng sect after. When the destiny qi erupted, I already absorbed my share. The rest is all yours, junior brother. Only then does Zhao Xuan sit down to begin his secluded cultivation, fully at ease. Then I won't hold back. Outside, Luo Rai trails behind Zhu Xuan, whining nonstop. Master, if you already knew it was a fortuitous opportunity, why didn't you absorb it yourself? And why did you send me to guard it? Her footsteps come to a halt. The power of destinithos, similar to spiritual energy, goes to waste if a cultivator lacks the capacity to digest it. Just guiding the primordial purple chi to temper the azure-violet twin swords cost me an entire year. But now that junior brother has called upon the great Qin nation's destiny map, he'll likely achieve yet another breakthrough. Earlier, when I saw him command the power of destiny, it was as effortless as putting brush to paper. What does he intend to do with all that power? Thinking of this, Zhu Xuan turns and gives Luo Rai a gentle smile. Everyone has their own destiny, you must hold on to yours tightly. In her heart, she reminds herself, if I don't, junior brother will leave me in the dust. Zhao Xuan quickly reaches the first peak, where a bolt of tribulation lightning strikes straight down toward him. The distance closes in on Zhao Xuan with every passing second. He sits inside, cultivating while counting the bolts. The tribulation bolt descends. Zhao Xuan's face is taut with strained restraint. The final tribulation of golden core shattering nascent soul formation is here at last. Filling this bottomless pit in my danshan hasn't been easy. Golden core shattering nascent soul formation. That is the process every cultivator must undergo before advancing to nascent soul. During this process, the transformation of the golden core triggers a heavenly tribulation. To form the nascent soul, one must absorb the power of the descending tribulation lightning. They say tribulation lightning is also a form of destiny power. The potency of the tribulation is generally proportional to the strength of one's golden core. The more tempered the golden core, the stronger the tribulation it draws during nascent soul formation. He swiftly forms hand seals. Taoist Xuan Ling, known as the strongest cultivator of his array, only withstood 5 bolts when forming his nascent soul. So calling myself the strongest nascent soul isn't too much of a stretch, right? Zhao Xuan mused to himself. That's the 10th tribulation bolt. History has never recorded anything like this. No sooner had he thought this than another tribulation bolt begins crackling into existence overhead. This makes his fragile heart skip a beat. It's still coming. Zhao Xuan's lips curl into a sharp grin, just the thought of forming his nascent soul atop 10 tribulation bolts. He faces the next tribulation bolt head-on. I really can't wait anymore. Outside, Li Jianfeng and Zhu Xuan stare in stunned silence. Rumor has it immortal Emperor Zhayuan himself only endured 10 tribulation bolts when forming his nascent soul. Could it be? A talent with the makings of an immortal emperor is about to be born in our Hengmeng sect. High above, numerous thunder tribulations still wait to strike down. He is stunned to realize it's already the 20th tribulation. This level of thunder has already far exceeded what a nascent soul tribulation should be, right? Is Master really about to form 100 thunder nascent soul? After striking endlessly without leaving even a scratch, the thunder tribulation finally gives up in frustrated rage. What the hell is this thing? Hacked at it for half a day and it won't die, completely drain me dry. Time to bail, time to bail. Zhao Xuan slowly pushes open the door, and the first thing that meets his eyes is Zhu Xuan and Jianfeng standing there, waiting. Congratulations, junior brother. Master has formed the 100 thunder nascent soul. Zhao Xuan is momentarily stunned to see them. You two have been standing guard for me. Don't tell me you've been here all night. Zhu Xuan replies solemnly, this is the moment our Hengmeng sect gives birth to 100 thunder nascent soul. As sect master, how could I possibly be absent? She suddenly stops at that. Zhu Xuan hesitates, then says, actually, there's something I'd like to discuss with junior brother as well. The two of them quickly make their way into the nearby woods. He asks again, senior sister, aren't you from the Longyan Great Kingdom? And the daughter of the Zhu clan, patriarch, the foremost great clan of the Longyan Great Kingdom, at that. Zhuxuan sighs and admits, that's right. The reason I came to Hongmeng's sect is that senior brother Zhang rescued me after I was stranded in Great Qin. With nowhere else to go, I followed senior brother Zhang to Hongmeng's sect. Zhang he had told her back then, from now on, this is your home. Zhuxuan suddenly wonders, hasn't your family come looking for you all these years? Zhuxuan's expression darkens, they will never find me. The reason I left the Zhu clan in the first place was because my second uncle tricked and lured me to the outskirts of the city. Without senior brother Zhang's help, I probably would have died in the belly of some beast. He is somewhat taken aback. Second uncle, Zhuxuan silently feels a pang of heartache for her. So senior sister has been through all that. Only now does Zhuxuan reveal her true worry. Recently, the Zhu clan came to find me. They even told me to return and marry the emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom. He obviously can't agree to this, it's simply unacceptable. They ignored you for all these years and now they want to exploit you for a political marriage. Then let me head to the Longyan Great Kingdom for the battle. The National Destiny War will definitely give us the chance to raise hell on your behalf. Zhuxuan then reveals her own plan. This time I won't trouble junior brother. This time I'm going back precisely to make a huge mess of things. The National Destiny Grand Battle won't start for another 3 months. During this time, I'd like to ask junior brother to help look after Hongmeng's sect. Hearing this, an idea strikes Zhuxuan. Then why not go together? Right before the National Destiny Grand Battle begins, Jian Feng and I were also planning to head to the Longyan Great Kingdom to prepare some things. So let's go together and raise hell. But she still doesn't feel at ease. What about Hongmeng's sect? What will happen to it? He offers a suggestion, why not leave that to senior brother Zhang, has his wound healed yet? Fortunately, he's already far too used to this kind of work. At that very moment, on the other side, Zhang he sneezes. He furrows his brow, rubbing his nose non-stop and sighs, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? With everything settled, Zhuxuan and Zhuxuan finally make their way to the outskirts of Longmen City. He looks around with interest. So this is Longmen City on the border of Great Qin. Apparently, Great Qin is far removed from the Longyan Great Kingdom, with numerous kingdoms lying in between. To maintain a teleportation array spanning such a vast distance, Great Qin can only establish one in a place like Longmen City. If they want to reach the Longyan Great Kingdom as fast as possible, they'll need to use a large-scale teleportation array. With that, he takes the lead and guides everyone forward. Let's go. I've already asked Xingyu to notify the Longmen City Lord. He should be waiting for us at the city gates. Taoist Xuan Ling and Yi Fan will accompany Xingyu separately. Sure enough, someone is already waiting at the gates. The moment he spots them, he rushes over to greet them. I am Zhang Haiming, City Lord of Longmen City. I respectfully greet the National Preceptor. Zhuxuan doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. At ease, His Majesty has surely informed you already. I'm here because I wish to use the teleportation array of Longmen City. Haiming explains with visible difficulty. Reporting to the National Preceptor, our teleportation array from Longmen City to the Longyan Great Kingdom can only be activated twice a year. Right? No, not only has the teleportation array been commandeered by Princess Yilan of the Longyan Great Kingdom, but even my own mansion has been seized by her as well. I argued as hard as I could, but I truly don't dare offend a princess of the Great Kingdom. When he tried to intervene, he was even struck for it. Zhuxuan finds this puzzling, commandeered the teleportation array. But is there some kind of emergency? Did you tell the princess that we have important business in the Longyan Great Kingdom? Haiming grows even more hesitant. Well, the princess says she's tired from traveling here by spirit boat and wants to use the teleportation array for her return. I did inform the princess that the National Preceptor will be participating in the National Destiny Grand Battle. But the princess said it's merely a sixth-rate dynasty, whether they participate or not makes no difference. It would only be a waste of the Longyan Great Kingdom's resources. Those words are enough to make Zhuxuan's face darken like the bottom of a cast-iron pot. He snaps the fan in his hand shut. Zhuxuan's irritation is plain as he demands, take us to her. Haiming obeys and leads them into the Longmen City Lord's mansion, which has long since been claimed, its interior now shrouded beneath a barrier. The moment one of the subordinates spots them, contempt flashes across his face. The princess is not receiving guests, please leave. Zhuxuan is still patient as he makes his request. I have business to discuss with the princess, would you kindly step aside? Not only does the man lack any sense, he grows even more arrogant. You're from Great Qin, aren't you? The princess has already said people from Great Qin and dogs are not allowed inside. Haiming can only stand there helpless. Ever since Princess Yilan arrived, a restriction barrier has been placed over the mansion. Without the princess's permission, even I cannot enter. National preceptor, please. He silently prays, please just back down. But without a single word, Xiao Xuan reaches toward the formation. He draws the peerless sword, ready to shatter the barrier. This great kingdom princess certainly has quite the imposing presence. The subordinate finally panics. What do you think you're doing? Haiming frantically tries to stop him. National preceptor, this is a defensive formation imperially bestowed upon Princess Yilan by the Emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom himself. It cannot possibly be broken so easily. If this angers the princess, it's all over, but it's too late. The defensive formation is already ripped apart. The subordinate's eyes go wide as saucers. What? Even he is left doubting his own eyes. Shatter. It's broken just like that. The subordinate immediately bursts into tears, screaming as he dashes inside. This is bad, I have to report to the princess at once. Xiao Xuan strolls in as if nothing happened. In broad daylight, Princess Yilan shuts herself away without coming out. We were worried about the princess's saffeta naturally. We had to come in and check. Inside, a whip lashes through the air. The red-haired girl before them is wuxia, who is bearing the full brunt of the whipping. The woman seated on a golden palanquin is relentlessly lashing wuxia. Faster, pick up the pace. The reason she can act so arrogantly is because she is Jai Yilan, princess of the Longyan Great Kingdom. What good are you? You can't even pull a cart. The subordinate rushes in right after them. Your Highness, this is dire, it is truly dire. He just arrived and was already lashed by Dai Lan, who gave you permission to speak. Yes, Xiao Xuan's group has arrived. Jian Feng is speechless at the scene. This princess is being far too tyrannical. Meanwhile, Dai Lan continues to whip Wu Shuang mercilessly. Hurry up. Xiao Xuan glances at the carriage and estimates the solid gold vessel weighs at least 10,000 caddies. Even a golden core cultivator would struggle to pull such a weight. This girl appears to have no cultivation base, yet she manages it with pure physical strength and natural-born divine power. Dai Lan lashes out again, issuing her command. Lowly wench, hurry up and kneel so I may use you as a footstool. Wu Shuang has no choice but to kneel, obeying. This maid follows your command. Dai Lan looks smug. That is better. Be obedient and know your place. That is the only attitude a commoner should have. She can only grit her teeth and endure the humiliation. Yes. Dai Lan then points her finger toward Xiao Xuan and his retinue. What are you all waiting for? These De Qin dogs have no eyes and have dared to trespass. Capture them at once. A group of guards swarms out, immediately surrounding them from all sides. Haiming is the first to panic. That is not how it is. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. Our imperial preceptor truly has important matters to discuss. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Lan sneers. An imperial preceptor who is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Has De Qin truly fallen this far? A stray dog. Anyone can be an imperial preceptor these days. Haiming turns, trembling in terror. It is over, what do we do? Imperial preceptor. But Xiao Xuan remains completely unfazed. What do we do? Is it not already clear? The Wushuang blade manifests in his hand. Xiao Xuan does not waste breath, he charges forward, confronting them head-on. How can the noble princess Dai Lan abuse her servants and speak so insolently toward De Qin? Xiao Xuan slices through them with speed invisible to the naked eye. All the guards collapse to the ground. The Wushuang blade comes to a halt right between Dai Lan's brows. She turns pale, waiting for someone to save her. What? Xiao Xuan growls coldly, you are courting death, get away from the princess at once. Dai Lan, showing no fear, retorts, you dare point a sword at me. He smirks, I am protecting the state. The words sting like a slap to the face. What are you thinking? Xiao Xuan continues, I have just placed a seal within your dantian. If you cannot guess what I am thinking, then I shall let you taste the flavor of that seal. Dai Lan, though terrified, attempts to remain defiant. You are trying to scare me. Today I want to see if you, a cur of an imperial preceptor, dare to lay a hand on me. She turns to kick Wu Shuang, you lowly wench. Stand up and tell all these warriors. Dai Lan stands boldly before him, asserting her authority, intent on leaving no living soul in Longmen City. Xiao Xuan abandons his patience and circulates his spiritual power. A stubborn piece of filth. It seems I must use my heaven-devouring, earth-shattering art to purge the demon within you. Dai Lan's eyes widen as his energy surges into her mind, causing her to scream in agony. Unable to withstand the torment, she collapses to her knees. She trembles, clutching her head before Xiaoxuan. My head, it hurts so much. He threatens without mercy. If I wish, I can wipe the consciousness from this body right now. Xiaoxuan lifts her chin. Sadly, if he does so, not only will the demonic parasite be destroyed, but the princess will become a hollow shell. Now you know what to do, don't you? Dai Lan, left with no choice, bites her lip in compromise. I know, I will listen to you, fine, just stop. Hearing this, Xiaoxuan turns away, satisfied. Resolving things peacefully is best. After all, a man like me loves peace. She curses under her breath, damn da chin dog, sooner or later I will hack you into pieces. Dai Lan turns around and bellows, Zai Wushuang, why are you standing there like a statue? Help me up. She is shocked to see no one is there. Where are they? Wu Shuang has already moved ahead, kneeling at Xiaoxuan's feet. Please, I beg you, take me as your disciple. Dai Lan freezes in disbelief. What? Zhuxuan and Jian Feng are equally stunned. Wu Shuang speaks with tears streaming down. I no longer wish to be humiliated. Please let me be your disciple. Xiaoxuan asks calmly, why should I take you as my disciple? She replies, Master, the heaviest weight I can lift is 10,000 caddies, and common savage beasts are no match for me. If you will not have me as a disciple, I am willing to be your servant. This declaration leaves Jian Feng wide-eyed. Wu Shuang continues to kneel, trembling as she awaits her fate. Xiaoxuan is satisfied. I see, for now you shall remain by my side as a registered disciple, the rest will depend on your performance. Wu Shuang beams with joy. Thank you, Master. At the same time, the system interface manifests. Reading the information, Xiaoxuan is pleased with his decision. A root bone of 500, this is no simple matter. Li Jianfeng only has 300. It seems I made no mistake today, I've found a treasure. Having finished, he turns to continue the journey. Let's go, we depart for the Longyan Higher Nation. Dai Lan contemplates making a quick escape. But before she can take 2 steps, Xiaoxuan cuts her off. Hurry up, princess. He glances at her with sharp, cold eyes. Without me here to suppress it, what will you do if the demonic energy takes hold of you again? Dai Lan has no choice but to follow. Let's go, we depart for the Longyan Upper Nation. Dai Lan considers using this chance to slip away. Should I run now? But before she can take 2 steps, Xiaoxuan issues a reminder. Hurry up, princess, isn't it? He glances at her with sharp, piercing eyes. If I am not here to suppress you, what will you do if the demon takes hold of you again? Dai Lan has no choice but to comply. I know now. They arrive at the teleportation point in no time, stepping into the center of the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the Longyan Great Kingdom, the scene shifts to the Zhu family estate. A woman of the Zhu family steps forward to report. Grandfather, I've just received intelligence from the Dakin side. Elder sister has already gone to the Longyan Great Kingdom. As for Xiaoxuan, one connected to her recently broke through to nascent soul, but we couldn't confirm exactly how many lightning ying he formed. Zhu Hong, patriarch of the Zhu family, turns around with a warm expression upon hearing this. How many times have I told you, don't call me grandfather, just call me father like the rest of the kids. The woman from just now is Zhu Yan, she asks back, utterly baffled. Zhu Yan doesn't understand. What difference does it make between father and grandfather? Hearing this, he can only sigh in resignation. Forget it, have it your way. The mere thought of Zhuxuan gives Zhu Hong a splitting headache. Jai Su issued his decree ages ago demanding that he hand Zhuxuan over to the palace. He has been stalling for as long as he can. He fears he can't hold out much longer. This time, Zhuxuan has gone to the Longyan Great Kingdom. If the Zhu family doesn't make some kind of gesture, then that old dog Jai Su won't let it slide. He sets down the watering vessel in his hand. At the very least, he has to put on a performance for that old dog for now. Zhu Hong quickly issues his orders to Zhu Yan. Yanner, since Zhuxuan and the others have arrived in the Longyan Great Kingdom, wait until they get there and bring Zhuxuan and Xiaoxuan home. You must bring them back. Though confused, she does not refuse the order. As you command, father. Zhu Hong watches her retreating figure and can only murmur to himself, forgive me, Xuaner. Once you're taken into the palace, I'll find a way to get you out. Thinking of this, his fists clench tight. But those days are almost over. Once my plan succeeds, those cunning, treacherous elders of the Zhu family, and that old dog sitting on the throne who thinks himself above every Onthiel, all deserve to die. When that day comes, the 3 of us, father and daughters, will be reunited. Now shifting to the imperial study in the capital of the Longyan Great Kingdom. A black-robed shadow guard kneels in report, Your Majesty, an urgent encrypted message has just arrived. Emperor Sima Ren of the Kingsu Great Kingdom has mobilized 3 million troops to our border. It is feared he intends to exploit the outcome of the National Destiny War and immediately resume hostilities just as he did a year ago. This black-robed shadow guard is named Longyan. The man listening lets out a cold snort upon hearing the report. That damned Sima Ren. That wretched Kingsu Great Kingdom was nothing more than a nameless little backwater barely 100 years ago. And yet in the last century it suddenly rose from nothing. Time and again they've encroached on the borders of smaller nations, that's one thing. But a year ago they had the audacity to attack Longyan itself. Damn them all. He is the emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom, Jaisu. As he speaks, Jaisu cannot contain himself and slams his palm down onto the dragon throne. If it weren't for that bastard Sima Ren's striking luck, stumbling upon some fortuitous encounter and forming that bizarre primordial spirit, then based on the Kingsu Great Kingdom's strength alone, how could they possibly threaten our Longyan Great Kingdom? It forced me to owe a favor and invite the vermilion bird true monarch to interveniently to barely avoid falling into a dire situation. But that Sima Ren shouldn't get too smug. I've already found the girl with the Phoenix clan bloodline. I've already notified the Zhu family. Before long I shall take her as my bride. His thoughts drift back to the image of Zhu Xuan. Once I absorb the Phoenix bloodline from her body, I'll be able to form the Longyan primordial spirit. When that time comes, Sima Ren and his entire Kingsu Great Kingdom will be crushed beneath my fingers. To those in the Longyan Great Kingdom, she is nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. Longyan suddenly recalls another piece of intel. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Reports indicate that the Crown Prince has been secretly investigating the Zhu family as of late. It is feared he may have learned something. Jaisu, however, doesn't seem the least bit concerned. The Crown Prince, what can that rebellious brat possibly accomplish? If there's nothing else, you are dismissed. Above all, they will definitely keep their eyes on the Zhu Xuan crest. He issues the order, cold and detached. If there is any mishap, be careful with your heads. The shadow guard responds at once. Your subordinate obeys. They have barely taken a few steps when Jaisu calls them back. Wait, Longyan is the first to turn around. Your Majesty. He rests his hand against his temple and issues another command. As a precaution, prepare a sufficient stockpile of essence-devouring pills. Even if something goes wrong with Zhu Xuan, as long as we have the essence-devouring pills, the Longyan Great Kingdom will not be defeated. Back with Xiao Xuan's group at the capital of the Longyan Great Kingdom, inside the instant transmission hub. Having experienced the service firsthand, Xiao Xuan nods in satisfaction. An instant transmission hub this efficient, if the Hengmeng sect had one too, it would make things so much more convenient. Zhu Xuan chimes in indeed. But Yilan turns to sneer through gritted teeth. This piece of junk is enough to make you stare wide-eyed. You really are just a clueless country bumpkin with no worldly experience. Xiao Xuan hears this and fires right back. You know what, since the princess is so wealthy and majestic, how about you cover the transport fees this time? Escorting the princess all the way back to her country has been quite the exhausting ordeal after all. Tack on another 100,000 supreme grade spirit stones, call it a health bonus for me. She immediately puffs up and snaps back. What, on what grounds? Xiao Xuan smirks, his gaze boring into Yilan like he's about to devour her whole. The princess wouldn't just abandon her attendant, would she? That stare forces her to meekly fork over the goods. Fine, I'll pay, okay. Yilan confesses honestly, this is all the money I have left. Xiao Xuan starts muttering as he tallies it up. 100,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Only that's equivalent to 1 million high grade spirit stones. Once the rough calculation is done, he gathers the group and heads out. Let's go, senior sister Jian Feng Wushuang me treat. We're hitting the finest tavern in the city and eating until we burst. As for the princess, now that you've arrived in the capital, feel free to find your own way home. Left behind without warning, Yilan is practically fuming with rage. Hey, but before leaving, Xiao Xuan doesn't forget one last reminder. From now on, I won't be guarding the princess's side anymore. When you act, princess, be extremely careful. If another evil spirit possesses your body, that wouldn't be pretty. Yilan grits her teeth and swears under her breath, that wretched Dakin scum. Sooner or later I will hack you to pieces. Xiao Xuan finally leads the group to a restaurant. Wow, the food here smells incredible. He's been gushing about it since they were at the transmission hub. I didn't expect the Longyan Great Kingdom to have a Tianji Tower too. Their business really has expanded, not just auctions, but now inns and restaurants as well. Wuxia explains the establishment to him. Master, didn't you know? Tianji Tower is a chain that runs taverns and inns. It's only going to grow more famous from here. Right now, they already dominate the industry, and they've just expanded into pharmacy operations as well. Auction-san, rumor has it, they even trade in intelligence. They say as long as you have enough money, there's nothing Tianji Tower won't do. Zhao Xuan seems to have already formed a plan. Impressive energy indeed. Just then, the server brings out the final dish. Esteemed guests, all dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. Zhao Xuan grins wide. Wonderful, then let the feast begin. He, Jianfeng, and Wuxia look as excited as children. Today, no one leaves this table until every last dish is finished. Yes, master, understood. Meanwhile, Zhuxuan simply sits in silence, quietly sipping her tea. Jianfeng chews his food while chiding his junior Wuxia, eat up already. Our master does what he says. He told us not to leave our seats and he really meant it. Come on, let's hurry and eat. Mem. She sets down her cup and suggests waiting until after they finish eating before taking them to buy new clothes. Since you've taken junior brother Zhao as your master, you're now a member of our Hongmeng sect. It wouldn't do to have you without proper fitting clothes, would it? Upon hearing this, her face lights up with joy. Thank you, master's wife. The moment Zhu Xuan hears the words master's wife, her face flushes red. Wait, I'm not. Before she can finish denying it, Zhao Xuan has already picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. Here, eat up too. Oh, they're happily eating and drinking, completely unaware that someone at a nearby table has already set his sights on Zhu Xuan. It's that man, the one who clenched his fist so hard the moment he saw her that his cup cracked. Zhu Yan, I've finally found you. After a good while of feasting, the food is completely demolished. Jianfeng, Zhao Xuan, and Wuxia are stuffed to the point they can barely breathe. So full. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuan remains as poised and unhurried as ever. The table they're sitting at suddenly begins to glow. He watches in amazement as fresh dishes materialize out of nowhere. Why would Tianji Pavilion embed a formation array into the table? Wait, does this automatically reorder food? Wuxia quickly fills them in. This is Tianji Pavilion's signature formation system. It can not only auto-deliver dishes, but the walls of the private rooms are also fitted with sound-dampening formations. Back when I served the princess, I once saw her trigger the wall's defensive formation. Rumor has it the attack power it unleashes can kill a spirit-severing cultivator in the blink of an eye. I wonder what kind of powerhouse the master of Tianji Pavilion must be. Zhao Xuan grows intrigued. Kill a spirit-severing cultivator in an instant. He silently calculates if Hongmeng sect could equip a formation array like that, wouldn't they be practically invincible? Suddenly, the privacy barrier around their table is slashed open. All four of them reflexively turn to look. HMPH. He storms up to their table and screams like a lunatic. Zhu Yan, you sure made it easy for me to find you. A sword gleams in his hand. Zhao Xuan asks with mild curiosity, Zhu Yan, who is that? Who is that? Zhu Xuan's gaze turns distant when she hears that name. Zhu Yan, it's been so long since anyone called me that. I hear she's now the strongest among the young generation in the kingdom. The Longyan Great Kingdom sounds like she's been living quite comfortably. But the man can barely keep his composure, pretending you don't know me. He roars and slashes down at the same time. You heartless woman, I pursued you for so long and you wouldn't even spare me a single glance. And now here you are, sharing a meal with this pretty boy. With that, he lunges straight at Zhao Xuan. If I kill him right in front of you, maybe you'll finally look at me differently. Zhao Xuan catches the blade effortlessly. The man's eyes go wide. Zhao Xuan glances calmly at the surroundings before speaking. Everyone in Tianji Pavilion, you all saw what just happened, yes. He attacked me first, so if I happen to defend myself a little too hard, that's only natural, wouldn't you say? The man finally registers that someone else has appeared. When did you get here? A woman Zhu Jlin steps forward and offers them a courteous bow. Honored guests, please. She politely asks for their opinion. If you'd rather not dirty your hands, you may leave the matter to me. Zhao Xuan replies, it's no trouble at all. He flicks his fan in a single sweep and the man is sent flying backward. Zhu Jlin lowers her gaze, acting as though she saw nothing at all. Zhao Xuan looks at the man's crumpled form and politely asks. Leaving him with a bit of life intact should count as not breaking Tianji Pavilion's rules, correct? Zhu Jilin knows her place and moves to clean up the mess. My apologies for the inconvenience, honored guest. She channels spiritual energy and conjures 2 spectral attendants. They grab the man by each arm and drag him out. Zhu Jilin wastes no time introducing herself. I am the person in charge of Tianji Pavilion. I am Zhu Jilin. Today's lapse in security at our establishment has disturbed your meal. All expenses for today's dining shall be on us. Please enjoy the rest of your visit. Zhao Xuan suddenly recognizes the technique she used, disturbingly familiar. Oh, isn't that divine sense? He quickly calls out to stop her in her tracks. Wait. Zhao Xuan produces an identical talisman technique and proposes, I'm quite interested in Tianji Pavilion's formation arrays. Would you be open to a deal? If the people of Tianji Pavilion don't know the spirit conjuring art recorded in the Guangjiao scripture, then surely you recognize this, don't you? Zhu Jilin freezes on the spot. Kaiyang, could it be the same Kaiyang I'm thinking of? Unless he too is an inheritor of immortal Emperor Ziyuan's legacy. She clasps her hands together and bows deeply. Honored guest, please follow me. Zhao Xuan leisurely follows behind her. He doesn't forget to tell the others, wait here for me a moment. Once inside the reception room, Zhu Jilin pours tea for Zhao Xuan and begins her inquiry. I haven't yet asked for your name, sir. May I know what you intend to offer in exchange for Tianji Pavilion's formation arrays? He replies, just call me Zhao Xuan. His finger dips into the spilled droplets of tea on the table. He writes the characters Immortal Emperor Ziyuan Kaiyang Ruins and asks her, earlier, I noticed that Manager Zhuge can wield divine sense with great proficiency. Surely you understand the meaning of these characters. Zhu Jilin narrows her eyes in thought. If this really pertains to the Kaiyang ruins, then this is far from ordinary. She asks cautiously, esteemed cultivator, how can we verify that the Kaiyang ruins are genuine? Zhao Xuan, pleased by her reaction, continues. You do recognize it, don't you? The Guangjiao scripture alone can only take one's cultivation to the first level of spirit severing at most. Beyond that, one would need a proper inheritance. Zhu Jilin nods in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. He presses on, I've heard there exists a spirit-severing pill, consume it, and one can break through to spirit-severing. If Tianji Pavilion helps me reach spirit-severing, wouldn't that serve as proof enough? She furrows her brow in contemplation. May I ask what is your current cultivation level, esteemed Zhao? He answers frankly, nascent soul, first level. Zhu Jilin's hand on the table slowly clenches into a fist. Sir, you've come to the right place. The spirit-severing pillar, treasure priceless to the outside world, is something Tianji Pavilion can provide as easily as flipping a hand. However, Zhu Jilin makes no effort to soften her warning. If anyone dares to deceive Tianji Pavilion, don't even talk about the second level of spirit severing. Even a half-step immortal would be hunted down by Tianji Pavilion to the ends of the earth. Zhao Xuan is not only unafraid, looks genuinely pleased. I'm well aware of Tianji Pavilion's capabilities. I come bearing sincerity. Rest assured, Manager Zhuge, at this point. She proposes that the matter still requires reporting to the branch pavilion master, who is also her adoptive father. Zhuge Qingyun, I ask that you wait a moment, esteemed Zhao. As for your companions, I will arrange for someone to escort them to rest first. He simply replies, then I'll trouble you, Manager Zhuge. The scene shifts to inside Tianji Pavilion within the Longyan Great Kingdom branch. In the pavilion master's chambers, the man seated before them is none other than Zhuge Qingyun. He asks again, his tone cold and detached, you're saying someone has found the exact location of the Kaiyang ruins? Zhu Jilin answers respectfully, yes. I sent people to investigate his background. Over the past year, this man has risen to fame across Great Qin. Just 1 month ago, at the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly, he pressured the elders and sect masters of every other sect into submission and was appointed Great Qin's national advisor. Zhuge Qingyun pauses. Great Qin's national advisor. Like any man of the Longyan Great Kingdom, his arrogance runs deep. Great Qin, even if their emperor himself showed up at my doorstep, crushing him would be no harder than squashing an ant so long as I wish it. Zhu Jilin looks somewhat puzzled by his words. The Tower Master's intention was for Lin not to answer, just issue orders. Do as he said, and once the Kaiyang heritage opened, deal with that man. If news of immortal Emperor Ziyuan's legacy leaked out, it would certainly ignite a storm of conflict. That Ziyuan had to be made to keep his mouth shut. Yes, 10 years ago, Lin had been standing outside, waiting for King Yun. The moment she saw him emerge, she rushed forward. Godfa. There, where's big sister? Why didn't she come out with you? King Yun answered flatly, she won't be coming back for a while. Those words sent a chill through her entire body, and she trembled. 10 years ago, she had watched with her own eyes as her sister followed Zhuge Qingyun, her own adoptive father Rinto, the Jaya Agwang heritage. She never came back out. Back to the present, he made the same request of Lin. When we head to the Kaiyang heritage, come with me. Yes, the determination for revenge had taken root in her heart long ago. After that, she exhausted every scheme until finally, she seized the moment when her adoptive father was dead drunk. Only from his slurred lips did she learn the Jaya Agwang heritage's trial was to kill one's own companions. And now was it finally her turn. After finishing her conversation with King Yun, Lin went back to speak with Ziyuan. I've reported to the Tower Master, everything is settled. During this period for Immortal Master Ziyuan and his companions, our Tianji Tower has ordered spirit-severing pills to be prepared. Please. Immortal Master Ziyuan, come with me now. He expressed his thanks politely. I appreciate the trouble. The attendant bowed and gestured for him to follow. Dear, honored guest, your room is ready, please follow me. Lin lingered behind, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. This man served as national preceptor of Great Qin. He had even helped an unknown female emperor ascend the throne. His true strength was likely far beyond mere nascent soul stage 1. If she could ally with him, after a moment's thought, she hurriedly called out, Immortal Master Ziyuan, could you wait a moment? Meanwhile, everyone else was still waiting for Ziyuan to return. Jian Feng was growing anxious. Master has been gone all afternoon. Wuxia said he'd go look for him. Why haven't either of them come back? Zhu could no longer wait either. She stood up, ready to go search herself. I'll go ask the people at Tianji Tower. Suddenly, another lunatic appeared on the scene. Zhu Yan, I know you're in there, get the hell out here now. His voice alone made everything shudder. Jian Feng and Zhu took the brunt of it hard. She surveyed the surroundings and assessed the situation. With pressure this overwhelming, the intruder's cultivation was likely far beyond nascent soul. Zhu cut straight to the point. Who's making all this racket? Amid the excited shouts of onlookers, a man appeared carrying a comically massive sword slung over his shoulder. Look, isn't that ancestor myriad swords of the Qingxi Great Kingdom? That's a spirit-severing powerhouse, and they even dragged Wuxia into this. Mistress, Jian Feng barked, his temper already flaring hot. Who is that? The surrounding spectators buzzed with non-stop chatter. Daring to square off against ancestor myriad swords, isn't that the immortal slaying sword god Li Jian Feng of Great Qin? You don't know her, isn't that Zhu Yan of the Zhu clan? Why is she with people from Great Qin? How did these two groups end up clashing? The old man curled his lips into a smirk. Finally showed yourselves. He slammed his blade down into the earth with a thunderous crash. This was Ancestor Myriad Swords of Spirit severing Stage 1 Cultivator. He launched into his accusation, Zhu Yan, my disciple devoted his whole heart to you, if you didn't accept his feelings. Fine, but why did you beat him half to death? Zhu frowned and denied it. You've mistaken me for someone else, there's no Zhu Yan here and I don't know your disciple. Seeing her refuse to admit it, Myriad Swords rudely cut her off. Lies, someone saw him follow you into Tianji Tower not long after you entered and before long he was carried out drenched in blood. And you still dare say it wasn't you. As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual energy, projecting an overwhelming aura. Zhu considered for a moment, then vaguely conceded, then you should ask him what he did that warranted getting beaten half to death. The great blade in Myriad Sword's hand was finally drawn. He scowled, stubborn to the bitter end. Looks like you won't be confessing today. In that case, I'll cripple your cultivation myself and drag you back as a plaything for my disciple. With that, Myriad Swords charged straight at her. Zhu leaped backward, summoning twin swords to intercept. She attacked while demanding he release Wuxia. Myriad Swords' blades slammed deep into the ground once more. He used his great sword and spiritual energy to parry her twin blades. She froze. The Qingxi twin swords couldn't even breach the spiritual barrier around his massive sword. Myriad Swords pressed the advantage, tightening his grip and surging forward. HMPH, the woman has some skill. Pity, he drove a devastating blow straight into Zhu Xuan's abdomen. The gap between spirit severing and golden core isn't something your unorthodox tricks can bridge. The impact forced a choked cough from her throat, blood spraying from her lips. Zhu Xuan was blasted straight into the wall behind her, leaving Jian Feng stunned in disbelief. Wuxiang went pale at the sight of his mistress. He immediately charged in to take over, but myriad swords blocked him barehanded. Jian Feng froze. "You." The old man appraised the sword and declared, "Not a bad blade. A pity your only nascent soul. How about you surrender this sword and become my slave instead?" Suddenly, someone intervened between them. "The crown prince is present. Who dares cause such chaos?" He planted himself between Jian Feng and myriad swords, blocking them both. Jian Feng stood in shock. Wuxiang was still dazed. Zhu Xuan hadn't even gathered herself before the newcomer issued his command without the slightest courtesy. "His Highness the Crown Prince arrives. Lay down your weapons and kneel." Myriad Sword's expression twisted with clear displeasure. "The Crown Prince." The crowd turned in unison toward the palanquin, stunned. "What? The Crown Prince?" The man inside the palanquin spoke in a cold, commanding voice. "Go home, old man." At the same time, the surrounding people began kneeling one by one. "We greet your Highness the Crown Prince. We greet your Highness the Crown Prince." Jian Feng and Zhu Xuan cupped their fists in respectful salute. "Of the great Qin dynasty, Zhu Xuan, Duke of Hongmen and Li Jianfeng, we thank your Highness for the rescue." Myriad swords unlike the others. "Show the Crown Prince no respect whatsoever. What brings the Longyan Crown Prince here? Forgive my harsh words. Today, no matter who shows Yup, if this old man doesn't get a satisfactory answer, these two don't even think about leaving this place." He listened without the slightest hint of urgency. "The Qingxi Great Kingdom is certainly bold and aggressive. What answer does Ancestor Myriad Sword seek?" He was none other than Jai Yixuan, Crown Prince of the Longyan Great Kingdom. Myriad Sword stated his demand without an ounce of courtesy. "I want her cultivation crippled, and from this day forth she'll be my disciple's slave." But Yixuan's expression shifted completely the moment he finished. "Then are you aware that this woman has been personally chosen by my imperial father? She is to become a consort of the Emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom." Everyone around them is visibly shaken. "What? The Emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom wants to take the eldest daughter of the Zhu clan as his secret consort. That's an earth-shattering revelation. An earth-shattering secret." He grins with utter satisfaction. Wanjian shows not the slightest trace of fear. If anything, he looks thoroughly entertained. "Isn't that even better? I can avenge my disciple and humiliate that old fossil Jai, who all at once, truly killing two birds with one stone." The old farmer roars with fury, insolent, but Dixon merely smirks. He cuts in with a cold, measured voice. "Watch your tongue. If you offend Senior Wanjian and damage relations between our Longyan Great Kingdom and the Qingxu Great Kingdom, 10 heads of yours won't be enough to pay for it." Having said that, Dixon turns toward Zhu Xuan. "Miss Zhu, the current situation puts me in a difficult position. As the Crown Prince, rashly offending a powerhouse from the Qingxu Great Kingdom is hardly advantageous for me, but if you agree to marry me as my wife, you would become the Crown Princess of our Longyan Great Kingdom." With the Crown Princess insulted, my intervention becomes perfectly justified and no one can hold it against me in the future. What do you say? The surrounding crowd reels, their worldview shaken to its core. Even the Crown Prince is. "Good heavens, this isthise is absolutely absurd." She frowns, silently seeing through him. So the Crown Prince of the Longyan Great Kingdom doesn't genuinely intend to help Meh's just looting a burning house. At that thought, Zhu Xuan tightens her grip on her sword. If she has to fight to the death, then so be it. When suddenly, a voice rings out. "Hold it!" Zhao Xuan appears behind Wanjian, his eyes brimming with killing intent. HMPH. He cleaves down with Meng Qing Wushuang, but the old man has already vanished. Zhao Xuan smirks and glances sideways at Wanjian. "Our guest from the Qingxu Great Kingdom certainly has sharp reflexes to dodge one of my strikes. I'll grudgingly give you that much. You barely qualify as someone worth noting." Though he escaped in time, he still sustains minor injuries. The surrounding atmosphere heats up instantly. Who is this person? He missed a single strike and still looks down on everyone like that. What a bold mountain! Now he's sizing him up on top of it. Senior Wanjian probably doesn't even consider him worth noticing. Wanjian grits his teeth and stares at the wound on his shoulder. Judging by his aura, this man is only at the first layer of spirit severing, so how is his sword momentum this terrifying? My spirit severing stage physical body was merely grazed by his blade, yet my flesh was actually torn open. He eyes Xiaoxuan warily. He must handle this with extreme caution. Xiaoxuan immediately surges forward, pressing the threat. You've offended the sect master of our Hongmeng sect. Choose sever one arm yourself or I come take your head. Though the old man blocked the strike, he is still left reeling in shock. Don't get too cocky, brat. Suddenly, a surge of electricity crackles across the blade of Wuxia. Wanjian is forced to release his grip from the pain and Xiaoxuan seizes the opening in a flash. So you've made your choice. The old man sees Qing Wuxia pressed against his neck and turns deathly pale. Wait, you can't kill me. I am venerated by the Qingsu Great Kingdom. Kill me. And the Qingsu Great Kingdom will declare war on the Longyan Great Kingdom. Wanjian squeezes his eyes shut and begs, I'm willing to sever my own arm, please show mercy. Qing Wuxia halts accordingly. Disbelieving eyes from all around lock onto them. Senior Wanjian, the legendary spirit-severing powerhouse, has surrendered. Xiaoxuan's face is dark with murderous pressure as he urges him on. Then by all means. Wanjian has no choice left. Gritting his teeth, he does as he's told. Things have come to this. Before everyone's eyes, he severs one of his own arms. Wanjian of the Hongmeng sect clenches his jaw and departs in seething rage. I will remember this. Dixon now turns a suspicious gaze on Xiaoxuan. Where did this kid come from? And he actually proved more than a match for Senior Wanjian. Thoughts aside, he maintains a courteous facade. I thank this friend for stepping in to help. Might I ask your name? Xiaoxuan lowers his eyes and replies flatly. Just call me Xiaoxuan, no need for thanks. This is a Hongmeng sect matter anyway, if anything. I should apologize to your highness the crown prince. That Qingsu Kingdom cur was simply too much trouble. Really did put the crown prince in an awkward spot. Dixon lets out a sigh, truly a sharp tongue. He turns on his heel without hesitation. Let's move out. Xiaoxuan approaches Zhuxuan first to check on her. Senior sister, are you all right? She looks at him with faint confusion. I'm fine, but junior brother Ryu went out for a bit and your aura has grown so much stronger. Xiaoxuan hides nothing. My deal with Tianji Tower was a success. I obtained their complete cultivation technique and their resource stockpile. I've already broken through to spirit severing. He can't help but marvel inwardly, truly worthy of the world-renowned Tianji Tower. The prepared spirit severing pills in less than half a day. Li Jianfeng witnesses the marvel that is Xiaoxuan once again. Master, didn't you just break through to nascent soul? And you've already broken through to spirit severing this fast? Xiaoxuan furrows his brow and decides, the Longyan Great Kingdom truly has powerhouses at that level. I hear many spirit-severing experts are among those participating in the National Destiny War. I can only do my best to keep up. Xiaoxuan turns to address everyone. Tomorrow I need to head out for a bit. Once I return, we'll head to the Zhu clan. Night has fallen the following evening. Outside the imperial mausoleum of the Longyan Great Kingdom, father and son Zhu Qingyun stand before Xiaoxuan. He remarks, a fine night, pale moon, howling wind, perfect for mischief. Looks like I'm a bit late. Let's make this quick. The old man responds respectfully, at your service, immortal Master Xiao. Dylan, who came along, can't stop grumbling. You called us here this late just to break into an imperial mausoleum. You're completely inhuman. Xiaoxuan doesn't bother sugarcoating it and sees her off. If the princess is dissatisfied, then by all means head back first. Dismissed like that by Xiaoxuan, Dylan flies into a rage. How dare you use me and then throw me away like that? Zhu Lin watches the princess's retreating figure and sighs with quiet admiration. Based on her prior investigation, this is Xiaoxuan's first time in the Longyan Great Kingdom, yet he can command the notoriously willful Princess Dylan as though she were on a leash. This man is clearly far more than he appears. She recalls what she requested of him yesterday. Immortal Master Xiao, please save my life. Xiaoxuan sees her like this and looks puzzled. Chief Steward Zhuge, what exactly do you mean? How am I supposed to save you? Zhugelin hides nothing and lays it all bare. The branch master of this Tianji Tower branch is also my adoptive father Zhu Qingyun. In order to claim the inheritance within the Kaiyang ruins, he will likely use me as a stepping stone. Having said this, she drops to her knees. If immortal Master Xiao saves my life, I am willing to serve as your loyal beast of burden to repay your kindness. I only hope he can become Zhu Qingyun's rival. In no time they make their way inside. Xiaoxuan turns to address the other two. Since you've both received the inheritance of Jiaguangtian, you surely know that opening this ruin requires a vast amount of vital essence, spiritual energy, and divine sense. King Yun responds to him with an amiable tone. Of course, meanwhile, his hand is already reaching for Zhu Lin. King Yun seizes her by the nape and forces her down. He begins to weaponize their bond. Zio I bought you from the slave market and raised you all these years. Surely it's time you repaid me. It is only now that Zhu Lin voices the suspicion she has harbored all along. Adoptive father, you killed my sister back then too, didn't you? King Yun laughs nonchalantly, and so what if I did? With no other option, she reaches out to Zio Xuan for help. Save me, please. King Yun intends to lure Zio Xuan to his side. Surely immortal Master Zio doesn't want to invite unnecessary trouble onto himself. Just help me secure the Kaiyang Ruins inheritance, and I'll reveal the position of Vice Tower Master of Tianji Tower to you. Zio Xuan merely sighs with feigned regret. What a pity then. With that, Zio Xuan's blade arcs toward the old man in a single stroke. King Yun never sees it coming. His jaw drops in shock and the hand reaching for Zhu Lin's life goes limp. He panicked the moment he saw Zio Xuan save her. Immortal Master Zio Xuan, what is the meaning of this? She had barely been rescued before she broke into violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Zio Xuan answered without a shred of hesitation. Nothing special, I'm simply not satisfied with the price you offered. He pointed casually toward Zhu Lin and continued, after all, the price your goddaughter proposed was it really meant to keep me as the tower master for long. Only then did King Yun realize the truth in a panic. So you'd already been colluding with outsiders to scheme against me. She didn't hesitate to talk back. Not at all, Godfather. If you hadn't been treating me as a mere tool, I never would have resorted to such a desperate scheme. Zhu Lin clasped her hands and bowed before Zio Xuan. I'll be troubling Immortal Master with the days ahead. He replied cheerfully, no problem at all. Zio Xuan extended his hand and channeled spiritual energy. Zhu King Yun's entire body erupted with blinding light. Zio Xuan manipulated his body toward the ruins. The surrounding ground shifted in response. The Kaiyang ruins had activated while Zhu Lin was still standing there in a daze. Zio Xuan explained at his leisure. The Kaiyang ruins have been activated. Now you see the true nature of the Kaiyang ruins. Hearing this, she was struck with terror. What? The ruins have already activated, but I haven't even had time to leave. Zhu Lin recalled the old tales and couldn't help but shudder. Once the ruins activate, out of everyone who enters, only one person leaves alive. Could it be that after barely escaping Zhu King Yun, she would end up dying at Zio Xuan's hands? A voice suddenly emanated from the center of the ruins. Outsider, do you know this is the heritage site of immortal Emperor Ziyuan? A figure materialized and issued the same demand as before. If you wish to obtain the legacy, you must first accept the challenge. Between the two of you, whichever one survives to the end earns the right to the immortal Emperor's legacy. Zhu Lin cast a desperate glance toward Zio Xuan. So it still comes to this in the end. She gripped her sword with wary hands. I'm sorry, I don't want it to come to this either, but things have gone too far. Before Zhu Lin could even gather her thoughts, Zio Xuan was already charging in. Enough talk. Zhu Lin blinked in stunned confusion. What? Zio Xuan aimed Qing Wuxuang straight at the figure's chest. The figure froze in shock. He didn't give the figure a chance to finish before his blade came crashing down. Cut the act, hand over the legacy. The figure dissipated into nothingness. A mere mortal with strength like this, how utterly infuriating. The remnant that lingered was seized by Zio Xuan, his eyes burning with anticipation. This must be it, the second fragment of immortal Emperor Ziyuan's legacy, the Kaiyang Heaven legacy. Zhu Lin was still standing there in a daze. It took her a long moment before the reality of what had just happened sank in. What? So this was how you obtain the true legacy. Then what was my sister all along? Once the truth fully hit her, Zhu Lin collapsed to the ground, overcome with grief. Sister, back at the Heavenly Secrets Tower, Zhu Lin finally spoke. The dead cannot be brought back to life, you have passed on. Those who remain must live well so as not to fail the expectations of the departed. I thank Immortal Master Zio Xuan for helping me avenge my sister. From this day forward, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to managing the Heavenly Secrets Tower under Immortal Master's command. Xiao Xuan answered simply, agreed. He watched her retreating figure, a look of hesitation crossing his face. If he were to leverage the Heavenly Secrets Tower's intelligence network, wouldn't gathering information on the ruins of other immortal emperors be too conspicuous? He had already obtained the Kaiyang Heaven legacy through the system's feedback. Yet now he had also retrieved the physical form of the Kaiyang Heaven legacy from within the ruins. He wondered if he gifted this to a disciple, would he still be able to receive system feedback? It was all too complicated. Thinking it over, Xiao Xuan pulled out several items, each nested within the other, layer upon layer. He had overthought it to the point of giving up. The exact mechanism behind the system's feedback remained unclear, need more time to study it. On top of that, he'd have to find time to properly examine the Heavenly Secrets Tower he'd acquired, figure out how best to make use of it. Xiao Xuan sighed wearily as he walked. Never a moment's rest. The next morning, a crowd had gathered at a tea house. Look, isn't that Zhu Yan of the Zhu clan? A Zhu clan young lady, drinking tea at a place like this. I heard she arrived at first light, she must be waiting for someone. Whoever could make the Zhu clan's eldest daughter lower herself to come here, who on earth could it be? Their gazes all converged on Zhu Yan inside. At the same time, Xiao Xuan's group arrived. Quite the commotion today, they remarked with awkward smiles. It's nothing. Zhu Yan's gaze swept over and locked onto Xiao Xuan's group in an instant. She ordered them coldly halt. While Xiao Xuan was still thinking, this person looks a bit like senior sister, Zhu Xuan had already recognized Zhu Yan. Her hand had already tightened around her sword hilt. Who sent you? Zhu Yan wasted no words. Come with me. And naturally, Xiao Xuan stepped forward to shield Zhu Xuan. Now I know my senior sister is beautiful, but that doesn't mean you can just drag her away. Seeing this, displeasure surfaced plainly on Zhu Yan's face. You'd best not get in my way. She seized the sword from the table and pointed it at him without the slightest courtesy. Don't blame me for being discourteous. Xiao Xuan merely deflected the sword aside with a gentle push and asked calmly. A lady draws her sword over a disagreement. May I ask what this is about? He silently assessed Zhu Yan from head to toe. On closer inspection, she looked almost identical to senior sister. Senior sister called her Zhu Yan. Could it be that the man in black that day mistook senior sister for her? She glanced at Zhu Xuan and replied flatly, Father ordered me to bring you home. Zhu Xuan flew into a rage and let loose. Since you're here, then relay a message to the Zhu clan patriarch. From this day forward, I, Zhu Xuan, have no connection whatsoever to him or to the Zhu clan. The pact between the Zhu clan and the emperor of the Longyan Great Kingdom has nothing to do with me either. Seeing negotiations had failed, Zhu Yan attacked without hesitation. Then I'll just have to drag you back by force. Her sword was already blocked by Xiao Xuan. He stood before her, shielding Zhu Xuan. If you want to lay a hand on the sect master of our Hongmeng sect, you'll have to go through me first. Zhu Yan seethed with anger. You dare obstruct me? I had no desire to drag innocents into this. But the crowd outside wouldn't stop buzzing with gossip. Why does that woman look exactly like Zhu Yan? I've never heard of such a person in the Zhu clan. The situation, bows taut and swords drawn, looked like quite the show was about to unfold. All they saw was Zhu Yan spinning around and unleashing several spirals of spiritual energy. Xiao Xuan immediately frowned in confusion. From outside the crowd, someone called out, Look, Miss Zhu Yan is about to use her ultimate killing move. Ultimate killing move. According to the onlooker, rumor had it that Zhu Yan possessed the 9 Yang supreme body, which drew the attention of immortals from the celestial court. Those immortals crystallized years of sword Dao comprehension into a single technique and passed it down to Zhu Yan. As such, while Zhu Yan was not the strongest cultivator in the Longyan Great Kingdom, in actual combat she was the undisputed number owner, reputation matching reality. At the same time, the crowd watched as Zhu Yan charged forward. That young man also uses a sword, but I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand this strike. Xiao Xuan's eyes narrowed. He activated Clear Sword Heart to read through the killing move. This sword technique is no simple thing. Having read it completely, Xiao Xuan flicked Zhu Yan's sword away with ease. Her face drained of all color. Outside, the murmuring never ceased. Zhu Yan actually lost, and she was taken down in a single move, no less. Where did that young man come from? Does anyone recognize him? Only Xiao Xuan knew exactly why he had been able to defeat Zhu Yan. This celestial tier sword physique was truly something extraordinary. Once immersed in the clear sword heart state, every movement of any sword technique became crystal clear to him. After her defeat, she crumpled to her knees. Zhu Yan sat on the floor, staring blankly into space. Have I really lost? Her expression shifts from astonishment to terror, and back to astonishment again. Why is my heart beating so fast? I have never felt such a sensation before. Could this be what the world calls fear? Is this man not the very reason why my sister refuses to return home? Xiaoxuan speaks slowly. I intended to have breakfast before visiting the Zhu family, but since you lot are so impatient, young Miss Zhu, will you walk back yourself? Or must I bind you? At that moment, Zhu Enhan flares with spiritual power. No one has ever made me feel fear. She decides to gamble it all, attacking him with her bare hands. I must see just how much skill you truly possess. Xiaoxuan merely pivots, dodging her strike with effortless grace. It seems you only excel at sword techniques. Compared to before, your current form is utterly pathetic. With a swift strike to the nape of her neck, he renders her unconscious. HMPH. Xiaoxuan catches her falling body with his other hand. He sets her down and turns toward Zhuxuan. Senior sister, do you recognize this person? She looks just like you. She sighs and replies, this is my younger sister Zhu Enhan. As for the man from yesterday, he must have mistaken me for her. Jian Feng is taken by surprise. Oh, so the sect master has another younger sister. Wu Shuang asks with concern, is your relationship with your family a good one? Zhuxuan softens her voice, I have long since severed all ties with them. Xiaoxuan snaps open his fan, a calculated look in his eyes. Let us go, since the Zhu family has been so hospitable in their invitations, we must pay them a visit in return. A moment later at the Zhu estate, a servant screams, Master. Master, it is a disaster. Zhu Hong, leisurely tending to his garden, asks, what is the matter? Why are you in such a panic? The servant's face is pale with terror, someone has broken through the front gate. Hearing this, Zhu Hong is overcome with alarm. What? The servant stammers, a woman who looks exactly like the eldest miss, followed by two men and a young girl, has stormed into the estate. All our guards have moved to intercept them, but they are powerless to stop him. The eldest miss was struck unconscious and is being brought here now. Zhu Hong reels in shock. Enhanner defeated, how is she no match for Zhuxuan? It seems that during her years at the Hongmeng sect, that girl Zhuxuan has made significant progress. The servant continues to urge him in a panic, Master, please think of a solution immediately. They are about to break through to this courtyard. Zhu Hong snaps into action, go and summon the Meng consultant. I will head out to meet them myself. Understood. The heavy wooden doors are kicked open. Xiaoxuan and his party step inside. He sneers, the Zhu family invited us, yet you keep your doors barred, how curious. They lock eyes with Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong is incensed by Xiaoxuan's audacity. My Zhu family invited you out of courtesy. If you didn't wish to come, that was your choice. What is the meaning of this insolence? Xiaoxuan replies coldly, your reinforcements haven't arrived yet, so you are trying to stall for time. Very well, I am curious to see what kind of backer the illustrious Zhu family of the Longyan higher nation could possibly summon. Zhu Hong recoils stunned. This Xiaoxuan is truly rampant and lawless. Does he truly fear no one? Zhu Hong looks at Zhuxuan and asks, Xuaner, have you spent these years with such people, refusing to return home? Facing his question, she asks sharply, home. Her beautiful brows knit together in defiance. Do you mean the Zhu family that turned me away at the age of 10 and even exiled me to a desolate wilderness? Hearing this, Zhu Hong is struck by guilt. He instinctively turns his head away. Do not speak of the past again. Suddenly, a group of figures emerges from the shadows. The fourth elder of the Zhu family steps forward. Is this not Zhuxuan? The three figures are the fourth, second, and third elders of the Zhu family. Seeing her haughty demeanor, he mocks, what is this? It was difficult enough for you to return, why not enter and speak with your father? The second elder sneers, little Xuan, do you still remember your second uncle? Seeing them finish their theatrics, she turns, her eyes gleaming with cold intent. I could forget anyone, but I shall never forget how my second uncle abandoned me in the wilderness. Zhu Hong, noticing her lack of respect, bellows in anger. Xuaner, do not be impudent. A scorching heat aura surrounds the third elder. He glares at her, growling, you return after all this time only to create chaos. Have you no decorum? You have clearly regressed during your time outside. Return and learn your place again. Zhuxuan does not yield an inch, she grips her sword tightly. What does the decorum of your Zhu family have to do with me? I came here today to make one thing clear. All ties between me and the Zhu family are severed. From here on, we walk different paths, you have no claim on me. The fourth elder hangs his head, feigning disappointment. Absurd, the second elder interrupts, everything in the past was my mistake. I apologize for losing track of you and letting you wander off. The third elder adds, enough of the past, you are destined to enter the palace soon. Stay at home and behave yourself. She shouts back, do you still think I am a child you can manipulate? Who dares to stand in my way today? My sword has no eyes. She draws her blade, pointing it directly at them. Outraged by her insolence, the three elders respond, you have clearly forgotten your roots while wallowing with outsiders. Do you really think the premier clan of the Longyan Higher Nation is a place you can just walk in and out of? It seems we must remind you of your place. The fourth elder gives the command. Zhu family guard mobilize. Immediately, a swarm of soldiers rushes forward, blades drawn. Watching the chaos, Zhu Hong shouts, everyone wait, she is still my daughter, is this not showing me any face at all? The fourth elder points at him, you have failed as a father, raising such a brat who knows no bounds. The second elder of the Zhu clan interjected, Zhu Hong, a spoiled child is the father's fault. The third elder of the Zhu clan followed up immediately, if you won't discipline him then let us do it for you, what's wrong with that? Guards, protect the clan master. In an instant, several soldiers stepped in front of him, blocking his path with their drawn swords. We are only thinking of the clan master's well-being. Please exercise restraint, clan master. Do not step onto the wrong battlefield and bring harm upon yourself. Zhu Hong could scarcely believe his own eyes. The more he witnessed their brazen arrogance, the more his fury surged, a raging fire burning deep in his chest. Those three old fossils are riding on the Zhu clan army's coattails, they don't even deign to acknowledge me, the clan master. Sooner or later, I'll make you three old fools pay dearly. The Zhu clan army consisted of orphans purchased by the clan and forged through brutal training from childhood. They were absolutely loyal to the Zhu clan. The weakest among them was at least golden core stage, while the most talented could even reach spirit severing. Half the credit for the Zhu clan's status as the foremost great clan of the Longyan Great Kingdom belonged to the existence of the Zhu clan army. Xiao Xuan appeared from seemingly nowhere, materializing in a flash and throwing himself in front of her to shield her. Oh my, you've really brought quite the welcoming party, haven't you? He raised his sword toward the crowd, his gaze sharp as a blade. Let's see who dares take one step forward. The fourth elder of the Zhu clan saw this and immediately jabbed a finger forward, barking orders, what are you all standing around for? Clear out these irrelevant people and escort the young miss somewhere to rest properly. The entire squad of subordinates surged forward in unison. Yes, sir. Three of the subordinates stomped their feet hard against the ground. They combined their techniques in unison, deploying the three Vanguard bamboo armor formation Cloud Spirit first layer. Xiao Xuan immediately swung his sword forward with a cold smirk. You think just you lot can stop me? Seeing his technique hurtling toward them, the group immediately reformed, converging into a massive circular protective barrier around themselves. Formation activated Heart of Unity. His technique collided with their barrier and was instantly repelled. This caught him slightly off guard. A trace of concern flickered in his mind that single strike should have been blockable by one person's spirit shield alone. All three of them are spirit severing stage 1, even matches me, even at peak spirit severing. Condensing a spirit shield this solid is no simple feat. Li Jianfeng saw the situation turning bad and immediately stepped forward. Master, let me fight alongside, but before he could finish, Xiao Xuan cut him off. Step back, take care of Wuxia and your senior sister. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Xuan couldn't conceal her worry. Junior brother, be careful on your own. Xiao Xuan smiled, turned his head to look at her and reassured her gently, don't worry. Zhu Hong watched him strike and couldn't help but be astonished. The Heart of Unity formation merges the cultivation of everyone within it. These three are the elite of the Zhu clan army, borrowing the formation's power to consolidate their strength. They should be able to withstand at minimum a full power strike from a peak spirit severing cultivator. Yet Xiao Xuan actually managed to shake that shield. The fourth elder of the Zhu clan saw his forces performing so poorly and flew into a rage, jabbing his finger forward. A bunch of useless trash. If you can't take this guy down within 10 moves, I'll deal with you lot myself, now move. Hearing his command, the subordinates immediately rallied their momentum and deployed the Heart of Unity formation once more. A torrent of raw energy erupted from their combined efforts, coalescing into a colossal sphere of power. The subordinates strained with everything they had, driving their swords into the ground and pouring every ounce of their strength into the formation. Xiao Xuan's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise. These three are growing stronger by the second. In the span of just a few breaths, their power has surged several times over. Once the technique was fully deployed, they leveled their swords at him, stances locked and ready. "I was gearing up for a real fight, kid. I'd advise you to surrender while you still can." Interesting. Xiao Xuan remained unfazed, his brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation. Even an empowerment transfer couldn't boost cultivation this drastically in such a short time. This isn't simple power transfer, they're using the formation array beneath their feet to temporarily channel the spiritual energy of every soldier present into those three. Seeing his distraction, they seized the moment and lunged at him. "How dare you look down on us?" Xiao Xuan launched himself skyward, evading their attack. He slid back across the ground, gazing upward with a glint of genuine interest in his eyes. "This formation, it truly makes one envious, what a pity." With the clear sword heart in hand, reading the opponent's spiritual energy flow within the same realm was as effortless as flipping his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the clear sword heart. Fearing his comrade was at a disadvantage, another subordinate charged in with a wild gleam in his eyes. "Big brother, I'm coming to help." But before he could even close the distance, Xiao Xuan struck with blinding speed. A simple thrust was all it took to send the subordinate hurtling away. The man clutched his stomach, his body convulsing as he collapsed to his knees. The struck spot burned with an agony so intense he could barely believe it himself. What just happened? Where the sword light had struck, his body bore no external wounds, yet his spiritual energy circulation had been completely disrupted. Could it be that sword strike actually predicted the flow path of my spiritual energy? The sword chi that penetrated my body is obstructing my spiritual energy circulation, and it doesn't stop there. Xiao Xuan drew his blade and aimed it at the remaining subordinates. "We're not done yet." Another strike slammed directly into his shoulder. Same as before, he couldn't react in time, same burning sensation. "Just as I thought, he's deliberately severing my spiritual energy circulation. I absolutely cannot let him have his way." Seeing the dire situation, he tried to rush to his big brother's aid, but it was too late. "Big brother, watch out." The big brother took the hit and immediately clutched the struck area, collapsing to his knees with his body trembling violently. "My spiritual energy, I can't circulate it anymore either." At that moment, Xiao Xuan dove straight down from above. Fast reflexes. He wasn't entirely useless. He quickly raised his sword to his chest, desperately blocking Xiao Xuan's incoming attack. While he strained with every fiber of his being, Xiao Xuan simply smiled with utter nonchalance, as if this entire exchange was nothing more than a casual jest. Another subordinate in the distance screamed in horror, "Big brother, second brother." Xiao Xuan pulled back suddenly. The subordinate couldn't hold on any longer and let his arms drop, staring at his own hands drained of all strength. Panic flooded his eyes. "My arm, I can't feel it anymore." Xiao Xuan cast a glacial glance at them, pointing his sword their way. "The spiritual energy of hundreds of soldiers, all channeled into just three of you, you lot are quite something." His expression hardened, and his voice carried an edge that made everyone shudder. "If this level of power were truly your own, it would be somewhat fearsome, but unfortunately." The words barely left his lips before he swung his sword downward, unleashing his technique. A single devastating strike sent every subordinate flying. None could react, only pained screams filled the air. Xiao Xuan stepped back slowly, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Massive spiritual energy but no refined control to match it. Your energy circulation paths are as obvious as bonfires burning in the dead of night. It takes zero effort to exploit. They felt that their spiritual energy was being sealed. Panic erupted among them. "My spiritual energy, I can't circulate it anymore." "Same here." In that single instant just now, he sealed all of our spiritual energy at once. One of them thought in stunned disbelief, "Is this man a monster?" Seeing them so feeble, Xiao Xuan frowned. "Can't even take a single hit." Zhu Hong, watching from behind, couldn't hide his astonishment at Xiao Xuan's strength. Xiao Xuan actually possesses power of this magnitude. Xiao Xuan turned his gaze to the subordinates sprawled across the ground and bellowed, "Anyone else want a piece of me?" Having witnessed his power firsthand, Every last one of them turned ghost pale with terror. The fourth elder of the Zhu clan appeared from behind him, smiling warmly. To shatter the heart of unity formation of our Zhu clan army with such ease, this old man must beg your pardon for his blindness before. You must be the legendary Elder Zio Xuan, yes. Truly unexpected that Elder Zio is so young, yet already commands such formidable power. I wonder what might your current monthly stipend be? Hearing the question, Zio Xuan seemed to read his intent instantly. He turned and shot back, "What does my monthly stipend have to do with you?" The elder stared at him, his grin twisting into something unsavory, attempting to lure him with promises of wealth. "What I mean to say is Elder Zio is young and exceptionally talented. Why suffer losses at a middling sect like Hungmang? Why not pledge yourself to our Zhu clan instead? Gold by the tens of thousands, magical treasures, beautiful women, our Zhu clan has it all. Zhu Xuan is destined to become a princess consort, it's true, but our Zhu clan still has many lovely daughters to offer. Surely Elder Zio won't even consider it." Zhu Xuan's face turned panicked the moment she heard those words, as if terrified he might actually be swayed. The fourth elder of the Zhu clan continued, "Although our Zhu clan army suffered a defeat at your hands today, only a small fraction was deployed. The Zhu clan army, we have cultivated numbers in the tens of thousands. If you agree, you can become their leader." The third elder of the Zhu clan chimes in from the side, "Countless people beg to serve as retainers for our Zhu clan, yet you remain blind. Zio Xuan, you had better think carefully." Zio Xuan hears this question. He glances at her instinctively and speaks, "The Zhu clan is truly worthy of being the premier great clan of the Longyan upper nation. You have made me quite tempted." Zhu Xuan feels a wave of trepidation and whispers, "Junior brother." Zio Xuan remains indifferent. He raises his sword, strokes the blade slowly, and states his price. "If I join the Zhu clan, you must provide me with 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones immediately." His demand leaves the entire crowd stunned. 100,000? Once Elder Zio joins the clan and makes sufficient contributions, such wealth will surely follow. Seeing their reaction, he remains unfazed and adds, "If you cannot even produce 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, then a fairy-grade artifact will suffice." The fourth elder's face turns deathly pale, cold sweat dripping down his brow. "A fairy-grade artifact, Elder Zio? Your imagination is truly boundless. One moment they boast of their wealth, the next they admit they have nothing." Zio Xuan looks at them with undisguised contempt. No fairy-grade artifact, not even a fairy-grade cultivation technique. Seeing his demands exceed their capabilities, the group shouts, "Do not push your luck." Zio Xuan raises his sword, channeling his technique. He glares at them with chilling intent. "You cannot even satisfy this meager request. And yet you wish to recruit me." It is only now that the crowd senses something is amiss. Upon realizing it, they immediately command their subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Stop him." Zio Xuan pays them no mind and charges forward with his sword. If that is the case, witness the power of a fairy-grade artifact. A single strike sends the entire group of subordinates flying. With the expression of a devil, he slowly stalks toward the trembling group, growling, "It is your turn now, what say you? Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid?" The Zhu clan members can no longer maintain their composure. They huddle together, shivering in sheer terror. What are you doing? Stay back. This is the premier great clan of the Longyan upper nation. If you strike us here, do you think you will meet a good end? Offending the Zhu clan will make it impossible for you to move freely within the Longyan upper nation. I advise you to reconsider." Zio Xuan swings his sword down before them. A premier great clan that cannot even produce a single fairy-grade artifact. Seeing the blade descend, the elders shriek in terror. Zhu Hong, watching from behind, is astonished. Heavens truly have ice. If he can use Zio Xuan to eliminate these three old fools, it would be ideal. Suddenly, a saber flies from the distance, followed by a command, "Stop." Suddenly, a saber flies from the distance, followed by a voice of intervention. "Stop." Zio Xuan frowns and uses his technique to parry the incoming strike. His cold eyes lock onto the direction from which the weapon came. After deflecting the blow, he glides backward. Meng Liang catches her saber and scoffs, "For one so young, being able to take my blade means you possess some measure of strength." Zio Xuan frowns, scrutinizing the one who stopped his strike. That strike was no trivial feat. This woman is likely above the spirit-severing realm. She is none other than Meng Liang, a high-level retainer of the Zhu clan. Meng Liang rests her saber on her shoulder and arrogance drips from her voice as she commands him. Brat, admit your defeat and get out of the Zhu clan. I can spare your life for the sake of the 3 old fossils who hired me, so do not be ungrateful. The elders, seeing her arrive, feel as if they have struck gold. They heave a sigh of relief and collapse onto the ground. Meng, thank goodness the retainer has arrived. We are saved. Zhao Xuan furrows his brow, looking at the crowd with deep dissatisfaction. Zhu Xuan steps forward to explain, this is Meng Liang, the top retainer of the Zhu clan. They say she is a powerful expert descended from the immortal court. We should not clash with her. Leaving is the better course of action. Seeing her counsel him, Meng Liang grows even more arrogant, laughing, you are a sensible one. Rest assured. I am not fond of these old fools meddling in your affairs either. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Yet. Zhao Xuan shows no concern and retorts with a mocking laugh. But as a retainer of the Zhu clan, I cannot simply take money and do nothing, can I? This brat has caused the Zhu clan great humiliation. I must take an arm from him as payment. If you want my arm, come take it yourself if you have the skill. He points his blade directly at her face in challenge. Zhu Xuan looks on with concern. Sensing her worry, Zhao Xuan reassures her, don't worry, senior sister, I have my own plans. Despite his words, she cannot mask her unease. That is a void refinement stage expert. They say mortals cannot touch those at void refinement. Are you truly going to be okay? Meng Liang hears this and immediately lunges toward him with her sword. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I will grant your wish. Zhao Xuan does not hesitate. He holds his sword before him in a ready stance. Then please, senior, enlighten me. He unleashes his techniqueth power of the soul. Both weapons clash in a violent outburst. Upon sensing the surge of power from his blade, she cannot help but stagger. How is this brat's sword intent so powerful? Zhao Xuan smiles triumphantly. The power of the soul is indeed formidable. With just a touch, he can contend with a void refinement cultivator. Suddenly her sword is knocked aside and she cries out in shock. What? She tilts her body to dodge the incoming blade. The energy radiating from that single strike is that truly something a spirit-severing cultivator should possess. If it were merely abundant spiritual power, and a Danshan with greater capacity than the norm, that would be fine. I have seen many such geniuses. But the energy he uses is not basic spiritual power, it is something else entirely. She strikes back with a technique. But Zhao Xuan is no less prepared. The force of their techniques is evenly matched until his surges slightly, pushing her back with a shockwave. Zhao Xuan smiles smugly and retracts his technique. The immortal stage is nothing more than this. Everything my senior sister needed to say has been said today. Do not harass her again. He takes hold of Zhu Xuan's hand. Zhao Xuan walks away with an imposing stride, leading her behind him. Senior sister, let us depart. He does not forget to call his disciples. The two of you follow closely. Zhi Wuxuang reacts quickly. Master, wait for us. Zhu Hong watches from behind, unable to hide his astonishment. Retainer Meng, what was that? A brat at the spirit-severing stage actually pushed you back. Could it be that he is hiding his cultivation level? Meng Liang replies slowly, old man, this Zhao Xuan is indeed at the spirit-severing stage. The reason he pushed me back is because of the technique he wields. She watches his retreating figure in silence. The fourth elder of the Zhu clan, seeing her let them leave so easily, flies into a rage. How can you just let them go like that? If we let them leave, how are we to answer to His Majesty? Meng Liang remains unmoved and retorts. Then you go chase them yourselves. If you die, it is none of my concern. Hearing her words, the elders immediately change their tune. This perhaps we should plan for the long term. Yes, definitely the long-term plan. Zhu Hong, seeing that nothing else of importance remains, turns and leaves with a dark expression. I will report this to His Majesty. I shall say Zhu Xuan was bewitched by the people of the Hengmeng sect or coerced by the threat of death. Surely His Majesty will be lenient toward us. But inwardly he is secretly overjoyed. Zhao Xuan, you have actually done me a massive favor this time. By Zhao Xuan's side, Zhi Wuxuang looks at him with shining eyes. Master, that was so cool. When you are free, could you teach me? Li Jianfeng chimes in, junior sister, your foundation is not yet stable. You cannot learn this simply because you want to. Only someone with cultivation as profound as master could pull that off. Zhao Xuan suddenly lists to the side and collapses toward her, causing his disciples to panic. Master, blood appears on his hands from an unseen source. Xuan catches him, her eyes filled with concern. Junior brother, are you hurt? Despite his injuries, Xuan attempts to soothe her. It is just a small wound. Xuan quickly helps him to the bed, her expression remaining unsettled. Junior brother, you're far too reckless. Get on the bed and rest already. Isn't that the best we can do when there's no other option? But at least you managed to force Meng Liang to retreat. She reached the body integration stage over a decade ago. When I was little, I once saw her wave her hand and annihilate an entire dynasty's army. She's a true immortal. A glint of amusement flashes in his eyes at her words. That impressive, huh? When we get back, I'll have to flex in front of senior brother Zhang. Today, I actually made a real immortal take a loss. Hearing him say that, she can't help but feel annoyed, deliberately pressing down on his wound. You're lucky you even made it back alive. Tell me you nearly died out there today. The touch sends him yelping in pain. Ow, it hurts, senior sister, go easy. Seeing that her anger has cooled, he glances at her and forces a sheepish grin. Relax, senior sister, I know my limits. Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Sure, I only had enough strength for a single strike, but I was confident that one strike would absolutely force her to retreat. Someone like her surely hasn't met a worthy opponent in years. When a lower realm cultivator suddenly forces her back with a single blow, her first instinct would be to observe and reassess. Xuan stares at his own hands, silently calculating in his mind. Granted, that strike burned through all the accumulated spiritual energy I'd been saving, but looking at the results, it was worth it. He turns to look at her, his voice carrying a hint of gentle reproach. It was still too reckless. Suddenly, a paper crane flies in through a small window from outside. Xuan's expression shifts to one of surprise the moment she spots it. Isn't this senior brother Zhang He's favorite communication talisman? She takes the paper crane and begins examining it. This must be something urgent. It's the sect's ancestral hall, there's trouble again. Senior brother Zhang is asking us to return immediately. He looks at her and speaks up. Senior sister, the sect's affairs come first. Go on ahead, I won't be joining you. I'll use this time to recover in seclusion and prepare for the national destiny war. After giving him those final instructions, she immediately heads for the door, ready to depart. Very well, I'll be waiting for your return at Hengmeng sect. Xuan beams like a child who just received a gift, flashing her an ingratiating smile. Then I'm entrusting Hengmeng sect to you, senior sister. The moment her figure disappears, he wastes no time, he immediately begins cultivating. His realm has been rising too fast lately. It's time for proper self-discipline. He then instructs his disciples, you too, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow follow me to the summit of the tallest peak here for training. No flying swords allowed. Carry 100,000 jin on your backs and walk up the mountain on foot. Shi Wuxuang can barely contain his excitement. Awesome, we get to learn something new. Li Jianfeng, standing nearby, feels a wave of helplessness wash over him. He thinks, didn't Master just say he was going to discipline himself? 100,000 jin, wasn't that supposed to be his own training? So how did it end up becoming our training instead? On the mountain, he and his disciples each carry massive boulders on their backs, trekking toward the summit on foot. System disciples under guidance, 200 days of cultivation progress rewarded. System arena dueling battle EXP up. Solo meditation realm progress up. System heavenly mechanism tower management ASSCTS UP. Xuan examines the blade before him, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Not bad, this blade is quite fine. The woman behind him immediately responds with a bow. I'll have it delivered to your quarters right away, my lord. At the Longyan Great Kingdom's gathering, he holds his fan, scans the surroundings and asks, Taoist Xuan Ling, why haven't they arrived yet? Don't tell me they got the date wrong, but then someone arrives before them. A large ring of mysterious blue light suddenly materializes out of thin air. Ying Xingyu steps through, she clasps her hands and bows to him, then explains, something delayed us on the road. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, master. Xuan laughs warmly as he chats with Xingyu. Master and disciple, what need is there for such formality between us? Yifan watches Xuan from a distance. He thinks to himself, it's only been a few days. But his aura is even more unfathomable than before. Xuan spots Yifan and calls out with a smile. Long time no see, brother Yi, has your cultivation improved recently? He holds his fan, smiling casually. Yifan clasps his hands together, bowing his head slightly in respect. Not nearly as much as yours, brother Zio. Xiaoxuan suddenly asks, "Where's Elder Wei?" Ying Xingyu reports the situation. Elder Wei has been on the verge of a breakthrough these past few days, preparing for a heavenly tribulation that could descend at any moment. He likely won't be able to make it. Xiaoxuan puts on a troubled expression, pretending to be at a loss. Then what should we do? Are we still short one person? Ying Xingyu points at herself with her index finger. It's been so long, Master, don't you notice anything different about me? Meh. Xiaoxuan rests his hand on his chin, putting on an exaggerated show of deep contemplation. After a long moment he remarks, "Oh, you're actually wearing women's clothes for once, you look quite spirited." Ying Xingyu nearly blows a gasket. "I've reached nascent soul, stop teasing me about before she can finish." He conjures a treasure blade inlaid with gleaming golden patterns and says, "I'm just kidding. The moment you stepped out of the teleportation array. Master already noticed. You must have been training incredibly hard lately. As it happens, Master obtained a heaven-grade treasure blade today. Consider it your reward." Ying Xingyu raises the treasure blade with pure delight, planting her other hand on her hip. "Thank you, Master, a heaven-grade treasure blade." Yi Fan and Taoist Xuan Ling exchange stunned glances. They recognize it as an exceptionally rare treasure. Xiaoxuan speaks up. "The Tyrant Supreme body truly lives up to its name once awakened. Your cultivation speed is like a rocket." Yi Fan stands silently to the side, staying out of their exchange. He thinks to himself, "A heaven-grade treasure blade and he just casually gives it away to a disciple. This man demands extreme caution." Xiaoxuan turns back and says, "Let's go or we'll miss the opening ceremony." The system displays a notification. System host gifted disciple a heaven-grade Kilin blade reward multiplier triggered x2 return. Reward host receives 2x heaven-grade Qilin blade. Xiaoxuan's group makes their way into the grand arena. Without warning, an enormous vermilion bird descends from the sky, soaring above them. It turns out to be the vermilion bird True Monarch, riding atop a divine beast. Shi Wuxuang spots it immediately, pointing upward in confusion. "Everyone look, what is that?" Taoist Xuan Ling recognizes it at once. It's the vermilion bird True Monarch's divine beast. Shi Wuxuang is puzzled. "A divine beast?" Ying Xingyu explains gently. "I've heard that some demonic beasts gradually refine their bloodline through cultivation over time, eventually manifesting the true form of an ancient divine beast. But I've only ever seen such a thing at the National Destiny War." She continues, "Ever since the heavenly order collapsed, no one in this world has broken through body integration to ascend to immortality. The great powers at body integration are worlds apart from cultivators of lower realms, to separate themselves from mortals. These immortals establish their own immortal court." Her gaze drifts toward the sky. "But the Azure Dragon True Monarch has hosted the National Destiny War for 100 years. Why is it the Vermilion Bird True Monarch this time? Could something have happened to the immortal court?" A pleased smile creeps across Yi Fan's face. "Heh, Chu Xiaoxia, we finally meet in this life." Yi Fan delves into the dust-covered memories of his previous life. "In my past life, I accidentally stumbled into the Imperial Steel's space and met Ying Xingyu. She discovered I possessed a spirit sense divine body and invited me to join the National Destiny War. In that war, I was cornered, forced to reveal my trump card before everyone's eyes. The ancient true words." The memory surfaces in his mind, him standing in a ring of enemies, his right hand mangled and bleeding. He continues, thinking, "The ancient true words are a heavenly Tao mantra passed down through countless generations of the spirit sense divine body. 9 characters in total, yet only a fraction remains. If one can collect all 9 characters, they can commune directly with the heavenly Tao. Their words become law. They become the heavenly Tao's spokesperson. The immortal court covets this power above all else. In my past life, I was hunted by the immortal court for it. I had no choice but to trade 3 of the true word characters in exchange for the Vermilion Bird True Monarch's protection. Back then, the Vermilion Bird True Monarch was as stunning as ever, her crimson lips curving into a smile as she extended her hand toward the wounded man before her and said, "To think it's the ancient true words, from now on you stay by my side." But Yi Fan had other plans. Anyone who cultivates the 9-character true words will have their mind gradually eroded by the heavenly Tao. Only the spirit sense divine body can resist that erosion. Lucky for me, the Vermilion Bird True Monarch knew nothing of this side effect. a few subtle tricks, and I could bring even the vermilion bird true monarch to her knees. He imagines the scene, the mighty true monarch, reduced to a pawn in the palm of his hand, easy to manipulate and control. This life I've already collected 5 of the true word characters. Against anyone below the body integration stage, I should have the combat strength to hold my own. This time, I won't reveal my trump card in front of everyone, but my beautiful vermilion bird true monarch will still be captured just as before. His calculating smile and deep, brooding gaze cast an unusually sinister shadow over his features. While Yi Fan was immersed in the story of his own past life, Xiao Xuan suddenly noticed something was off and looked toward him. When he saw vermilion bird true monarch fly past, something seemed to cause Yi Fan's spiritual energy to fluctuate for a brief moment. He noticed that vermilion bird true monarch appeared extremely excited and Yi Fan seemed suspicious. Xiao Xuan used telepathy to ask Xingyu, "Xingyu, has Yi Fan been staying by your side lately?" She replied, "Yes. He seems to have some kind of special intelligence network, always knows the whereabouts of certain rare treasures and geniuses in advance. I found it very useful, so I've kept him by my side." Having received his answer, Xiao Xuan began to think more carefully. This Yi Fan acts mysteriously, has never caused any major disturbances, yet his cultivation has never fallen behind either. He doesn't look like someone who transmigrated, he resembles someone who's been reincarnated. I need to find an opportunity to observe him more closely. Yi Fan had no idea that Xiao Xuan had noticed his abnormal behavior. He was still completely immersed in his own thoughts. Within the Long Teng realm, the space was blanketed by lush greenery, and a faint, gentle fragrance permeated the air. Vermilion bird true monarch was sitting cross-legged atop his spirit beast with ease, surveying the clamoring crowd before him. "Welcome everyone to the Long Teng realm." The one speaking was apparently the person in charge, standing at the front before everyone with both hands raised in welcome. The host laid down the rules. Over the next 10 days, you will compete to determine which teams advance to the second round. Here are command tokens containing the national destiny of each of your great kingdoms. 1 per person. Attendants carrying trays walked from person to person, distributing the command tokens. Everyone selected their command tokens one by one as they pleased. The host continued, announcing that their next task was to protect their own command tokens while actively seizing those of others. The national destiny power contained within the command tokens will serve as support for you in the finals. But before that, we hope you'll first ensure you don't lose your tokens and get eliminated over the next 10 days. After 10 days, any team that has lost all of its command tokens will be eliminated. Additionally, before the final Great Kingdom factions are determined, forces belonging to the same dynasty may not slaughter one another. The host clasped both hands together and smiled, saying, "Then I wish you all the best of luck." As soon as the words fell, everyone who had received their command tokens paid close attention to the rules. Xiao Xuan listened to the announcement, then smirked and said, "Protect your own tokens, then try to steal others." Simple and brutal rules indeed. Taoist Xuan Ling spoke up. "According to the rules, even if we do nothing and simply guard our own tokens, we can still advance after 10 days. The catch is that we may end up with less power going into the finals than everyone else." Xi Wucheng also chimed in, asking, "What do you all think? Should we compete aggressively or play it safe?" Xingyu didn't voice her opinion right away. She said, "Let me share the intelligence I've gathered with everyone first. This national destiny war involves a total of 5 great kingdoms: Longyin, White Tiger, Azure Vermilion, Dark Tortoise, and Crimson Hare. Each great kingdom has at least 5 dynasties participating in the battle. Aside from the Longyin Great Kingdom, all the others have spirit-severing powerhouses overseeing them. They are respectively Fei Wu, the national guardian general of the Great Chu dynasty under the White Tiger Great Kingdom, Myriad Plum Fairy Gu Pan of the Wanyu dynasty under the Azure Vermilion Great Kingdom, Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Blood Spirit dynasty under the Dark Tortoise Great Kingdom, and Carefree King Lu Zunyu of the Shanwei dynasty under the Crimson Hare Great Kingdom." She glanced over at the group below, then turned her attention to the Longyin Great Kingdom's side. "The one who came from over there is, on the surface, the strongest combat force the Longyin Great Kingdom has fielded to date. National Preceptor of the Divine Eagle Dynasty, Chen Qin. Rumor has it his cultivation has reached the nascent Soul Realm, This national preceptor carried himself with a commanding and unflappable presence, projecting both status and raw power. Taoist Xuan Ling suddenly cursed, "That shameless old scoundrel Chen Qun is still alive." Xingyu noticed the Taoist seemed to have some history with the man, so she turned and asked, "Master Xuan Ling, you know this person?" Taoist Xuan Ling answered respectfully with clasped hands, "Your Majesty, there is something you may not know. 58 years ago, I accompanied my master to participate in the National Destiny War for the first time. Back then, the Great Qin Dynasty was leading the Longyan Great Kingdom's teams while the Divine Eagle Dynasty, headed by Chen Qun, nearly got wiped out in an ambush by the White Tiger Great Kingdom's forces." Flashback. The Taoist speaks, watching his master point toward the three people surrounded in the distance. Taoist Xuan Ling continued, "Back then my master, out of compassion for fellow Longyan compatriots, risked everything to intervene and save them. Who could have known that afterward Chen Qun would turn around and scheme against us? He stole every last fruit of our victory. I can never forget the day my master was mercilessly stabbed in the back by that man. At the time, I was powerless to change the situation. All I could do was stand there screaming my master's name. The painful past was long gone, but the agony and the images remained forever." Taoist Xuan Ling continued in a heavy voice afterward. "The Divine Eagle Dynasty soared in a single leap, surpassing the Great Qin to become the strongest dynasty under the Longyan Great Kingdom, while the Great Qin suffered a devastating fall." Taoist Xuan Ling's face was twisted with fury as he reflected on this blood feud. "The reason I'm participating in this national destiny war is to crush that old scoundrel under my feet and avenge my master." He stood respectfully before Xingyu and said, "But please rest assured, Your Majesty, I only wish to defeat the Divine Eagle Dynasty fair and square. Then reveal the truth of what happened that year. I absolutely will not act recklessly and affect the Great Qin." Xingyu rested her chin on her hand. A thoughtful look in her eyes, she said, "I'd heard long ago that the Great Qin's defeat that year seemed strange, but I never knew there was such a secret behind it." Suddenly, Chen Qun approached. He wore a mocking smirk, and his eyes promised nothing pleasant in what he said next. "Oh, if it isn't the Great Qin Dynasty. It's been many years, fellow Taoist Xuan Ling, your complexion doesn't look too bad. If you manage to survive this dynasty war by some stroke of luck, you might even live a few more years, eh?" As he spoke, Taoist Xuan Ling's expression grew darker by the second. The Taoist didn't back down either. Without hesitation, he fired back. "Truly, what rotten luck, right at the start, and I already run into this faithless, treacherous scoundrel. You shameless old scoundrel." Chen Qun heard this, furrowed his brows and sneered, "As if you're some righteous gentleman, stop slandering me with your filthy lies. Back then, it was clearly your master who wanted to hoard all the credit for himself. I merely claimed what was rightfully mine by reason. Because of your master, everyone nearly deed. I, in my magnanimity, chose not to press the matter, and here you are, still trying to play the victim. You." Hearing such shameless, hypocritical words, Taoist Xuan Ling was so furious his teeth clenched tight, his brow furrowed into deep wrinkles. Chen Qun, having successfully provoked him, turned to leave. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "The Divine Eagle Dynasty has already formed alliances with the other factions within the Longyan Great Kingdom. I had originally intended to let bygones be bygones and invite your lot to join us, but it seems I was wasting my time." As he looked up, Chen Qun came face to face with Xiao Xuan standing before him. He was startled by the other's oppressive gazeth way. He looked down at him as if observing a clown's farce. Chen Qun's face darkened. He frowned and demanded, "Ya, what do you think you're doing?" Xiao Xuan suddenly smiled. With a somewhat casual expression, he placed his hand on Chen Qun's shoulder and said, "Oh, nothing at all. I just noticed some dust on National Preceptor Chen's shoulder, just brushing it off for you. Take your time." The hand resting on that shoulder had already channeled a power that Chen Qun was completely unaware of. Chen Qun swatted the hand off his body as though flicking away something unclean. He scowled as he walked away. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of my way." A member of the Annal Dynasty stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster Chen, don't bother with those small fries. We all know Grandmaster Chen's character." That's right, that's right." The two lackeys flanking him with their flattery made Chen Qun grin with smug satisfaction. The Annal Dynasty members cast sidelong glances at Xiao Xuan's group and sneered, Tusk making enemies right out of the gate. The Great Qin is thin on power this year, looks like they'll be dead last again, how pitiful. The two of them traded barbs one after the other, their tones dripping with mockery. On this side, Taoist Xuan Ling's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tight they trembled. That vile scoundrel Chen Qin. He then rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and said, My apologies, I got too emotional. This time I've dragged everyone into a grudge with the Divine Eagle Dynasty. As he finished, no one blamed or complained. Xingyu, standing beside him, spoke gently, No need for that, I trust you, Taoist. Cutting ties with such despicable scum early isn't necessarily a bad thing. Xiao Xuan nodded in agreement, fanning himself as he spoke. Xingyu is right, with a team cobbled together by that kind of lowly scum. We wouldn't want to be associated with them anyway. In my opinion, for now we should play it steady. Though we're not allied with any faction, there's no need to sit idle either. If the right opportunity arises to snatch some command tokens, we strike. He tapped his fan lightly against his palm and continued. The spiritual energy in this Long Teng realm is incredibly dense. And there's no shortage of rare treasures and natural wonders. Opportunities like this don't come often. We should use these 10 days to search around. Improving our cultivation wouldn't be a waste either. Just now, I used my divine sense to scan the surroundings and discovered that the 5 elemental energies within the Long Teng realm are extraordinarily dense. There may be 5 element earth veins here. The closest one to us appears to be a fire spirit earth vein within that volcanic mountain over there. Look! Everyone turned to gaze at the smoking volcanic peak in the distance. A grim atmosphere hung over the space. Xiao Xuan proposed, would anyone be interested in paying it a visit? Xingyu voiced her thoughts to her master. As far as I know, the Divine Eagle Dynasty specializes in fire element techniques. I'm afraid they won't easily let go of such an opportunity and we may very well run into them. Xiao Xuan simply replied, So, wouldn't that be even better? He smiled with an amused expression. The 4 of them stared at him wide-eyed. Xingyu was the first to speak. Every time Master makes that expression, someone's about to have a very bad day. Ti Wuxuang shared the same sentiment. That's true, I heard Master was once betrayed by his own disciple, so he must really hate traitors. But I support Master's idea. Let's stabilize first, then look for the right moment to advance. We'll split off from the main group and fight using guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, inside the volcano, Chen Qin's group was seated within the scorching magma chamber, cultivating. Chen Qin, his brow furrowed in concentration, channeled his energy with both hands, performing a refining technique. Watching him, the guards behind him burst into excited chatter. Heavensis National Preceptor Chen about to break through. That would be incredible. So our Longyan Great Kingdom's cultivators have finally surpassed spirit severing. Yet there are no signs of tribulation lightning descending outside. Xiao Xuan's group has also entered the cave. Xiao Xuan glances around, confidently fanning himself as he takes the lead and speaks, This is truly a blessed grotto heaven. Surely you gentlemen wouldn't mind sharing with us, would you? The Qin Ying dynasty members rush forward to shield Chen Jun, shouting with fury, Great Qin dynasty, what the hell are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Xiao Xuan smirks, Is that so? National Advisor, does Chen Jun share this sentiment? At this moment, Chen Jun gradually opens his eyes. His subordinates begin to clamor. The National Advisor has awakened. Surely he's about to teach these insolent Great Qin dogs a lesson. Chen Jun lets his hands fall slack. The aura radiating from his body bursts into brilliant golden light, his head bowed low, expression unreadable. Those men continue to wear expressions of utter contempt. Why aren't you leaving? When National Advisor Chen makes his move, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to. Show these ill-mannered Great Qin dogs what National Advisor Chen is made of. The words barely leave their mouths, then everything falls dead silent because of Chen Jun's action. My deepest apologies, I was blind to Mount Tai's grandeur just now. If I have offended you in any way, I humbly beg your magnanimity to forgive this lowly one. What is happening? Chen Jun suddenly drops to his knees. He clasps his hands and begs for forgiveness right in front of Xiao Xuan. The sight leaves every person present petrified, frozen in stunned disbelief. Yi Fan watches everything from behind, brow furrowed, thoughts racing. Chen Jun suddenly does a complete 180 just now. He sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could Xiao Xuan have done something back then? Yi Fan replays the scene in his mind, Xiao Xuan smiling, that friendly demeanor, his hand resting on Chen Jun's shoulder. From the side, Xiao Xuan approaches Chen Jun with that same infuriating smile. I bear no grudge against National Advisor Chen Jun. As for forgiveness, it shouldn't fall to me, should it? The moment his words land, Chen Jun moving at godlike speed kneels before Taoist Xuan Ling, begging forgiveness, leaving the Taoist utterly bewildered. It is I who am at fault. Back then I wronged your master, I was blinded by self-interest, I'm worse than a beast. It's all my fault, I betrayed your master, I slandered him, I'm not human, I deserve to die. Just. As he speaks, he raises his hands to his own face, slapping and punching himself with brutal force. The subordinates, realizing their national advisor is inflicting harm upon himself, cry out in alarm. National Advisor Chen Jun. Taoist Xuan Ling's face darkens, his teeth clenched, fists tight, voice of venomous growl. So he comes knocking on death's door himself. Then don't blame me for not being polite. With that, a punch like divine judgment crashes into Chen Jun's face. His head snaps sideways and he topples backward. I've wanted to kill you for a long time, you bastard. Taoist Xuan Ling beats and curses him, leaving the guards wide-eyed with terror, unable to bear watching the scene unfold before them. At this moment, Xiao Xuan appears from behind with that bone-chilling smirk and speaks, "Do any of you have further objections? If not, we'd like to enter for some secluded cultivation." That smile, that friendly posture, that courteous bow, it makes them want to bolt on the spot. Instantly, their faces are stricken with fear, but they force out smiles, cupping their hands in respectful gestures, each stammering a few words. No, by all means please go right ahead. These men have learned their place fast. Without a word, they part to both sides, making grand welcoming gestures and shouting their invitations. Xiao Xuan leads his group past them, not forgetting to flash a casual smile. Ha, everyone getting along so nicely, no, that's what I like to see. Beside them, Taoist Xuan Ling is still busy with his own work, hands never idle. Under Xiao Xuan's control, chunks of rock rise from below, tracing arcs through the air into his palm. Xiao Xuan speaks from his lofty position, rest assured, everyone. Xiao Xuan is not an unreasonable man. This spirit vein belongs to all of you. I will absolutely not interfere with your cultivation. I'll only take a small portion of the spirit vein's energy. The rest is yours to use as you please. His brow betrays clear amusement, his palm closing around the valiant rock as though toying with a small trinket. The men are dumbfounded, they exchange bewildered glances, question marks popping over every head. What does he mean? Only take a little and the rest is ours to use freely, and they won't lay a hand on us. Xiao Xuan suddenly adds another gesture, simultaneously channeling the valiant rock into the small vial in his hand. Of course, we people of Great Qin are very peace-loving and hospitable. Hearing this, the group clasps their hands as if witnessing a miracle, trembling with emotion, each expressing gratitude in turn. To think Master Xiao is a man of such righteousness and magnanimity. Just now, it was we who were petty-minded. Taoist Xuan Ling, who had been busy all this time, finally puts his hands down, turns around, and spits in disgust, not forgetting to glance at the victim sprawled on the ground. Petty scum, hitting him only dirties my hands. The true monarch is now utterly helpless, his body covered in injuries, the extent of the damage unclear. Ying Xingyu sees her master about to leave and can't help but ask, "Master, are we really just going to leave like this?" Xiao Xuan glances in another direction, a half-smile curling his lips. Ha. The cave suddenly shakes violently, the guards scramble, frantically steadying themselves. What's happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? This isn't an earthquake, the earth vein is damaged. Panic spreads, everyone is drenched in cold sweat. How did the earth vein suddenly get damaged? It's that Xiao Xuan, he drained the entire earth vein, the whole place is about to collapse. Everyone races toward the cave entrance, desperate to escape alive. Run, wait for us. They don't forget to each grab a limb of their military advisor, dragging him along as they flee the cave. The one being dragged, Chen Juni, still unconscious. Xiao Xuan's group hears the commotion from behind and stops in their tracks, turning to listen. The group from earlier escapes the mountain on flying swords, calling to each other, hurry, run for it. Li Jianfeng's jaw drops, heavens, the cave collapsed. We won't get flagged for breaking the rules, will we? Ying Xingyu, on the other hand, covers her mouth with a laugh, her eyes gleaming with cunning satisfaction. We can't exactly put it that way. What does a cave collapse have to do with innocent bystanders who happen to be several thousand meters away? Xiaoxuan fans himself nearby, chuckling softly, well said. Our dear master here, just one look and anyone can tell exactly who caused that accident over there. Li Jianfeng stares at Xiaoxuan, his face blank. After a beat of thought, that's master's style, all right, like master, like deeds. The quietest one is Yi Fan, who now furrows his brow, watching Xiaoxuan smile. Analyzing in his head, draining an entire earth vein in an instant, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Just how many secrets is Xiaoxuan hiding that I don't know about? Xiaoxuan leads the group, sweeping aside every obstacle on the path with a single move. While speaking, Camelids track down the other faction's cultivators, see if the other camps have any intel worth taking. They each mount their flying swords and soar forward. The group that fled the volcano has landed at another cave. Someone is clearly waiting for them outside. The one standing at the head represents the Ryushui dynasty. He speaks, how are national advisor Chen Jun's preparations coming along? Where is it? The Qin Ying dynasty members stammer and avert their eyes. No one wants to answer, glancing at the barren landscape around them. Everyone is struck speechless. Seeing them refuse to answer, the Ryushui dynasty man roars, what's wrong? Where is it? Speak, all of you. He recalls how his younger brother was injured by a beast at the bottom of the lake. Chen Jun himself had promised that once he absorbed the fire spirit power from Volcano Mountain, he could heal his brother. The memory surfaces, his brother writhing in agony in his arms, while he could only cry out his name in helpless desperation. He continues, we handed over all our spirit stones and artifacts to your people, and now you've taken our things. Returning from the Volcano Mountain cultivation, his fury has peaked, blood veins fill his eyes with murderous rage. A subordinate demands, are you going to go back on your word? The Qin Ying dynasty members know the other side won't be easy to deal with. Swords are drawn, they're surrounded. Everyone shrinking back, so they hastily explain, it's not like that, we had no choice either, it was all those great Qin people's fault. The others refuse to let it go. If it weren't for those great Qin people, that fellow named Xiaoxuan walks up and speaks, I heard someone here was injured by cold energy. As it happens, I happen to have fire spirit power on hand. Anyone in need? He smirks, his hair swept by the wind, casting an air of mystery about him. The Ryushui dynasty members' faces light up with unmistakable joy. There is indeed the aura of fire spirit power. Seeing this, the people of the Qin Ying kingdom erupted in a barrage of curses. It's, you lot, how dare you even show your faces before us? You bastards, it was this very person who turned our national advisor Chen Qin into a fool, don't you dare trust him. The people of Ryushui kingdom immediately dismissed their arguments, jabbing a finger right at the nose of the nearest person and shouting, then who are we supposed to trust? You. We trusted you people before, so where's the fire spirit power you promised? The people of Qin Ying kingdom, losing the verbal exchange, stammered helplessly. Meanwhile, the Ryushui kingdom group hurried forward, clasping their hands respectfully and lining up before Xiaoxuan. Friend, we have a comrade whose life depends on fire spirit power. Name your price. How much would it take for you to part with it? We won't hide it, we are short on funds at the moment, but rest assured, we represent the Ryushui kingdom in this war. We are people of standing and reputation. We would never take something for nothing. You have our word, we will repay you handsomely. A single glance at their faces made it obvious their purses were far emptier than their smiles, though they chatted and laughed as naturally as could be. Xiaoxuan generously tossed the vial over to them, laughing heartily. You're far too polite. We all fight under the banner of the Longyan Great Kingdom. Helping each other is only natural. No need to talk about repayment. The men's eyes grew wet with tears, sniffling as if they'd encountered a saint, they thought. These words warm the heart so deeply. No, this is a truly good person. Not like those sanctimonious hypocrites from the Qin Ying kingdom. Back then they demanded sky-high prices, and now they have the audacity to show up here with empty hands. Hearing this, the people of Qin Ying kingdom could only stand there, resigned to their fate. Who would believe their explanation anyway? Calling us sanctimonious hypocrites is a bit much. We really do have our reasons. The leader stepped aside, gesturing respectfully. Please come in, whatever you need, just say the word. From this day forward, you are benefactors of the Ryushui kingdom. You're too kind, Xiao Xuan replied casually. The Qin Ying Kingdom group gritted their teeth, burning with rage yet unable to do a thing. As Xiao Xuan threw a cutting remark their way and strode past them without a care. Ah, dear friends from Ryushui Kingdom, surely you've heard. The Qin Ying Kingdom has a history of breaking faith betrayals stretching back to the national destiny wars of old. And now, through despicable schemes, they've caused the death of our great Qin team leader. Our Taoist Xuan Ling here can attest to it. The Qin Ying people, seething with anger, could only sputter out a single word. You Taoist Xuan Ling strolled over, hands on hips, and burst into laughter at Xiao Xuan. Truly exhilarating, simply exhilarating. From now on, Taoist Xiao, if you ever need anything, just give me the word. Our Zuhu faction owes you a debt. Xiao Xuan waved his hand lightly and replied softly. Easy, easy. Inside the cave, Xiao Xuan sat down to examine the patient while everyone stood watching intently. He checked the pulse with a serious expression. This pulse reading is indeed strange. Let's try fire spirit power first and see what happens. He uncorked the vial, and a stream of fire spirit power radiated with light. Xiao Xuan guided the spiritual energy, channeling it into the unconscious body lying on the ground. The fire spirit power surged and merged with the body, causing the strange marks across the patient's skin to gradually fade away. At that moment, the tightly shut eyes snapped open. The leader of the Ryushui group rushed over to support him, asking anxiously, Han, you've finally come to. His fellow disciple coughed violently. Cough, cough, so you're awake too. The leader asked with concern. Earlier you went to investigate near the lake using water spirit power. This mid-tier Long Deng zone shouldn't have powerful demon beasts. How did you end up like this? He replied weakly, when I dove to the bottom of the lake, I found the source of the water spirit power. It was a water spirit lead vein. I was about to approach and collect it when a colossal python suddenly attacked me out of nowhere. Its entire body was wrapped in freezing cold qi, and its power was truly extraordinary. I fought it, but in the end, it overwhelmed me and left me like this. Hearing the account, Xiao Xuan pondered briefly. A giant python that can wield the power of ice. The young man's face twisted in pain. Brother, what's wrong? The leader's voice trembled with worry. The young man had suddenly reverted to his earlier state, the dark markings spreading across his body at an alarming rate. Xiao Xuan frowned at the sight. I don't think your brother was simply injured by a beast. It feels more like he's been hit by a curse entwined with that freezing qi. Simply removing the cold won't cure the underlying condition. You need to break the curse itself. The leader recoiled in shock. What? Then, is there any way you can break it, master? Xiao Xuan rose slowly to his feet and spoke. A faint expression flickered across his face, the look of a predator. He continued, feeding out information that aligned perfectly with the leader's needs and desires. As it happens, I intend to gather the powers of the 5 elements, so I can also help you track down the one who cast this curse. Seeing Xiao Xuan about to turn and leave, the leader hurriedly called out. Master, please wait. This entire forest is shrouded in a bewildering formation of incredibly high sophistication. Among us, only my brother knew the way, but I have a compass here that can guide you. However, it only works once. The Ryushui leader produced the item, a peculiar compass whose needle had been replaced by a small spoon-like indicator resting at its center. If you don't mind, please take it. This is quite the fine item, Xiao Xuan replied softly. Ying Xingyu spoke up. Master, then should we also? Xiao Xuan turned his head and instructed, all of you stay here. I'll go alone, that's enough. As he walked, Xiao Xuan thought to himself, this national destiny war really does suit me perfectly. The battlefield is saturated with abundant 5 elements spiritual energy for cultivating the yin-yang 5 elements body technique. In another part of the forest, a group of unfamiliar figures trudged forward, weariness etched into every step. They paused beneath the shade of several trees to talk among themselves. What the hell is wrong with this forest? We've been walking for at least half a day, right? Why can't we find the way out? One of them suddenly made a discovery, running his hand over markings carved into a tree trunk. Look, aren't these the marks we left behind earlier? So we've been walking in circles this whole time. They continued talking, but the more they discussed, the more confused everyone became. The scouting party we sent ahead to explore the path still hasn't returned. 3 of our fellow disciples haven't come back either. Could this be some kind of bewildering formation? Are we really going to be stuck here like this? Xiao Xuan's voice suddenly cut through the forest, startling the group half to death. You're all trapped in this formation, aren't you? Hey, who's there? He stepped forward, compass in hand. Don't worry, everyone. I'm Xiao Mu, just a cultivator who got separated from his team and lost in this forest, same as you. By any chance, do any of you have a way to break this bewildering formation? They replied dejectedly, if we did, we wouldn't still be walking in circles here. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan cracked a half smirk. Is that so? Well then, I happen to have a plan. Xiao Xuan took the lead, gesturing toward the forest ahead. I've been exploring this forest for quite some time now, so I've gained a basic understanding of how this bewildering formation works. He continued, this formation is roughly divided into 3 tiers. Each tier contains multiple gates of death and 1 gate of life. At each gate of death, someone must use spiritual power to destroy the subformation's core node, then occupy the vacated position to suppress it. Once the subformation collapses, the 3rd crossroads will soon appear. That's the 3rd tier of this formation. And so on until every subformation at the gates of death is destroyed. Everyone listened in complete silence as Xiao Xuan continued. There are exactly 7 of us here. As long as 1 person enters each gate of death, destroys its formation eye and claims its position, the formation can be completely shattered. Xiao Xuan addressed the group before him. It just so happens there are 7 of us, as long as each gate of death is covered by 1 person. And after destroying the formation eye and claiming its position, the formation can be broken. Upon hearing this, the group began to discuss among themselves. 1 person was the first to speak up, suspicion clear in their voice. Wait, what about the danger? If someone enters a gate of death, what are the risks? Xiao Xuan responds, if this one does not guess incorrectly, this formation was undoubtedly birthed by the wood spirit flower. This type of spirit object detests the aura of slaughter. It will not harm you arbitrarily, only cloud your senses. Xiao Xuan smiles and continues. As long as we can successfully navigate the 3 paths of life and break the formation, our lost companions will be saved. One of them, his face etched with worry, says, it seems plausible. Let us test it. The man beside him sighs helplessly, we have no better options. 2 others communicate via telepathy. One asks, AI, do you see the fan on his back? The man called AI nods. Indeed. The man stares at the fan on Xiao Xuan's waist and continues, I once served an artifact master at an auction house. If my eyes do not deceive me, that fan is at least an Earth rank artifact. AI starts in surprise, Earth rank. Is that true? The man whispers, and the compass in his hand appears to be a rare treasure as well, if I am not mistaken. It is a specialized artifact used to counter these bewitching formations. The man realizes that such an artifact is likely a one-time use, that must be why he seeks to cooperate with them. Understood. At this, the eyes of the 2 turn sinister. One says, did he claim he was separated from his team? The other replies, who knows if he still carries his identity token. The first adds, we only need to wait until the final layer of the formation to strike. In the first layer, the dense forest coupled with a thick, eerie fog cast a macabre atmosphere over the landscape. Lower-level sect disciples begin to rush forward. One shouts, we just need to enter and destroy the formation, right? Others reply, I am going. Me too. But just then Xiao Xuan surges ahead and shouts to everyone, the path of life is here. There is no death trap. Hurry over here. His gaze solemn, he rushes forward, urging, quickly, we must enter. An incense stick of time passes. The group breaks the outer formations, but this means many have perished in the first 2 layers. Only 3 remain upon entering the 3rd. Xiao Xuan speaks cheerfully to the other 2. All the formation nodes in the previous layers have been destroyed. Looking at the massive forest ahead, he adds, now 2 paths of death and 1 of life remain. It shall depend on our luck. Seeing this, AI and his senior brother exchange a sinister grin. The senior brother draws his sword, saying, heh, this brother has misspoken. AI draws his sword as well, adding, clearly, it is the 2 of us who shall survive, not you. They swing their blades at Xiao Xuan from behind, shouting in unison, one of death and no life. Since we have the compass to point out the path of life, you are useless now. Zio Xuan remains calm and collected, remarking, "Oh, you wish to kill me for my treasures before proceeding. Your imagination is grand, but it is a pity." As he finishes, flames erupt, wrapping around them. Zio Xuan's eyes glow crimson as he sneers, "Reality is cruel." The two are battered, coughing blood and cursing, "Damn you!" Yet the flames remain and he does not release them. Elsewhere, a high official rushes into the courtyard to report to his emperor. His voice trembling, he reports, "Your Majesty, more than half of the participating teams have been eliminated. Among our vassal states, only the Great Qin clan retains its full strength." Upon hearing this, the emperor lets out a cold, wrathful sneer. The official trembles, "Your Maj," before the emperor unleashes his internal energy, his roar shattering the windows. "Such matters need not be reported to me again." The official is sent flying several meters back. The emperor's voice continues to assault the official. He issues a threat. "You had best understand your own situation. Zhu Hong, I ordered you to bring Zhu Xuan to me and you failed. This is your final chance." Zhu Hong bites his lip, enduring the heavy injuries to his body, not daring to utter a word. The emperor stares at his throne, hands behind his back, and continues his orders. "The command for the nation-protecting formation is now in your hands. As soon as the national destiny battle concludes, activate the grand formation and slaughter every last member of the Qingtu upper nation. I want all their elite forces to perish in this battle." His eyes turn bloodshot with malice, "so that Sima Ren will no longer have the strength to contend with me." He continues to threaten Zhu Hong. "If anything goes wrong this time, the entire Zhu clan will be wiped out." The princess maid arrives. Hearing this, she is so shocked she must cover her mouth to stifle a scream. Zhu Hong can only bow in obedience and stagger away. Only then does the maid approach, bowing to report, "Your Majesty. Princess Dilan has heard of the Great Qin's achievements and has been smashing furniture." The maid dares not go in to console her. The emperor replies, "If she wishes to smash things, you stand by and wait. Whatever she breaks, replace it. If the storehouse is empty, fetch more from the national treasury so she may smash until she is satisfied." The maid bows respectfully. This servant obeys. As she rises, she sighs inwardly. Can such precious treasures be wasted so casually on the arrogant Princess Dilan? The emperor must truly dote upon this overbearing princess. Meanwhile, Zio Xuan stands before a large lake. He mutters, "Even from afar one can sense the mighty power of the water god. The origin must lie beneath." He observes from a distance, sensing at least 8 nascent soul pinnacle auras. It seems many have escaped the bewitching formation of the wood spirit flower. With that thought, he dives into the water, silently planning to conceal his aura as he investigates. The deeper he descends, the clearer his senses become. He thinks to himself, "The deeper I go, the more concentrated the water spirit power becomes." It seems what was said earlier is undoubtedly true. The source of the water spirit power is surely at the bottom of the lake. Upon reaching a certain depth, he spots a glowing blue lingjai mushroom. "That must be it," he mutters. He wonders, is there no spirit beast guarding such a treasure? As soon as he says it, a giant snake with blood-red eyes appears right behind him. Seizing the moment, it bares its fangs and lunges at Zio Xuan. He lets out a grunt and draws his sword to deflect the monster's attack. After the clash, he narrows his eyes. Strange, the aura of this snake feels oddly familiar. He recalls, is this not the aura of the guard who served the son of the Loyan city lord all those years ago? Why does it emanate from this giant serpent? Seeing the monster prepare another strike, he speculates, unless that man was swallowed by this beast. Thinking this, he unleashes his sword technique to counter. As for the monster, it thinks perhaps the guard from back then has turned into a snake. His swords strike like giant pillars into the monster's body, pinning it down. The creature shrieks in pain, thrashing violently and sending tremors through the lake. On the surface, a group approaches. One says, "The giant serpent seems to have been disturbed." The woman beside him frowns, "I sense it too." Below the surface, Zio Xuan senses them approaching. "Oh," he smirks, "it seems a group is closing in on the spot." The serpent, having sustained a nearly fatal blow, attempts to flee. Zio Xuan whispers to himself, "If I pursue it, I will likely run into the cultivators ambushing around the lake. Better to watch the tiger fight from the mountain." With that thought, he chases after the serpent. When it breaches the surface, he follows closely. The snake hisses, preparing to strike, its eyes ferocious as it bares its razor-sharp fangs. Why has this beast suddenly gone mad? My formation was set up perfectly. The Ghost King, Hua Yulong of the Blood Spirit Dynasty, asks in confusion. Fairy Yuame of the Gaiyuan dynasty also notices the snake's sudden agitation. Master, the snake is going crazy, what should we do? It is merely a beast. You go ahead, I shall be there shortly. The speaker is the Lu Tan of the Zioan dynasty, casting a spell on a jar filled with venomous creatures. Finally, I no longer have to hide. Catching large beasts is my hobby, says Hang Feiyu, the protector general of the Lusuo dynasty, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He lunges toward the giant serpent with the intent to obliterate it. Come here, beast, taste a punch from this young master. The serpent's massive frame kicks up rocks and earth into the air. Hang Feiyu strikes, aiming his blow directly at the creature's body. It lets out a pained cry. Gu Panyu, the immortal fairy Yaimai of the Yue dynasty, furrows her brows, her hands weaving some kind of technique. She realizes, her mind racing involuntarily. The giant serpent's body isn't particularly strong, but its scales are nearly impenetrable. Now that that guy has crushed its scales, this is the perfect moment to strike. Gu Panyu, the immortal fairy Yaimai of the Yue dynasty, looks around in confusion as grotesque skull-shaped entities fly toward her, sinking their teeth into her body. These skulls are also attacking toward Xiang Feiyu, guardian general of the Luchu dynasty, making him tense up. What the hell are these things? Damn it, killing them one after another, and they're as annoying as flies. Take your time and savor it, everyone. It's been 10 years since I last deployed this ghost formation. The speaker is Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Zuling dynasty. As it turns out, these grotesque skulls are conjured by him and more ghostly skulls keep appearing. Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Zuling dynasty precisely targets the serpent's gaping mouth. Today, I will claim that dragon embryo beneath the waters no matter what. Zio Xuan is deep beneath the ocean right now, drifting in an unknown direction, his mind flooded with thoughts. Although he had sensed several powerful auras in the area before, he never expected all 4 spirit-severing powerhouses from this national destiny war to converge here. He had planned to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight, but now it seems the great serpent may not be a match for these 4. A sudden doubt strikes him. Did all 4 powerhouses really gather here just for one overgrown worm? Why does he feel like there's an incredibly powerful aura lurking somewhere beneath the water? Suddenly, a streak of azure light flashes across Zio Xuan's vision, its water-element spiritual energy, seemingly gathering faintly in this direction. Let's go check it out. He moves closer toward the streams of azure light, all converging on a single fixed point. Zio Xuan has spotted something. That powerful aura is this thing, Zio Xuan thinks to himself. All the spiritual power flowing toward it resembles a massive embryo, and inside, there appears to be a baby dragon. Without warning, a colossal dragon head snarls at Zio Xuan, its savage eyes regarding him like a territorial invader. It launches a surprise attack at Zio Xuan. He swiftly raises his sword, blocking the terrifying force of the blow. Zio Xuan fights back with all his might, his expression grim and jaw clenched tight. The dragon energy radiating from it is truly formidable. If he had let his guard down even slightly, the dragon's energy would have torn him to shreds. It seems the serpent only revealed itself to throw its opponents off. The real purpose was to protect the dragon embryo hidden beneath the water. Right then, Zio Xuan realizes the serpent's diversionary scheme. Too bad you're out of luck. Right at the critical moment before your transformation into a dragon, you ran into me. Zio Xuan ends this battle with a single sword strike. He approaches the dragon embryo not far away. Able to release such extraordinary dragon energy, this dragon embryo's grade is clearly not low at all, he thinks to himself. He's heard that when certain demonic beasts evolve to a certain level, they shed their original bodies and condense their bloodline into a true form even purer than their ancestors. If it had successfully completed its transformation, it truly would have become a divine beast bearing an ancient bloodline. He'd seen Vermilion Bird, true monarch, riding a divine beast, soaring across the nation, and it really did look incredibly impressive. I want to experience that feeling too. He reaches out, about to touch the dragon embryo. Should I directly erase its consciousness or place a puppet seal on it first? I prefer obedient ones. If not, then, suddenly a voice echoes from within the dragon embryo. I never imagined I'd end up falling into your hands. It seems this must be the will of heaven. Zio Xuan's hand freezes midair. That voice, aren't you the guard who served Yang Zong at the city lord's manor back then? The dragon embryo replies, that's right, I didn't expect you'd still remember me. How did you end up like this? Zio Xuan asks, bewildered. The baby dragon explains, I was born with a rare beast bloodline. I served at the city lord's manor because I wanted to obtain a multicolored serpent gallstone from there to help me cultivate into a dragon. That time my skills were no match for theirs and I refused to accept it. Besides, the opportunity to find the destiny needed to become a dragon hadn't arrived yet. He continues, after that I transferred to another dynasty, became an imperial bodyguard, and eventually ended up here. By sheer coincidence, the water element's spiritual energy here proved enormously beneficial to me, so I decided to hide and cultivate in secret. The dragon embryo seems to accept its fate at Xiao Xuan's mercy, but I never expected to run into you here, of all places. Fine then, I have no complaints if I fall into your hands. If you want to finish me off, go ahead. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan finds himself secretly impressed. Still as proud as ever, I have to admit I admire that backbone of his. Xiao Xuan spreads his hand and speaks with pride. You're resigned to death, but I have no intention of letting you die like this. How about you take me as your master? Not only will I spare your life, I'll help you complete your dragon transformation. What do you say? Such a blessing falling from the sky leaves the baby dragon stunned. What did you just say? Xiao Xuan reaches out and touches the dragon embryo, channeling some kind of technique. As I said, I don't like the ordinary. I want to take you as my disciple and help you evolve. At this moment, a system notification flashes. System, congratulations, host, new disciple acquired. Scan detects exotic beast bloodline, heaven grade, divine dragon bloodline. Reward doubled, host acquired exotic beast bloodline. Heaven grade divine dragon bloodline. The baby dragon feels the enormous fortune energy flowing in from Xiao Xuan, thinking, what kind of terrifyingly powerful fortune energy is this? With this kind of energy boosting you, you'll be able to complete your dragon transformation in no time, Xiao Xuan says matter-of-factly. The dragon embryo quickly accepts its new identity. Thank you, master. Xiao Xuan ponders, even beasts can be more loyal than humans. I never expected an exotic beast bloodline could strengthen my physical body by another tier. Body cultivation from now on will be much smoother. Back on the shore, the ferocious serpent from earlier has been beaten down, completely utterly drained of strength. Its head collapses to the ground. The group that just fought the serpent stands watching nonchalantly. Lu Taniu, the Xiao Yun prince of the Shanwei dynasty, completely unscathed, speaks to Gu Panyu, the immortal fairy Yaimai of the Yue dynasty, who sits on the ground nursing her wounds. You got this badly hurt just dealing with a mere beast. You're truly embarrassing me. She supports her shoulder with one hand, clenches the other into a fist, and says with difficulty, master's rebuke is well deserved. Meanwhile, Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Zuling dynasty snarls furiously. That old fool Lu Taniao, haven't seen him in years, and his poison arts have grown even more formidable. He recalls the earlier scene when Lu Taniu of the Shanwei dynasty used a technique to entangle his neck, his expression dark and teeth clenched. Suddenly, Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Zuling dynasty senses a familiar aura. A majestic dragon suddenly appears before them. That beast has successfully condensed its dragon form. Ghost King Hua Yulong of the Zuling dynasty thinks in astonishment. What? Lu Taniu is equally stunned. That's when the Ghost King realizes the deception. Damn it! That beast was hiding underwater the entire time, secretly nurturing the dragon embryo while turning us four against each other. I had schemes ready, but they all failed. I planned to strike before the beast completed its transformation and end its life, but at the final moment, it seems to have stumbled upon some kind of miracle. Fully purifying its bloodline into a genuine five-clawed golden dragon, we have to capture it. No, we can't let that creature escape. Without hesitation, he rockets into the air, hurtling toward the dragon. The Ghost King isn't the only one with that idea. Xianxia has the same thought. Ha ha ha, a true dragon no less. This trip was truly worth it. One after another, they both fly toward the same target. Lu Taniu suddenly clutches his stomach and breaks into a violent coughing fit. Cough, master, what's wrong? Yaimai rushes forward in worry to support him. Lu Taniu's face is deathly pale as he thinks to himself his venomous insects need to be regularly fed high spiritual energy treasures. Otherwise, they will devour him from the inside. Master, Yaimai calls out again, but there's no response. Lu Taniu remains lost in his own thoughts. The dragon embryo is gone, there's only one option left. Use a living substitute. Lu Taniu suddenly plants his feet firmly on the ground and unleashes a technique against his own disciple. Massive vines coil tightly around Yamiche can barely struggle free. KGH, she struggles in agony, refusing to believe her master would do this to her. Master, why? She recalls that year after the battle between the Plum Blossom sect and the Poison Immortal, my parents both died at the Poison Immortal's hands. You gave up the chance to form your Five Thunder nascent soul, and redirected the final tribulation lightning toward the Poison Immortal. Your disciple has always admired Yuan, was truly overjoyed when you agreed to take me as your disciple. My demands and answer, what did I do wrong that you would strike at me like this? Ko Bimet produces a small needle. Without a sound, Luke Tam Du breaks into a sinister smile. Haha, the little beauty crying looks so pitiful, how could I bear to strike back then? Then let me grant you the mercy of dying with your eyes wide open. His cunning gaze flickers toward his disciple. Luke Tam Du suddenly reveals the secret from years past. You think your parents died at the hands of the Poison Immortal. Haha, the truth is they all died at my hands. Back then, the Poison Immortal nearly wiped out Liu, my sect. A sect I had built with my own hands. What? Ukmai goes numb with shock. Luke Tam Du continues, if your clan has thoroughly studied the 9 revolutions poison demon scripture you've been cultivating, then you surely know the version you practice is incomplete. The true 9 revolutions poison demon scripture is merely one fragment of that legendary scripture from the immortal realm. Luke Tam Du presses his hand harder against Ukmai, ramping up the damage. She writhes under the intensified torture, screaming in agony. Luke Tam Du, completely indifferent, continues his tale. The 9 revolutions poison demon scripture Riech cycle of reincarnation allows the practitioner to cultivate only to the chi refining realm before the body perishes, requiring a transfer to a new vessel. The second cycle reaches foundation establishment, the third golden core. The fourth nascent soul, only at the 9th cycle can one ascend to immortality. I have already reincarnated 7 times. In this life I can break through to the Mahayana realm. As for Yao, you were originally a vessel I prepared for myself, but it seems you truly are worthless. He continues to crush down with ever-increasing force. Since that's the case, why not become food to nourish my poison insects instead? Luke Tam Du squeezes harder. Ukmai lets out soul-rending screams of pain. A strange red liquid pours from her mouth and eyes, as if her very soul is draining away, her body slowly corroding. Ukmai still has a sliver of strength left. If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me. She suddenly tears free from those grotesque bindings, swatting away Luke Tam Du's controlling hand. That burst of power sends him clutching his neck, gasping and groaning in pain. Having spent too much energy on that last technique, Ukmai's knees buckle slightly. She thinks to herself, it worked. I can't let my guard down, no, even though he's wounded, I'm still no match for him. Her reflexes kick in sharp and fast. She needs to get out of here, now. As Ukmai flees, Luke Tam Du refuses to relent and gives chase behind her. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan stands casually atop the dragon's head. Oh, there's an old rat chasing after us, want to pick up the pace and lose him. The dragon asks for its master's orders. Xiao Xuan leaps off the dragon's head, landing on his flying sword and soaring off in the opposite direction. Someone asked me to track down the person who planted a poison talisman on his brother, he says. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be among those who ambushed us by the lake. Unfortunately, I know too little about the ways of poison to single out one person from the group. So I've decided to simply kill every poison user in that ambush party. Xiao Xuan turns to ask. But what about you? What do you plan to do now? You've only just undergone your transformation. You're still not used to your new body. You can't fight alongside me looking like that. The dragon explains, Master, didn't you know? After forming the contract, I can transform into a beast tattoo and attach myself to Master's body. Xiao Xuan is taken aback. A beast tattoo, the entire dragon's body suddenly blazes with light. On Xiao Xuan's left shoulder, the image of a dragon appears. So this is what a beast tattoo looks like. The dragon says that's exactly how it works. After I transform into a beast tattoo and attach to Master's body, I can also reinforce your physical form. Xiao Xuan finally understands the purpose of the beast tattoo, so that's how it works. He raises his hand, sensing the power coursing through his body. Indeed, his strength has increased significantly. My physical strength has increased by at least 40%. Xiao Xuan says excitedly, then it's time to chase that bastard down. In a certain forest, wherever the serpent passes, trees wither and decay. The air hangs thick with an indescribable darkness. Luke Tam-do stands atop the serpent's head, speaking in a chilling voice, "Let's see where you think you can run." Ukmai grits her teeth against the pane, riding her flying sword ahead. She clutches her mouth and glances back, thinking at this rate he'll catch up in no time. I have to think of something. Suddenly, a swarm of skull phantoms swoops toward her. Ukmai panics. Where did all these skull ghosts come from? Ukmai's eyes go wide as blazing swords pierce clean through each skull phantom. It turns out Xiao Xuan is deploying a formation. He says, "You call yourself the Ghost King, but this is all you've got. Frankly, your ghost slaughter formation is an absolute joke." Ukmai is baffled. Who is that person? He shattered Hua and Gok Long's ghost slaughter formation with a single wave of his hand. Luke Tam-do suddenly attacks Ukmai, a sinister purple energy surging from his arm toward her. You still have time to watch the show. The attack grazes her cheek, drawing crimson blood. She thinks, this is bad, I can't escape anymore. I have to find a way to deal with this madman. There's no other choice. Looks like I'll have to gamble everything. Ukmai soars upward. This is my last resort. She unleashes her technique, conjuring long, razor-sharp needles. Xiao Xuan turns his head, caught off guard. Where did this little thief come from? Ghost King Hua and Gok Long also turns to look. Don't blame me for being heartless, I have no other choice either. Ukmai thinks, launching those needles straight at the two of them. Hua and Gok Long catches Ukmai's attack barehanded. He speaks through gritted teeth, "Miss. You're far too naive. Even if your master Luke Tam-do were here, don't even think the poison in this attack could harm me. I have long since achieved the grand completion realm of the poison body." Hearing about his 100 poisons immunity, Ukmai sneers. "Oh, is that so? I'd advise you not to act rashly." The words barely leave her mouth before Hua and Gok Long senses something. He raises his right arm only to see the poison creeping up toward his bicep. He cries out in both pain and shock, "What the hell is this thing?" Xiao Xuan channels his inner energy while examining Hua and Gok Long's arm. He thinks to himself, it looks like some kind of goo parasite. Fortunately, this type of goo still can't breach spirit force defenses. Ukmai flashes a sinister smile, as if responding to his unspoken thought. The poison in my attacks may indeed be inferior to that old beast Luke Tam-do's. But when it comes to Goo Art 710, Luke Tam-dus combined wouldn't be my match. Before her words even settle, Hua Ngok Long clutches his head in agony, screaming. As the goo worms spread to half his body, a strange aura emanates from him. His eyes lose their light, consciousness abandons him. Only then does Ukmai issue her command, "Obey me." From the distance, a figure atop a serpent comes charging in, shouting, "Did you really think you could escape?" Ukmai whips around in shock, but after a few seconds she smirks and channels her energy. "Who said I was running?" She then orders Hua and Gok Long to attack. He immediately lunges at the newcomer, catching the man completely off guard. Hua and Gok Long strikes a palm at the man, who blocks it instantly, and that man is none other than Luke Tam-do. Watching the two clash, she thinks, I've heard that this Hua and Gok Long is no saint. He once sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent lives just to forge his own magical artifact. HMPH, consider this doing the world a favor. Just as she's about to leave, she suddenly remembers, wait, there was another person who arrived as well. No sooner does she think it than Xiao Xuan appears right beside her, grabbing her wrist. She lets out a startled yelp. She stares at Xiao Xuan, completely unharmed, stunned. She stammers, "Yao, how are you not controlled by the goo worms?" Hearing this, he breaks into a mocking smile. "Miss Goo, that move of yours didn't quite work out." Perhaps when Hua and Gok Long was still in his right mind, he could have given Luke Tam-do a proper fight. Upon hearing this, Ukmai's face drains of color, overwhelmed with terror. He continues, "But you barely understand his techniques. Moreover, you've puppeted his mind, forcing him to fight under your control. He can't unleash his full power. He was never going to be a match for Luke Tam-do." Hearing this, she knows that once Hua and Gok Long falls, she'll be next. Panicking, she launches a venomous dart at Xiao Xuan while struggling desperately to break free. "Release me. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." Warning bells screamed in her mind. She had to escape now. But the golden grip had locked onto Xiao Xuan's hand. He merely smiled, flicked his wrist, and shattered it to pieces. Seeing this, she was utterly stunned. "What?" she shouted. Xiao Xuan regarded her like a weak creature fluffing its fur. He chuckled. Don't waste your energy, fairy goo. That little strength of yours can't hurt me at all. Hearing this, she knew she had run into someone formidable. What do you want? She asked. Xiao Xuan probed. As far as I know, you and that Lu Zunyu were master and disciple, correct? So why are you trying to kill each other now? Hearing this, Yimei snapped. What does that have to do with you? His gaze turned ice cold. He began making his offer. I'm very interested in your current gu refining technique. If you teach it to me, then I'll help you kill that Lu Zunyu. How about it? Yimei was taken aback by this proposal. She looked at him with suspicion. You, just you. Seeing her disbelief, Xiao Xuan picked up his sword and ran his fingers along the blade. Don't believe me. Then he launched the sword toward Lu Zunyu, his voice hardening. Then let me give you a little demonstration. The sword plunged into the battle between Lu Zunyu and Hua Yulong, who was currently binding him with a blazing Dharma treasure. Lu Zunyu sneered aloud. So this ghost king Hua Yulong wasn't nearly as fearsome as the rumors claimed. The incoming sword startled him, but he quickly raised his shield to block, though he managed to deflect the blow. Large chunks of the shield cracked and splintered away. The cracks kept spreading. Lu Zunyu could barely hold on. Frustration boiled inside him. What the hell is this? This sword light refused to relent. His poison miasma couldn't corrode it in the slightest. The shield wouldn't last much longer. Left with no choice, he clicked his tongue and recalled his poison miasma. Priority 1: reinforce his defensive position. He gathered all the toxic energy in front of him, thickening his protective barrier. The venomous tendrils that had been fighting Hua Yulong also withdrew. This left Hua Yulong's palm strike crashing directly into the half-formed shield. Enraged by the hit, he hurled a blast of poison at Hua Yulong, roaring, "Get lost." When Yimei saw Hua Yulong retreat, she immediately ordered, "Don't go interfering right now. Focus on healing yourself first." She couldn't stop thinking about that sword light and Xiao Xuan's strength. Lu Zunyu's poison miasma couldn't corrode his sword energy at all. She had witnessed it firsthand. That miasma had dissolved the spiritual barriers of body integration cultivators. She squinted at Xiao Xuan. Who on earth is this person? What is this strange power? Seeing Yimei standing beside Xiao Xuan, Lu Zunyu ground his teeth in fury, launching palm strikes while cursing. You wretch, you actually dared to collude with an outsider against your own master. He charged toward Yimei at terrifying speed, freezing her in place for a split second. Just as Lu Zunyu was about to reach her, a powerful force yanked her backward. Seeing this, Yimei immediately told Xiao Xuan, "As long as you kill him, I'll teach you everything I know." He smiled. Deal. Lu Zunyu eyed Xiao Xuan with a flicker of fear but forced himself to appear composed, spitting out each word as a threat. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Xiao Xuan gripped his sword. Its energy shifted to a brilliant golden hue. He said, "Your poison miasma could actually be quite useful, you know. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, your spiritual power has been refined through multiple layers of toxins. The potency must already exceed spirit severing." The moment he finished speaking, he slashed toward Lu Zunyu. A thunderous sword strike slammed directly into him. Lu Zunyu stumbled back several steps, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, kid, you've got a decent eye." Then his expression turned sinister. He absorbed the poison into one of his arms, forming a massive gauntlet of toxic armor. He bellowed, "I had to devour my own body 7 times to gain this kind of power. Ordinary spirit-severing cultivators are nothing before me." He spoke with immense pride, casting a contemptuous glance at Xiao Xuan. "You think you're worthy of fighting me?" As he spoke, he launched a massive serpent formed of pure venom straight at Xiao Xuan. "Why does your sword suddenly feel so weak? That power from before could actually pierce through my poison miasma." The giant serpent lunged forward, its jaws gaping wide as if to swallow him whole. Lu Zunyu even boasted, "If you perform well, I might graciously choose you as my next vessel." Ha ha ha. Xiao Xuan dodged instantly and shot into the sky, taunting as he flew. "If you've got the guts, come fight me properly." Xiao Xuan soared toward the forest, calculating in his head how many people were watching this clash of national destiny. Trump cards like spiritual sense had to stay hidden, find a secluded spot, then send this man to his grave. Decision made. Once he found the right location, he descended, yet still dodged Lu Zunyu's attacks without breaking a sweat. Lu Zunyu sneered, seeing that Xiao Xuan only evaded. "So what? Only dodging and never attacking? That trump card of yours, was it a one-time trick?" He launched wave after wave of venomous serpents, speaking with growing arrogance. if this is all you've got, then you're nothing but a young vessel for my taking, consider yourself claimed. He attacked Xiaoxuan with full force, but the young man didn't flinch. A single dead-still stroke severed several serpent heads, shocking Lu Zunyu into a scream. What? Xiaoxuan lowered his sword, his gaze darkening with contempt. Your poison miasma reeks to high heaven. He raised his sword again, preparing for the next strike, and frowned. If I weren't worried that spiritual sense would catch the vermilion bird true monarch's attention, I honestly couldn't be bothered to entertain you for even a second. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared behind Lu Zunyu, his blade at the man's neck, eyes glowing crimson. His voice was ice. All right. You'll stay right here in the grave you dug for yourself and die in silence. Lu Zunyu barely managed a panicked what before his head separated from his neck. Meanwhile, deep in a mountain range, a man lay on the ground. The frost covering his face began to crack and shatter. The person beside him shouted, "It's working!" The man woke in the other's arms, dazed. "Where am I?" The person holding him burst into tears of joy. Thank goodness. Choosing to seek help from that young master was the right call after all. This is wonderful. Back with Xiaoxuan, he looked at Yimei and said, "Well, I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. What about you, Fairy Goo?" Yimei stared at Lu Zunyu's corpse sprawled on the ground, slain who knows when. She still couldn't believe it. A flicker of awe crossed her heart. He actually did it. Realizing she was in the presence of someone extraordinary, she quickly bowed with deep respect. "You have avenged my past suffering, honored master." Gu Pan would brave boiling oil and blazing fire without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiaoxuan smiled. "Then go ahead and call me master." Fairy Yimei Gu Pan blinked in surprise. "You want to take me as your disciple?" Seeing her stunned expression, he raised an eyebrow. "What? Fairy Gu, you don't agree?" Right then, he pulled a ledger out of nowhere and started calculating. "If you don't want to, then we need to settle this debt properly. My appearance fee, nutrition expenses, and weapon wear and tear costs. My sword is a celestial grade weapon, you know, very expensive." Fairy Yimei Gu Pan was completely bewildered. She didn't understand a thing until Xiaoxuan cut in with, "So the total comes to..." Before he could finish, Fairy Yimei Gu Pan shouted, "I agree." Hearing this, Xiaoxuan knew she would. Amusement filled his eyes as he asked again. Gu Pan winced but forced the words out. "No more, I agree to take you as my master." The instant she spoke, a system notification appeared. "System congratulations, host. Disciple successfully accepted. Venomous Gu heart detected. System Gu poison cultivation speed multiplier x10. Normal practitioners receive a x2 bonus. System host has received a celestial grade venomous Gu heart. Gu poison cultivation speed multiplier x100 compared to normal practitioners." Xiaoxuan saw the notification and broke into a wide grin. "Looks like all the poison experts lurking by the lake have been dealt with. Time to report back. If that doesn't work out, it's a good chance to have Gu Pan examine the person who was hit by the Gu poison. Having a disciple skilled in poison arts really does make things more convenient." Thinking this, Xiaoxuan turned to Gu Pan with a smile. "Since we're now master and disciple, your master has a bold idea." Gu Pan stared at him, bewildered. His mind was already racing. Gu poison arts were perfect for reconnaissance. As it happens, there's someone whose true strength has always piqued my curiosity. That night, Yi Fan sat dozing against a tree. He suddenly sensed something. His eyes snapped open to find Hua Yulong channeling internal energy, preparing to strike. Hua Yulong wore an expression of resigned helplessness. "Looks like I've been found out." He hurled horrifying spectral skulls toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan frowned and shouted, "Isn't this the territory of Great Qin?" Despite the questions swirling in his mind, why had Hua Yulong, of all people, appeared here so suddenly? But his hands had already begun channeling internal energy. The skulls that lunged forward were instantly repelled by streaks of golden light. Yet the skulls remained completely unscathed. Yi Fan's brow furrowed tightly. Damned ghosts. In his mind, he cursed these demons truly had no end in sight. While he was deep in thought, Hua Yulong had already appeared behind him out of nowhere, speaking in a chilling voice. "Looks like all your comrades have fallen asleep." The words sent a shiver down his spine. Hua Yulong immediately struck a palm at him, sneering. "Then let me keep you company instead." The palm came crashing down, but Yi Fan dodged swiftly, his mind racing with a realization. Is he targeting me specifically? He felt a strange sense of doubt. None of this happened in his previous life. Suddenly he spotted a dragon soaring through the sky. His eyes widened as a thought struck him in my memories. There was no azure dragon appearing at this point in time. At that moment, Hua Yulong refused to stand still. He charged after Yi Fan, shouting, "Running already." In Yi Fan's mind, the answer crystallized yes first. He needed to find a place hidden from prying eyes. In this life, almost everything mirrored his previous one, save for a few major events where a figure who never existed before had appeared. Yi Fan immediately thought of Xiao Xuan. He gritted his teeth in fury. Could these changes be connected to you, Xiao Xuan? In the distance, Xiao Xuan and Gu Pan stood watching the spectacle unfold. Gu Pan glanced at Yi Fan with mild disdain and said to her master, "Master, Yi Fan looks rather ordinary, doesn't he? If you truly consider him a threat, just let me go kill him. Why make it so complicated?" Xiao Xuan offered no explanation. He simply smiled and replied, "You'll see for yourself." Gu Pan studied Yi Fan and immediately realized someone capable of infiltrating the imperial secret realm without ever making a name for himself, or revealing his strength to the world. A person like that was certainly no ordinary character. Yi Fan entered the forest, eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings. Strange, this forest should be blanketed by the flowerwood spirit. It ought to be filled with mist. The thought made him halt immediately. He steeled his resolve. Fine, there's no choice but to use that move. With his mind made up, Yi Fan pulled out a treasure. He thought, this can erect a barrier, isolating us from the outside world. The heaven-stealing limitless pagoda, surely enough to escape the watchful eyes of Vermilion Bird, true monarch. Yi Fan immediately channeled his internal energy. The celestial technique on his palm began to spin, then a formation materialized, encircling Hua Yulong. Hua Yulong's eyes widened in shock as a massive net descended, enveloping both him and Yi Fan. Yi Fan gave a cold smile. "Good, this time no one will witness our battle." He looked at Hua Yulong and said, "I don't know why you came, but I'll make you regret it." Then he gave a command. Hua Yulong's entire body shuddered violently as a crushing force slammed into him, driving him face first into the ground. The earth and rocks trembled in response. Then his entire body was pressed down by an invisible weight, merging him into the dirt and stone. Back with Xiao Xuan and Gu Pan. Gu Pan spoke anxiously to him. "I've lost contact with Hua Yulong. I can no longer sense his position." Deep down, she was stunned. She couldn't see what had happened, but the Gu insect inside Hua Yulong's body had perished. She feared Hua Yulong himself had met the same fate. Yi Fan is far more formidable than I imagined. From Xiao Xuan's side, he instantly found the answer to his own suspicion. That man was indeed hiding a lethal trump card. He immediately issued an order. "We leave." Gu Pan asked in surprise, "Aren't we supposed to kill him?" Xiao Xuan chuckled. "Killing him now serves no purpose. I've already begun to strategize. We need to figure out what exactly this person lurking beside Xingyu is trying to accomplish." On another front, Vermilion Bird, true monarch, sat at a distance, stroking the vermilion bird beside her, eyes gleaming with amusement. She watched everyone's battles through a divine orb, murmuring, "This national destiny grand battle is quite the spectacle." Her gaze locked onto the dragon radiating golden light within the orb. Not only has a divine beast manifested in the mortal world, but the secrets of the Liumai sect have also been exposed. Both of these events seem to involve that Xiao Xuan. At this thought, her eyes darkened, her gaze turning razor-sharp. She fed the vermilion bird as she spoke. "The 9 Revolutions Poison Demon Scripture. I've heard that the Immortal Court once had a poison demon immortal lord who also cultivated this technique. After completing the 9 revolutions and ascending to immortality, his combat power far surpassed that of ordinary immortals." This brought her thoughts back to Xiao Xuan. She began to speculate that Xiao Xuan, merely at the early spirit-severing stage, was able to kill Lu Zunyu without suffering a single scratch. Whatever transpired within that vision-obscuring mist, I'm truly curious. Then her thoughts turned to Yi Fan, and that Yi Fan he had always appeared so unremarkable before. Who would have guessed he possessed the ability to slay Hua Yulong? Vermilion Bird, true monarch, rested her chin on her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Perhaps I could recommend both of them to the Immortal Court, though ideally they'd be better off serving me directly." Near the main camp of Great Qin, Xiao Xuan looked at Gu Pan and spoke. "We part ways for now. If we meet again in the Longtang realm, we'll each fight on our own terms." He turned and waved but didn't forget to add, once we leave the Longtang realm, we'll formally complete the master-disciple ceremony. Gu Pan bowed respectfully behind him. Yes, master. Outside the Longtang realm in the Longyan Superior Kingdom, everyone stood before a massive circle. All gazes fixed forward, lined up in two neat rows. The announcer spoke. It appeared that after the first preliminary round, only the forces of the Qingxi Superior Kingdom and Great Qin remained under the Longyan Superior Kingdom's banner. The announcer raised an index finger with a smile. Then the second round shall take place between the Qingxi Superior Kingdom and the Longyan Superior Kingdom to determine the victor of this national Destiny Grand Battle. A group of people unexpectedly stepped forward, raising their voices to intervene. Hold on, I am here on the orders of the Longyan Emperor. It was Zhu Hong cupping his fists in a formal salute. He declared with utmost seriousness, reporting to the true monarch. I come bearing the decree of the Longyan Emperor, representing the Longyan Superior Kingdom. The Longyan Superior Kingdom hereby relinquishes its right to participate in this national destiny grand battle. Vermilion Bird True Monarch stared in disbelief. Relinquishes. Ling Daoran was equally baffled, scratching his head. Huh. What is the meaning of this? Vermilion Bird True Monarch maintained her usual arrogant composure. Oh, she said, is this real? Zhu Hong nodded solemnly. Absolutely certain, this is the Emperor's direct decree. Vermilion Bird True Monarch took the decree from Zhu Hong's hands, thinking, what game is the Longyan Emperor playing now? You were the one who petitioned the Immortal Court Emperor to host the National Destiny Grand Battle in the Longyan Superior Kingdom. And now you're the one saying you want to withdraw. She furrowed her brow. That man is up to something. With a flick of her wrist, the decree flew into a dimensional void. She thought, well, so long as the Emperor ordered me to oversee the National Destiny Grand Battle and everything's been resolved. Whatever these people scheme afterward is no longer my concern. Vermilion Bird turned to the crowd and said, then the victor of this National Destiny Grand Battle is the Qingxi Superior Kingdom. I shall return immediately to report the outcome to the Emperor. Several Longyan Superior Kingdom representatives refused to back down, cupping their fists one after another, though their eyes held nothing friendly. True Monarch, please wait. I dare to ask one question since the National Destiny Grand Battle has concluded. Then the prohibition against nations declaring war during the Grand Battle. Is that also lifted now? The man asked with a sly grin. Vermilion Bird replied calmly, I am only responsible for ensuring the National Destiny Grand Battle proceeds fairly. Now that the Grand Battle has ended, all other matters fall outside my jurisdiction. The man let out a sinister laugh. In that case, everyone turned to stare at him. He raised a command token high. By order of the Emperor of the Longyan Superior Kingdom, I have come specifically to claim the lives of every hero from the Qingxi Superior Kingdom. Everyone gasped in horror. Beneath their feet, a colossal magical formation suddenly erupted, trapping them all within its circle. Pillars of crimson flame roared to life. Everyone recognized it, the National Defense Grand Array of the Longyan Superior Kingdom, the Longyan Slaughter Array. Xiao Xuan swept his arm. Shield activate. In an instant their group was enveloped within a protective sphere of green light, temporarily safe. Xiao Xuan's mind raced. The Longyan Emperor isn't just targeting the people of Qingxi, he intends to kill us as well. The Longyan Emperor is truly a cunning strategist. His gaze turned sharp and grave. The others were paralyzed with fear, eyes wide, staring at the situation unfolding before them. While Xiao Xuan continued to process the situation, he understood everyone eligible to participate in the National Destiny Grand Battle was the absolute elite of the Qingxi Superior Kingdom. Moreover, Qingxi had only recently been promoted to Superior Kingdom. Its foundation was nowhere near as deep as Longyan's. If they killed this group, the future of the Qingxi Superior Kingdom would be all but sealed. The Longyan Superior Kingdom's envoy sneered with contempt. Now that you've recognized the Longyan Slaughter Array, I trust you've all made peace with your deaths. Hehehe. A massive fireball coalesced from converging flames surging toward them. The Qingxi Superior Kingdom contingent erupted into panic. What do we do? I've heard that even body integration stage powerhouses would struggle to withstand the Longyan Slaughter Array. Could today really be the day we all perish here? The representative of Qingxi gave a cryptic smile. Zhu Hong, what are you still waiting for? The speaker was Sima Ren, Emperor of the Qingxi Superior Kingdom. He wore a half-smirk with no hint of goodwill. You, who exactly are? The crowd asked in bewilderment. Wait, that's the emperor of the Kingxi Superior Kingdom. Sima Ren, Vermilion Bird True Monarch frowned. What are you waiting for? Sima Ren demanded. Zhu Hong spoke. Without warning, Zhu Hong, who had been silent until now, drew a razor-sharp blade and lunged at the Longyan Superior Kingdom envoy from behind. The strike landed without any defense, the blade sinking deep. The envoy howled in agony and the command token slipped from his hand. Zhu Hong spoke. What's the rush? I promised you I'd seize control of the Longyan slaughter array, and I always deliver on my promises. Zhu Hong, you've gone mad. Two other officials trembled, pointing accusingly at Zhu Hong. Everyone's gaze snapped toward them. As spectators to the unfolding drama, everyone furrowed their brows. Huff. A court official is seized by the throat, Zhu Hong's grip crushing tight enough to strangle any scream before it forms. Zhu Hong laughs with satisfaction. Ha ha, you're not wrong at all, I really have gone insane. His face twists into something numb and hollow, the visage of a vengeful killer suddenly emptied of everything. Zhu Hong speaks. Ever since I took office as the head of this clan, you people have done everything in your power to erode my authority. The moment my wife and I left for seclusion, you shipped my eldest daughter off to the border and abandoned her there. The memory surges forward, the two of them standing in the rain, locked in each other's arms, hearts breaking over what they had allowed to happen to their child. Zhu Hong continues. After that, my wife became pregnant again. You caught wind that the fetus in her womb had awakened a special physique. So you lot poisoned the tonic she took daily, the very medicine meant to nourish the child, and killed her in childbirth. Worse still, it left my second daughter physically crippled and emotionally hollow. She doesn't look like a living person at all. The image burns behind Zhu Hong's eyes. He remembers collapsing at his wife's grave, sobbing until his voice gave out, forehead pressed against the cold stone. His daughter stood beside him, a lifeless doll, watching her father with eyes that held nothing at all. He clutches the command medallion and laughs wildly. Ha ha ha, I've wanted to go insane for a long time now. Zhu Hong's grip tightens as if to crush the medallion to dust. Veins bulge across his forehead and that face, half laughing, half crying, is utterly terrifying. He growls through gritted teeth. This so-called foremost noble family, utterly devoid of conscience, deserves to burn alongside this wretched nation. A massive explosion suddenly tears through the air. The thunderous blast echoes in every direction, and all heads snap toward the source. That's the direction of the Longyan Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, the official still in Zhu Hong's grasp has his throat crushed with such force that within seconds his body goes limp. No more breath. The remaining court minister crumples to the ground, shaking violently. His whole body trembles as he scrambles backward, pointing a quivering finger at Zhu Hong. Sweat pours down his face. Zhu Hong, you are now a traitor who colludes with the enemy. This is a capital offense, execution of all 9 generations. Zhu Hong hurls the dead official aside like a discarded leaf. He frowns and speaks. That dog emperor. If he still has the life to demand the execution of my 9 generations, then I should thank him. He'd be doing me a favor by cleaning house. Pity he's already dead himself. With that, Zhu Hong unleashes a massive column of fire downward, sending everyone scattering in panic. Run, someone help us. A voice suddenly booms from the sky. Zhu Hong, you belong to the Longyan Emperor. You've truly grown too bold. A massive azure force shaped like an enormous arm lashes out and seizes Zhu Hong's fire dragon mid-flight. The onlookers stare in bewilderment. What's happening? Why is the ground cracking apart down there? Xiao Xuan furrows his brow. He thinks to himself, the residual power is immense. The Longyan Emperor has been silent all this time, watching passively as the Kingxi Superior Kingdom slaughtered his people. Xiao Xuan's gaze sharpens as he stares ahead. His eyes fix on Dan Zhao. Could he have already ascended to the human immortal realm? The Longyan Emperor surges forward, eyes blazing with blood-red killing intent. A sinister smile curls across his face. Ha ha, Zhu Hong staggers, wounded, his knees buckling slightly, yet his hand still clutches the command medallion in a white-knuckled grip. He snarls through clenched teeth. Jaisu, you wretched, shameless, despicable old villain, even if your family has been hiding its true strength. So what? Zhu Hong's eyes widen with feral madness and a vicious grin splits his face. Today, I will drag every last one of you down into oblivion with this nation. Suddenly, a third force blasts in from the side, tearing Jaisu's Longyan Emperor's power and Zhu Hong's apart. The fire dragon opens its maw in a deafening roar and lunges forward, as if trying to devour the azure sphere whole. The Kingxi Superior Kingdom's emperor strides forward with a triumphant sneer. Jaisu, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? Sima Ren charges in, his voice dripping with arrogance. All you could do was watch as the Longyan Superior Kingdom fell into my hands. From strange currents of spiritual power suddenly ripple through the sky. Everyone exchanges baffled glances, murmuring in confusion. What is that? Why are there chaotic spiritual power fluctuations appearing here? Xiao Xuan glances down at his own hand, sensing the anomaly around him. He thinks two top-tier powerhouses fighting in the same space, they've nearly drained the surrounding spiritual power dry. The energy balance here is collapsing into chaos. This imperial arena has been reinforced by formation masters. At minimum, it can withstand a single full-force strike from a peak spirit-severing cultivator. A war over national destiny erupting between two powerhouses of this caliber truly beyond anyone's expectations. On the other side, Sima Ren's arrogance only continues to swell. Jaisu, just die here in peace. Your Longyan Superior Kingdom, I'll take good care of it for you. Jaisu stands within his protective barrier and lets out a cold laugh. Something glints between his teeth. This truly is a bit beyond my expectations. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. The moment the words leave his mouth, Jaisu bites down hard and the small pill between his teeth shatters. He screams in agony. AGHH. Both hands claw at his head as he howls. His eyes roll back, leaving only whites. Two black horns burst from his skull. His body begins to transform, arms thickening, scales erupting from beneath the skin. Still clutching his head, he radiates a blinding surge of power that staggers even the fire dragon. Zhu Hong stands frozen, the command medallion still raised in his trembling hand. He realizes it at once, the battle formation has cracked. Li Jianfeng gapes, heavens, what the hell is that? The dragon seal on Xiao Xuan's hand transmits a voice directly into his mind. I sense the aura of a dragon clan bloodline. Xiao Xuan's expression turns grim. He senses it too. Is this my system reacting to the dragon clan bloodline? What just happened? Why did such an overwhelming dragon clan bloodline fluctuation suddenly erupt from that emperor's body? Yi Fan, standing below, is far from calm inside. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, Jaisu won this battle. To restore his divine dragon bloodline, he even annihilated a minor sect. Could that have been the Hungmeng sect? No wonder I never heard his name in my past life. He must have died young before he ever had the chance to rise. Sima Ren's attack fails to land. He curses under his breath. Damn it, this fire burns straight through my spiritual power barrier. I've heard the Longyan Imperial House carries the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon. Judging by his appearance now, the bloodline has clearly been activated. Sima Ren pauses, his eyes widen with raw ambition. HMPH, an ancient divine dragon bloodline, so what? He's hidden himself away for years, too afraid to show his face to the world. In my eyes, this divine dragon bloodline is nothing more than that. He summons a massive mirror brimming with crimson shadows and abyssal darkness. A monstrous figure emerges. It is Jaisu. His body has fully transformed, nails elongated into razor-sharp claws like some ancient fiend. Sima Ren lets out a cold snort, and the mirror surges toward Jaisu. Spectral arms, grotesque and demonic, erupt from the mirror's surface, seizing Jaisu's body. He howls in fury. What is this thing? Sima Ren's voice echoes down. This is a binding Dharma treasure bestowed upon me by the Celestial Court's Emperor himself. Struggle all you like, submit quietly. Jaisu thrashes with all his might. He lets out a contemptuous snarl. You were truly born to be a slave, nothing but a dog that obeys the Celestial Court Emperor's every command. Greg. Sima Ren responds by doubling the torment. Jaisu convulses in pain. Sima Ren watches with a twisted grin, half laughing. I'd wager that divine dragon body of yours can't hold out much longer, can it? You swallowed a demon beast, origin-devouring pill, the kind monster beasts use to forcibly refine bloodline power, isn't that right? Beasts devour their own kind to absorb their bloodline, and the origin-devouring pill accelerates that absorption. Jaisu keeps struggling, desperate to break free of Sima Ren's control, but it's useless. all he can do is clench his jaw and endure. Although humans carrying beast bloodlines can use this method too, they can never fully assimilate the bloodline power the way true beasts do. They can only temporarily seize another's bloodline strength to amplify their own. Sima Ren's grin turns grotesque as he gazes at Jai Su writhing in agony as if savoring the spectacle. This borrowed power, you can't sustain it for long, can you? Jai Su suddenly burst into laughter. Sima Ren, you're not wrong. A spatial vortex spirals into existence beside him. If the Zhu family weren't so useless, I would have used the Phoenix clan power within that girl Zhu Hong's daughter to complete my bloodline evolution to forge a true divine dragon. Physique. With those words, Jai Su thrusts his arm into the spatial vortex. The spectral arms cling to him desperately, but they cannot stop his action. A colossal arm erupts from the vortex and hurtles toward the crowd below, targeting the eldest princess. The eldest princess looks up at the monstrous arm descending above her. Panic seizes her. What the hell is that? Stay away from me. Jai Su's hand closes around her small body. She screams, desperate. No, someone save me. This princess commands you to turn back and save me. No matter what title she claimed, everyone scattered and fled, abandoning her without a second glance. They could barely keep themselves in one piece. Yuho, in their right mind, would run back to save her. Greg. Sima Ren sensed Jai Su's intentions. His face went pale, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with dread. Not good. That old monster won't even spare his own daughter. He's going to devour the bloodline power from her body. Princess Yilan, trapped in Jai Su's grasp, let out a feeble cry toward her father. Father, it's Yilan, what are you doing? You're the one who loved me the most. Feeling the sharp, blackened nails digging into her cheek, Yilan stammered in terror. Please don't, Jai Su sneered beside her. What is there to fear? My dear obedient daughter. The moment the words left his mouth, that massive hand clenched around Yilan's body like she was nothing more than a tiny toy. She managed a single piercing scream before falling silent forever. Jai Su grinned wickedly. To die for us, consider it the honor of a daughter like you. We shall unify the holy celestial empire and ascend to the pinnacle of true immortality. Everyone here shall pave the road for us. He no longer resembled anything human, he was a devil. Every thought and action had long surpassed the limits of anyone's imagination. Sima Ren's face twisted with rage. He thrust a hand seal toward Jai Su and roared, so that's why the Emperor sent me here to cripple your power. You old monster, you have gone so far off the deep end there's nothing human left in you. Jai Su casually loosened his grip, letting Yilan's lifeless body plummet to the ground. Ghostly arms coiled around his entire body, but they no longer had any power to weaken him. Jai Su let out a sinister laugh. If this is all you've got, then everyone here dies today. He cackled like a madman. Sima Rinyu dared oppose the Longyan superior kingdom. Did you ever consider what your fate would be? In the next instant, his body slipped free from the ghost arms binding with ease, and a colossal fist hurtled toward Sima Ren. The next moment, Sima Ren's body was caught in Jai Su's palm, squirming helplessly. Sima Ren struggled uselessly in his grasp, thinking this is bad. Then Zhu Xuan spoke. I'll go with you. But if you dare lay a finger on any one of them, I will kill myself on the spot. You've clearly gone through a great deal of effort to find me. Surely you wouldn't want to return with nothing but a corpse. The man burst into applause, laughing slyly. No, indeed. A woman bold enough to be a sect master, gutsy, I like it. The crowd erupted, calling out to their sect master. Every face was etched with worry. Zhu Xuan gave her orders. Do not pursue, guard the grand formation, protect the Hengmeng sect, wait for Elder Zio to return. She strode past the applauding man, her expression blank, and said flatly, then let's go. The man smirked, twirling flames between his fingers. Oh, it won't be that easy. Without warning, he spun around and lunged at Zhu Xuan. Within seconds, she was locked in his grip by the throat, completely immobilized. He crept close, his sinister face inches from hers, whispering into her ear. Cold sweat poured down Zhu Xuan's brow. Wondering what I plan to do with you. If I hand you over to my father, he'll drain every last drop of your blood. He'll exploit the regenerative properties of your Phoenix clan bloodline to mend the deficiencies in his own divine dragon bloodline, transforming himself into a true dragon god body. He ground his teeth, his brows furrowing to make his expression even more monstrous. And if that's still not enough, who knows, maybe even I won't be spared. The saying goes, a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, but that man, he's a lunatic. He tightened his grip, forcing a pained grimace from Zhu Xuan. So rather than hand you over to help him ascend to immortality, I'll just drain your phoenix bloodline right here and now. He grinned like a deranged clown. Don't worry, once my dragon god body is complete, I'll kill that old monster for you. He'll pay with his life. The pink-haired woman surged to the front of the crowd, screaming, I'll fight you to the death. The girl beside her also cried out anxiously, Sect Master. A single sword strike cleaved through the arm gripping Zhu Xuan's throat, severing it in two. My arm. He screamed in disbelief, eyes bulging, clutching the stump of his severed arm. Freed from that filthy grasp, Zhu Xuan sank into deep thought. The Phoenix clan bloodline, I don't know how the news spread, but so that's why Jai Su wanted me brought to the palace. She knitted her brows with regal authority, one hand gripping her sword as though prepared to mete out judgment upon the unjust, the other clasped behind her back. His cultivation far surpasses mine. Relying on spiritual power alone, it'll be nearly impossible to wound him. I spent decades tempering a sliver of Hongmeng purple qi into this blade. I must seize this opportunity. One fatal strike. With that resolve, she launched forward, her sword aimed straight at the man before her. Without warning, another blade appeared and blocked hers. The sheer force sent her skidding backward. Zhu Xuan frowned, glaring at the mysterious figure in a black cloak. She recognized him, the black-clad guard from that day. He had a powerful physique and half a black mask covered his face, giving him a ghostly appearance. The one-armed man behind him screamed his orders. Kill her now. She cut off my arm. But the guard quietly lowered his sword. White Tiger, true monarch, turned his back, refusing the request. The mission His Majesty entrusted to this old servant is to bring Sect Master Zhu back alive. His Majesty intends to use dual cultivation to obtain the Phoenix clan bloodline within Sect Master Zhu's body. Forgive me, but this old servant cannot comply. You, the man choked with fury. He gnashed his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn old farmer Revan, you only know how to follow father's orders. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuan was grappling with her own crisis. It's over. The Hongmeng purple qi I refined has been completely depleted from that last strike. White Tiger leaped high into the air, building momentum. Both hands gripped his sword as he channeled his full power into a killing blow aimed straight at Zhu Xuan. My apologies, Hongmeng Sect Master. Zhu Xuan stared at the incoming blade, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. There's no way out now. Then, in a blur, a man surged in front of Zhu Xuan. A blazing red sword intercepted White Tiger's strike. It was Xiao Xuan. One hand met the blade, the other caught Zhu Xuan before her knees could buckle. The two forces collided. White Tiger was overwhelmed, hurled back dozens of meters, injured, his entire body trembling violently. HFF cough cough. Xiao Xuan exhaled a long breath, just in time. Zhu Xuan's face lit up the moment she saw him. She rushed over, calling out, Junior brother. Hearing her voice, he frowned with concern, scanning her from head to toe before asking, Are you hurt, senior sister? Zhu Xuan smiled and replied, It was my own carelessness. These minor wounds are nothing. I was only able to hold out until you arrived thanks to the Hualin formation. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan stepped forward to shield her and said gently, Senior sister, step aside and rest for a moment. Seeing this, Zhu Xuan felt a flicker of worry for him. Junior brother, you, but before she could finish, Xiao Xuan's aura surged violently, preparing for the battle ahead. His gaze turned glacial. He spoke through gritted teeth, enunciating every word. Some dogs are long overdue for a lesson. The guard felt the crushing pressure radiating from the man before him, and a thought raced through his mind. What is this? This brat is clearly only at the first layer of spirit severing stage, but his aura, it might even surpass the peak of spirit severing. Before he could process another thought, Xiao Xuan was already rocketing toward him. The old guard raised his sword to block, muttering, He's coming, but what he never anticipated was this in the blink of an eye. Xiao Xuan shattered the sword in his hand to pieces. Xiao Xuan snarled, What weapon dares threaten our sect's grand formation? The old man barely had time to choke out Wah before Xiao Xuan's blade, gleaming with golden light, sliced through his leg. He pressed on. Which foot dared trample upon our sect's territory? The moment the words left his mouth, the old man's leg was carved open with a clean, deep slash. A howl of agony erupted. Aaghmy leg. Before the old man could even steady himself, Xiao Xuan's blade swept toward his thick, powerful arm. In which arm dared wound a fellow disciple? barely grazed, and yet the old man was already shrieking as though in unbearable agony. He collapsed to his knees, staring at Xiao Xuan in abject terror. "My arm, Yao Yao, stay away from me." The young lord behind him watched the scene unfold, teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. Yet he could do nothing. Naturally, Xiao Xuan had no intention of letting the old man off easy. He seized the guard by the throat and hoisted him high, eyes like shards of ice. His words cut colder than steel, "A lifetime of cultivation spent serving two masters. How about you hand it over to me instead?" Before the old man could even answer, Xiao Xuan activated the Swallow Heaven Devour Earth art and drained every ounce of his cultivation. The guard thrashed and writhed in agony, but it was useless. Xiao Xuan drained him until he was completely hollow, then tossed him aside like a bag of garbage. The soldiers watched in horror, screaming as they broke ranks and fled for their lives. "This guy's too powerful, he's a monster, run." The Hengmeng sect members saw him and erupted in joyful, reverent unison. "Master," the young lord of the old guard was seething, his mind racing with calculations. "Even that old servant is no match for this Xiao Xuan. I need to get out of here now. Even that old farmer is no match for this Xiao Xuan. I'd better run while I still can." But just as he took a few steps, an ice-cold voice echoed from behind him. "You led the charge." Xiao Xuan had already appeared right behind him, sword raised. He spoke through gritted teeth. "You were the one who wanted my senior sister's life, weren't you? Then pay the price tenfold." The words barely left his lips before a sword strike carved into the man's back, drawing an agonized scream. Though racked with pain, he couldn't run. The pressure Xiao Xuan bore down on him pinned him in place. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead. He cursed under his breath, his mind screaming with alarms. "This one's a monster, someone save me." But Xiao Xuan had no intention of letting him escape. He instantly split his sword into 1,000 smaller blades and declared in a frigid tone, "Every last one of you deserves to die." The moment the words fell, 1,000 blades pierced through the man's body, detonating in a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, the man lay sprawled on the ground, 1,000 swords embedded deep in his back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, hacking violently. Inside his head, warnings blared non-stop. "Run, find a way to escape, you'll die, you'll actually die." Xiao Xuan walked slowly to stand before him, eyes still carrying that same killing intent. He looked down at the man the way one looks at an ant and said with mocking contempt, "The so-called crown prince of the Longyan Superior Kingdom. And yet here you crawl like a maggot, how utterly pathetic." The Prince of Longyan screamed in panic, "This had nothing to do with me. Jaisu was pulling the strings, please spare me." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "That's right, I'm the Crown Prince of Longyan. Do you want money? I have mountains of it, I'll give you everything, or if you want something else I can get it too, anything, just spare my life." Xiao Xuan looked at him like a whimpering dog and only smiled with pure contempt. Suddenly, a vortex tore open in the air. A colossal hand cloaked in dragon scale sits black. Razor-sharp claws reaching forth snatched the prince and dragged him into the swirling abyss. As he was pulled in, a voice thundered like a war drum. "Far too slow, Jai Yixuan." The Prince Jai Yixuan thrashed like a fish on a chopping board. "No, don't kill me." Once he was dragged back to the blazing dragon palace, the Dragon King stared at him with eyes that blazed with fury, speaking through clenched teeth. "I've run out of patience waiting for you." Jai Yixuan trembled like a leaf before his father, stammering, "Imperial father, please let me explain," but before he could finish, the Dragon King's fingers tightened around him, crushing so hard that Jai Yixuan let out a blood-curdling scream. "No, Imperial father, please." The blazing dragon emperor snorted with contempt and spat, "That meager scrap of bloodline power is the only thing you're good for." The vortex vanished. Zhu Xuan and Xiao Xuan watched it disappear. Zhu Xuan spoke up, "Was he just taken away like that?" Xiao Xuan kept his gaze fixed on the distance and explained, "That was Emperor Jaisu of the Longyan Superior Kingdom. His true body is sealed by a Dharma treasure. If we want to kill him, now is the best opportunity." Hearing this, Zhu Xuan could only let out a quiet sigh, but before she could fully process it, Xiao Xuan had already taken up his sword and was heading out. He turned back and said, "Senior sister, I'll have someone bring the Dharma treasure I obtained from the Tianji Pavilion to set up a mountain-guarding grand formation for the Hengmeng sect. Guard the sect and wait for my return." Hearing these words, worry stirred in Zhu Xuan's heart. Was that arm from Jaisu? A technique that claims lives from 1,000 miles away. Jaisu must have at least reached the body integration stage, right? Last time when the Zhu family clashed with Meng Liang's junior brother was still injured. Can he really kill Jaisu this time? Meanwhile, Jaisu held a divine mirror in his hand, muttering, "Let me see just how powerful the Dharma treasure of the heavenly court emperor truly is." The moment he finished speaking, he tore it clean in half. Once he had completely destroyed it, he threw his head back and laughed with unrestrained glee, ha ha ha. So that's all it amounts to. But just as he was reveling in triumph, swords came whooshing toward him out of nowhere, slashing across his arm. He dropped what he was holding in agony and roared, "My arm, my arm." After regaining his composure, Jaisu rubbed his arm and bellowed, "Who dares?" At that moment, Xiao Xuan surged forward, sword in hand, and declared, "I'm here to collect your life." Jaisu looked at the small, insignificant figure of Xiao Xuan and sneered with contempt, "You, just you." Bold words, but deep inside, a flicker of dread stirred within him. That mysterious power on his sword, is it triggering my survival instincts? Could it be the power of the soul? When Jaisu's palm collided with Xiao Xuan's blade, he spoke, "I've never heard of you before, yet you've managed to make a name for yourself in such a short time. So it turns out you inherited the legacy of the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor. You've used this to defeat quite a few people, haven't you? What a pity you were out of luck today. As the sovereign of a superior kingdom, the one thing I never lack is the power of national destiny." He boasted proudly, "In this nation I am heaven's chosen. I have gathered all the world's providence into one body." Jaisu continued smugly, "You probably don't even know this, but the Hengmeng ancient emperor scripture you obtained is nothing but a shame enough to sustain only a single major realm advancement. If you wish to progress further, you'd need to scour the entire world for ruins of unknown location, wasting who knows how many years for nothing. With mere soul power alone, I can crush you with national destiny." Despite Jaisu's endless taunts and provocations, Xiao Xuan remained utterly silent from start to finish until the old man finished speaking. Only then did he curl his lips into a smile and drop a single line. Is that so?" Only then did Jaisu sense something was terribly wrong. Xiao Xuan's sword was shattering through his defenses, blazing straight toward him with unstoppable force. Jacques finally struck his heart. What? An incomplete legacy, how can it possess such devastating power? He refused to accept it. Pouring every ounce of his internal energy into his arm, he lunged at Xiao Xuan and screamed, "No. What kind of power have you used?" But no matter how overwhelming his counterattack, Xiao Xuan's blade cleaved through effortlessly, slicing into his arm and severing it. It fell lifeless to the ground. Jaisu howled in agony. He stared at his trembling hands and whispered, How is this possible?" Jaisu's eyes burned crimson, radiating killing intent as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Xuan. "Could it be? You've obtained the complete legacy of the immortal emperor." Xiao Xuan stood there unmoved and flicked his sword with cold indifference. "You don't need to ask so many questions. You're already dead." This single strike aimed straight at Jaisu, whose mouth gaped open like a wailing demon. No. Feeling the monstrous power behind that attack, panic seized him. My dragon god body under his celestial might, it can't even withstand a single blow. Xiao Xuan raised his sword, eyes locked on his target with razor-sharp focus. "This strike is for daring to harm my senior sister. You deserve death." The earth-shattering power of the blade surged toward Jaisu, carrying the weight of retribution for his crimes. The force slammed into the ground, detonating in a colossal explosion. It obliterated the structures below, rubble and debris erupted everywhere. Xiao Xuan's sword plunged straight into Jaisu's chest. Yet Jaisu clung to his last threads of breath. What awaited him was yet another wave of force. Xiao Xuan executed his technique and declared, "This strike is to reclaim justice for the disciples of Hengmeng." Terror ripped through Jaisu as if every nerve in his body was about to explode, his face contorting grotesquely. Radiant sword light pierced through his body, one strike after another. Jaisu vomited nothing but black blood. Cough hack, hundreds of sword lights tore through him as Jaisu let out his final, dying screams. "A mere commoner from Great Qin has pushed me to this. Could this truly be the end?" Even on the brink of death, his heart brimmed with fury and defiance. "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I was meant to unify the heavenly court." Xiao Xuan stepped forward and seized him by the throat. "Don't worry," he said. "Did you really think I'd let you die that easily?" Jaisu felt the danger radiating from the hand clamped around his neck. His bloodshot eyes widened with terror. What are you going to do? Xiao Xuan tightened his grip, activating the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing art to amplify the pain 1,000-fold. His eyes blazed crimson as he spoke. Naturally, I'm going to use that dragon god bloodline of yours to help me forge my own dragon god body. Jaisu let out an agonizing shriek as countless crimson lightning bolts tore across the sky above. Watching Jaisu gradually disintegrate in his grasp, Xiao Xuan murmured, HMPH. Power completely drained and even his body reduced to ash. He looked down at his own hand and thought, my physical strength has increased 100-fold. No wonder Jaisu was so obsessed with perfecting the dragon god bloodline. The onlookers stared at the blazing red formation in the sky, bewildered. What is that? A celestial anomaly. From within that crimson light, the voice of the heavenly court emperor echoed across the heavens. Who dares disturb the mortal realm while I am in seclusion? The crowd speaks in terror, such crushing pressure. The strength of the Unity stage battle just now pales in comparison to this. We can barely breathe. Yifan covers his face with one hand, thinking, this is entirely different from my past life. How could Xiao Xuan kill Jaisu? The power he wields is something I have never heard of before. This Xiao Xuan is definitely problematic. In this aura it belongs to the immortal court emperor. In my past life I fought him for 10 days and 10 nights, exhausting every technique, yet I was still executed by him. Yifan gazes at the heavens, inwardly certain I cannot be mistaken. Has even the heavenly court emperor been stirred by that man? With the 9-character mantra in my possession, I cannot allow the heavenly court emperor to detect me. Yifan's eyes burn red. Brows knit in calculation, he quietly cycles his arts, thinking while his attention is locked on Xiao Xuan. I must conceal my aura and move with humility. Xiao Xuan speaks up, that man intended to harm my kin and my sect. This one only acted in self-defense. He asks coldly, who are you? The immortal court emperor bellows from above, do you know that this Jaisu was merely a vessel I raised in the lower realm to develop the divine dragon bloodline? You dare destroy my property, you are truly courting death. Xiao Xuan grips his sword tight, bracing for a clash. He retorts, so you mean my sect brothers and I should have just stood still and allowed ourselves to be slaughtered by that wretch. The immortal court emperor laughs, utterly dismissive of Xiao Xuan. Ha ha, you ants exist only to provide nourishment for my vessels. Should you not feel honored to be of use? The crowd below suddenly feels agonizing pain, clutching their heads and covering their ears. The immortal emperor says indifferently, very well. Since the commoners have drained his dragon god bloodline, you shall take his place as my vessel and beast. Do not forget to thank us for our benevolence. A bolt of crimson lightning strikes down. Xiao Xuan flickers his hand, releasing a golden force. It is like casting pearls before swine. Two violent forces collide, creating a spectacle never seen before. The raw power from both sides causes the immortal emperor to sense that this strength is not ordinary. He frowns. What? How can he possess such complete spiritual essence? Wait, I give you one final chance. Swear to be my slave, gather the entire Hongmeng ancient emperor scripture and offer me all your bloodline power. Then, I shall grant your friend a path to live. Otherwise, I will refine this entire lower realm into a great supplement pill. He summons countless bizarre vortexes, laughing with the glee of an annihilator. Xiao Xuan stands his ground and replies, if you are capable, try it. He swings his sword, unleashing a gale that illuminates the entire sky. He flies toward the immortal emperor's giant eye. The immortal emperor's voice echoes, ah ha, very well. You had better survive until the day I emerge, so I may torture you to death with my own hands. The immortal emperor declares to all from this day forth, if anyone kills Xiao Xuan of the Hongmeng sect and delivers the Hongmeng ancient emperor scripture and the dragon god bloodline to me, I shall grant him a position as an immortal court true monarch. The crowd stirs, discussing this reward, which feels like a windfall from the heavens. The Hongmeng ancient emperor scripture recent that the legacy of the Su Yuan immortal emperor. The legacy is with Xiao Xuan, capture him and become an immortal court true monarch. Seemingly unsatisfied that the crowd is not sufficiently motivated, the immortal emperor increases the bounty. Furthermore, anyone associated with Xiao Xuan has a bounty of 500 measures of spirit stones on their heads. Xiao Xuan's corpse alone is worth 5,000 measures of spirit stones. Zhu Xuan watches with anxiety. Is junior brother all right? Zhao Xuan's expression is grim, yet the immortal emperor continues to provoke him with ease. Zhao Xuan, I look forward to the day you weep and beg for my mercy. Master Zhao Xuan's disciple calls out subconsciously. Yi Fan thinks secretly to think Zhao Xuan would end up on my old path from the previous life. I hope he can hold out for a few more days. To buy me time. He calculates the risks, frowning. He must not stay long. Under no circumstances can the upper realm discover the secret of the 9-character mantra he carries. I wonder if Ying Xingyu would be willing to leave with me now. I must attempt it. If I let go of her dragon aura, I will regret it for a lifetime. He grabs Ying Xingyu's arm and speaks, Xingyu, come with me to hide in the deep mountains. I can protect you. We will cultivate until we reach the unity stage before we emerge and ascend to the immortal court together. Ying Xingyu brushes his hand away, frowning. What are you talking about? At a time like this, I must stand by my master's side. If you want to run like a coward, go by yourself. Yi Fan is stunned. She thinks he is a spineless wretch trying to flee while her master is being hunted. He gapes in silence. What on earth is happening in this life? Some commoners point to the sky. What is that? A bizarre green spatial rift appears in the heavens. It turns out to be the heavenly star old ancestor, salivating at the bounty, the position of immortal court true monarch that truly stirs my blood. The crowd watches in confusion. Is that truly someone from the heavenly court? Indeed. Yi Fan ignores it all, flying off on his spirit sword. Stay and die with Zhao Xuan if you wish. I will not be buried with him. Zhao Xuan points his sword at the stranger. What are you? The heavenly star old ancestor speaks like a senior teaching a lesson. Little brat, I advise you to be sensible. Hand over the dragon god bloodline and the Hengmeng ancient emperor scripture, and I might grant you a painless death. With those words, he charges at Zhao Xuan, his fist gathering lethal force. Zhao Xuan clenches his hand as fire erupts. You want the dragon god bloodline? You are a step too late. I have refined it. Completelinot, a drop remains. He leaps from the ground to meet the old ancestor's blow. Two powerful forces collide. Zhao Xuan says cryptically, in fact, I can let you experience its power yourself. Zhao Xuan's punch sends the heavenly star old ancestor flying back, carving a long trench into the earth as dust and rocks explode into the air. The old ancestor gasps for air, coughing, and collapses on the ground in agony. I have lost all faith, he thinks, struggling. How can a lower realmer possess such terrifying physical strength? Is this the power of the dragon god bloodline? He looks at Zhao Xuan and the flames in his hand with dread. Zhao Xuan speaks, go back and report to the immortal emperor. He then projects flames toward the man's crown, terrifying him to his core. Looking at his hand, then glancing back at the man, Zhao Xuan declares, this Long Yan upper kingdom, I Zhao Xuan have taken control. From now on, there is no more Long Yan upper kingdomanly, my great Qin upper kingdom. If anyone refuses to submit, come and test me. The heavenly star old ancestor looks truly disheveled. Zhao Xuan's aura has singed the hair clean off the top of his head. The old ancestor speaks with a haughty tone, great Qin upper kingdom. Such arrogant words. Zhao Xuan's expression darkens. What? Do you believe I cannot do it? The heavenly star old ancestor immediately cowers, switching sides faster than a flipping pancake. No, 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 I dare not. I shall return at once to report to the immortal emperor. Before the words even faded, he vanished, fleeing faster than a rabbit. The crowd watches the direction the old ancestor fled, whispering in shock. Was that not the old ancestor of the Heavenly Star sect, the Heavenly Star Taoist? Is he actually not a match for Zhao Xuan? I heard there is a ranking in the Immortal Court for all Unity Stage cultivators based on their strength. They are ranked to determine their status in the Immortal Court. The Heavenly Star Taoist is in the top 1,000 among thousands of Unity Stage cultivators. He is no mere amateur. It seems we lower realmers have no hope of claiming the reward. Is Zhao Xuan of the Hengmeng sect truly this fearsome? Ying Xingyu lowers her protective shield. She says the chaotic spiritual power seems to have dissipated. The battle is over. Zhao Xuan approaches them to set the agenda. Xingyu, prepare yourself. We are going to take over the Long Yan Upper Kingdom. Xingyu is stunned. Take over right now. Right this moment. Zhao Xuan answers. Li Wushuang asks with concern, Master, the Hengmeng sect is currently a target for everyone. Would acting now not make us too prominent? Zhao Xuan replies, precisely now is when we need the support of formidable power. His eyes burn like a predator's. If anyone refuses to submit, this one will beat them until they do. The crowd is terrified by the aura he releases. Xiao Xuan looks at the crowd. Do any of you from the Qingzai Upper Kingdom have an objection? Who would dare touch a hair on his head unless they had a death wish? Everyone quickly denies it in terror. We dare not. We pay our respects to the great Grand Preceptor of Great Qin. After seizing the Longyan Upper Kingdom, Xiao Xuan helps Ying Xingyu ascend the throne to manage the Great Qin Upper Kingdom, while he continues to serve as the Grand Preceptor. Jaisu had always been brutal. The people of the Longyan Upper Kingdom had long harbored deep resentment toward his rule. Learning that the emperor had suddenly been replaced, the people cheered in celebration. Since that day, challengers from the Celestial Court come to face Xiao Xuan almost every single day, each one more powerful than the last. Xiao Xuan also uses these challenges as opportunities to continuously sharpen himself. With arrogance, the Celestial Emperor's man points his sword at Xiao Xuan. I hear you defeated Huayan True Monarch a few days ago, one ranked 429 on the leaderboard. Since you count as a notable figure, I'll grant you the mercy of knowing who kills you. King Feng smirks and charges forward. I am King Feng, True Monarch, ranked 340 on the leaderboard. I've come here today especially to. Xiao Xuan slams his fist straight into the man's face. You talk too much. The force of the punch sends him rocketing backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive explosion. Boom. He sighs. Another one dealt with. Lin Zhai watches the two figures clashing in the air. In just a few short days, the challengers have climbed from around rank 1000 all the way to rank 300. Master really has it rough. Liu Meier also witnesses everything and smiles softly. It seems Master Xiao is truly enjoying himself. Over the past few days, his aura has grown sharper and sharper, nearly impossible to face directly. His strength must have improved significantly. Moreover, Master Xiao has been relying on his sword less and less lately, using only his bare fists and feet to fight his opponents. It seems that after absorbing the Dragon God's bloodline, his physical prowess has been greatly enhanced. She continues, however, he has certainly not yet fully unleashed the power of the Dragon God's bloodline. If he fully merges with the Dragon God's bloodline, I'm afraid his strength could rise by yet another level. Ying Xingyu stands in the center, not in a hurry to speak, her gaze contemplative as if weighing something carefully. A strike slams into the city wall, sending shattered stone fragments flying in all directions. Liu Meier watches with delight. Ooh, he won. Today it only took one incense stick's worth of time. The battles are getting shorter and shorter. Xiao Xuan flies over. Lin Zhai and Meier cup their fists in greeting one after another. Greetings, Master. Master Xiao, no need for formalities. Xiao Xuan replies. He approaches, smiling. Jir, how has everyone been training lately? She answers, everyone has been leaving early and returning late, training diligently day and night without rest. Junior brother Li Jianfeng is preparing to break through to the body integration stage. After you gave him the Hongmeng ancient emperor scripture and the sword scripture, he seems to have gained some special insight. He says he wants to cultivate and develop a unique primordial spirit sword heart. Junior sister Ying Xingyu seems to have awakened a special constitution since becoming the female emperor of Great Qin. Her cultivation speed is extraordinarily fast, so domineering that she advanced to the third level of spirit severing stage all at once. This time, after the Great Qin dynasty was upgraded to the Great Qin Superior Kingdom, her cultivation speed improved even further. I hear her special constitution has been strengthened as well, truly enviable. Xiao Xuan strokes his chin and smiles, thinking, on that matter I've already received the feedback. System measurement complete. The host has successfully guided the nation through its upgrade process, received Superior Kingdom Providence. Overlord Supreme Body upgraded from Earth Grade to Heaven Grade. Reward compensation doubled. System: the host's postnatal chaos body Heaven Grade can be upgraded to innate chaos body upon reaching the peak tier. Requirement: absorb chaos origin chi. Xiao Xuan's eyes widen in surprise. Chaos origin chi. Mayor continues briefing Xiao Xuan on everyone's progress. As for junior sister Su Muhan, she has devoted herself entirely to pill refinement research. She has already reached the rank of 6th tier alchemist, and her cultivation has broken through to the spirit severing stage. There's also junior sister Qi Wuxuang. Recently, she seems to have been following junior sister Su Muhan around helping with miscellaneous tasks and serving as a test subject for her pills. Moreover, thanks to the effects of those pills, her cultivation progress has been quite good. She has broken through to the first level of foundation establishment. She adds, thanks in large part to the Hongmeng ancient emperor scripture, I've also reached the peak of spirit severing stage. It won't be long before I break through as well. Xiao Xuan says without much expression, congratulations. Lin Zhai forms a spell seal, her lips curling lightly. As for me, I'm the one with the fastest progress among all of them. I've already reached the first level of body integration stage. First level of body integration stage. She looks at the pink flame dancing on her hand and continues, moreover, I've comprehended the method to refine Hongmeng purple qi. Ever since comprehending this method, I feel my cultivation speed has not only increased tremendously, but within the same realm. My combat strength is far superior as well. Xiao Xuan looks at his disciple and thinks, Jir comprehended the method to refine Providence power on her own. Could it be because she broke through to the body integration stage? It seems everyone's progress is truly excellent. Xiao Xuan keenly senses something behind him. This aura, someone extraordinary has just arrived. He turns to leave, not forgetting to tell Jir, tonight your master will teach you how to better utilize the Hongmeng purple qi. Remember to come find me. Jir jumps up happily and shouts, okay. Mayor beside her bows respectfully. Farewell, Master Xiao. The green-haired girl on this side has remained silent all along, not participating in their conversation at all. Yi Qingcheng, the saintess of the divine nation, slowly rises from a large circular crater as if she had just crash-landed. She rubs her head and grumbles, sigh, this world is really complicated, I don't even know where I am right now. Spotting Xiao Xuan approaching, Yi Qingcheng starts to tease. Oh my perfect timing, let me ask Yao, where is this place? Is it far from Great Qin? Do you know someone named Xiao Xuan? Xiao Xuan answers seriously, this is Great Qin, I am Xiao Xuan. You're Xiao Xuan. What a coincidence, Yi Qingcheng says, but her hands are already forming combat seals as a fist surges toward him. Cut the chatter, take this punch. He sees the fist flying toward his face and thinks with displeasure, attacking first before even talking. Yi Qingcheng throws punch after punch. Xiao Xuan dodges them all effortlessly. She snarls, faster. As long as you can take one punch from me, I'll give you an immortal grade Dharma treasure. Stop running, you. Xiao Xuan raises his barrier. He speaks up, in all my years this is the first time I've ever heard someone make that kind of request. You'd better keep your word. Qingcheng grins with amusement. Relax, I won't go back on my word. As long as you survive one full power punch from me, that's all that matters. Qingcheng's fist slams straight into the barrier's center, unleashing a massive explosion that startles everyone nearby. Kaboom. What happened? It looks like the Imperial Preceptor is fighting someone. The two pause their exchange and lock eyes. Xiao Xuan dusts off his hands and says calmly, I feel the power of that punch wasn't worth just one immortal-grade Dharma treasure. Qingcheng fumes, you. Don't get an inch and try to take a mile, don't be so greedy. Yi Qingcheng furrows her brow, then breaks into an intrigued grin, her mischievous eyes studying Xiao Xuan. But being able to take my punch without a scratch, you really are no ordinary person. Hereth's is the immortal-grade Dharma treasure I promised, take it. Xiao Xuan catches the jade pendant and examines it with suspicion. A jade pendant, what does this Dharma treasure do? Yi Qingcheng puts her hands on her hips. You should be grateful just to receive this from me. She says this but silently curses to herself, damn it, that punch didn't feel satisfying at all. I want one more go. She explains, this object is called the Providence Jade Decree. It is an innate spiritual artifact containing the power of heavenly Tao's laws. As long as you engage in combat with a child of Providence and win, you will be able to absorb a portion of their Providence energy. Xiao Xuan gazes at the jade pendant and thinks, this is truly something I need, but if it's really that powerful, why would this person appear out of nowhere and lose on purpose just to give it to me? The system suddenly displays a notification system host has received a special item Providence Jade Decree. System Evolution Program unlocked, issuing quest. System quest requirement: all disciples under the host must advance to body integration stage. The host must also reach body integration stage and achieve grand perfection in the four Tao's: body, pill, poison, and sword. System quest reward unlock. System upgrade. Xiao Xuan is puzzled. the system can upgrade. Is it because of this jade decree? Xiao Xuan asks calmly, I haven't yet asked for your name. What brings you to Great Qin? Yi Qingcheng declares proudly, my name is Yi Qingcheng, remember it well. As for why I'm here, you answer my question first. Do you want to settle the score with the Celestial Court Emperor? Xiao Xuan furrows his brow. Of course I do. Yi Qingcheng tempts, then make a deal with me. Not about to be deceived, Xiao Xuan responds firmly, just ascend to the Celestial Court. Defeat the top 10 prodigies on the leaderboard, then use the Jade Pendant's power to absorb sufficient providence energy from them. King Cheng continues, I'll help you eliminate the Celestial Court Emperor and take his place. How about it? Hearing her words, Xiao Xuan thinks suspiciously, help me eliminate and replace the Celestial Court Emperor. Can she really say such things so casually? He replies calmly, you aren't someone from the Celestial Court, are you? If I'm not mistaken, you must come from the divine nation above the Celestial Court. Yi Qingcheng praises him, you're a smart one, that's right, I'm from the divine nation. She leaps onto a flying sword and takes off. Turning back to say, all right, I'm done talking to you, I still have to go recruit other prodigies. I'll see you again when you reach the top of the leaderboard. Xiao Xuan watches her fly away on the sword, deep in thought. She still has to recruit other prodigies. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom has a covert plan to reorganize the immortal court at the Great Qin Superior Kingdom, where Xiao Xuan resides? Zhu Xuan approaches from outside. Before she could speak, the door swings open from inside. Lin Zhai steps out. Lin Zhai calls back over his shoulder, I understood, master. I'll go pass this cultivation method on to the junior brothers and sisters right away. Spotting Zhu Xuan about to enter, Lin Zhai grins and says, oh madam master, why are you just standing here without saying anything? Zhu Xuan stammers, flustered. Xiao Xuan also walks over and asks, what brings you here, senior sister? Is something the matter? Zhu Xuan answers, looking downcast, I do have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Zhai catches on instantly, places a hand on Zhu Xuan's shoulder with a mischievous grin and says, Madam Master, you must have something private to discuss with Master, right? Then I can't very well stand here being a third wheel. Zhu Xuan frowns, hesitating. Actually, Xiao Xuan cuts in and invites her, senior sister, if you have something to say, come inside. Lin Zhai whispers under his breath, his eyes glinting with a knowing, half-amused look. Master, I'll be on my way. Xiao Xuan replies, go on. Inside Zhu Xuan's mind, a fierce internal debate rages. The little angel speaks up anxiously, do you really want to do this? Are you certain he'll agree? If he refuses, how will you ever face him again? The little devil, seething with impatience, snaps, if you don't do this now, given enough time, he'll ascend straight into the immortal court and be gone forever. The little devil leans in, brow furrowed. Do you honestly think that once he reaches the immortal court, he'll still remember a senior sister like you? Men are creatures of desire. If you give yourself to him today, at least there's a chance he'll remember the woman who spent a night with him. The little angel can't take it anymore and fires back, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? How could junior brother possibly be that kind of person? You two grew up together since childhood, don't you understand him by now? If you truly like him, then focus on your cultivation. You'll meet again in the immortal court someday. The little devil grows furious, pressing closer. Understand him how? A husband and wife can live together for decades and still not fully know each other. His power has skyrocketed in recent years. Has he ever told you why? Where do you get the confidence to claim you understand him? The little angel refuses to back down and counters, everyone has their own secrets. What does that prove? How many years have you and he known each other? Haven't you also kept your own past from him this whole time? If it weren't for this incident, would you ever have told him about your past? The little devil waves a hand dismissively with a smirk. Exactly, that's why you need to take direct action. A woman pursuing a man is separated by only the thinnest veil. And even if, in the end, he doesn't feel the same way, you can always say you were simply repaying the kindness of all the times he's helped you. Come on, stop hesitating, just go for it. The little devil wins out. The little angel blurts in a panic, don't. Then gradually fades away. Seeing that Zhu Xuan still hasn't stepped inside, Xiao Xuan calls out, senior sister. Zhu Xuan lowers her head slightly and whispers, don't say anything. Without warning, she places her hand on Xiao Xuan's chest. Her eyes close, her posture shifting as though she's about to kiss him. Xiao Xuan jolts in surprise. He hurriedly raises his voice to stop her. Wait a moment. Zhu Xuan grabs his robe with both hands. Xiao Xuan instinctively wraps an arm around her waist and asks, "Senior sister, what's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Zhu Xuan looks up, her face already flushed crimson, and asks bluntly, "Then what's the point of all the questions? Don't tell me you don't want this." Xiao Xuan stammers, face burning red, I never said I didn't want to." Zhu Xuan presses herself closer to him. If he's willing, then he shouldn't ask so many questions. Lin Zhai, who knows what those two are doing, only sees through the gap in the door that Zhu Xuan is undressing. Good heavens. The next morning the sun has climbed high, casting its light into every corner. Xiao Xuan lies there, gazing intently at the woman beside him. At that moment, a system notification appears. System monitoring report: disciples' bloodline purification has been completed under the host's assistance. System: Divine Beast Bloodline Heavenly Tier Divine Dragon Bloodline has evolved into Ancient Dragon God Bloodline. Immortal Tier Divine Dragon. System: Rewards doubled. Host has also received Ancient Dragon God Bloodline Immortal Tier Divine Dragon. Xiao Xuan stares at the notification and thinks, ever since the Longtang realm, I've been using spiritual power to refine the White Dragon's bloodline, pushing it toward true dragonification. Most of the time, it's been in deep slumber digesting that power. I didn't expect that because it's always latched onto my body. Not only has my own divine dragon bloodline been purified, it too has undergone bloodline purification. What I never could have imagined even more is that things would turn out like this. Senior sister and I actually. He gently reaches out to touch her face and yanks his hand back when Lin Zhai's booming voice erupts from outside the door. Master, are you in there? This brat just ruined his good moment. Xiao Xuan seethes inwardly. Why does this kid have to be so nosy at a time like this? Zhu Xuan beside him rubs her eyes drowsily and pulls the blanket up to her chest. Why am I here? She flushes as memories of last night come rushing back. Her eyes widen. Oh no, the events of last night, their gazes meeting in the dim light. She blushes to the roots of her hair. Xiao Xuan leaps out of bed, scrambles into his clothes, face scarlet, and stammers, "See, senior sister. Just keep sleeping, I'll take little Jir out first. We'll meet later at the ancestral hall behind the estate." Now only Zhu Xuan remains in the room. She buries her face in her hands, replaying the scenes of last night's passion in her mind. Last night she and junior brother actually. Zhu Xuan's eyes go round, her entire body burning with embarrassment. Outside, Lin Zhai trails behind Xiao Xuan, probing, "Master, why is your face so red?" Xiao Xuan turns away and lies through his teeth. Hey, the sun's just really harsh today, that's all." Lin Zhai looks up at the overcast sky, utterly bewildered. The sun is harsh. At the Hungmeng sect's ancestral hall, Zhu Xuan approaches. She pushes the door open and thinks to herself, "Junior brother will probably be able to advance to the human immortal realm before long. Once he reaches the immortal court, an entirely different world awaits him. A cultivator's lifespan stretches on for hundreds, even thousands of years. Will he still remember the Hungmeng sect? Will he still remember me?" Zhu Xuan clasps her hands together and prays earnestly. "But I sincerely hope his journey ahead is smooth sailing, that he soars to the heavens in a single bound. And I hope that I, too, can one day catch up to his footsteps." A green aura radiates from the Hungmeng sect's ancestral tablet, swirling around Zhu Xuan as if verifying her identity. A voice echoes forth, the voice of the sect's founding patriarch. "I sense the providence of the Hungmeng sect upon your person. You are the current sect master of the Hungmeng sect, are you not?" Zhu Xuan tenses, hand on her sword hilt. "I am indeed the current sect master of the Hungmeng sect, and who might you be?" The Hungmeng Taoist materializes, his expression solemn. "I am the Hungmeng Taoist, the founding sect master of the Hungmeng sect. Since you are the sect master, you must have read the Hungmeng heavenly scripture I left behind, correct?" Zhu Xuan relaxes her guard slightly. "The Hungmeng Taoist. You are the ancestor who left behind the Hungmeng heavenly scripture for our sect." He holds up the Hungmeng command token and speaks. "I once declared that when the Hungmeng sect becomes the national sect of Great Qin, the providence I left behind would fully erupt, beyond granting the Hungmeng sect a rebirth. Beneath this very land lies an enormous reservoir of spiritual power beyond your imagination. Take this token, and you may command everything upon this land at will." Within the token also rests all the cultivation knowledge I accumulated over a lifetime. Along with a heavenly tier cultivation technique I unearthed from an ancient ruined Hengmeng treasure cannon. Cultivate this technique in conjunction with the Hengmeng command token and you will be able to fuse your destiny with that of the Hengmeng sect. The blessings of this land I have also channeled them into this technique. I rose from a menial outer sect servant all the way to the realm I hold in the immortal court. This land of Hengmeng is far more wondrous than you imagine. Once you fuse with the token, you will understand. The command token is about to be handed to Zhuxuan. She quickly stops him. Wait, the eruption of the Hengmeng sect's providence is not my doing, it belongs to my junior brother. Suddenly, something surges into Zhuxuan's body without warning. She gasps in pain. What was that just now? Zhuxuan clutches her chest, startled. The Hengmeng Taoist ignores her question entirely. He speaks coldly, as for whose merit caused the Hengmeng sect's providence to erupt. I will decide that for myself. You need not say another word. All you need to do is prove to me that you are worthy of receiving this power. Over on Zhuxuan's side, he pushes open the door and enters the room. Oh, senior sister still isn't here yet. Zhuxuan notices a faint glow emanating from the ancestral tablet. Zhuxuan is completely drained, her sword clutched in both hands as she collapses to the ground. The Hengmeng Taoist sneered, with only this much skill you think you're worthy of being the sect master of the Hengmeng sect. Zhuxuan panted heavily, breath ragged and weak. He continued with a trembling voice, it seems the Hengmeng sect has truly fallen into decline. Since that's the case, he extended his hand, and a miniature image of the Hengmeng sect materialized before him. Zhuxuan gasped, this is the Hengmeng sect. The Hengmeng Taoist launched an attack directly at the area below. Rather than waiting for you lot to ascend to the upper realm and embarrass me, I might as well destroy all of you right here and now. Cough. A wave of force slammed into Zhuxuan before she could even dodge. Cough, cough, cough. The blow left her hacking in agony. Her legs trembled as she slowly forced herself back to her feet. Zhuxuan spoke, the Hengmeng sect has indeed grown weaker over the years, but it has never abandoned a single soul. Her gaze burned with resolve as she answered firmly, without the Hengmeng sect, I would have died forgotten in some nameless corner long ago. Perhaps I am not strong enough, but I cannot simply stand by and watch someone destroy it before my very eyes. With that, she swung her blade and struck back at the Hengmeng Taoist. The Hengmeng Taoist froze, then burst into laughter. Ha! That is enough, go, from this day forward the Hengmeng sect is entrusted to you. As his words faded, Zhuxuan plummeted into freefall. Back in the real world, Zhuxuan reached out and caught her by the waist, their eyes locked. Zhuxuan looked at her and asked, Senior sister, what happened? Zhuxuan's face flushed red. Junior brother, she thought to herself. She raised her hand to cover her face. I don't even know what just happened. Sensing no one behind her, Zhuxuan asked in confusion, wait, junior brother, when did you get here? Why couldn't I sense someone standing behind me? He replied gently, I finished guiding Zhuxuan and came to the ancestral hall. When I found it empty, I assumed senior sister was held up by something else, so I decided to wait here for a while. But then I sensed a surge of spiritual force rolling through this place. The moment it appeared, it vanished without a trace into some other space. So I figured senior sister must have stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter, and I set up a barrier to keep anyone from disturbing you. Zhuxuan furrowed her brow. You said you sensed spiritual force. What exactly is that? He held it in his palm and answered, it's actually a higher tier of providence force. Senior sister, you've refined the Hengmeng purple qi before Ether, fundamentally the same power. The only difference lies in the degree of condensation. Zhuxuan gazed at her own hand, a thought rising unbidden. The same power as the Hengmeng purple qi, in other words. Could I manipulate this spiritual force the same way I control the Hengmeng purple qi? She gently closed her eyes, thinking, let me try. Just a little and see. Zhuxuan watched silently as Zhuxuan cultivated. Suddenly her eyes snapped open. She spread her palm, spiritual power coalescing within it, and smiled at Zhuxuan. It worked. Congratulations, senior sister, you have gained a new fortuitous encounter. Zhuxuan responded. Zhuxuan looked down at the command token in her hand, lost in thought. After I left that mysterious space, the wounds on my body had completely healed, but this command token followed me out. Everything that happened was real. Without hesitation, she held it out to Xiaoxuan. Junior brother, take this command token. Xiaoxuan didn't understand what was going on. He studied the command token in his hand and asked, "This token?" Before he could finish, the token slipped from his grasp and flew back into Xiaoxuan's hand. Xiaoxuan laughed. "Haha, looks like this thing is bound to you, senior sister." Xiaoxuan set aside the matter of the token. "Then I have a set of cultivation techniques to pass on to you." "Yes," Xiaoxuan answered, their hands intertwined. And a ribbon of azure light enveloped them both. System Detection Host has received a special cultivation technique, Hungmeng Treasure Cannon. System upgrade in progress. To prevent host from idling during the upgrade, an independent side quest has been issued. System upon completion of this side quest, the host shall receive generous rewards. Oh, there's a side quest too. Xiaoxuan was taken aback. System continuation within 1 month, all of the host's contributions to the sect shall be converted into sect contribution points. System all progress made by Hungmeng sect disciples shall also be converted into contribution points for the host. System additionally, the system shop has been unlocked for the host. The host may redeem items from the system shop using sect contribution points. Xiaoxuan rubbed his chin. The system's own shop. What could that be? Open it up, let me have a look. System shop has been opened for the host. The information left him visibly excited. Holy, I went through hell just to collect a single drop of divine dragon bloodline. The system shop has this much stuff. Let me browse through the selection. System side quest activated. Host is to accumulate sect contribution points within 1 month. Final calculation will be conducted upon expiry. Xiaoxuan then turned to Xiaoxuan. By the way, senior sister, what's been going on with you these past 2 days? Yesterday was the same. Has something been troubling you lately? Before his question, Xiaoxuan fell silent. She slowly lifted her head and answered, "Junior brother. One day you will surely reach heights that I can scarcely imagine in this lifetime. I only hope that when that day comes." She paused, her voice growing emotional. "You'll still remember the Hungmeng sect and remember me." Xiaoxuan blinked, stunned. "Senior sister, I didn't realize that was what you were worried about." To show his sincerity, he gently wrapped both hands around hers and reassured her softly. "Don't worry, senior sister, I won't only look out for myself. I want to lead the entire Hungmeng sect to ascension together." Xiaoxuan blushed and chided him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you an immortal? How could you possibly do something like that?" Xiaoxuan chuckled, sidestepping her question with a grin. "Haha, let's not talk about that for now. Senior sister, I happen to have some spiritual power cultivation techniques here. Let's share them." Xiaoxuan stared at the pile of cultivation manuals in her arms, utterly bewildered. "This many?" Xiaoxuan replied casually, "Just a small token of sincerity. Oh, and senior sister, feel free to distribute these among the disciples of the sect as well. Anyone who can comprehend spiritual power is welcome to study them." Xiaoxuan could hardly believe her ears. "Techniques of this caliber, you want to share them with every single disciple in the Hungmeng sect? When you said you want to lead the entire sect to ascension, Tojra, were you serious?" Xiaoxuan answered without hesitation, "Absolutely serious. However, there is one condition. Any disciple of the Hungmeng sect who wishes to leave must first cripple their own cultivation and have all memories related to these techniques erased completely. System Detection Host has made a significant contribution to sect construction. Reward 1,000 sect contribution points received. Under the influence of these techniques, as sect disciples make progress in their cultivation, the system will settle and award contribution points to the host accordingly." Xiaoxuan stared at the notification and thought, "A whole stack of techniques and I only get 1,000 points. System, if disciples use these techniques and make progress, how many contribution points do I get?" Xiaoxuan, who couldn't see the system, watched Xiaoxuan staring blankly into space with a puzzled expression. System calculation is based on the cultivation advancement of each disciple. System Qi refining stage breakthrough 1 contribution point. Foundation Establishment Stage Breakthrough 10 contribution points. Golden Core Stage Breakthrough 100 contribution points. System by extension, each major realm breakthrough yields 10 times the contribution points of the previous tier. Xiaoxuan silently cursed the system for being so stingy. Whatever, a mosquito's thigh may be thin but it's still meat. If I want bigger gains, the talent of the sect's disciples is also a factor. I need to find a way to fundamentally improve the aptitude of every disciple in the Hengmeng sect. I've got it. Zhao Xuan suddenly slapped his hands together, startling Zhu Xuan. Having made up his mind, he walked toward the door and said over his shoulder to Zhu Xuan, "Senior sister, I've got something to take care of. Let's meet up tonight." Hearing those last words, Zhu Xuan's face turned scarlet on the spot. Meet up tonight. In another scene at the herb gardens of the Alchemy Peak Hengmeng sect, a group of wide-eyed juniors marveled at the vibrant blossoms before them. One by one they exclaimed, "Senior Brother Xing's herb field is thriving. Truly worthy of being the alchemy prodigy personally appointed by Elder Su." Several others chimed in with unanimous praise. Exactly. The medicinal potency is so rich you can smell it from a mile away. The one called Senior Brother Xing stood with his arms crossed, basking in the admiration. He replied with feigned modesty, "It's nothing, really." Su Muhan walked over from behind and asked, "What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered in one spot?" One of them answered respectfully, "Elder Su, we were just praising how well Senior Brother Xing's herbs are growing." Su Muhan crouched down to examine the beautiful blossoms. The medicinal potency is remarkably dense, impressive work. It's clear that Xing Sumo has put tremendous effort into nurturing these herbs. Pleased by the praise, Xing Sumo preened with satisfaction. HMPH, the herbs I grow are naturally top tier. Isn't that just common sense? She gathers spiritual power in her palm and replies, "B. Isn't that the Hua Mulin that sect master Zhao brought back from the Longtang realm? I've already taught everyone the method of refinement." Su Muhan channels spiritual power into her hand, directing it toward the medicinal herb. When cultivating herbs, you can also infuse wood element spiritual energy into the soil to enrich it. It helps the herbs grow much better. The blossoms fuller and brighter than ever left everyone in stunned admiration. Wow, the herbs have become so much more vibrant. Elder Su is absolutely god tier. Xing Shuimo, no longer the center of attention, quietly seethed in the back. He suddenly blurted out, "Of course I can supplement that too." Before he could finish, he stopped abruptly, his eyes locking onto something in the distance. The ground cracked open and split in two, leaving everyone stunned. "Wow, what's happening? Look, the ground is splitting apart." From beneath the earth, a colossal flower erupted upward, its roots as thick as an ancient tree trunk, blooming into one enormous blossom. Everyone gaped in disbelief. A snow ginseng larger than a mortar, truly worthy of Elder Su. Her herb cultivation skills had reached the absolute pinnacle. "Elder Su, come look at my field. Infuse some of that power into mine too." Surrounded by the eager crowd, Su Muhan smiled at each of them warmly, one at a time. Watching the scene unfold before him, Xing Shuimo clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. He ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, every single time. The moment Su Muhan shows up, everyone swarms around her like bees. What's so great about her anyway? So talented, she's only a rank 2 pill refiner." A sudden bell chimed. Su Muhan spoke up, urging, "Class is about to begin. Everyone get ready." The crowd bustled forward eagerly. "Yeah, let's go. Studying under Elder Su is such an incredible opportunity." Two lingered behind. Shuimo spoke up to them. The chubby one spoke first. "I really don't get it. Su Muhan is the same age as us. We did the sect master make her a peak master." The other chimed in, "She's just a rank 2 pill refiner. What's the big deal?" Xing Shuimo stood there and let out a cold snort. "In your opinion, should we teach her a lesson? Show her that there's always a mountain higher?" The two exchanged confused glances. "Teach her a lesson? What do you have in mind?" Shuimo held up a small, peculiar round object. "This is a contaminant disguise pill I developed. Grind it into powder, sprinkle it on herbs, and it fuses seamlessly into the medicinal material, becoming a unique impurity, invisible to the naked eye. I tested it before on a rank 6 pill refiner who came to lecture at the sect. Even a rank 6's spiritual sense couldn't fully purge this impurity. Moreover, if this contaminant isn't detected and completely eliminated in time, it detonates." The two realized something. "So that explosion back then was your doing. I always thought that pill refiner was just incompetent." Xing Shuimo narrowed his eyes. "This batch of herbs will be used by Su Muhan for her class demonstration. Last time that rank 6 pill refiner was critically wounded in the explosion. Word is he was bedridden for a full month before he recovered. This time I want Su Muhan dead. With that, a sinister grin spread across his face. The three, now clear on the plan, headed toward the lecture hall, unaware that Xiao Xuan had been watching them silently from behind. He had some matters to consider. Meanwhile, in the pill refining hall, everyone inside fell silent as two unfamiliar figures walked in. Murmurs erupted. Who are they? Have we ever seen them before? Their robes, they look like they're from the Myriad Refining Hall. People from the Myriad Refining Hall are attending today's lecture. I heard we're trying to establish a partnership with them. Someone thought to themselves, the Myriad Refining Hall, the most authoritative pill refiner organization in existence right now. If they could humiliate her in front of the Myriad Refining Hall's representatives, she'd lose all face. Every pill refiner in the world would mock her from that day forward. Su Muhan appeared, herbs in hand. Elder Su is here. She approached the pill furnace and addressed everyone. Now then, I will demonstrate the method for refining a special snow ginseng pill. Sheng Shuimo's lips curled into a predatory grin. It's time. Su Muhan tossed the snow ginseng into the furnace and explained calmly. The key to refining a snow ginseng pill this way is during the initial suppression phase use your spiritual power to purge all impurities from the medicinal material. There must be absolutely zero residual contaminants. She channeled her energy into the furnace. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from within. Su Muhan's brow furrowed. What was that sound just now? It sounded like something cracking. Don't tell me the furnace is about to explode. PFFT, no way, that's impossible. People from the Myriad Refining Hall are watching today, for goodness sake. The two Myriad Refining Hall representatives exchanged a glance. Something felt off. Best to focus on the refinement for now. The medicine is fusing, the fusion is failing. How is that possible? Could there be an impurity I didn't detect? No, I have to stabilize it before the medicinal potency spirals out of control. Su Muhan's mind raced. So it's indeed an impurity that wasn't fully removed. This contaminant didn't arise during the snow ginseng's cultivation. Once introduced into the herb, it had fused almost completely with the snow ginseng essence, making it impossible to filter out. The only outcome would be the medicinal potency spiraling out of control and backlashing on the alchemist. The herbs had clearly been tampered with, and whoever did this was vicious. This was meant to kill the alchemist outright. What's going on? Is the furnace shaking? Is the medicinal potency losing control? Even Elder Su can't keep control of her pill. Elder Su herself said it's just a snow heart pill, a mere rank 2 medicine. How could it spiral out of control? Her talent must be overrated after all. The red-haired one grinned maliciously. Blow up already, humiliate yourself in front of everyone, let's see your wretched, pathetic, stay calm. If the impurity can't be removed, then neutralize it. A voice transmission reached her and she jolted. Master, it's Master. Master is right, it's just an impurity. If it can't be purged, then I'll flood it with fire. Su Muhan spoke. A minor complication has arisen. I'll no longer demonstrate the special snow ginseng pill today. Instead, I will show you all the process of refining a rank 10 pill. The red-haired one's expression twisted with rage. What? The crowd erupted. Rank 10, isn't that a legendary tier pill? She wants to refine a rank 10 pill right here in front of everyone. Utterly insane. I've lived for several hundred years and never once heard of a pill refiner this young capable of refining rank 10 medicine. Pure arrogance. She's only setting herself up for humiliation. She decided to combine bright sky heavy lotus, purple snow grass and ice fish ear. No issues there. Add the snow ginseng. And she had everything needed to refine a single batch of 7 absolute great restoration pills. I've been researching the 7 absolute great restoration pill for over half a year now. Something was always just slightly off. Now I understand, my previous approach was too conservative. That's right, as long as impurities remain, the snow ginseng becomes an unstable ingredient. But in truth, the very existence of those impurities activated the snow ginseng's latent potency. By using the right herbs to neutralize the contaminant and catalyze the medicinal essence, the snow ginseng's efficacy can be amplified tenfold, turning what seems like a volatile liability into the key to a perfect refinement. Everyone stared in blank shock. The medicinal aroma, it's overwhelmingly dense. I can feel my cultivation realm loosening. I'm having a breakthrough. I'm about to break through to golden core. A pill of this caliber, its aroma alone could propel a foundation establishment cultivator to golden core. and those pill patterns. They embodied the Grand Tao itself. There's no mistaking it. Thighs is a rank 10 pill. She held the pill vial in her hand. Thank you all for watching. Grandmaster Su, may I ask, are you interested in taking on a disciple? Grandmaster Su, may I stay at the Hongmeng sect to study? No, then even letting me stay to do odd jobs would be fine. Everyone's eyes gazed at her, utterly spellbound. Elder Su, could you teach us how to refine this level 10 pill in the future? Elder Su, you absolutely must stay in the Hongmeng sect. Don't let anyone from the Myriad Refinement Hall lure you away. Exactly, Elder Su belongs to our Hongmeng sect. Below, Xiao Xuan mused silently. Su Muhan's recent cultivation results had been quite impressive. She actually succeeded. Not only did she prevent the impurity-laden snow ginseng's potency from spiraling out of control and blowing up the furnace, she actually refined a level 10 pill in front of everyone. How is that possible? Maybe it's thanks to the master behind her secretly slipping something rare in to deceive us. Exactly, it must be that way. This is definitely that woman's trick. I'm going to expose her true abilities before everyone. He charged forward. Out of the way, let me see. Elder Su, what was going on with that shaking pill furnace earlier? Was it because you couldn't control the medicinal potency, nearly causing the furnace to explode? Then why didn't it explode in the end? On the contrary, a level 10 pill was refined instead. Everyone murmured it did seem to check out. The pill furnace nearly blew up. Just know how did it suddenly produce a level 10 pill? Isn't Elder Su only a level 2 pill master? Ever since I joined the sect, I've never heard any teacher say Elder Su has refined anything above level 2. Exactly, Elder Su, don't tell us you've been deceiving us this whole time. Is this really a level 10 pill? She lowered her head and smiled. Muhan thought, ever since sect master Zhu Xuan tasked me with establishing the pill peak and teaching pill refinement, I've poured all my energy into it. I never had time to visit the Myriad Refinement Hall for a reassessment of my pill master rank. I never expected to become the subject of gossip for those with ill intentions. Ridiculous, we at the Myriad Refinement Hall witnessed it with our own eyes. Could it possibly be fake? Although level 10 pills haven't appeared for several hundred years, the Myriad Refinement Hall still preserves an ancient set of criteria for evaluating pill grades, passed down since antiquity. According to legend, the greatest quality difference between a level 10 pill and lower grade pills is in the fragrance essence with Tao essence. Inhaling it aids cultivators in achieving breakthroughs. Moreover, the Tao patterns on the pill's surface also possess the effect of helping those who gaze upon them perceive breakthroughs. Grandmaster Su, may I borrow the pill for a moment to examine it? No problem, it's nothing that impressive anyway. Ah, I've gained enlightenment. The guy next to him jolted in surprise. Incredible, it really was laid out right before our eyes. Is it truly a level 10 pill? The red-haired man still refused to believe it. How is that possible? Could it be that she's been hiding her true strength all along? It appears it really is a level 10 pill. My apologies. It was my ignorance at fault. I still have matters to attend to. I can't stay any longer. Muhan cut him off. Wait, if I remember correctly, the snow ginseng you used earlier came from your medicinal steresorect. What evidence do you have that those are my herbs? Don't go slandering someone's reputation without basis. She explained, every piece of this snow ginseng contains wood spirit energy. The technique for using wood spirit energy to nurture medicinal ingredients, I haven't had the chance to teach it to everyone yet. Today, it was only applied to the herb fields over there. Besides, I never once said the snow ginseng had any problems. You're getting so agitated that practically a confession without being pressed. I always considered you the most talented disciple on the Pill Peak, and had planned to recommend you as the next Peak Master after reporting to the Sect Master. He was stunned. What? She crushed what was in her hand. But you've disappointed me beyond measure. I never expected you to be such a despicable person. From this moment on, you are expelled from the sect. You are no longer a disciple of the Hongmeng sect. Get out. He stumbled and fell sideways. No, you can't expel me. You're just a peak master. You have no authority to expel me. Xiaoxuan spoke up. Then does the vice sect master have the authority? As sect master Xiao, master it sect master Xiao. The evidence is irrefutable. Now kneel and confess your crimes. Xiaoxuan erupted in fury. The man screamed. He dropped to his knees. Xiaoxuan asked, do you acknowledge your crime? This disciple accepts his guilt. Xiaoxuan continued. The new sect master has established a new rule. Any disciple who leaves the Hengmeng sect must return everything they obtained from this place. When you joined the Hengmeng sect, you were nothing but a qi refining, layer 1 novice who had just set foot on the path of cultivation. I'll use the heaven-devouring, earth-trying art. Right now, I'll beat your cultivation back down to qi refining, layer 1. Erase all pill refinement knowledge from your mind and then throw you out of the sect. He struck him down. All right, drag him straight out of the sect gates. System host has eliminated a sect traitor. Contribution to sect building efforts recognized. 100 contribution points. Turns out eliminating traitors also awards contribution points. Hell yeah. Yuhan asked, Master, what brings you here today? Xiaoxuan replied, I had something to discuss with you, but I just happened to witness this little scene. So you can already refine level 10 pills now. How's your cultivation? Every time this disciple refines pills, I gain new insights and my cultivation advances as well. I'm currently at the peak of the spirit severing stage. Once I return and digest the insights from this successful level 10 pill refinement, in no more than half a month, I should be able to advance to the body integration stage. Xiaoxuan praised, truly worthy of being my disciple. Well done, everyone rejoiced. Peak of spirit severing, Elder Su was actually a peak spirit severing expert all along. Oh my heavens, all this time I've been studying under a peak spirit severing powerhouse. Where else would I get treatment like this if I left the Hengmeng sect? Muhan asked again, Master, you said you had something to discuss with me. Xiaoxuan answered, Ah, right. I wanted to consult with Yaodo. You think we can refine a batch of marrow cleansing pills for the sect disciples to help everyone improve their aptitude. Marrow cleansing pills for us to use. For everyone. Oh my heavens, even the continent's #1 sect wouldn't be this generous, would they? To be able to join the Hengmeng sect, thighs must be the fortune I've accumulated through lifetimes of cultivation. Refining marrow cleansing pills is no problem. But Master, are you planning to refine the aptitude of every disciple in the Hengmeng sect? Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Grandmaster Su makes a valid point. When it comes to precious treasures, the common man is innocent, but carrying riches can easily invite disaster. Besides, we can't guarantee these pills end up in the hands of the worthy. Exactly. On the way here, I was also pondering this very issue. However, I've also been thinking about this problem. But after arriving, I came up with a solution. Muhan, you focus on preparing the pills, leave everything else to your master. She responded, Yes, master. The red-haired man stormed off in a rage. Damn that Hengmeng sect. How dare they reduce this young master to such a state? These tens of thousands of steps, if I walk down them one by one, who knows if I'll even reach the market by tomorrow morning. He leaned on his cane, lost his footing and tumbled down. The red-haired man face-planted into the ground. Why am I so damn unlucky? Want revenge against the Hengmeng sect. Who are you? He looks up. You don't need to know my identity, just remember that I'm someone who can help you get your revenge. He stares at his reflection in the mirror. You're saying this is all it takes to help me go back to the Hengmeng sect and get my revenge. Isn't this enough for you? The stranger touches his shoulder. He yells, What are you doing? Granting you power, of course. He feels the surging energy within him. His eyes flash purple in an instant. Master, what are your orders? Your cultivation that was crippled, I've restored it for you. Now I want you to charge in and break through the mountain protection formation. Understood. He then dashes off. HMPH, Slaughter Demon, my dear disciple. Slaughter Demon, my dear disciple. His hand trembles. Ever since I learned of your death, I've been consumed by the thought of avenging you. I never expected that even someone like Zhu Yan would fall to the one who killed you, Xiaoxuan. This person's strength is truly beyond reckoning. I've heard that even the cultivators of the immortal court are no match for him now. Relying on myself alone, it would only be harder to make a move. Fortunately, Xiaoxuan has now become everyone's target. As long as the mountain protection formation is dealt with, those who want his head could line up from here to the ends of the earth. Xiaoxuan, I want you dead. At the Hengmeng sect's mountain gate 300 miles to the west, there lies a valley where demonic entities have been appearing recently. Go, my child, you've just received my teachings. Know you need more real combat experience to build up your skills. Yes, master. The red-haired man thinks to himself, this little girl looks naive and unsuspecting. If I just follow her and win her trust, I can easily infiltrate the Hengmeng sect. She steps on a branch and a group of people rush out from the undergrowth. Where did this golden-haired girl come from? Want to pass through here, you'll have to leave your little life behind. Qi Wuxuang assumes a defensive stance. You're the demonic cultivators causing chaos around here. What if we are? And what if we're not? You think you can play hero and slay demons all on your own? Zhao Xuan once told her, if you've decided to focus on body cultivation, remember offense is your best defense. She silently vows to heed her master's words. A surge of power coils around her weapon. What is this? She thinks to herself. Not good. Hold still, little beauty, just surrender quietly. She freezes in shock. I'm dead. A force rushes in, ganging up on someone. How shameless. He stands tall after striking down the opponent. Qi Wuxuang says, lucky you came to save me. You thought I'd just disappear. Is it because the owner of the demonic artifact lost consciousness? He helps her up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, brave one. There have been a lot of demonic cultivators appearing around here lately. Are you here all alone? I was sent by my sect on a mission to purge the demonic cultivators in this area. I see. However, from what I saw earlier, it seems like you haven't dealt with their kind before, have you? Qi Wuxuang scratches her head sheepishly. That's right, me combat experience is still pretty limited. How embarrassing. Thank goodness you saved me. Well then, let me show you a thing or two. Really? Of course, leave it to me. One of them lunges and die. Qi Wuxuang strikes him down. He claps his hands. Truly worthy of being a disciple of the Hongmeng sect. In less than 5 days you've wiped out every demonic cultivator in this entire area. Qi Wuxuang beams. Senior brother, I've now fully mastered the techniques for slaying demonic cultivators. I really have to thank you for everything. I'll go search the other areas and kill a few more for practice. Once these demonic cultivators are dealt with, you should be able to fully trust me by then, right? Once I use you, I can infiltrate the Hongmeng sect with ease and then capture all of you in one sweep. Qi Wuxuang is still brimming with excitement. The feeling of fighting with her own strength is exhilarating. He shouts in fury, what? You're saying your sect has a new rule that forbids any outsider from entering unless they receive your master's approval. I'm sorry, but those are the rules. He puts on a sorrowful expression. Is that so? It's fine, really, you don't need to trouble yourself over this. Inside he's screaming. Aargh, damn Hongmeng sect, since when did they have a new rule? How come I didn't know about this? Actually, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you either. The reason I want to enter the Hongmeng sect is because a friend of mine went there and then all contact was lost. We grew up together, but we got separated along the way. That's why. Qi Wuxuang's eyes widen in surprise. So that's why. It's fine, really. If it's truly difficult for you, then forget it. I can't make demands of you just because I saved your life. I'll figure out another way. You can head back. Then take care. He grabs onto her leg. Hey, if you can help, don't hold back. Qi Wuxuang pauses. Let me think, I've got it. I can introduce you to my master. He loves talented people and you're far stronger than me. Who knows, might even agree to take you as a disciple. He turns to stone. Qi Wuxuang tugs him along. Come on, I'll take you to meet my master right now. He panics. WW8. We don't need to make such a big fuss about this. He mutters under his breath, I don't want to meet that Zhao Xuan. That guy is full of schemes. If my cover gets blown, wouldn't I be torn to pieces? But this girl's grip is absurdly strong. How the hell am I supposed to break free? He breaks into a cold sweat. Wait a moment, she turns back. What? So, well, I'm thinking, I haven't prepared anything yet. Wouldn't it be rather rude to meet your master like this? What would you need to prepare? Isn't it customary to bring a gift when seeking apprenticeship? At least a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, wouldn't you say? I'm really too embarrassed to meet your master empty-handed like this. Qi Wuxuang turns her head and spots Zhao Xuan. Hello, master. Zhao Xuan asks. Wuxuang, this person here, I ran into some trouble while on the demon cultivator purge mission, and this fellow Taoist saved me. He says he has a friend who lost contact after entering the Hongmeng sect, so he hopes to come in and search for clues. But I remember Master once said not to bring strangers into the Hongmeng sect casually, so I thought we not introduce him as one of Master's disciples. Zhao Xuan responds. So that's how it is. Hey, I continue to turn to stone. I'm dead, this time I'm really dead. Then please follow me, fellow Taoist. He is stunned. Hey, since you saved my disciple's life, there's no need for us to be so stiff and formal. May I ask the name of the friend you are looking for? Ahai's name is Chungsumo. Oh, Zio Xuan says if it's that person, he was recently expelled from the sect for conspiring to assassinate the master. That's impossible. I know my friend's character better than anyone who would absolutely never do such a thing. Someone must have framed him. He thinks, damn it, if you people hadn't forced me into this, would I have ever done such a thing? Zioxuan says with a smile, oh really? But the evidence in this matter is crystal clear. If you believe your friend was wronged, then come and we will conduct a thorough investigation. If there truly has been an injustice, the Hungmeng sect will naturally do everything in its power to help you find your friend. Qi Wuxuang calls out, come in, for your esteemed sect to show such magnanimity is truly wonderful. He thinks to himself, I really can sneak in this easily. Fooling this Zio Xuan doesn't seem difficult at all. He is elated. As night falls, why did you let Xingsumo in? There's no way you didn't see through his disguise, right? He closes the book. Ha ha, as expected, I can't hide anything from you, senior sister. The reason I let him in is that I sensed a demonic aura from him very similar to that of the sun-moon ghost gate from before. If he's colluding with demon cultivators, then simply expelling him from the sect won't cut it. Besides, I also want to use this opportunity to temper Wuxuang. Ever since she was little, the girl has acted strictly by orders. Now, no matter what she does, she follows the rules to the letter, too obedient. I hope she learns to understand. Even the most obedient will make mistakes. Rather than blindly following orders on everything, it's better to learn to think for herself. A figure lurks outside the door, the red-haired one tiptoes away. He leaps onto the rooftop. Sneaking in is ridiculously simple. Looks like the Hungmeng sect isn't as fearsome as I thought, getting expelled this time. Perhaps heaven doesn't want my talents buried in this place. Maybe it's leading me to find another worthy patron. The spirit stone that maintains the mountain protection formation should be around here. Let's check over there. He thinks back when I was still in the Hungmeng sect, I used to come here to guard the spirit stone. Even with my eyes closed, I could map out their patrol routes. One step inside before him stands a stone radiating a golden glow. He thinks all I need to do is destroy this, and the damned Hungmeng sect will. He channels all his strength into the strike, but then he is flung backward. He's plastered flat against the wall. Gah, who's there? Who is it? He thinks, damn it, the spirit stone has a lethal curse laid on it. The noise was too loud, it's attracted the patrol disciples. There's no turning back now. If I get caught this time, it won't be as simple as expulsion from the sect. I can only survive under that black-robed man's protection if I complete the task he gave me. Even if it destroys my cultivation, I must destroy this thing. He lunges forward, see that. Wuxuang, Zioxuan seizes him by the throat. What are you two doing here? Shouldn't we be the ones asking that question? Tell me, fellow Taoist, have you appeared in the very chamber the Hungmeng sect uses to arrange its mountain protection formation? Qi Wuxuang's eyes sadden. So the only reason you saved me was to serve your own purpose. Zioxuan says, it's all right, Wuxuang, don't blame yourself. I didn't bring you here today to criticize you, I just want you to remember this lesson. The hearts of men in this world are wicked. From now on, whatever happens, you must think it through carefully. He screams, let me go. She answers her master, I understand. Master, I will never repeat this mistake again. Very good. Then next, this master will teach you how to deal with a scummy traitor. And how should it be done? He activates the heaven-devouring earth decree. Mind control effect takes hold. Speak, what were you and your accomplices planning? He answers, destroy the Hungmeng sect's mountain protection formation. And then use this to contact him. Oh, is that so? Zioxuan takes it. Ha ha, looks like that little punk was actually useful after all. It's time we made our move. Footsteps approach. Something's off. Why is the Hungmeng sect so quiet? My lord, do you sense something wrong with this? Even if it's a trap, so what? If there truly is a dangerous formation, activating it would take at least a full minute. By the time they manage to reactivate it, the Hungmeng sect will have long since been reduced to a pile of rubble. Indeed, with you here to shield us, a tiny sect like Hungmeng doesn't stand a chance. Fortunately, I specifically called for reinforcements from my master sect, requesting aid from the Sun-Moon Ghost Gate of the Upper Realms Celestial Court. With the help of a body integration stage immortal, I will raise the Hungmeng sect to the ground today. Let's go, we'll crush the Hungmeng sect once and for all. The girl lands, Master, those people have entered the mountain gate. Very good. Let's go, we're activating the mountain protection formation. Understood. Qi Wuxuang says, Master, didn't you already predict that among the reinforcements the enemy summoned there might be someone from the upper realm? The Hengmeng sect's mountain protection formation. Do we truly have the power to destroy an immortal from the upper realm? Xiao Xuan replies. Try it and we'll find out, won't we? Ever since the mountain protection formation was breached by Jai Yixuan last time, I not only had Zhu Lin come to repair it, but also worked with Gu Pan and Jian Feng to perform a comprehensive upgrade of the formation array. Xiao Xuan ponders that Hengmeng sect's mountain protection formation is now completely overhauled, but activating it still needs some time. Assigning you the Vanguard mission. Any problems? Qi Wuxuang replies, no problem at all. The group up ahead stops and looks up. Who are you people? Qi Wuxuang declares, to pass through here. You'll have to step over my corpse first. A brat still wet behind the ears dares to be so arrogant. Qi Wuxuang thinks, here it comes. Master transferred his power to me, elevating me to the peak of Golden Core. But the cultivation levels of these people range from early Golden Core to early Spirit Severing. Plus, I still have the Dharma treasure Master gave me. As long as I control the pace of this fight, I can definitely take these people down. One of them lashes out with chains binding Qi Wuxuang. She is attacked relentlessly. She vomits blood, the chains tighten ever further. HNNGH junior sister. Xiao Xuan speaks. Don't panic. She has to learn how to fight on her own. You have to trust her, junior sister. She is dragged along the ground by the chains. HMPH. AAA, she thinks to herself, I need to stand up right now. Master specially forged my body for me. By now, my physical strength must have surpassed that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. Surely I can tear this apart. Look at her, she actually thinks she can use raw physical strength to resist my celestial locking chain. How laughable. This was forged from the bones of half-deity body refinement cultivators. A mere Golden Core like you thinks brute force can destroy it. Qi Wuxuang thinks strength has always been what I do best. The power of this body has never betrayed me. I should trust in it. She shatters the chains, their eyes go wide. What? She actually did it. Qi Wuxuang speaks, aha, I did it. Don't let your guard down, let's charge together. She thinks calmly, Master once taught me combat techniques. Lock onto the enemy's movements, predict the next strike, then don't hesitate. She slams him down, a blade whooshes toward Qi Wuxuang. Exactly just like now, she thinks and dodges the blow in one motion. She vanishes from sight. Qi Wuxuang has vaulted onto his head. HAAAA, she strikes without pausion after another. She doesn't spare a single one. Every last one of them crashes to the ground. Oh huff, she thinks, as I did it. Ha, bunch of worthless trash. The leader lunges at her. The pressure is terrifying, her body won't move. Xiao Xuan appears, Master. Xiao Xuan blocks the strike, then speaks, Wuxuang. Fall back for now. Qi Wuxuang scrambles away. HMPH, fine. Once I seize the Hengmeng sect, none of them will escape. A surge of power envelops every building, every mountain peak. The mountain guarding grand formation has been activated. Tianji Lu, I've heard of them. Their formations are indeed amusing, but I cultivate the strongest defensive technique in existence. If you think a single Tianji Lu can breach my defenses, you're sorely mistaken. Still, since I'm already here, I wouldn't mind testing this formation myself. Let's see what it's really capable of. A torrent of power surges toward him. What kind of force is this? He stares ahead. Impossible. Kaboom! Everything detonates. A few more volleys slam down. Confirmed, not even ashes remain. Ha ha, I wonder if the tracking artillery from my previous world even had this kind of firepower. The feeling of raining absolute firepower from a distance is incredible. Xiao Xuan grins with satisfaction. Qi Wuxuang asks, Master, what's tracking artillery? Nothing. Adult business, kids don't need to ask. System host has eliminated a powerful enemy for the sect. Sect contribution points 1000. System detected increased combat experience among disciples under host's guidance. Reward multiplier x2. System host has received upper grade Huo Lu Yan Jai flight treasure. Not bad, looks like it's been dealt with. Su Muhan speaks, Master, I've finished refining the marrow cleansing pills and the essence restoring pills you requested. Well done. Xiao Xuan speaks, let's go, we'll deliver the pills to the main plaza. Xiao Jir, go spread the word of Rion may come and receive 1 bottle of marrow cleansing pill and 1 of essence restoring pill. A reward for everyone's tireless effort. Yes, Master, we can really get marrow cleansing pills and essence restoring pills for free. It's true, look, I already got mine. I don't know why the sect is being this generous. Before, you had to complete a full month's worth of sect missions just to exchange for a single grade 1 pill. So many pill patterns, this has to be at least grade 8, right? They're really giving these to us for free. Everyone is stunned. This is the first time I've ever seen pills of this caliber. Same here. What happens if you eat one of these? No idea. The three of them jolt in shock. What happened? Did someone in the sect break through? I heard someone awakened a special physique after taking a marrow cleansing pill. A special physique. Can a marrow cleansing pill really do that? If it can truly awaken a special physique, then from now on the Hungmeng sect is my reborn benefactor. I'm taking mine right now. He pops it into his mouth, his eyes go wide as saucers. It actually awakened a special physique. Oh heavens above, I need to tell every single relative I have to come join the Hungmeng sect. Xiao Xuan gazes upward, having star-treading sect disciples as pill refiners is absolutely divine. System host has reforged the aptitude of sect disciples. Number of special physique awakenings 300, reward 10,000 contribution points. Detected host has massively boosted the sect's prestige. System reward 10,000 contribution points. Detected under host's patronage, disciple population has surged. System reward 10,000 contribution points. Xiao Xuan is taken aback. Oh, I didn't expect this many contribution points as a reward. Could it be enough to exchange for a special physique from the shopping center? System open the shopping center for me. System switching to shopping center interface. I have a question. After I redeem items from the shopping center, only I can use them, right? Can't I just give them to my disciples at a discount? System items from the shopping center may not be directly transferred to disciples. Strictly prohibited. You said directly, so that means if I modify them first, it's fine. System expresses its exasperation. This exception applies only to the current side quest. Ji Wuxuang sits cross-legged, cultivating. Xiao Xuan asks, it's this late and you're still training this hard? Ji Wuxuang answers, Mastery, are you here? Seeing you work so hard, I brought you a midnight snack. Xiao Xuan channels spiritual power into her. She watches wide-eyed this stream of power. Hungmeng sect truly treats its disciples well. Where else would they hand out free marrow cleansing pills like this? Crack. The door begins to fracture, then it explodes like an atomic bomb. What was that? Ji Wuxuang steps out. Zai Shiju, are you just awakening a special physique? Yes, sorry about that, I couldn't rein it in for a moment. Are you hurt? She stares at her own hands, but what exactly is this? Kaishaima, you should thank Master. Master worked day and night for 3 straight days, combining all manner of rare and precious pills. To reforge your body's bloodline, the Xingqian War God bloodline merged with your strength, it's a perfect match. Her eyes brim with tears. Master, I never imagined you'd pour so much effort into me. Xiao Xuan speaks, it's nothing. As long as you grow stronger, that's all that matters. System detected disciple awakened Xingqian War God bloodline lower grade heavenly tier under host's guidance. Double recovery reward. System host has received Xingqian War God bloodline upper grade heavenly tier. Ji Wuxuang's tears fall. Master, you give me too much credit. What merit does Wuxuang even have to deserve being reforged like this by you? Wuxuang will engrave this grace in her bones and heart. Now that I've grown stronger, I swear I will slay enemies and fight alongside Master. No matter the cost. I'm telling you the truth, won't you believe me? Wuxuang, junior sister, don't even think about stealing my kills. Slaying enemies for Master, I'm going to be the first. Master bestowed upon me the heaven-grade soul physique of the 9 heavens sword sovereign. I absolutely will not yield this merit to you. Everyone gathered around Xiao Xuan. The young man bowed his head, meeting his senior brothers and sisters for the first time. This humble one is Xiao Bai. I am also your master. I have simply been in a state of deep slumber until now. Recently, after receiving the ancient primordial dragon bloodline bestowed by Master, I finally awakened. I've now reached the body integration stage, and my Heaven Monarch Sword God physique isn't too shabby either. Li Jianfeng said, same here, with the 9 Nethervoid Dark Serpent bloodline Master bestowed upon me, I've also reached the body integration stage. Su Muhan chimed in, I don't even need to mention it, right? The pills I currently refine can directly alter a person's physique. All of that is thanks to the Divine Farmer Bloodline Master bestowed upon me. Everyone, some of you may have never met me before. She introduced herself. My name is Zhu Jlin. I am currently the Tower Master of the Tianji Pavilion branch under the Great Qin Superior Kingdom. A few days ago, Master officially accepted me as a disciple. I've now obtained the spirit heart and have finally broken through to the body integration stage. Xiao Xuan said. Xingyu is still busy handling state affairs, and Zhu Jlin will also have plenty of Tianji Pavilion business to attend to. As for the rest of Yao, get ready. It won't be long before we break through and enter the celestial court. Everyone bowed their heads and acknowledged in unison. System disciple detected awakened the 9 heavens sword sovereign heart under the host's assistance. Class upper grade, heaven class. Reward multiplier x2. System host acquired the 9 heavens sword sovereign physique immortal class, second tier. Alert disciple awakened the ancient primordial dragon bloodline under the host's assistance. Reward multiplier x2. System host acquired the supreme dragon god bloodline. Alert disciple awaken the heaven monarch sword god physique under the host's assistance. Reward multiplier x3. Host acquired the myriad Dao sword spirit physique, additionally awakened. System 9 Nethervoid dark serpent bloodline. Reward multiplier x2. Host acquired the 5 poisons witch god bloodline and awakened the divine farmer bloodline. Xiao Xuan was overjoyed with all these rewards. 3 months flew by until thunderbolts came crashing down from the sky. How many people have broken through their tribulation lightning recently, for crying out loud? Why do I feel like those storm clouds overhead haven't cleared for 3 whole months? Who is it this time? System detection. All disciples under the host's command have completed advancement to the body integration stage. System upgrade conditions fulfilled. System upgrade now initiating. Bonus reward 1-1 celestial ascension gate opportunity granted. Xiao Xuan thought to himself, looks like Wushuang is also due for advancement to the body integration stage. He wondered what this celestial ascension gate could mean. Then everyone was stunned. What is this? What's going on? An earthquake. Heaven and earth trembled. The entire city was lifted into the air, then gradually faded away. At the celestial court, inside the Vermilion Bird Palace, true monarch's residence, celestial maidens were sweeping when a massive shadow fell over them. A chunk of land plummeted from above. This was the Vermilion Bird Palace's private chamber. The true monarch sat upon her throne. Had originally planned to recruit both Yi Fan and Xiao Xuan into her dark sect. But a minor national destiny battle had unexpectedly spiraled into a conflict between the Celestial Emperor and the lower realm, leaving her no opening to make her move. However, that Yi Fan recently came to my territory and even requested an audience. I figured I could use this opportunity to probe him for his secrets. She thought to herself, I've studied the ancient texts thoroughly. The technique he used that day is most likely the 9-syllable true mantra unique to the spirit body divine sense tribe. This could be immensely beneficial to me. Suddenly, gravel and debris rained into the room, startling her. A maid rushed in. True monarch, something terrible has happened. A floating island has suddenly appeared in the sky. What a floating island. It's blocking out the sunlight completely. All of the Vermilion Bird Palace's levitation formations have ceased functioning. The true monarch stepped outside. Indeed, it was a floating island. Who on earth could cause such a commotion? The people on the island also came out to look. Master, where exactly are we right now? I can feel that the spiritual power concentration in the air is at least 3 times what it was before, even when refining providence. It feels like my cultivation efficiency has doubled. Xiao Xuan replied, hard to say, all I know is we're in the celestial court. So it turns out to be Xiao Xuan won from the great national destiny battle. Rumor has it he then caused havoc in the Longyan Superior Kingdom and even killed Emperor Jixu of Longyan. And because of that, the Celestial Court's emperor issued a bounty to hunt him down. Is this guy insane? He's literally being hunted by the emperor, and yet he dares to waltz right into the Celestial Court like this. The true monarch said, activate the energy convergence array and the Grand Palace barrier formation. Keep the Vermilion Bird Palace running in this state for the time being. But maintaining the energy convergence array and the Grand Barrier formation requires an enormous amount of resources. True monarch, are we just going to let that island hover over us without doing anything? Such brazen recklessness, there's no need for me to lift a finger. Very soon both you and that island will be obliterated. In the Azure Dragon True Monarch's private chamber, reporting to the True Monarch, a floating island has appeared above the Vermilion Bird Palace. The Azure Dragon True Monarch appeared nonchalant. Oh, above the Vermilion Bird Palace, you say? The Azure Phoenix True Monarch remarked, it seems the Celestial Court is about to become rather turbulent. At the White Tiger Palace, bringing an entire sect to the Celestial Court? Ha, what a joke. I'd like to see how this audacious fool ends up getting trampled underfoot, the White Tiger True Monarch declared. At the Primordial Realm border, reporting to the Imperial Princess Scouts from the Celestial Court, report that Xianxia, the one you've been watching, has entered the Celestial Court. He arrived sooner than expected. Very well, I'm aware, you may withdraw. Your Highness, what is it? Is there something else to report? Yes, that Xianxia has brought his entire sect into the Celestial Court. It's already drawn the attention of every faction. Please take a look, Your Highness. What? He brought the entire sect into the Celestial Court. She burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this Xianxia is truly amusing. Everyone else fears that a tall tree catches the wind, yet this man does the exact opposite. Marching around with drums and gongs, making a spectacle of himself everywhere he goes. I want to see whether he truly has the strength to back up this kind of confidence. Liu Feng, what's your current ranking on the leaderboard? She asked. With an eager, praise-seeking expression, he answered. Reporting to Your Highness, your subordinate has just climbed to rank 21. Very good. It seems the time I spent having you lie low in the Celestial Court after sending you down to the lower realm wasn't wasted at all. Then I'll leave the task of meeting Xianxia to you. Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat. Xianxia, what about him? Don't want to go? Then have Fu Long and Fei Yun accompany you. Oh right, Fu Feng, my subordinate. What's your current ranking? Currently, your subordinate ranks 10th on the leaderboard. Excellent, you're essentially the strongest sword cultivator in the entire Celestial Court. Are you confident you can beat Xianxia? Fu Feng lowered his head. Your subordinate dares not speak too boldly, but in the way of the sword I have trained for several hundred years and have never known defeat. She nodded, satisfied. Good, take Fei Yun and Liu Feng with you. If Xianxia can defeat you, give him this and tell him about the affairs of the Celestial Court. Liu Feng exclaimed, Your Highness, why not entrust such an important mission to me? I alone am more than enough. Enough nonsense, go now. Yes, Your Highness. Xianxia, let's see if you truly have what it takes to overcome the Celestial Court. Fu Long said, the Imperial Princess told us to keep an eye on the Hungmeng secties, that the floating island over there. Fei Yun replied, it really is standing firm in midair. Truly arrogant. Where's your brother? Didn't the Imperial Princess tell him to go test Xianxia's strength? Who knows, I can't control him anyway. Fu Feng said, I think if he doesn't make his move now, there won't be another chance. So you lot are the Hungmeng sect, the ones the Celestial Emperor has put a bounty on. 5 million spirit stones per head. How should I spend all that money, I wonder? No, you're wrong. They look up toward the floating island, it explodes and those beneath it collapse. I have heard of this long ago. Those in the Immortal Court rankings below the top 100 have all challenged Xianxia, yet none could last 5 moves. They are merely a bunch of Unity stage fleas calling themselves immortal humans. Truly, they know how to gild their own faces. If it were not for the fact that Her Highness finds it inconvenient to interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Court, would wiping out the Immortal Court not be as easy as drinking water for the true monarchs of the Primordial Realm? Fei Yun thinks to himself, ignoring the fact that he is also just a Unity stage cultivator. Are you prepared? Xiaozhai, there are quite a few weeds that need clearing. Xiaoxuan asks. Xiaozhai replies, I am ready. Fu Feng remarks, these minions do not seem qualified to cross blades with him. Liu Feng, being hot-tempered, snaps, do not mention Her Highness again later. I shall set up a sound-dampening barrier first. Hiding behind a woman, how cowardly. Liu Feng sneers with contempt. Xiaozhai asks, who else wants to come up and fight? It is not your place to speak here. Liu Feng charges forward. She thinks to herself, too fast. Xiaoxuan steps forward. After waiting so long, there is finally someone barely worth fighting. Xiaozhai says, Master, let me assist you. You go deal with the others, leave this one to me. Liu Feng states, I do not even need to draw my sword to deal with you. Seeing how you act, I know who sent you. Xiaoxuan attacks and asks, did your master not tell you that even she must use 9/10 of her power when fighting me? Liu Feng says, with this power, and is instantly blown away. Liu Feng claims, this is my destiny power. He is stunned. Could it be that Her Highness even gave you the Destiny Jade Seal? Xiaoxuan produces it. Are you talking about this? He rages. By what right? By what right does Her Highness value you so much? Hand over the Jade Seal. You are not worthy of possessing it. This is what your master insisted on giving me. Liu Feng roars, give it to me. Just now, I tested him with one blow, gained a slight advantage, and harvested a sliver of destiny power. If I can only make him angry, causing his emotions to lose balance, I can siphon a bit more of his destiny power. I see. The Buddha says anger affects one's fortune, and he is right. It seems as long as I provoke the opponent, I can seize his destiny power. Let me try once more. Xiaoxuan attacks. If you covet the Jade Seal so much, then taste a bit of its power. Liu Feng observes. What? Your Excellency was holding back. Liu Feng asks, brother, why are you here? I am Fu Feng, here to apologize to your Excellency on behalf of my brother. Liu Feng shouts, brother, why are you so polite to him? Liu Feng, do not be rude. Xiaoxuan asks, what do you intend to do now? It was Her Highness Dai Yi Qingcheng who sent me. She asked me to inquire if you remember your promise to her. You mean the promise that once I ascend to the immortal court, defeat the top 10 prodigies on the human rankings, and use the Jade Seal's power to drain their destiny, she will help me kill the immortal court emperor, right? Puff. Fu Feng says, indeed, I am among the top 10 of the human rankings. Having just defeated my brother who is ranked 21st, you have proven your strength. How about we spar as well? It will make reporting to Her Highness easier. He draws his sword. So that is it. What a coincidence. If that is the case, then fight. Both men rush forward. Fu Feng thinks to himself, strange. I am at the unity stage, great perfection, yet Xiaoxuan is only at the first level of the unity stage. Why is his spiritual power and strength so far beyond mine? It seems I cannot rely on my realm and raw power to suppress him. No wonder he is the one chosen by the Holy Lady. He is truly not simple. Fu Feng says, a hero indeed. Since that is the case, I will not hold back. I fear it may be an insult to your Excellency. Xiaoxuan replies, this sword art condenses my life's realization of the Tao of the sword. Please be careful. What a coincidence. My greatest forte is the Tao of the sword. It just so happens I am looking for someone to test my moves. I call this move Sword Come. Fiery red flames appear before Xiaoxuan. Fu Feng stands in the smoke thinking, this man's strength far exceeds my expectations. The weapon rushes toward him. Oh no, it is too late. It stops right before Fu Feng's face. Oh, he thinks how fortunate it stopped. I thought I was done for today. Xiaoxuan says, you lost. Fu Feng bows, indeed I am not your equal. I am convinced of my defeat. Liu Feng is shocked. What? My brother actually lost. Xiao Zhai cheers, wonderful, as expected of my master. Liu Feng charges, impossible, how could you beat my brother? Are you cheating? Fu Feng speaks. Liu Feng, do not be rude. My brother is unruly. I hope your Excellency can forgive him. Xiaoxuan says, it is fine. Since you are here, I will ask who is the top-ranked individual on the human rankings. And what is the Holy Lady's intention in helping me? He thinks, luckily, the sound-dampening barrier was set beforehand, so no one except the 5 of us can hear this. The top 10 on the human rankings, including myself, are all at the 10th level of the unity stage. Unlike the lower tiers where rankings shift constantly, these 10 have remained unchanged for thousands of years. With each rank we ascend, there is a massive gap in strength. Note that we specialize in different paths: qi refinement, alchemy, body cultivation, and poison arts. The 9th-ranked Qiu Tianlian is a body cultivator. His physical form is refined to the point where even heaven-grade artifacts can barely leave a scratch. For sword cultivators like us, he is nearly a natural enemy. He looks extremely robust. The 8th-ranked Dan Qingzi is an alchemist, but his alchemy has reached a state of supernatural perfection. The pills he concocts can even resonate with the heavenly Tao, forcing the laws to overlook him. These two have a friendship with me, so I know their strength well. Even if the 10 of us combined, it would be difficult to withstand either of them. As for those ranked above, I have never even seen their faces. If your Excellency can truly defeat Qiu Tianlian and Dan Qingzi, perhaps you can uncover something from them. That is all the advice I have. Before you, Her Highness recruited many prodigies from the lower realms, but none could ever complete this arduous task. You had best be careful. Xiaoxuan replies, I see. Then I have one final question. The Holy Lady says she can help me deal with the immortal emperor, but I wonder, by what means will she provide support? Liu Feng shouts, "Are you doubting Her Highness's strength?" "Apologies, my brother is a bit impetuous. Have you heard of what the primordial realm is?" The primordial realm is the residence of the god race, the immortal spiritual energy that those in the immortal court spend their entire lives longing for originates from this place. By cultivating in this realm for a time nourished by immortal spiritual energy, surpassing those in the immortal court is merely a matter of time. Xiaoxuan asks, "Immortal, what is this spiritual power you speak of?" Liu Feng sneers, "You don't even know what immortal spiritual power is. How could Her Highness the Imperial Princess have taken a liking to someone like you? If Sir can refine Providence power, then surely you must understand it well." "That much I know," Fu Feng explains, "then it's easy enough to understand. Immortal spiritual power can be considered a type of Providence power, but far more potent and pure than ordinary Providence power. Xiaoxuan, what you have is also a type of Providence power. I wonder compared to spiritual power which one is stronger." "Now that you put it that way, I understand. Go back and report. Tell her that Xiaoxuan accepts this task. Tell her to wait patiently." "You brat, you sure are full of yourself. No idea." Fu Feng raps Liu Feng on the head. "My little brother is crude by nature. Please don't take offense, sir. Your meaning we will surely relay it to Her Highness the Imperial Princess." They take their leave and depart. Xiaoxuan speaks, "You've all been watching the show long enough, haven't you? Anyone else want to step up and fight? Come at me of you at once. Xiao here will see this through to the end. Even those two Fu Feng and Liu Feng get their asses handed to them. We better scram while we can. Everyone bolts, scram scram." Xiaoxuan says, "In here I thought someone might actually have the guts to step up. Xiao is feeling a bit lonely here. Master is at it again with the act. Little Zhai, think about it. If no one else wants to fight, then let's head home and eat. Yes, you may withdraw." The true monarch speaks, "The woman has left. No one is here now. Come out." A footstep approaches. "Still well." True monarch speak, "What matter do you wish to discuss with me? What is it about?" Naturally, something that would pique the true monarch's interest. The 9-character true mantra, indeed. "You flaunt your treasure in front of me so brazenly, aren't you afraid I'll just kill you and take it?" The 9-character true mantra replies, "Of course I'm not afraid the true monarch would rob me. That's precisely why I dare to be so direct." "Ha, so you don't take me seriously at all?" The true monarch assesses, "Are you looking down on me?" The true monarch asks. The 9-character true mantra summons its power. "Don't be angry, true monarch, I haven't finished speaking yet. A figure of the true monarch's stature surely wouldn't stoop to pick a fight with someone like me. I merely wish to present this treasure leisurely. The true monarch wouldn't make things difficult for a small fry like me forever, would she?" The true monarch thinks to herself, "HMPH, this brat is rather clever. He hasn't strayed from the topic and he's even demonstrating his capabilities to me. Is this a threat? I'll have to see just how much power this 9-character true mantra truly holds." The 9-character true mantra, seeing her power, says, "I've heard that vermilion bird true monarch's divine flames can incinerate all things. Meeting you Tade's reputation is well deserved." The true monarch says, "At least you know your place. Speak, what is it you want by bringing a treasure to meet me?" The 9-character true mantra answers. Yi Fan acknowledges his own strength is lacking. "I seek nothing else. Currently, I've only collected the first 3 characters of the 9-character true mantra. I only hope that once the true monarch obtains these 3 characters, she can help me collect the remaining 6 scrolls, and then share the contents with me." The true monarch says, "Is that all?" She thinks to herself, if all he wants is to share the knowledge, then it's no big deal. The 9-character true mantra continues. "Of course, relying on Yi Fan's strength alone, it truly would be difficult to gather such a rare 9-character divine decree. If we could cooperate with the true monarch, it would be greatly beneficial for dealing with Yi Fan." He thinks to himself, haha, of course that's not all there is to it. Although the 9-character true mantra has no apparent drawbacks, if one's spiritual consciousness and spiritual body are not suited to cultivating this technique, it will gradually erode the cultivator's mind, turning them into a slave of the 9-character true mantra. As long as the vermilion bird true monarch cultivates it, he can use the 9-character true mantra to control her. The true monarch says, "If that's truly the case, then we have a deal." 1 hour later, the true monarch emerges. She obtained it without lifting a finger. Now, returning to the primordial realm isn't far off at all. Reporting to the true monarch, news about the Hengmeng sect from this morning has arrived. It is said that the two immortal lords Liu Feng and Fu Feng both fell to a subordinate of that Xiao Xuan. What? That Xiao Xuan actually possesses strength of this magnitude. If that's the case, we should recruit him while there's still time. Has there been any movement from the Azure Dragon True Monarch's side? The True Monarch asks. The servant replies, this subordinate has heard that the Azure Dragon True Monarch has already sent people to prepare gifts, intending to dispatch envoys to the Hongmeng sect to establish relations. Prepare as well. Tonight, deliver an invitation to Xiao Xuan's quarters. Do not let the Azure Dragon's side get ahead of us. Understood. A chess piece is placed on the board. Azure Dragon True Monarch speaks, your mind is still not calm enough. A subordinate of the Azure Dragon True Monarch. Feng Qingyan replies, indeed, I've lost. As expected, I still cannot defeat the True Monarch. True Monarch, I have something I wish to ask. Go ahead. It's the first time I've seen you order me to bring this many precious gifts to visit someone. Are the Hongmeng sect and this Xiao Xuan truly that important? Azure Dragon True Monarch answers, you know the current situation of the Celestial Court. The Emperor has been in seclusion for several hundred years. The remaining 4 true monarchs, myself included, have been of equal status, keeping each other in check for centuries. In truth, none of us have made any significant progress. This time, the Emperor's seclusion lasting so long. It has me worried. If his cultivation doesn't go smoothly, the 4 of us may end up becoming stepping stones for his advancement. So it's better to plan ahead. The Azure Dragon True Monarch puts away the chess pieces. Feng Qingyan rises, this subordinate understands True Monarch, then I shall take my leave. Sect Master the Azure Dragon True Monarch has sent a visiting card saying he wishes to meet our master, but master departed last night. Last night, junior brother said the Vermilion Bird True Monarch invited him to the Vermilion Palace to discuss important matters. He still hasn't returned. Why? And now the Azure Dragon True Monarch comes saying he wishes to pay a visit. Celestial Court True Monarchs visiting one after another. I can't tell if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Go invite the guests in. In a certain hall, the Azure Dragon True Monarch has gathered here. Senior Sister Zhu Xuan speaks, we are honored by the Azure Dragon True Monarch's graciousness in dispatching envoys to our Hongmeng sect. Unfortunately, the timing is rather inopportune. My junior brother Xiao Xuan went out on business last night and is currently not at the sect. I'm afraid you'll have to return another time. Feng Qingyan says, Sect Master Zhu worries too much. We apologize for the disturbance today and hope Sect Master Zhu will forgive us. We can certainly wait for Brother Xiao to return. Feng Qingyan thinks how laughable. The disciples of the Hongmeng sect mostly haven't even reached spirit-severing stage. They're nothing but a rabble. I have no idea how they earned the Celestial Court's recognition, and yet they're worth me coming here personally to pay respects. He slams his cup down. That Xiao Xuan wasn't he just here yesterday sparring with someone? So why is it that the moment I arrive, he's nowhere to be found? I want to see what skills you all have that make you worthy of the True Monarch's regard. Feng Qingyan speaks. Sect Master Zhu, sitting here drinking wine in silence is rather dull. I hear the disciples of your Hongmeng sect are all well versed in the way of the sword. Why not let us broaden our horizons and admire Hongmeng sect's swordplay? How about it? Does the esteemed senior mean, Xiao Zhai speaks up, to call out 2 disciples for a sword dance to liven the atmosphere? Xiao Zhai looks at senior sister Zhu Xuan. Sect Master, sword cultivators have always regarded the way of the sword as their very life. How can they perform like entertainers to amuse others? This man is a sword cultivator tudocent. He understands the significance behind it. If we agree now, it will damage the face of our Hongmeng sect. But if we refuse, won't that just give the Azure Dragon True Monarch side an excuse to talk? Want to see a sword dance? Does he? Very well then, my sword has never been drawn from its sheath carelessly. If you wish to see it, then have your subordinate draw their weapon and face me in a bout. Mayor speaks. Everyone watches. Senior Sister Zhu Xuan thinks, well done, Mayor. Turning a sword dance into a sparring match thighs neither damages the face of Hongmeng sect nor leaves room for gossip. This approach truly deserves praise. Chengheng, give it a try. Consider it a chance to get acquainted with the disciples of Hongmeng sect. Li Chengheng, Feng Qingyan's subordinate, steps forward. If that is the case, then I humbly ask for your generous guidance. Mayor steps onto the arena. Who's afraid of whom? This young lady will play along with you. The 2 of them begin their clash. Senior sister Zhu Xuan observes although Mayer's moves are sound, there is still a problem. This man has already reached the body integration stage, while Mayer only recently ascended with the sect and remains at the peak of spirit severing. Though they are only one realm apart, the difference is like heaven and earth. I fear Mayer may struggle to cope and get injured. Sect Master Zhu. Doesn't your Hongmeng sect have any disciples with higher cultivation? Senior sister Zhu Xuan asks, what does the esteemed senior mean by that? Sect Master Zhu, please don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions. Feng Qingyan says with a smile, it's just that the way things stand now, even if we win, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. How about we do it this way? Zhengheng, suppress your cultivation for now. Match it to this young lady's level. Otherwise, if you win later, people will say it was an inglorious victory. Li Chengheng replies, understood. He channels his power. I have suppressed my cultivation to the peak of spirit severing. There will be no cause for embarrassment. Mayer says, what? Come on then, let's clash for 100 rounds and see. They burst forward in a flash. Whoosh. The two of them battle without pause. Li Chengheng loses his footing and staggers backward. GGH. Feng Qingyan watches. Earlier this girl's cultivation was weaker, yet she still attacked with fierce intensity. Now that both are on equal footing, how did she shift from all-out offense to a flawless defense? Could she be deliberately stalling, buying time to drain his stamina? Mayer says your sword grows feebler by the moment. Well, so the gap between someone from the upper realm and us is nothing more than a bit of cultivation. Or is it that your swordsmanship isn't refined at all, just a weakling who can't even stir the wind? Li Chengheng shouts in fury, you. What? You're merely a woman and you dare mock my swordsmanship. He channels every ounce of his remaining strength. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I'll grant your wish. The power surges forth. Mayer barely holds on for an instant. It's over. Mayer thinks I pushed the provocation too far. Now he truly means to kill. Don't be afraid, martial ant. Xiao Zhai steps forward, eyes burning with determination, and charges at the opponent. Everyone is stunned. What is this? Xiao Zhai says, a word of advice, sir, never underestimate a woman. This was supposed to be a friendly bout, so why did you resort to killing intent? Could it be that you couldn't win, lost your dignity, and now want to kill to silence witnesses, Azure Dragon and all of you? Is this what you call honor, bullying the weak with your power? HMPH, stand down. Feng Qingyan commands. Li Chengheng acknowledges, understood. Sect Master Zhu, I'll speak plainly. Today, I came here on behalf of the Azure Dragon True Monarch to recruit Xiao Xuan, but since fate has brought this unfortunate coincidence, I'll leave the decision to Sect Master Zhu. Will Hongmeng sect and Xiao Xuan submit or refuse? Senior sister Zhu Xuan thinks, as expected, the moment of truth has finally arrived. Senior sister Zhu Xuan replies, my apologies, esteemed senior. Though I deeply appreciate the true monarch's admiration, I cannot make this decision on behalf of my junior brother. Why not wait a few more days until my junior brother returns and let him make the decision himself? Feng Qingyan asks, and what about Hongmeng sect? As the sect master of Hongmeng sect, surely you hold the final authority over whether the sect submits or not, correct? Yes, I am the sect master of Hongmeng sect, but I do not hold the final authority within this sect. The future of Hongmeng sect will be decided by all the elders and disciples together. As it happens, my junior brother is one of those elders, so I would rather wait for his return, discuss it thoroughly, and only then make a decision. HMPH, if you refuse the kindness offered, then don't blame me for being discourteous. Feng Qingyan attacks, once I capture you alive, won't Hongmeng sect be within my grasp? You dare touch our master's wife. Xiao Zhai raises her weapon. Mayer also shouts, I'm afraid you lack the skill for that. Overestimating himself, he attacks. Senior sister Zhu Xuan cries out, Xiao Zhai, Mayer, who dares act so insolently on Hongmeng sect's territory? Junior brother, master. You finally returned. Xiao Xuan says, you two have worked hard. It's good that your master is back. Who the hell do you think you are? Yao, you are Xiao Xuan, he asks in disbelief. I just asked Yao, who the hell do you think you are? Xiao Xuan seethes with fury. They clash and the force is truly terrifying. Someone who just entered the immortal court. And yet he wields this kind of pressure. Feng Qingyan replies, I am a subordinate of the Azure Dragon True Monarch. Feng Qingyan, this time. I specifically came to invite Xiao Xuan of Hongmeng sect to meet the Azure Dragon True Monarch. Invite me to meet him. Xiao Xuan questions, is this really the Azure Dragon True Monarch's way of inviting someone? Feng Qingyan crashes into the wall. Impossible, thinks this cannot be. This Zhao Xuan just entered the immortal court. How could he possibly possess such power? After reaching the body integration stage, the greatest difference from before is the ability to sense the power of providence. Zhao Xuan says, I've finally broken through, so this is the power of providence that Father spoke of. There are also some with extraordinary innate talent who can sense the power of providence even before entering the body integration stage. However, few people know that the power of providence is actually divided into different levels. The reason the Immortal Court Emperor stands above everyone else in the Immortal Court is because the providence power he possesses has been condensed to its utmost limit, becoming what is known as immortal spirit power. The four great true monarchs obtained this immortal spirit power from the emperor. That is precisely why they stand above all others. I once earned merit and was rewarded by the true monarch, and it was precisely this power. Because I possess immortal spirit power, no one can defeat me. Could it be that this Zhao Xuan possesses a power even greater than immortal spirit power? If not, then how could he possibly be this strong? Zhao Xuan speaks, you'd better give me an explanation. Feng Qingyan thinks, what the hell is going on? This was the same imposing, inviolable bearing exactly like the primordial immortal emperor of old. Zhao Xuan stares at the kneeling Feng Qingyan. It was I who committed the offense. All my faults are due to my own foolishness, and they have nothing to do with the Azure Dragon True Monarch. Zhao Xuan orders, take your people and get out of my sight, now. Don't ever let me see you again. Next time I lay eyes on you, I kill you. Why yes. Zhao Xuan asks, how are the two of them now? Zhao Zhai says, the disciple is fine, just minor injuries. After some rest and meditation, everything will be all right. What, these little scratches? A few days rest and I'll be good as new. Year adds, Zhao Xuan says, good that you're all right. Now that we've entered the immortal court, the factions are complex. Our entire sect ascended in such grand fashion. Even if we wanted to keep a low profile, it's impossible. Everyone needs to prepare well. There will be many more incidents like this in the future. Zhao Zhai responds, please don't worry, master. I will train even harder so that one day I can protect everyone in the Hengmeng sect. Mayor also chimes in, me too. Even though my cultivation isn't as high as theirs, I'll still give it my all. Junior brother, how did your meeting with the Vermilion Bird True Monarch go? Senior sister Zhu Xuan asks. It's a long story. Last night, just as I was about to sleep, Sect Master Zhao, a secret letter was delivered from outside the sect. A secret letter. Zhao Xuan thinks, what could be so urgent that someone sends a secret letter in the dead of night? The letter stated that there is a matter concerning the Immortal Court's true monarch to discuss, and to hurry to the Vermilion Bird Palace for a meeting. The signature read, Vermilion Bird True Monarch. Why would the Vermilion Bird True Monarch seek me out over a matter concerning the Immortal Court Emperor? Could this be a trap? Better scout the situation first. Zhao Xuan leaps onto the rooftop to survey. Seems like nothing unusual. That aura, those techniques clearly carry Yi Fan's signature energy. Has Yi Fan had contact with the Vermilion Bird True Monarch before? She met Yi Fan, obtained his techniques from him, then sent me a secret message to arrange a meeting. He lands on his feet. Counter whatever move comes. If things go south, fight to the death. Time to meet the Vermilion Bird True Monarch. The door slams shut. He's finally here. You've kept me waiting long enough. Come in. Something's wrong. Zhao Xuan strikes. She asks, well, satisfied? If I had hostile intentions, you wouldn't have been the one to strike first. Zhao Xuan says with a laugh. Ha ha ha, just a little joke. I hope the true monarch doesn't take offense. That power from just now, that was Yi Fan's trump card, wasn't it? Among the countless powers I've encountered, spiritual force that strikes upward, as if all energy gets swallowed whole, impossible to shatter. She says, follow me. If one day you cross paths with Yi Fan, how would you break through that technique? Once inside, Zhao Xuan asks, so what did the true monarch summon me here for today? Right now, you're being hunted by the Immortal Court Emperor, correct? Do you have any plans? Zhao Xuan asks, what is it? Does the true monarch have some guidance? Talking to smart people really saves a lot of effort. Do you know the Immortal Court maintains a wanted list? A wanted list. Indeed. It lists everyone wanted by the Immortal Court Emperor, ranked by bounty amount. Because of your arrival, the wanted list, which hadn't changed in hundreds of years. Now every single person on it has dropped one rank. This surprised all of us greatly. The people on this list hadn't shifted in hundreds of years. She answers, correct. The people the immortal court emperor puts a bounty on. What could we possibly do to them? But you're an exception. You're the first person from the lower realm to be wanted by the emperor and the first to command such a staggering bounty. If he weren't in the midst of critical seclusion, he would have long since refined you and your entire Hengmeng sect into a supreme nourishing pill and swallowed you whole. So right now, I'm the only living target on the wanted list and also the most catchable one. Xiaoxuan asks, correct. Troubles just keep piling up one after another. The true monarch laughs out loud and claps her hands. Luo Cheng come out. Xiaoxuan thinks, Luo Cheng, that's the one ranked second on the wanted list. According to what the vermilion bird true monarch just said, before Xiaoxuan appeared, this Luo Cheng held the #1 spot on the wanted list for hundreds of years. He appears behind him. Xiaoxuan whips his head around in alarm and blocks the surprise strike. What's the meaning of this? Quite the quick reflexes. Xiaoxuan continues to parry, thinking this kind of brute force power, all shock and no finesse whatsoever. The vermilion bird true monarch speaks. She asks, well, his power doesn't fall short of my retained spiritual force, does it? The vermilion bird true monarch is surprised. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, the power you wield must come from the spiritual force of immortal Emperor Yisu Yuan, correct? That's right. Xiaoxuan replies, if you already know this is spiritual force, then surrender quietly, continuing to resist truly arrogant. Then let's add 2 more layers, let me see where your limit lies. Xiaoxuan overwhelms his power. What? He's stunned. This power is many times stronger than before. Could it be that he was holding back all along? Fine, then let's see whose power is truly greater. He charges at Xiaoxuan once more. He observes the strength and frequency of Xiaoxuan's attacks haven't decreased one bit from the start. Providence-fueled cultivation is far more difficult to sustain than spiritual power. So how has he managed to maintain this level? Xiaoxuan is already behind him. Let your guard down and you're dead. Dead. Only now does he realize it. Enough. The vermilion bird true monarch speaks. Stop. Only after getting beaten do you learn your lesson. You really are something. My apologies, Taoist friend Xiaoxuan, I've lost, and true monarch, thank you for intervening. Xiaoxuan asks, so it seems you two do know each other and you arranged all this to test me. No, this has nothing to do with me. Vermilion bird true monarch answered. He did not refute it. That's right, this was all my doing alone. It truly has nothing to do with the true monarch. Xiaoxuan showed he didn't believe it. Is that so? Chu T letter 1B0 letter 1EDBC replied. Why would I need to deceive you? In any case, the reason I came to find you today is also related to him. La Cheng, introduce yourself properly. La Cheng said earlier there was some disrespect, but in truth, we are the same kind of people. Xiaoxuan was puzzled. The same kind of people? What on earth was going on here? La Cheng explained, before you entered the heavenly court, I held the #1 spot on the emperor's bounty list for several hundred years. Fortunately, with the protection of the vermilion bird true monarch, I was able to survive until this day. As for why the heavenly court emperor placed a bounty on me, the reason is the same as yours. 1,000 years ago, I ascended into the heavenly court. My clan possessed a special physique that could refine a unique form of spiritual power. At that time, the heavenly court emperor coveted my clan's bloodline and sought to capture all the women in my family. My clansmen fought to the death rather than become slaves to the heavenly court emperor. They chose self-destruction. I was supposed to die that day too, but I had a life-saving Dharma treasure that could preserve a sliver of its master's life force in moments of mortal peril. That's how I survived. So I didn't die. After that, I went into hiding, determined to raise my strength and avenge my clan. However, when I truly set foot in the heavenly court, I realized just how naive I had been. I challenged the heavenly court emperor, only to be defeated in 3 moves by the vermilion bird true monarch he dispatched. With my strength alone, I was utterly incapable of avenging anyone. What meager skills do you have to challenge the heavenly court emperor? What surprised me was that the vermilion bird true monarch didn't follow orders to kill me. Instead, she helped me hide and supported my cultivation. Where am I now? That is the whole of my story. Xiaoxuan looked at the vermilion bird true monarch. Then what about you? She spoke, my situation is actually not so different from his. My clansmen were exiled from the ancient realm, the true homeland of the divine race, because their bloodline wasn't pure enough. They were banished to the Hongmeng sect's continent. The patriarch originally intended to borrow the heavenly court emperor's power to return to the ancient realm, but ended up being used by him, instead turned into a grand tonic to bolster his cultivation. Only I, thanks to the Dharma treasure my father left behind, survived. After that, I did everything in my power to purify my bloodline. I pretended to be someone who had come from the ancient realm to cultivate a true member of the divine race, not a descendant of exiles. The heavenly court emperor believed my words and granted me the title of true monarch. In return, I promised him that once I returned to the ancient realm, I would bring back the ancient parasol tree celestial spirit exclusive to that realm to aid his cultivation. Sometimes I suspect that, given the emperor's temperament, he may never have truly believed me. If the time came when he needed it, and I couldn't produce the parasol tree celestial spirit, he would certainly not care about the divine race identity I fabricated. He would absorb me without hesitation to bolster his cultivation. But that was all in the past. Chu T letter 1B0 letter 1EDBC slammed her cup down on the table. Beyond avenging my innocent fallen clansmen, I also want to use this opportunity to prove to the clansmen in the ancient realm that even if our bloodline isn't pure enough, it doesn't mean we are failures. I want to show them that I am stronger than any of them. Xiao Xuan thought, it seems the factions within the heavenly court are just as complicated and tangled. So what do you think? The vermilion bird true monarch stepped closer. I feel you're quite capable yourself. Would you like to join our side? Xiao Xuan brushed her hand aside. If you want to cooperate, then tell me. True monarch, what exactly would my Hongmeng sect gain from joining you? Chu T letter 1B0 letter 1EDBC answered. The benefits are naturally plentiful. For instance, this I've already agreed with Yi Fan to cooperate in finding the complete 9-character mantra. If you agree to cooperate, I can share the 9-character mantra with you as well. Xiao Xuan felt that if they truly could obtain the 9-character mantra, the benefits would indeed be very tempting. But cooperating with that Yi Fan, I'm afraid it won't be that simple, will it? That day when he saw me being hunted by the heavenly court emperor, running away alone would have been fine. But before fleeing, he didn't forget to incite Star Moon. As for how he met Star Moon, how could an outsider possibly infiltrate the imperial steel space reserved exclusively for the royal family? It all seemed as though he had targeted Star Moon from the very beginning. Come to think of it, wasn't his treatment of the vermilion bird true monarch exactly the same? Upon their very first meeting, he paid special attention to her, and even showed her his trump cards, things that should have been concealed at all costs. Xiao Xuan replied, True monarch, I have one more request. Would you permit me to inspect your primordial soul? My primordial soul. Xiao Xuan said, Indeed. To be frank with you, I have specialized in cultivating a type of arcane art that can control others' minds. As such, I am quite sensitive to the aura of similar spells. I suspect that during the time Yi Fan exchanged the 9-character mantra with you, he may have left some form of spiritual consciousness control mark on your body. I suspect that during the time Yi Fan exchanged the 9-character mantra with you, he may have left some form of spiritual consciousness control mark on your body. The vermilion bird true monarch laughed. Are you joking, Taoist Xiao? What you don't know is that the Phoenix clan has always cultivated spiritual consciousness power. Someone who dares to show off their axe skills before the master carpenter in all of the heavenly court, I doubt such a person has been born yet. However, since you've brought it up, if your concern isn't resolved, I'm afraid it could affect our cooperation. Here are 2 guardian locks. Heaven tier grade, they provide active protection when the wearer is subjected to spiritual consciousness attacks. Even a full power strike from the divine race should pose no issue. If Taoist Xiao agrees to cooperate, I will gift this Dharma treasure to you. I will also wear one myself. How about it? Xiao Xuan thought it over. It sounded airtight, no loopholes whatsoever. Then what about the terms of cooperation? Chu T letter 1B0 letter 1EDBC proposed. At present, I cannot openly rebel against the heavenly court emperor, but I will provide you with every bit of assistance I can. When the critical moment arrives and our cooperation is needed, one of us acts openly while the other strikes from the shadows and we kill him. Xiao Xuan smiled. If that's the case, then here's to a pleasant cooperation. As for what happened after I returned from Chu T letter 1B0 letter 1EDBCS Palace, you all already know. Xiao Zhai said, so that's how it was. I never imagined the Vermilion Bird True Monarch had such a past. Nai frowned. HMPH, the Heavenly Court Emperor, that damn bastard. For the Vermilion Bird True Monarch to endure and suppress herself for so long, if it were me, I wouldn't have waited, I'd have cut him into 8 pieces already. Senior Sister Zhu Xuan spoke up, Nai you've been a second peak elder for so long now. It's about time you reined in that reckless temper of yours. Junior brother, the Heavenly Court is riddled with undercurrents. The very first time we arrived, we offended the Azure Dragon True Monarch. Although having the Vermilion Bird True Monarch as a backer is certainly better than standing alone. She has served under the Heavenly Court Emperor for a long time. Cooperating with her means we can't let our guard down completely. Xiaoxuan replied, Senior Sister, don't worry, I know my limits. Xiaozhai burst out laughing. Master and the sect leader sure have a great relationship. Oh wait, that's not right. I should say it's getting better and better by the day. Senior Sister Zhuxuan blinked. HMPH, as if. Master's bond with me is clearly much stronger. Master, you don't like this guy at all, do you? May cut in. Senior Sister dodged. Cough, may stop causing trouble. Master, Xiao Xuan thought to himself, Senior Sister looking embarrassed like that, it's just too adorable. Xiao Xuan said, all right Xiao Zhai, stop making a fuss too, go notify Mu Han and the others, your master has an important announcement to make. Yes master. One incense sticks time later, everyone had gathered. Xiao Zhai said, Master, I've called everyone here. Xiao Xuan said, today some insignificant minor sect dared to borrow another's authority and come to our doorstep to provoke our Hengmeng sect. If we continue to let this slide, the day I'm no longer here wouldn't Hengmeng's sect be razed to the ground. Xiao Zhai, you possess the innate sword body physique, capable of comprehending sword intent with extraordinary speed. You are also the first among all disciples to have reached the body integration stage. Today, with a single technique, one sword shatters 10,000 lost lackeys of the Heavenly Court were crushed. His swordsmanship and cultivation talent can only be described as supremely extraordinary. Disciple merely followed Master's teachings. Wushuang, you were born with divine strength. Though your body is small, you can drag a cart weighing 10,000 jin. Initially, using Golden Core stage cultivation to battle multiple Golden Core stage enemies, 7 early spirit severing opponents, never once did you fall at a disadvantage. Your rate of growth has greatly satisfied me. Thank you, Master. Muhan, with only a brief pointer from me, you were able to comprehend and refine 10th grade pills. Your refinement of marrow cleansing pills and origin nourishing pills has further bolstered the entire Hengmeng sect's ascent to the immortal court. Her contributions cannot go unmentioned. Edge is overjoyed, Master. As for the other 3, there is no need to elaborate. One is the sect master of myriad peaks, hailed as immortal slayer by the masses. One is well versed in the poison arts and once fought on behalf of the nation of the 4 great spirit severing powerhouses who participated in the first national destiny war, and Wuming bears the divine dragon bloodline with talent that is second to none. Master flatters us too much. Xiao Xuan continues, your talents and comprehension are first-rate. Today I have no intention of blaming you. I merely hope you understand once we enter the immortal court, the forces there are tangled and treacherous. We have already been marked. From now on, provocations and challenges at our doorstep will only increase, never decrease. Everyone must remain vigilant, prepared for any crisis, ready to handle any emergency at a moment's notice. Someone speaks up. In the immortal court, the powerful are beyond counting. Though our current cultivation is still insufficient to fully protect the Hengmeng sect, Master, rest assured, we will not fail your expectations. We will advance swiftly without fail. Xiao Zhai speaks with resolve. That's right, Master. I will cultivate even harder, always ready to protect the Hengmeng sect alongside everyone. Everyone speaks in unison. So will we. Xiao Xuan praises them and bestows power upon them. Very well, Master. It is Xiao Zhai who asks from within. All of you have now stepped into the body integration stage and moreover, awakened special physiques. Here are the cultivation plans and resources I have prepared, tailored to each of your individual strengths. They will help you unlock further potential within your bloodlines and physiques, accelerating your cultivation speed. Additionally, I have heard that Loyang City, under the Su family's management, has excavated a vein with extraordinarily abundant yields. If pill refinement ingredients are ever insufficient, they can be drawn from the national treasury of Great Qin. I believe all of this is sufficient to sustain the Hengmeng sect for the coming years, perhaps even for a far longer period beyond that. So the future of the Hengmeng sect now rests in your hands. Yes, they respond in unison. System continuous notification discovery confirmed. Under the host's guidance, disciples have received a batch of weapons, quantity X2000. System host receives reward 1 item upgrade opportunity. Applicable to techniques, Dharma treasures. Xiaoxuan is satisfied. Hey, not bad at all. 500 million premium spirit stones. Even if all of them are fully absorbed for cultivation, the total spiritual energy is enough for tens of thousands of Hengmeng sect disciples to cultivate all the way to the tribulation transcendence stage. As for the technique fusion opportunity, I can continue collecting and learning new techniques, then fuse them all together. This time I need to gather even more. If the number of fused techniques reaches hundreds, even tens of thousands, who knows, it might break through to an extraordinary realm. Too perfect. Too perfect. As for the quality upgrade opportunity, I'm not sure how high it can raise the grade, but system-produced rewards have never once disappointed me. In short, with the immortal court teeming with threats as it does now, this is like someone handing me a pillow the moment I start feeling drowsy. Oh, right before ascending, I also instructed Chu Jilin to use the intelligence network of the Celestial Mechanism Tower to search for other ruins left behind by the Void Abyss. Immortal Emperor. I wonder if there's been any news on that yet. He thinks to himself, in any case, before that old bastard emerges from seclusion, I should start preparing even more. Inside a certain dwelling, useless trash shrieks of agony ring out. Cough, true monarch, please spare my life. Your subordinate knows his mistake. Feng Qingyan stammers, who told you to go offend Xiaoxuan, huh? It seems I've been far too lenient with you. Now you've not only ruined my affairs but also dragged the Azure Dragon Palace's name through the mudhuff. True monarch, during this subordinate's visit to the Hengmeng sect, I made a special discovery. I wish to atone for my failure. The Azure Dragon True Monarch responds, oh, let's hear it. He drops Feng Qingyan to the ground. Today, as this subordinate was retreating in defeat, I sensed an aura lurking within the Hengmeng sect belonging to someone from another immortal court. This aura is extraordinarily concealed. Without drawing close, it is nearly impossible to detect. I fear their cultivation is no lower than the 10th level of the body integration stage. This subordinate did not dare act rashly and hurried back to report to the True Monarch. The True Monarch replies, this is already within my records, after all. That brat has been far too conspicuous. It was only a matter of time before he attracted attention. Feng Qingyan crawls forward. Since the True Monarch already holds Xiaoxuan in such regard, does the True Monarch still wish to send someone to show face or perhaps grant him a favor? No rush. Who does Xiaoxuan think he is? That I should scramble to send emissaries to his doorstep time and again. This time he dared lay hands on you, which means he slapped the face of our Azure Dragon Palace. Arrogant and clueless, it's high time someone taught him a lesson. Investigate thoroughly who else has had their eye on him lately. When the time comes, I will personally go meet Xiaoxuan to show him exactly who he should be pledging allegiance to in this immortal court. Obeying the order, meanwhile a door glows softly with lamplight elsewhere. Xiao Mei says, Master, you worked so hard healing our wounds today. This is a tonic soup I brewed from 10 medicinal ingredients: ginseng, 100 herbs, dew, heavenly cicada lingjai. It's excellent for replenishing vital energy. Please drink it, Master. Senior Sister Zhu Xuan replies, Mayor, actually I've already recovered quite a bit. She reflects, this spiritual power is truly miraculous. After just one circulation, more than half the fatigue from healing Mayor's injuries has already faded. Light spills through the doorway, a figure stands outside, they freeze. Who's there? Xiao Mei shouts and lunges forward. Where did this coward crawl out of? How dare you sneak into our Hengmeng sect? POW. The impact sends her hurtling backward. Senior Sister Zhu Xuan rises to her feet. The intruder speaks, I've placed a powerful barrier. Even if you scream yourselves hoarse, no one will hear a thing. Footsteps approach, he speaks, between the two of Yao, which one is Zhu Xuan, the sect master of the Hengmeng sect. She thinks, wait, that flame appears to be blazing, yet it radiates no scorching heat. Instead, a bone-piercing cold emanates from within the fire. Mayor, stay back, this has nothing to do with Yano, taste this. Senior sister shouts, Mayor, wait, he's getting cocky, walking right into his own grave. He unfurls the flame in his palm. Wait, something is off about this flame. Senior sister rises and shields her. Careful, who exactly are you? When did you sneak into our Hongmeng sect? When did you infiltrate our Hongmeng sect? Is this the power of providence? He thinks, but it seems more condensed than usual. It was able to cleave apart my soul-burning flame, the very one I used to temper my body with, a single sword strike. That thing called the soul-burning flame contains terrifying corrosive properties. If one cannot resist it, the flame devours the soul, reducing a person to a hollow shell that knows nothing but slaughter. Senior sister Zhu Xuan exclaims, what? Mayor screams. He laughs aloud, ha ha, you've got quite the discerning eye. So you must be the Zhu Xuan goddess of that Xiao Xuan fellow. You know my junior brother? We've never met, but once I capture the two of you, it won't be long before he comes begging at my doorstep in person. Senior sister counterattacks. Pipe dream, the overwhelming force sends her crashing backward. I know your special providence power is formidable, but you've probably only just acquired it, haven't you? With strength like that alone, you can't stop me. Since that's the case, the two of you might as well come along quietly. But if Xiao Xuan doesn't come to save Yao, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior sister Zhu Xuan realizes things have gone terribly wrong. 2 hours later, only a pile of wreckage remains. Xiao Xuan, your woman and her disciple are in my hands. If you wish to see them again, come to the White Tiger Superior Kingdom within 7 days to meet me. Xiao Xuan arrives. Muhan speaks, Master. It appears an intruder infiltrated the Hongmeng sect, taking advantage of the dead of night to ambush and kidnap the sect master. Moreover, this person must possess at least 10th level body integration stage cultivation. Otherwise, there is no way they could have done this without making a single sound. Xiao Zhai observes, the White Tiger Superior Kingdom. I recall that was one of the nations that participated in the Great National Destiny War of old. This scoundrel is actually someone from the Immortal Court. Why does Master have to go all the way to the White Tiger Superior Kingdom's Imperial Palace in the Mortal Realm to find him? Master, I heard you were here, so I have an urgent matter to report. Li Jianfeng's face pales. What? Something like this has happened. Xiao Xuan asks, what do you want with me? Li Jianfeng replies, oh, it's senior sister Zhu who sent word. The Tianji Tower's intelligence network has picked up a lead on of the ruins of the Ziyuan Immortal Emperor lies within the imperial capital of the White Tiger Superior Kingdom. Xiao Zhai says, the White Tiger Superior Kingdom again. Li Jianfeng asks, again why? Is there something else tied to the White Tiger Superior Kingdom too? Xiao Xuan erupts in fury. He says, whoever dares lay a hand on my senior sister must be ready to have their bones ground to dust. Xiao Xuan strides away. Watch over the Hongmeng sect, even if I have to raise the White Tiger Imperial Palace to the ground. I will bring my senior sister back. Understood. 3 days later, shouts ring out from the soldiers. The White Tiger Emperor thunders, how dare you, who dares storm the Imperial Palace of our White Tiger Kingdom? Xiao Xuan strides in boldly. The man who's about to level your White Tiger Imperial Palace. Xiao Xuan, Yaoyer Xiao Xuan. He thinks, I've long heard that Xiao Xuan, the national preceptor of the Great Qin Superior Kingdom, is ruthless in his methods. He single-handedly annihilated the entire Longyan Superior Kingdom and even sent several human immortals from the Celestial Court fleeing in panic. The Emperor breaks into a cold sweat. Seeing him in person today, this oppressive aura is truly beyond what any ordinary being can match. The soldiers raise their weapons in unison. Protect the Emperor, kill all intruders, no mercy. Xiao Xuan glances at them, overestimating yourselves. He stands perfectly still and effortlessly repels every last one of those green soldiers. The soldiers are sent crashing into each other. The Emperor, sensing the situation going south, shifts into a defensive stance. Xiao Xuan, you're going too far. But Xiao Xuan wastes no words. He lunges forward and slams a kick into the Emperor. Xiao Xuan's tone is practically dripping with killing intent. Speak, where's my senior sister? The Emperor panics. Gu Qingming, senior sister, what senior sister? I don't know anything. Xiao Xuan, my White Tiger Superior Kingdom and your Great Qin Superior Kingdom have no grudge between us. Why are you pushing this far? Zhao Xuan sneers coldly, lifting his foot off the emperor's face. Ha, my senior sister's aura is clearly inside your white tiger palace. Since you refuse to talk, fine, then I'll level this entire palace. And your white tiger superior kingdom, it vanishes from the face of the earth starting this very moment. The emperor is instantly chilled to the bone by Zhao Xuan's killing intent. What? A soldier lying on the ground speaks up to advise the emperor. Zhao Xuan killed Jai Su of the Longyan superior kingdom back then and annexed Longyan into Great Qin. He can absolutely do it. Please think carefully, Your Majesty. Have you truly ever met the person he's talking about? The emperor carefully reviews everything in his mind. Zhao Xuan shows no mercy. He kicks the emperor to the ground again. Speak now. The emperor yelps in pain. All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you right now. The emperor quickly recounts, yesterday I led my men out hunting. At the time, a subordinate came to report, Your Majesty, there are 2 women of unknown origin at this location. He continues recalling, who would have thought on the way back to the capital, we spotted 2 peerless beauties lying beneath a tree. Especially the woman whose face was veiled in thin silk, breathtakingly beautiful, as though a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. In my entire life, I have never seen a woman so beautiful. The emperor, upon seeing them, gives the order without hesitation, bring them back. Understood. At that moment, I was blinded by lust and lost all reason. I didn't even care about their identities and ordered them brought to the imperial palace, planning to take them as concubines once they woke. Who knew those 2 women claimed to be from the Hongmeng sect of the Great Qin superior kingdom? Despite having their cultivation sealed, their temperament was unyielding, rather die than submit. Mayor and Zhou Xuan remain on full alert. Back off, take one more step and I won't hold back. As he reaches this point, the emperor's expression darkens. So I originally planned to force the matter today. Zhao Xuan kicks him again in fury, sending him sprawling. You think you're worthy? The emperor sits up helplessly. Yes, I will personally lead National Preceptor Zhao to meet Consort Leno to meet the 2 honored ladies. He staggers toward the female attendants and orders them. What are you standing around for? Lead them there now. The attendant stammers, Your Majesty, I haven't had time to report yet. This morning, people from the Crown Prince's palace came and said these 2 women are of unknown origin, possibly assassins. They wanted to bring them to the Crown Prince's palace for interrogation. When the implication finally dawns, the emperor goes pale. Zhao Xuan's brow furrows. The scene shifts to the Crown Prince's residence in the White Tiger Superior Kingdom. Mayor lies motionless while Zhou Xuan stares at the person before her with cold fury. Crown Prince Xing of the White Tiger Superior Kingdom approaches. With a lecherous tone, don't be so tense, beauty. I'm nothing like that old fool me father who doesn't know how to treat a lady right. I'll treat you well, I promise. She furrows her brow and demands, what did you do to us earlier? The Crown Prince casually removes his outer robe and replies, well, you ladies were so fierce you wouldn't even let me touch your hand. This Crown Prince had no choice but to slip you something special. He then sighs with feigned regret. I didn't expect you to keel over completely, but luckily you woke up. After all, watching a beauty like you blush is quite the reward. Zhou Xuan grits her teeth in rage at these words. The Crown Prince eagerly advances, shameless. Even if it costs me my life, it's worth it. Come here, beauty. She stares at him in shock. But Zhao Xuan arrives in the nick of time, slamming him into the wall, then die. The prince is hurled into the wall with a deafening crash and begins coughing up blood. After taking the brutal hit, he forces himself upright and roars, who dares storm the Crown Prince's palace? Zhao Xuan appears instantly. Zhao Xuan smirks coldly, you don't need to know that much to die. Zhou Xuan's face lights up with joy, junior brother. The Crown Prince, regaining his composure, shouts, junior brother, what? But fear begins to creep in. The oppressive aura is overwhelming, and a terrifying killing intent radiates from the man before him. Zhao Xuan reaches for the hem of his robe and swings his hand with force. Zhao Xuan's spiritual power rapidly engulfs the entire room. The Crown Prince still puts on a haughty front. Yao, how dare you disrespect this Crown Prince? Zhao Xuan doesn't flinch, he smirks coldly. Ha! At the sight, the Crown Prince's entire body begins to tremble. Yao, you stay away from me. His expression grows increasingly ugly. The Crown Prince senses it up closet. Terrifying killing aura surrounding this man crashes over him like a vicious wolf staring down a dying prey. a beast thrashing in its final moments. Xiao Xuan draws closer with every step, paralyzing the crown prince with sheer terror. Who are you exactly? Xiao Xuan obliges. If you want to die with your eyes open, have you ever heard the name Xiao Xuan? The crown prince's face turns ghostly pale. Xiao Xuan, you're the national preceptor Xiao Xuan of the Great Qin Superior Kingdom. Panic consumes him. Damn it, we didn't I think of it. Xiao Xuan's infamous reputation and those two women are from the Hengmeng sect. Realizing he's poked the wrong hornet's nest, the crown prince drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything to your senior sister. Xiao Xuan ignores that and simply asks, tell me, how much do you know about the White Tiger ancient capital? Though surprised, he answers obediently, the White Tiger ancient capital, why yes, I know of it. The White Tiger ancient capital is recorded in our royal family's ancient texts as the White Tiger Holy Land. According to legend, it is one of the 5 great holy sites of the primordial era, hiding boundless treasures including not just divine and immortal grade artifacts, but possibly lost scriptures and cultivation techniques from antiquity. But at the same time, the White Tiger ancient capital is a holy landance with prohibitions, dangers lurking in every corner, and its existence shrouded in extreme mystery. Because of that, until now, no one has been able to determine its exact location. Saying this, he grows cautious, carefully observing Xiao Xuan's expression bit by bit. Grand Tutor Xiao, are you looking for the White Tiger ancient capital? Just pointing the way, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xiao Xuan smirks casually and replies, I already know the location. The crown prince hears this and immediately starts sucking up. So that's how it is if it's Grand Tutor Xiao. The dangers of this holy land surely aren't worth mentioning. This is truly cause for celebration. He approaches amiably, too kind, but I still hope your highness will lend me something. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief at this point. Haha, simple. I wonder what Grand Tutor Xiao wishes to borrow. This crown prince will spare no effort. Inside, he is secretly overjoyed. This is great. That Xiao Xuan suddenly became so politely he won't kill me, right? But right after, Xiao Xuan casually proposes, then let me borrow your highness's life. This proposal leaves the crown prince utterly gobsmacked. What? Without waiting for the crown prince to say another word, Xiao Xuan directly drains his blood. He smirks, satisfied with the result. Zhu Xuan, witnessing this from the side, is petrified into stone. Is this the technique a newly learned disciple just acquired? Cruel methods to this extent. His screams gradually echo throughout the crown prince's residence. A moment later, after having his blood drained, the crown prince collapses limply to the ground. Xiao Xuan smirks, radiating arrogance. The number of masters in this world who have died at my hands is beyond counting. For a wretch like you to die the same way, they did consider it a blessing. Zhu Xuan hesitantly speaks up. Junior brother, she herself feels something is terribly wrong. Her head aches, and it seems she has pushed herself to the absolute limit. Zhu Xuan senses Xiao Xuan's silhouette drawing closer. He lifts her chin and softly calls, Senior sister, you don't look so well. Zhu Xuan squints, gradually losing strength, unable to help but harbor doubts in her heart. Strange, is this just my imagination? Compared to the junior brother she knew before, he suddenly feels so unfamiliar. Thinking this, Zhu Xuan gradually loses consciousness. She collapses onto the bed just like Mayor. Xiao Xuan silently watches the two before him, as if contemplating something. At this moment, inside Zhu Xuan's mind, there is only pitch-black darkness. She stares blankly at the gloomy, oppressive surroundings. Zhu Xuan frantically calls out for Xiao Xuan again and again. Junior brother, where are you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. Senior sister, I'm here. She immediately turns around with joy. Junior brother. But Zhu Xuan is petrified by the sight before her. Xiao Xuan stands there swaying like a phantom, and at his feet lie countless corpses. Were you looking for me, senior sister? The scene cuts to the outside. It is already the next day. Zhu Xuan gradually awakens from the nightmare. She sits up on the bed in a panic. The door swings open at that moment. Xiao Xuan carries a bowl of soup over and asks warmly, what's wrong? Senior sister. Zhu Xuan quickly composes herself and replies, oh, it's nothing, I just had a nightmare. Right, where's Mayor? She recalls the dream and can't help but feel puzzled. Why would she have such a dream out of nowhere? He answers cheerfully. She just woke up, she's still resting. Zhu Xuan suddenly notices the bowl of soup in Xiao Xuan's hands. Oh, junior brother, what's that? he answers honestly. I was worried that senior sister might have been shaken these past few days. So I borrowed the inn's kitchen and made you a bowl of calming soup. Seeing this, the suspicion in Zhu Xuan's heart is finally dispelled. Junior brother even specially made calming soup for me. Xiao Xuan leans in, wanting to coax her. Senior sister, drink it while it's hot. She obediently opens her mouth. Touched by this, she can't help but blame herself. Junior brother is just trying to stand up for me. It must be because I've been so exhausted these past few days that I'm overthinking things. He treats me so well, how could I suspect him? Suddenly Zhu Xuan freezes in shock. Her gaze locks onto the bloodstains splattered across Xiao Xuan's body. Zhu Xuan points suspiciously at the bloodstain and asks, Junior brother, are you hurt? Why is there so much blood? He answers without the slightest attempt to hide it. Don't worry, senior sister, this isn't my blood. I must have gotten splattered when I struck. It's the blood of those servants in the crown prince's palace. This revelation sends Zhu Xuan into a panic. What? Did you kill everyone in the crown prince's palace? The others didn't even harm me. But Xiao Xuan looks displeased by this reaction and states bluntly, better to kill by mistake than let even one slip. Every last one of those people had to die, she wants to argue back. But before Zhu Xuan can finish, Xiao Xuan abruptly changes the subject. Senior sister, why aren't you drinking? Not to your taste. She doesn't have the heart to argue with him, so she can only show a helpless expression. I suppose I'm still recovering, haven't felt hungry yet. Come to think of it, junior brother, how did you know I was in the White Tiger Superior Kingdom's imperial palace? Xiao Xuan turns and sits up straight to recount. The one who took you left a note behind. Once I saw it, I set out immediately. Zhu Xuan curiously presses further, do you know who that person was? Instead of answering, he changes the topic and proposes, right, senior sister, before he died. The crown prince mentioned that the White Tiger ancient capital is a sacred ruin. You heard it too, didn't you? Now that your injuries have recovered, why don't we go explore it together? Of course, the White Tiger ancient capital is a holy land. Dangers lurk on every side. Even if we obtain the inheritance inside, there are still many things to watch out for. Do you remember that? Zhu Xuan grows slightly wary at this. She forces her most genuine smile and replies, I remember, seeing there's nothing more to say. Xiao Xuan stands and heads for the door. All right, senior sister, you shouldn't strain yourself right now. I won't disturb you further. Remember to drink the soup. We'll set out shortly. With that, Xiao Xuan turns and leaves. She can only gaze pensively at his retreating figure. The scene shifts to what is said to be the White Tiger ancient capital. Mayor crosses her arms, narrows her eyes, and appraises the surroundings. So this is the White Tiger ancient capital you mentioned on the way. Looks pretty ordinary to me. Xiao Xuan answers her question with satisfaction. Though it's not entirely clear, I can faintly sense a wave of energy fluctuation. There should be an isolation array formation serving as an illusion disguise. An isolation array formation? Mayor grows curious upon hearing this. Zhu Xuan also confirms, I can feel it too. Moreover, this energy fluctuation is extremely eerie, nothing like a typical isolation array formation. If you don't observe carefully, you'd never notice anything unusual about this place. No wonder the White Tiger Superior Kingdom hasn't discovered it all these years. Xiao Xuan gazes excitedly at the array formation before him. Correct, this array formation is composed of 49 different formations intertwined. But if it thinks it can stop me, that's pure delusion. He extends both arms and begins channeling spiritual power. Spiritual power gradually condenses into a small point of light in Xiao Xuan's palm. Mayor, witnessing this, exclaims, that pressure is immense, but why do I sense a cold, sinister aura within it? Kid, when did you learn a technique like this? Xiao Xuan's expression darkens and he answers without the slightest attempt to conceal it. It's nothing special to break through the array formation here. I simply need the blood of the White Tiger Superior Kingdom's crown prince as a sacrificial offering. Zhu Xuan has also partly pieced together everything that happened. So that's why he drew blood back then. He was preparing for this step. It seems he had planned it all along. After a while, a new spirit stone materializes. She gapes at it in shock. The spiritual energy within it is impossibly dense. Is this a formation spirit stone specially designed to store formation energy? Xiao Xuan doesn't respond. He simply focuses on his task, then a massive boom erupts, shattering the sturdy formation completely. Mayor leaps forward protectively, shielding Zhu Xuan. Master, watch out. Time cuts ahead. Moments later, both of them freeze in place, staring at what lies before them. Right there, unfurled before them, is a scroll painting its details rendered with breathtaking vividness. They gasp in unison, a Holy Land ruin. Even Xiaoxuan can't help but marvel at the result. The ancient Holy Land isn't some region on the Honghuang continent, it's akin to an independent pocket dimension. This kind of setup guarantees the Holy Land's security while ensuring a top-tier cultivation environment. He speaks quickly while rushing toward the scroll painting. This holy land was likely carved out by an immortal who attained Dao through the art of calligraphy and painting in the ancient era. The mysteries contained within are beyond simple comprehension. Let's go, not a moment to waste. Zhu Xuan responds with a grave expression. Before leaving, she doesn't forget to leave a trace of spiritual power hidden in the grass behind them. Only after that does Zhu Xuan feel somewhat at ease, stepping inside alongside Xiaoxuan and Mayor. They haven't gone far when a group of mysterious figures appears, tailing the three as they venture deeper inside. Mayor is the first to speak, examining the patterns around them. I never expected a mystical cave like this to be hidden within the painting. Aren't the carvings on these stone walls the same as the images on the scroll painting we entered through? Xiaoxuan suddenly notices something strange up ahead. Before them stands a sword, embedded upright in the ground and radiating an aura of strange, razor-sharp energy. She remarks with alarm, sensing the presence emanating from it. What kind of sword is this? Whether it's the material or the aura it conceals, it far surpasses ordinary heaven-grade Dharma treasures. It's quite similar to your Wuxia sword. Xiaoxuan, utterly unconcerned, reaches out to grab it. Oh, my Wuxia sword carries a similar might. Mayor is about to retort, you're stating the obvious, but Zhu Xuan cuts her off bluntly. This cave must be the entrance to the Holy Land, and I believe this sword is the key to activating that entrance. The most important thing right now is to pull it out, and at the same time, decipher the hidden rune inscription on the blade. Xiaoxuan halts his intention and turns his head. Senior sister is right, I was thinking the same. Mayor has already been swept up by the momentum, forgetting her initial hesitation. Then what are we waiting for? Unlock it already. She proposes eagerly. Indeed, why not let Mayor try? Consider it training. Besides, who knows, perhaps the person who personally opens the Holy Land's entrance might gain some special providence. Hearing this, Mayor looks puzzled. Special providence? But he freezes upon hearing those words. Just as Mayor steps forward to try and grab it, let me have a look first. Xiaoxuan dashes forward to stop her. Wait, saying this sword is the key to the Holy Land entrance? That's just our speculation. Besides, some of the runes on this blade are extremely sinister. There could be traps hidden within. Let me handle the dangerous part. Zhou Xuan, standing behind, silently commits every one of these gestures from Xiaoxuan to memory. He extends his hand toward the sword. White Tiger, Holy Land, just what kind of providence awaits? Finally, Xiaoxuan touches it without encountering any resistance whatsoever. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoes through the cavern. I never imagined the Holy Land ruins were hidden within such an unremarkable mountain peak. Truly, one could wear out iron shoes searching and find nothing, yet upon discovering it, not a single ounce of effort is wasted. Xiaoxuan enters combat mode instantly. Dozens of serpents are hurtling straight toward him. Xiaoxuan leaps up in a flash, perfectly dodging the oncoming serpent. He extends his hand and casts a spell, rendering the serpents utterly unable to resist. They are swiftly defeated and crash to the ground. Xiaoxuan lands and bellows, who goes there? A squad of 5 emerges from the shadows. The purple-haired one jabs a finger at Xiaoxuan and shouts, "Boss, this brat just killed the beasts we spent years painstakingly raising. Kill him." The leader, emboldened by numbers, orders smugly, "Surrender quietly and I'll leave your corpse intact." He then turns to Mayor and Zhu Xuan. As for these two little ladies, you've walked right into a death trap. She senses the situation spiraling and draws her sword, ready to fight. At that very moment, boulders from above begin to collapse. They trigger a violent tremor that shakes the entire cavern. Zhu Xuan stares in shock at the ground, which won't stop trembling. What's happening? The 5 men, seeing this, panic and rush toward them. No good, the place is caving in, get to the center now. Mayor moves in alertly, shielding her. What's going on? Is this cave about to collapse? After a while, the dust and debris gradually settle. Gov gov gov. Zhuxuan suddenly freezes. She whips her head to the side. Terror is written plain across Zhuxuan's face. What is that? The ground where the 5 men stood begins cracking apart. A long, grotesque tongue unfurls from the crevice. The long-haired man fails to escape in time and plummets straight into the chasm. Water from below splashes upward in violent bursts. A colossal crocodile surfaces and snaps the man up whole. Everyone freezes in sheer horror. The purple-haired one trembles, stammering to the leader. "B-boss, why is there a crocodile that massive down here? I've never heard any rumor about a colossal beast like this in the Holy Land ruins. We were not going to die here, are we?" The leader roars furiously, "Useless trash. Today, these Holy Land ruins will belong to me." With that, the leader can't hold back any longer and charges forward. "After I kill you, I'll deal with that beast." Heaven-severing, earth-severing blade. Xianxia smirks, meeting the attack head-on with a grin. "Hey, you think that clumsy blade technique is enough to take my life?" He calmly raises his fist. Delusional fool. The moment the leader sees it, he realizes something is very wrong. What? How can this kid's spiritual power and strength be this overwhelming? This single punch crashes down like Mount Tai itself, surging with devastating fist intent. The thought barely forms before the leader's blade shatters. He's sent flying back into his own men. The leader, shaken to his core, is chilled to the bone by Xianxia's overwhelming aura. His voice trembles. "What kind of monster are you?" Suddenly, the crocodile surges up from behind. Xianxia stands before them all and replies softly, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you are already dead men." Cold sweat cascades down their faces. Xianxia shoves them without hesitation toward the crocodile's gaping maw. All they can do now is scream in despair. But in the end, all 4 are swallowed whole. Mayor and Zhuxuan gape, utterly speechless. Even though these men deserved worse than death, this is a bit too brutal. Xianxia, meanwhile, is still absorbed in examining the sword. Indeed, this blade is no ordinary weapon. The runes on this sword appear to be script from the great beast cult. Not difficult to decipher, just needs a little more time. Meanwhile, the crocodile, sated from its meal, begins to doze off. She slowly approaches and suggests, "Hey, stop studying that for now. If this crocodile wakes up hungry and attacks again, we might not be able to defend against it. We should team up and deal with it first." Xianxia hears her out and agrees. "Makes sense. But why go through all that trouble? How about you buy me a little more time instead?" The words barely leave his mouth before he's already preparing to make his move. Mayor furrows her brow, unable to believe what she's hearing. But before he could make a move, Zhuxuan strikes first. Xianxia spins around, dodging with ease. He frowns, clearly displeased by her actions. Zhuxuan aims her sword at the impostor without a shred of hesitation. "So you finally show your true colors. You're not my junior brother, are you?" The impostor smirks without a trace of fear. "Ha, so you've been on guard the whole time, but when exactly did you figure it out?" She gets her answer and affirms her suspicion. Though her junior brother is ruthless in combat, he would never slaughter the innocent. The one who butchered everyone in the Crown Prince's manor. That's when you gave yourself away. Mayor's eyes widen as if struck by an epiphaniso. That's how it is. No wonder this person's cultivation technique reeked of something sinister, something she'd never once seen Xianxia use. Moreover, over the past few days, she hadn't seen him carry the peerless sword that never usually left his hand. When she brought up that sword, his tone was as if he had never even heard of it. She asks, puzzled, "But master, if this person isn't Xianxia, then who is he?" Zhuxuan responds, "Do you still remember the one who ambushed us that night? He never once used the phantom flame. At first I wasn't sure. But when I brought up the ambush that night, he kept glancing around and changed the subject, deliberately dodging the question. And just now, when he fought those others, he displayed a physical body eerily similar to that attacker's. I couldn't figure out why he'd take such a huge detour to bring us to the White Tiger Superior Kingdom. Now I see it was all calculated from the start. Besides wanting the Crown Prince's blood to unlock the Holy Land's ruins, he also figured I wouldn't betray my junior brother. So he simply became my junior brother, luring me into the Holy Land with him. If I could help him obtain the inheritance, all the better. If not, the truth would come out and I'd be nothing more than his stepping stone." He grows delighted, laughing with full-blown triumph. "This woman isn't as stupid as I thought, but you only guessed half of it. After all, that fool Xiaoxuan is probably raising hell across the White Tiger Superior Kingdom looking for you right now, which only makes people want your head. Even more, Zhuxuan grits her teeth in fury. You imposter, how dare you pretend to be kind? Relax, soon enough I'll crack the runes on this sword too, you'd better start worrying about yourself. A torrent of spiritual power erupts around him. Seeing Zhuxuan hurled backward, Mayor rushes forward in alarm. Master, the imposter charges the moment he spots his opening. Now I'll send you all to the afterlife together. Mayor and Zhuxuan can only stare at him in horror when suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. You dare touch what's mine, you'll have to answer to my blade first. What? He whips his head upward in shock. The imposter lunges back, narrowly dodging the attack. A net of energy unfurls rapidly, trapping him. He gathers his strength to break free, but before he can act, another strike slams into him. The imposter finally realizes in panic. No good, the net shatters from the impact, but the blow continues straight into the imposter. The sword in his hand clatters to the ground. The imposter gnashes his teeth in rage, his body reverting to its true form. The real Xiaoxuan finally appears. Ha, with such meager skill you dare impersonate me. His arrival fills Zhuxuan with the relief of a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. Junior brother, Xiaoxuan rushes to her side. Senior sister, I'm sorry I'm late. Zhuxuan smiles with relief. You're not late, I knew you'd come. He explains. Along the way, I tracked your spiritual aura. When I reached this valley, the trail suddenly vanished. Until I sensed the faint trace of spiritual energy you left behind. Xiaoxuan picks up a blade of grass, sensing it. Senior sister, this is the same blade of grass you imbued with your spiritual power. He gently cups Zhuxuan's face. I knew you'd left it there on purpose. Meh. The imposter who'd been ignored until now finally speaks up. Cough cough, how touching. Those useless mutts of the White Tiger Superior Kingdom couldn't even stop you from escaping unscathed. But Xiaoxuan, do you even know who I am? Mayor, the most battle-hungry of them all, steps forward and snaps, death's knocking at your door and you're still running your mouth. Xiaoxuan doesn't waste a second, charging straight in. Some nobody's identity, why would I care? All you need to know is this: today you die. The imposter, utterly fearless, remains smug. Is that so? But aren't you underestimating me just a little too much? Zhuxuan warns him urgently. Junior brother, be careful, it could be a trap. Though no one asks, he introduces himself anyway. Ha, I am Qiu Tianlian, ranked 9th on the Immortal Court's human rankings. I am nothing like that worthless trash ranked 10th who fell to your blade. You lowly scum of the mortal realm, dying at my hand is the greatest honor you'll ever receive. As he speaks, Qiu Tianlian's form warps into a swirling vortex. She immediately screams. That vortex is extremely sinister, get away from it. But Xiaoxuan charges straight into the center of the vortex without hesitation. Petty tricks. Qiu Tianlian grins with delight. Big talk for a dead man. A blinding flash of light erupts, dazzling. Xiaoxuan is the first to sense something wrong. Wait, Qiu Tianlian's body has swollen massively, he's going all in. Xiaoxuan, now I'll show you my true power. Zhuxuan screams a warning. Junior brother, Qiu Tianlian continues to flex his muscles and unleashes the Void Annihilation Claws. Mayor is frozen in terror by the display. Such a powerful soul body, his regeneration is terrifying. Is this the real strength of someone ranked 9th on the Immortal Court's human rankings? Qiu Tianlian hears this and grows smug. HMPH, my body has been tempered to the point where even an immortal-grade Dharma treasure can barely leave a mark. Xiaoxuan, when these claws come down, all that'll be left of you is ground meat. His claws close in on Xiaoxuan, but the latter doesn't waver. He's been curious for a while now about the might of a body integration stage. Cultivator's soul bodhithas is the perfect opportunity. Zhuxuan and Mayor can only shield their faces and huddle together behind him. Master, Xiaoxuan swiftly activates the Yang 5 Elements body tempering art. Spiritual power floods from his entire body. Qiu Tianlian takes the hit as expected, staggering backward in pain. Qiu Tianlian's hand trembles uncontrollably. Xiaoxuan smirks with contempt. Seems your tempered body isn't all that impressive after all. Qiu Tianlian is rendered speechless with rage. How is this possible? His hand keeps distorting. Not good, I've been countered. This force is coursing through my tendons, bones, and flesh, devouring my vital essence and blood bit by bit. I must recover immediately. Dragon Scale Guardian activate, Q Tianlian roars. Dragon scales begin to sprout along his arms. Mayor gasps, what are those scales? Xiao Xuan lets out a quiet "oh," intrigued. This is a state activated by Dragon Clan bloodline power. Except this particular bloodline isn't pure at all. Come to think of it, back when the Great National Destiny War erupted, Longyan Emperor Jaisu seemed to have used this exact bloodline power, transforming himself into a monster. A deep purple dragon gradually takes form. Once Q Tianlian finishes channeling the black dragon battle body, he acts as if victory is already his. Haha, this feeling is incredible. He tilts his body and commands the dragon forward. Xiaoxuantade, you die without even a grave. Go tear him to shreds. Xiaoxuan cheerfully sidesteps the incoming attack. Oh, is that so? Then let's put that to the test. You're not the only one in this world who carries the dragon bloodline. Wielding dragon blood doesn't require turning yourself into some half-man, half-monstrosity. He speaks while channeling his spirit art. A golden dragon born from the Jade Sovereign Dragon God's bloodline materializes in midair. Q Tianlian can only gape at the real dragon looming before him. The pressure is absolutely terrifying. Xiaoxuan's dragon barrels straight into his. Q Tianlian is hurled backward violently, his knees scraping across the ground as he skids to a halt. Inside his head, Q Tianlian screams at himself, run, run now, but before he can bolt, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. Xiaoxuan's yin spirit has materialized right beside Q Tianlian's demon-like body. Trying to run, impersonating me with this paper-thin body of yours. You're dead. He slams Q Tianlian into the ground with ruthless force. Q Tianlian lets out a desperate, hopeless scream. His body feels like it's been trampled by 10,000 warhorses, utterly crushed. But that's not enough for Xiaoxuan. He strikes again. Disrespecting senior sister, that's a death sentence. He drives a devastating punch straight into Q Tianlian's gut. The impact from that single blow carves a massive crater into the ground. Q Tianlian's jaw hangs open. He can feel it. Every organ in his body has been pulverized. The ground suddenly trembles again. Xiaoxuan, having only just arrived, doesn't yet understand why. The giant crocodile, likely stirred awake by the earlier commotion, has awakened. Its tail thrashes relentlessly against the boulder below. Mayor hides behind Xiaoxuan in terror. Master, be careful, she warns him urgently. It's the giant man-eating crocodile that guards this place. It's awake, no, and it seems even stronger than before. Junior brother, this crocodile is insanely vicious. Just moments ago it devoured several people. Holu should seize the chance to. Seeing that Xiaoxuan doesn't respond, Xiaoxuan proposes, let's kill it together. But before she takes 2 steps, she's suddenly sealed in place. Xiaoxuan slams her fists against the barrier and demands, Junior brother, what are you doing? Junior brother, what do you think you're doing? Xiaoxuan turns around with a reassuring smile. Senior sister, wait for me here. The crocodile's roar echoes without end. Xiaoxuan stares in stunned disbelief. The crocodile surges upward in an instant. It lets out a blood-curdling roar of intimidation. She cries out in alarm, Junior brother, watch out, it's here. But Xiaoxuan seems to be enjoying this. Vile beast, he slashes a single arc through the air. Today we find out whether your hide is thicker or my blade is sharper. The crocodile takes the slash straight across its back. Only now does it realize its fatal mistake. The crocodile turns tail and tries to flee. Xiaoxuan raises an eyebrow, excitement flickering in his eyes. Giving up already, you oversized lizard. He doesn't hold back for a second, he keeps attacking. Struggling is futile. Wuxia drives straight through the crocodile's skull. It takes the lethal hit full on and drops dead on the spot. Done. Xiaoxuan strolls up to the crocodile's corpse, didn't even survive a single exchange. Xiaoxuan and Mayor rush over in a hurry. Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt? He replies with a grin, I'm fine. She presses forward anxiously, next time you encounter a ferocious beast, don't lock me away like that again. I may not be as powerful as you, but I'm not helpless either. Xiaoxuan refuses, insisting on protecting Xiaoxuan. Don't worry, with a beast of that caliber, there's no way it could hurt me. She hears this and her face flushes red as she retorts. It's not just about that, junior brother. No matter how perilous the road ahead may be, I want to stand beside you, shoulder to shoulder, facing it together, so please don't make me just watch your back anymore. Don't make me stand there helpless while you risk your life alone. He narrows his eyes and pauses. Xiaoxuan's voice softens, senior sister, he lifts her chin gently and answers. I understand. Mayor stands off to the side like a third wheel, giggling uncontrollably. After dealing with the crocodile, Xiao Xuan finally turns his attention to Qiu Tianlian. He produces the jade horn and begins absorbing the fallen man's power. Xiao Xuan can't help but marvel. Before, when he absorbed a few wisps of providence, it barely felt like anything. But now, absorbing Qiu Tianlian's providence, he can actually feel the jade horn's power surging upward. Rank 9 on the Celestial Court human ranking sand. The providence stored in his body is already this potent. The ones ranked above him. That makes me even more eager. Suddenly, Zhu Xuan calls out from behind him, "Junior brother." She hands him a sword and explains, Qiu Tianlian schemed his heart out for the sake of the White Tiger Holy Land's inheritance. This sword was sealing this caveat's no ordinary artifact. The runes on the blade may be connected to the White Tiger Holy Land. What do you think? Xiao Xuan takes it and immediately begins to test it. I'll find out with a single try. The inscriptions on the sword begin cracking apart, fragment by fragment. Zhu Xuan watches in shock. The runes tear free from the blade, and the sword itself shatters to pieces. Before they can even process what happened, the cave begins showing signs of collapse. Not good, master, don't tell me this entire cave is about to come down. Zhu Xuan spots it immediately. Junior brother Mayor, look, over there behind that rock layer there's a stone gate. All three of them catch sight of it. She stares at the gate with suspicion. Could that be the White Tiger Holy Land? Xiao Xuan, on the other hand, is thrilled. Let's go. They rush inside in moments. Contrary to the chaos outside, the interior is utterly serene. Not long after stepping in, a voice echoes through the space. How many years has it been? I never imagined someone would actually set foot in this holy land. Mayor shouts with alert vigilance, who goes there? A woman of breathtaking, transcendent beauty materializes before them. I am a remnant will of Yu Cheng, one of the 7 stars of the human realm. Was it you who slew the spirit-devouring giant crocodile? Hearing this, Zhu Xuan and Mayor freeze in shock. The 7 stars of the human realm. Xiao Xuan falls into deep contemplation. So this woman is also one of the 7 stars of the human realm, the guardians of Ziyuan immortal emperor's inheritance that Jian Feng once mentioned. Come to think of it, the other 2 were treacherous as hell. With that thought, he raises his hand and strides forward, ready to strike. So what? If you're planning to play some kind of killing game too, don't bother with the theatrics. I'll settle you right here, right now. Zhu Xuan steps forward without hesitation, ready to join the fight. That's right, come in too. Yu Cheng lets out a soft, amused chuckle. This only confuses the 2 of them further. Yu Cheng begins to explain, her tone unhurried. The ones you speak of, Jiaoguang and Kaiyang, correct? It appears you've already passed their trials and claimed the Jiaoguang and Kaiyang portions of the 7 stars ancient emperor's inheritance. But not all of the 7 stars of the human realm are lofty, untouchable figures. This is the immortal emperor's inheritance, after all. Torturing successors with endless trials, how dreadfully boring. You've come to my domain, so I shall be the host. I'll gladly bestow the Yu Cheng portion upon you. Her body radiates an overwhelming surge of spiritual power. Xiao Xuan feels the torrent coursing through his own body. Could it be because the inheritance is being granted directly? The might of this portion feels far more intense and abundant than the 2 he obtained after defeating the remnant wills of Jiaoguang and Kaiyang. It's like crashing tidal waves roaring through his veins. Blood and qi in his entire body erupt into a furious boil. He shouts with wild excitement. How exhilarating, then bring it one even harder. Zhu Xuan and Mayor stand nearby, brows raised in utter astonishment. Yu Heng thinks to herself, this power. Xiao Xuan is still receiving the torrent of spiritual energy which flows steadily into him through his forehead. After a long pause, Qiu Tianlian stares wide-eyed as Zhu Xuan approaches to check on him. Junior brother, how do you feel? He lands and replies. I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Xuan is beside himself with joy. Sure enough, although the energy of the Yu Heng star is extraordinarily violent, it causes him absolutely 0 harm. On the contrary, it tempers both his physical body and primordial spirit, condensing them and making them stronger with each passing moment. Even I never expected this. I can't believe you absorbed all of it in such a short time. I originally thought you could absorb 30% at most. This fast, aren't you afraid of exploding? Xiao Xuan replies without a shred of courtesy. Is that so? I actually feel like it's still not enough. This leaves her momentarily stunned. What? Yu Heng silently marvels. With energy this dense and this powerful, he didn't just absorb it all instantly, still feels it's not enough. Moreover, he looks completely at ease. He's nothing like someone who's lying. If that's truly the case, then just how terrifying is the bottomless abyss lurking inside his body? But she accepts the fact surprisingly quickly. Well, it's no wonder then that Jaya Agwang and Kayang both fell before him. Yu Heng extends her hand, preparing to channel more energy. That torrent of power surges into Xiao Xuan once more. Whoosh! Zhu Xuan exclaims in shock. It is Yu Heng who soothes her from behind. No need to worry, this is the legacy of the Fen Zhang Heaven Fist within. The 7 stars ancient emperor scripture. Consider this my handover complete. Xiao Xuan receives the power and doesn't forget to cup his fists in gratitude. I thank the immortal sovereign. Yu Heng slowly recounts the tales of the past. In the ancient era, after the heavenly Tao collapsed and cataclysmic tribulations descended upon the world, plunging all living beings into suffering, the strongest powerhouse of the primordial continent, the void abyss immortal emperor sacrificed himself to save all creation. His body was destroyed, his fate unknown, yet even in death, he did not forget to leave behind for the world a legacy that embodies hope. Before today I too once doubted, perhaps reversing heaven and earth, restoring the glory of the void abyss immortal emperor from ages past was nothing more than a distant dream. But today, having met you, I have a feeling as she speaks, her eyes blaze with renewed brilliance. Perhaps you truly can create a miracle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xuan's face swells with pride. Restoring the glory of the ancient era. I believe junior brother will absolutely pull it off. Yu Heng raises her hand, channeling spiritual power and extends it in invitation. Very well, the exit here has been sealed, so allow me to see you all off. All 3 are swiftly teleported to the outside. Yu Heng bids them farewell in a gentle voice. I entrust this world to you, young one, may fortune favor you. They finally arrive at the border of the White Tiger Kingdom. Mayor is the first to speak up. I can't believe it's already deep night after leaving the White Tiger Holy Land. We've been at it all day, I'm starving. Zhu Xuan picks up on her words. I see a small town up ahead, why don't we find an inn and rest for the night? Junior brother, what do you think? Xiao Xuan happily responds, I was thinking the same thing. He quickly makes the decision on his own. Xiao Zhai and Jian Feng haven't sent any word for days. Looks like the Hengmeng sect is still safe and sound. As for the immortal court, no one has dared to stir up further trouble. Stopping here briefly before heading back to the immortal court won't be too late. Xiao Xuan, Liu Meier, and Zhu Xuan make their leisurely way forward. The space around them falls into absolute silence, with not a soul in sight besides the 3 of them. His footsteps fall steadily upon the stone path. Suddenly mid-stride, Xiao Xuan pauses ever so slightly. Zhu Xuan, noticing his expression, turns to ask, what is it? Xiao Xuan doesn't dwell on that fleeting sensation. It's nothing, let's keep moving. The boulder behind them continues to emit an eerie aura, and the pitch-black night has now engulfed the entirety of Qingshui town. A bald man and his lackeys suddenly appear, shattering the silence of this place. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this town? No formation fluctuations, no trap mechanisms, but no matter how many times we run around, we can't find a way out. This is driving me insane. The 2 lackeys behind him feel uneasy and quickly advise, Boss, we've been running all day. What should we do now? Should we keep running? Yeah, this place is like a hollow shell, no food, not even a single ghost in sight. Even if we can hold out, the horses won't last. Fang Beishan, the notorious bandit of Phoenix Nation Beishan, stubbornly marches on, spins around, and bellows, shut your traps and let me think for a moment. If it weren't for you 2 idiots dragging us into this town, blabbering about easy scores, would the boss be stuck in this mess? Seeing every word hit the mark dead on, the 2 of them clam up instantly. Suddenly, one of them freezes in shock, having spotted something. Wait, look, what is that? Xiao Xuan's group is now entering a building. Honored guests, please right this way. They witness this scene and can't help but exclaim, what the? During the day, wasn't that an abandoned building? Since when did it get a waiter and start doing business? And where did those 3 come from? They don't look like they're from this town. Beishan suddenly breaks into a wicked grin. Whatever, rather than sitting here waiting to die, let's go in and check it out. If something's pulling some ghostly stunt, then today the boss kills gods and slays Buddhas alike. Inside the building, guests chatter away in a lively buzz. Brother Lee, this cup is for you, I'll drain mine, you take your time. Brother Wen, you're too kind, hey, where's our food, it still hasn't come. Coming right away, sorry for the wait, honored guests. Beishan's men, the moment they step inside, begin to question their very existence. No way it's this lively, how is this even possible? Is this whole place an illusion? Or has everything we experienced today been one big hallucination? Beishan immediately warns, don't let your guard down just yet. Suddenly a voice rings out, catching their attention. You gentlemen are here for tonight's bidding banquet, correct? The attendant is addressing Zai Okshuan's group. But Zai Okshuan knows nothing about it and asks in return, the crown bidding banquet, what's that? Seeing Zai Okshuan looking as clueless as a lost deer, the attendant eagerly begins to explain. Xianxia. Honored guest, you may not be aware. Today, our establishment's very own Miss Chu Yuyuwu will be officially receiving guests. As for who can win the beauty's heart, a spring night is worth 1,000 in gold. The highest bidder takes it all. Zhuge Xuan immediately shows a look of concern and hastily urges him, Junior brother, let's find another inn. What kind of bidding banquet is this? But the attendant quickly crushes her plan. Our establishment is the only inn in the entire town. If you leave now, I'm afraid you won't find lodging anywhere else. At this, both Zai Okshuan and Liu Meier work together to persuade Zhuge Xuan. Senior sister, this place looks exciting, let's just stay here. That's right, master, I'm quite curious myself. One of Beishan's lackeys immediately voices his observation. Boss, did you hear that? There's even a bidding banquet. The waiter's vivid description and the bustling atmosphere inside don't seem fake at all. After all, this place is an illusion. A grand formation of that magnitude would consume an enormous amount of cultivation. Who would waste it on a tiny town like this? Another one, hearing how reasonable it sounded, voiced his agreement. That's right, boss, maybe the strange occurrences in town today were just bad luck. We ran into some wooden puppet walls. After we've eaten our fill here, we'll destroy that bizarre formation. Deep down, Bai Tian still harbored some doubt. He was swayed by the other two's words, yet something still didn't sit right with him. Was he overthinking it? Then again, what those two fools said made sense. Moreover, up to this point, there truly was no dangerous aura here. He then warmly pulled out a chair and invited Zai Okshuan's group to sit at the table. Please have a seat. Who could have expected Bai Tian to be so utterly rude as to kick the waiter straight in the back? Are you blind? Can't you see our boss hasn't eaten yet? The old man knocked flat to the ground, panicked and begged for mercy. Please spare me, sir. One of his subordinates pointed a wooden staff straight at the old man and barked an order. Our boss gracing this dump with his presence is already more than you deserve. Hurry up and bring out the finest wine and food. Did you hear me? The moment they appeared, Bai Tian and his gang were already throwing their weight around. But Li Meier couldn't stand by and watch the weak get bullied. She immediately gripped her sword and stepped forward. Where did these thugs come from, bullying people like this? Not wanting to make a scene, Zai Okshuan immediately calmed her down. Wait. Li Meier couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why are you stopping me? Zhuge Xuan also decided it was time to show these brutes what courtesy and consequences looked like. They definitely need to be taught a lesson. Bai Tian's subordinate continued threatening the old man with his staff. Move it. One more minute and I'll chop off both your arms and tear this inn apart. Yes, yes. The very next second after the waiter turned to leave, a sinister smile crept across his face. Zai Okshuan didn't even bother raising a hand against them. He simply remarked, why waste time on dead men? Everyone around froze stiff, unable to comprehend his words. A moment later, Bai Tian's group had settled at their table, laughing and chatting without end. Seems like everyone in this inn are cowards. That's right, our boss is the real deal. That waiter took one look at you and immediately bowed his head, obedient as a lamb. Boss, let me toast to you. Meanwhile, Zai Okshuan's group found a quiet corner to sit. Zai Okshuan slowly savored each sip of wine, concluding it was indeed quite good. Zhuge Xuan couldn't contain her curiosity. Junior brother, what did you mean by dead men just now? Li Meier also wanted to know what Zai Okshuan was hinting at. That's right, stop being so cryptic. Hey, Zai Okshuan, don't think just because master treats you well that I won't discipline you. Seeing his expression calm as still water, Zhuge Xuan sighed. Junior brother, you're doing it again. Suddenly, Zai Okshuan pressed a finger to his lips, signaling them to be silent. At that moment the sound of gongs rang out, each note crisp and clear. All three of them immediately turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. The waiter stood in the center of the room and enthusiastically announced the opening of the banquet. Honored guests, your wait is over. The beauty contest banquet officially begins. Now, let us welcome the belle of the evening, Miss Chu Yuyu. Xiao Xuan paid no mind to their earlier questions, turning his attention to the banquet instead. Senior sister, stay calm. It seems the real show is about to begin. Not keeping them waiting, Chu Yuyu took the stage. King Zhou of Shang doted upon Daji. On the Xianxia tower, a grand banquet was laid. She glided across the floor, light as drifting clouds, with dance moves soft as flower petals. In life, drink while there is wine. Don't wait until the cup runs dry and be left with regret. The crowd was dazzled by her performance, gasping in admiration. It's Miss Chu Yuyu. Miss Chu Yuyu is here. Every guest present couldn't tear their eyes from the enchanting beauty on her face. At this moment, every man wanted to conquer Chu Yuyu's heart. Miss Yuyu is mine. Nonsense, Miss Yuyu belongs to me. Meanwhile, Bai Tian's group didn't take their eyes off her for even a second. Every last one of them was utterly captivated by Chu Yuyu's beauty. Boss, this woman is absolutely gorgeous, a true peerless beauty of this world. I've never seen anyone so stunning. If I could spend a single spring night with her, it would be worth dying for. Suddenly, a strange feeling stirred within Bai Tian's heart. Chu Yuyu, why does she feel so familiar? After the performance ended, Chu Yuyu landed softly on the ground. She stood bashfully before the guests and expressed her warm regards. Today, this humble woman is the belle of the evening. If I am fortunate enough to catch the eye of our honored guests, it would be my greatest honor. Then, the waiter struck the gong a few more times and announced eagerly, any guest who wishes to hold this beauty in his arms. The starting bid for the beauty contest is 300 high-grade spirit stones. The crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy the moment they heard. 300 high-grade spirit stones for the beauty. Leave it to me, I bid 350, 380, 400. Miss Yu is mine. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth and struck them all. Bai Tian, determined to claim Chu Yuyu at all costs, immediately staked his claim. What are you all fighting over? This woman belongs to this old master. Anyone who dares compete with me, I'll take their life first. Under Bai Tian's terrifyingly aggressive pressure, everyone's hearts quailed. Li Meier, witnessing Bai Tian's thuggish behavior, was outraged. That brute was being outrageous again. Zhu Xuan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Someone this arrogant must have plenty of blood on his hands. To ease the tension, Chu Yuyu spoke softly. This brave hero is truly forthright. However, although this humble one admires your imposing presence, if you truly wish for me to willingly serve at your side, you must demonstrate real skill. Hearing this, Bai Tian burst into laughter and demanded she state her conditions. Quite the silver tongue, aren't you, little girl? Out with it. What do I need to do to prove I have real skill so you'll willingly submit to me? Chu Yuyu then gracefully shifted her gaze toward his three subordinates. I can see that the three behind you all carry the bearing of formidable figures, much like yourself. I can't help but admire them. I just wonder, which one is the strongest? Who could have imagined that a single remark from Chu Yuyu would ignite all three of them? Boss, sorry about this. Miss Yuyu has her eye on me too, you know. Let's kill him first, then settle things between us. Whoever wins becomes the true boss. With Miss Yuyu as the prize, I'm in. All three of them cast aside any notion of master and servant, charging straight at Bai Tian in unison. Faced with their betrayal, he showed no mercy either. They were courting death. Seeing them turn on each other, Li Meier was stunned. What's going on? Why are they suddenly tearing into each other? At this spectacle, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but find it amusing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, from Chu Yuyu's direction, a strange and enchanting magical aura radiated outward, captivating everyone in the room. Xiao Xuan easily recognized that every bit of this scheme was her doing. Well then, I suppose we should ask Miss Chu Yuyu herself. Chu Yuyu, now the complete opposite of her earlier innocent facade, had become utterly sinister. My, what extraordinary perception you have, sir. With divine abilities this refined, surely under your hands there have been quite a few departed souls, haven't there? But one has to wonder, if someone wakes from a nightmare in the dead of night, will they even flinch? Bai Tian clutches his head with one hand, retorting to Chu Yuyu through gritted teeth. Ridiculous, a man of ambition does not fuss over trifles. The dead are piled high around Yao. What do the lives of those insects have to do with you? What the hell is happening? A splitting headishi out of nowhere. Xu Zia and his men refused to back down, charging forward with clubs raised. For Miss Yu, I would kill anyone. Go die, Fang Beishan. I'd do anything for Miss Yu. Don't blame us for being ruthless, boss. But Chu Yu doesn't buy a single word. She tears their masks off without hesitation. For me, you're nothing but pathetic vermin, driven by your own greed and base desires. Time to settle old blood debts. Bai Tian can't take it anymore. His face scrunches up like a monkey chewing chili peppers and he screams. Fine, everyone wants me dead, then we're all going to hell together. A single decisive swing, no wasted motion, and he sends every last one of them flying. Just like that, his own subordinates are wiped out in a Chinese letter spectacle at Bai Tian's hands. Having witnessed Bai Tian's brutality firsthand, Chu Yu isn't the least bit surprised. Fang Beishiana's vicious as ever. 18 years ago you repaid kindness with slaughter and massacred the elder's family in Clearwater Town, burning the entire settlement to ash and drowning it in blood. Are you not afraid of retribution? He plays dumb like a startled deer, jabbing a finger at her in accusation. Retribution? What retribution? Clearwater Town, never heard of it. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? Who are you really? Ever since you showed up, something's felt off. This woman is definitely hiding something. Hearing this, Chu Yu erupts with an overwhelmingly powerful aura and lets out a booming laugh. Who am I, you ask? I am Chu Yu. Zio Xuan immediately erects a barrier to shield everyone present. As for Bai Tian, he gets blasted away on the spot. Chu Yu, the Chu family of Clearwater Town. Nah, that's impossible. Every last member of the Chu clan died that year. How can you still be alive? What's more, I'm certain I dumped your corpse into the desert boneyard myself. No matter how hard Bai Tian tries to forget, the truth of what he did to her and her family remains carved in stone. Now Chu Yu no longer needs to hide. Word by word, she lays bare every one of Bai Tian's crimes. That's right, the boneyard, picked apart by vultures and wolves. Except I wasn't dead yet. My consciousness was terrifyingly clear, but I couldn't move a single muscle. Fangs sank into my flesh, every bite like searing hellfire. Each moment of agony burning straight into the marrow of my bones. Do you see now? I hate you. For the sake of revenge, I waited 18 long years, becoming neither human nor ghost in the process. Witnessing the scene before him, Bai Tian's eyes widen in sheer horror. Chu Yu radiates a suffocating wave of yin energy, her voice dripping with malice. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. I'll hack you into pieces, I'll grind your flesh and crush your bones to dust. In an instant, every guest present morphs into a skeletal white husk, shuffling toward Bai Tian. He refuses to go down without a fight, snapping into a combat stance. Damn it, no choice but to use that move. Bai Tian immediately channels a stream of crimson energy into the bodies of his 3 dead subordinates. Though they were already wiped out moments ago, they rise once more, twitching and jerking in grotesque, puppet-like motions. Zhu Xuan instantly reads Bai Tian's intention. Not good as going to detonate those 3 corpses to create an opening for escape. Liu Meier won't let him step 1 foot out of here. We can't let him have his way. Zio Xuan's calm facade shatters. He snatches up his fan and delivers a single downward slash, releasing a crescent-shaped blade arc sharp as a reaper's scythe. A sleepless mutt dares flip the heavens. Zio Xuan's blade arc strikes Bai Tian's leg clean, sending him stumbling. He crashes to the ground, a single thought racing through his mind. What was that just now? Way too strong. The moment Bai Tian pays the price has arrived. The skeletal horde lunges at him, gnawing and tearing without mercy. Damn YOUSTOP, it HURTS, they're biting into me. Bai Tian's entire body is being ravaged beyond recognition. His eyes roll back, veins bulging grotesquely across every inch of skin. No good, all my muscles and bones are giving out. Please. Watching Bai Tian writhe and beg for mercy, Chu Yu can't help but laugh. Spare your life. Do you remember how those wretched souls begged and pleaded for mercy under your blade all those years ago? And what about you? Did you spare a single one of them? Bai Tian's eyes bulge wide with terror, his entire body swallowed whole by the tide of skeletons. They swarm in relentless waves, leaving him no avenue of escape. Seeing him meet such a wretched end, Chu Yu finally feels the satisfaction she's craved. The heavenly Tao has its cycle of karma. How satisfying, truly, deeply satisfying. You should have tasted this flavor of despair 100 times over. 1,000 times over long ago. As the skeletons close in for the kill, Bai Tian can do nothing but accept his fate. In a single merciless instant, his body is torn apart without a shred of pity. Witnessing the scene before her, Chu Yuyu breaks down in tears of joy. 18 years. Finally we've settled the score. Did you all see that, father, mother, little brother? Xiao Xuan lightly taps his folded fan against his palm and speaks up. Impressive, quite the dramatic performance. She whips her head around, face etched with shock. Who's there? Xiao Xuan stands with arms folded, flanked by Zhu Xuan and Liu Meier on either side, just a passerby enjoying the show. Inside Chu Yuyu's mind, panic swirls at the sudden appearance of these three. When did these three get here? How did I not notice? Especially this man who carries a commanding presence that makes you instinctively want to bow. Wait, Thai's aura, it's the restraining force that was sealed inside Fang Beishan's body. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Yuyu asks, when Fang Beishan tried to escape, just know is it you who helped me kill him? Xiao Xuan glances at her, sharp, you figured it out fast. She had almost let the villain slip away, but thanks to Xiao Xuan's hidden intervention, the deed was done. Overwhelmed by his help, Chu Yuyu bows deeply. I am forever grateful to you, benefactor, for striking down this wicked man. I can never repay your kindness, but I urge you leave this place as quickly as possible. If you delay, I fear none of you will make it out alive. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan raises an eyebrow. Won't make it out. Chu Yuyu nods, then reveals a shocking truth. Yes, because this entire town has already been set ablaze. Everything you see now is nothing more than a faint illusion born from my obsession. 18 years ago, the grudge I harbored gave rise to the monster known as the White Bone Lover. After gathering the souls of all the townspeople who died unjustly, I used that obsession to construct an entirely new Qingshui town. Though we are no longer human, we are not demons who claim human lives either. If anyone wanders in here by accident, we guide them out. But if a villain sets foot in the town, he falls into an endless loop, eventually lured to the Wind Arrival Inn, where he meets his end. And so we have lingered here in hiding. Days turned to months, months to years. We only waited for the day the Ninth Master would appear to avenge Qiuzu's hatred. But now that the villain is dead and my malice has faded, this Qingshui town will soon return to the eternal flames of that year. There with me. Outside, a blaze erupts and engulfs the entire surrounding space. Liu Meier immediately spots it, frantically pointing outside. Look outside, there's fire. Chu Yuyu, unwilling to let the innocent be dragged in, anxiously proposes. This cannot wait, I will send all of you out right now. Xiao Xuan, however, cannot help but wonder about Chu Yuyu's fate and asks, and what about you? Will you resign yourself to turning to ash and smoke here? Don't you want to have your physical body reforged? She truly had never considered the idea, so a flicker of surprise crosses her face. Reforging my physical body. Benefactor, please don't jest. Reforging a body is far easier said than done. Ever since I transformed into this white bone form, I've been bound to Qingshui town. If I tried to leave, this skeletal body would be torn apart by the binding force before I even stepped beyond the boundary. Contrary to Chu Yuyu's apprehension, Xiao Xuan is brimming with confidence. What's so difficult about that? Look at these wandering souls, their suffering, their resentment, their refusal to submit. Aren't they the perfect tonic for you? The moment she hears this, a realization dawns on Chu Yuyu. Since he's already helping, he might as well see it through. Xiao Xuan extends his hand without hesitation and offers. Chu Yuyu, as long as you absorb every last one of them, you can leave this place immediately. When the time comes, I'll lend you a handand. You can reforge your body, be reborn once more. What do you say? But upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu flatly refuses. How could I possibly do that? If I devour them all out of selfish desire, how am I any different from that wretched Fang Baitian? I'd rather turn into a wisp of white smoke than live so despicably. Suddenly, something makes her whip around in alarm. The skeletal figures are gone. Very one of them has returned to a human form, faces gentle and serene. Chu Yuyu realizes it at once. Could they be trying to stop this at once? If you keep going, all of you will be obliterated. I cannot be so selfish. But they have already found fulfillment through her, and now they wish to repay Lady Yuyu with their very existence. Because of you we were able to come together and take vengeance for ourselves. That's right, Lady Yuyu. Without you, we could not have preserved even a single wisp of our remnant souls. One by one they speak what is in their hearts. Lady Yuyu, the selfish ones are not you, it is us. Please let us decide, live a good life on our behalf. Chu Yuyu, witnessing the depth of everyone's devotion, cannot hold back her tears. In the moment before they dissolve into the void, every single one of them wears a smile of contentment. Lady Yuyu, do you think 18 years from now the sky will still be so blue and the sun still so warm? Erhua from the next village swore she'd never marry anyone but me. But I wonder has she remarried by now? The stinky tofu from the old lady at Xiaxia town market was the best food in the world. I really wish I could taste it one more time. And Lady Yuyu, could you become our eyes and see the world for us? Chu Yuyu can no longer contain her emotion. And now, with everyone's willing sacrifice, Chu Yuyu has successfully absorbed them all. Liu Mani never expected that they would accept giving up their very existence like this. These spirits actually sacrificed themselves for Lady Chu, condensing into a phantom body for her. Juxuan too is deeply moved by their devotion. They were once living people just like us. Yet to repay their gratitude, they willingly vanished between heaven and earth. Chu Yuyu's body has now been fully restored. She is reborn once more. Before Chu Yuyu's renewed appearance, she offers words of comfort. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to grieve so deeply. Liu Mani adds an agreement. That's right, their disappearance is not an ending, it is another form of rebirth. Chu Yuyu wipes away her tears, breaks into a radiant smile, and resolves to live on their behalf. Grief, you are all mistaken. From this day forward, I will no longer drown in sorrow. Beyond obsession, there are still more important things in life. I want to become their Isto, behold every beautiful sight. Only then will I be worthy of their boundless love. Hearing this, both girls beam with joy and cheer. Well said. Xiao Xuan, seeing that Chu Yuyu has regained her body, is genuinely happy for her. She still cannot believe her own eyes and turns to him. Benefactor, earlier you said you could help me reforge my body. Was that truly real? Xiao Xuan is not one to bluff, he confirms plainly. Of course it's real. However, as you know, reforging a body demands considerable time and resources. If I do it for free, that's a massive loss on my end. Chu Yuyu has no intention of accepting his help without reciprocity, so she immediately replies, that goes without saying. Benefactor, name your terms, whatever Yuyu can do, she will. Hearing this, Xiao Xuan wastes no time and makes his move to recruit her into his ranks. Then how about you take me as your master? You're sharp, your aptitude is solid, and your character is impeccable. If I didn't take you as a disciple, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Take you as my master. Seeing Chu Yuyu hesitate, he cuts straight to the chase. What, you don't agree? Chu Yuyu is mildly startled, but then she bows her head before Xiao Xuan and accepts the offer. Disciple Chu Yuyu greets her master. He is thoroughly pleased with her decision. Good. System panel displayed. Disciple registration: Chu Yuyu, rank 9th, direct disciple comprehension, 260 talent, white bone yin killing body, capable of absorbing and converting negative energy from living creatures. Reading this far, he realizes he struck an incredible bargain. Innate root bones. Could her root bone be so powerful that even the system itself cannot evaluate it? As for this white bone yin killing body, it sounds like a unique physique capable of manipulating souls and absorbing grievous energy. Not bad at all. The great fire in Qingshui town has been fully contained by your master. It will cause no further damage. However, your current body is only a temporary condensation. To truly reforge your physical form, you must first reach the 10th layer of the body integration stage, then refine and purge all the dark energy within you. Your obsession has dissipated, but over the past 18 years, the grievous energy between you and the villagers runs deep. It gathered in Qingshui town for so long it cannot vanish in just a few days. Nevertheless, with just a bit of guidance from your master, this grievous energy can become a tremendous boon for your white bone yin killing body. Furthermore, you are currently at the golden core stage. This is a 10th grade pill refined by your second senior sister, known as the soul solidifying body fixing pill. Consume it immediately. Once your physical form is temporarily stabilized, continuing your cultivation will yield twice the results. Chu Yuyu takes it with deep gratitude. Thank you, master. Xiao Xuan is delighted to be addressed this way. Good disciple, call me master once more. Thank you, master. Xiao Xuan gently pats her head and breaks into a radiant smile. Observing this, Liu Minier realizes the truth. He clearly planned to take Chu as his disciple all along, and now his true colors are showing. Xiao Xuan's heart is filled with endless schemes. He is as devious as a hornet's nest. Xiao Xuan reaches out and announces, very well, in 3 days we return to Xianting. Liu Minir asks puzzled, why wait for 3 days? He explains slowly, didn't my new disciple accept quite a few tasks? Oh, and Yuir, do not forget absolutely no cilantro in my stinky tofu. Chu Yu remembers this well and responds, disciple accepts the order. Back at Xianting within the Hongmeng sect, Su Muhan waits for their return, gripped by slight anxiety. Master sent word that everything went smoothly and they would return to the sect today. Why are there still no signs of them? Could something have happened on the road? Jianu places a hand on Su Muhan's shoulder to reassure her. Master has a profound cultivation base, and he is returning alongside the sect master and the elders. Surely there will be no issues, he must be arriving soon. Indeed, moments later, Xiao Xuan appears from behind the white clouds and asks, has there been any instability in the Hongmeng sect these past few days? Seeing them return safely, both girls breathe a sigh of relief as everything is peaceful. Master, you have returned. Disciples welcome Master and the sect master back to the sect. Jianu notices the presence of Chu Yoyu and asks, who is this? Xiao Xuan immediately introduces her to everyone. This is the new disciple I accepted from the Baishan Empire, your junior sister, Chu Yoyu. She cautiously bows to them in shyness. Yoyu pays her respects to the two senior sisters. Upon the arrival of a new member, Jianu excitedly grabs her hands. Another junior sister, how wonderful. Welcome to the Hongmeng sect. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan notices someone is missing and asks, Little Jir, where are Jian Feng and the others? Have you been practicing diligently these past few days? Jianu confirms without hesitation. Of course, everyone is currently in closed-door cultivation, following the training plan Master established before you left. As for the 9 heavens profound sword art you left behind, Jian Feng has reached the 7th level of 10,000 thunder guidance. His sword intent is unparalleled. One strike causes heaven and earth to change color, possessing the power of 1,000,000 bolts of thunder. Wushuang has practiced the 9 calamities nirvana art to the 6th level of wind calamity wind fist. She has gathered the winds of heaven and earth into a single strike. The gale roars like a wild beast, her sword winds tear through space with boundless might. And then there is Wu Ming. He is not bad either. In just a few days, his profound heaven flame dragon art has reached the 6th level, red dragon condensation. His red dragon shield is an impenetrable barrier capable of blocking the most powerful attacks. The most diligent practitioner is Gu Pan. She has cultivated the 10,000 poisons heart-devouring art to the 8th level, poison soul emergence. Her poison now permeates her very soul. Once she unleashes her poison soul, wherever it passes, the enemy's soul will be completely ravaged. As for myself and Muhan, we did not fail your expectations, Master. Not only have we mastered the heavenly derivation divine machine art and the violet firmament spirit pill art, but we have also broken through to the 2nd level of the unity stage. Hearing this report from Jianu, Xiao Xuan is immensely satisfied. Progressing so quickly, not bad. With such diligent disciples, this master truly has less to worry about. No wonder the system has been rewarding me so generously lately. System notifications light up like popping firecrackers. Thanks to the host helping his disciples break through, the rewards are doubled. The host has gained insight into the 9 heavens profound sword art, the 9 calamities nirvana art, and the profound heaven flame dragon art. Disciples continue breaking through. Rewards are multiplied further. And the host has gained insight into the 10,000 poisons heart-devouring art, the heavenly derivation divine machine art, and the violet firmament spirit pill art. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yoyu cannot help but feel deep admiration. Seeing how hardworking and powerful everyone is, she begins to feel a hint of anxiety. Senior sisters and brothers are all so strong, can I really be like them? Chu Yoyu gazes at them involuntarily. Su Muan stands behind her and offers comfort. Junior sister Yoyu, if there is anything you do not understand, just ask us. Jianu agrees warmly and takes Chu Yoa's hand. Exactly, from now on this is your home, we are all family. Touched by their friendliness and kindness, Chu Yoyu is overcome with emotion. Having found what she lost so long ago, tears well up in her eyes. Home, you say? Family. Jianu can wait no longer, eager to take Chu Yoyu on a tour. Master, the new junior sister is unfamiliar with the Hongmeng sect. Can Muhan and I take her around? Xiao Xuan smiles and agrees, go ahead. Both girls excitedly lead Chu Yu off to explore. Wonderful, let's go, junior sister. Our Hongmeng sect has many interesting places, you will definitely love it. Right, and while you're at it, tell us the story of how Master accepted you as a disciple. I am so curious. Fearing they might get too carried away, Zhuge Shuan reminds them, run slowly. They immediately take her words to heart. We know, senior sister. Junior sister, look over there. Both girls smile brightly and point toward the main hall of the sect. Mother, little brother, from now on, this will be my new home. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan sits in silence in his room, focusing on his cultivation. A powerful aura surges from his body. A pillar of light erupts into the sky, casting a brilliant glow over the heavens. Witnessing this miracle, everyone guesses, is the deputy sect master breaking through? My heavens, this pressure is beyond imagination. That's right, such power seems to descend from the 9 heavens. A realm like this is something I could never achieve in my entire life. Xiao Xuan has now ascended to the 8th level of the unity stage. Since inheriting the 7 stars ancient emperor scripture in the Baishan Holy Land, his cultivation base has surged. After just a bit of training, he has unexpectedly broken through to the 8th level of the Unity stage. Is Dan Kingsley, who ranks 8th on the Xianting list, even worth mentioning at the 10th level of the Unity stage? It makes one wonder, can your pills truly create the world, or will my spiritual power be enough to crush the very cosmos? Outside, twilight begins to fall. Zhuge Shuan visits Xiao Xuan's room to offer her congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother, on another breakthrough. Seeing her visit so late, he asks with curiosity. Senior sister, it is so late, why are you not resting yet? Zhuge Shuan acts slightly shy, then slowly voices her suggestion. I heard that a hot spring has recently opened in the Hongmeng sect. It can help relieve the weariness of our recent travels. Would you like to go and soak, junior brother? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan's face flushes as red as a tomato. Soaking in a hot spring together. Night shrouds the space in darkness, leaving only a faint glimmer of moonlight above. An hour ago, Zhuge Shuan had a meeting with Liu Minier. Looking at the items Liu had prepared for her, she feels slightly confused. Minier, these things are. Liu Minier's expression is brimming with excitement as she introduces them. Senior sister, I prepared these especially for you. I have seen clearly everything that has happened over these past few days. Even though I don't like that man, I cannot deny one thing. From the moment he appeared in the Baishan Holy Land to protect you, he has shown sincere devotion to you. Hearing this, she is startled to realize who the girl is talking about. Minier, are you talking about junior brother? With her eyes that peer through the mortal world, Liu Mir also noticed the affection between them. Her master harbored deep, genuine feelings for that person. The thing is, Xiao Xuan's heart is unfathomably deep while her master is far too naive, so she couldn't help but worry. That's why she'd found a pile of romance novels for her master, consider it practice material. Come to think of it, master, how far have the two of you actually progressed? Let your disciples spell it out for you. Since you both clearly have feelings for each other, you should hurry up and make things official. In matters like these, it's better for the woman to hold steady. But master, you really shouldn't be too reserved either. Everything in moderation. For example, you could start with the simplest confession or maybe some physical contact. Hearing this, she suddenly recalled that moment when they had been tangled up together back then. In truth, we already, but ever since arriving at the Celestial Court, junior brother and I have both been so swamped that we barely have any private time together. Snapping back to reality. A hot spring materializes before her, ice, a misty, ethereal space veiled in vapor. Zhuge Shuan slowly walks over and gently slips off her outer robe. After submerging her entire body in the miraculous spring water, she tentatively asks for Xiao Xuan's opinion. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. This spring water doesn't just wash away the fatigue from the past few days, it also feels tremendously beneficial for cultivation. Junior brother, don't you agree? Xiao Xuan readily agrees with her. Then he suddenly hesitates. Senior sister is right, but why are you keeping so far away from me? This is the center of the stream, wouldn't cultivating here be much better? Right now, Zhuge Shuan is locked in an intense internal struggle. Tonight, I was the one who invited junior brother to the hot spring. Should I hold back a little? But what if junior brother thinks I'm being too much? After a long deliberation, Zhuge Shuan decides to stay put. I think this spot is perfectly fine. Before she can even finish her sentence, Xiao Xuan's hand shoots toward her. He glides over in an instant and gently places his hand on Zhu Xuan's cheek. Senior sister, if you keep disobeying me, I'm going to lock every ounce of my attention onto you. When that happens, your chi flow will spiral out of control and you won't be able to cultivate a single bit. Inviting me to bathe together in the dead of night, senior sister, next time don't be this forward, alright? Zhu Xuan's eyes dim with sadness, thinking he doesn't enjoy this kind of thing. But then, Zhao Xuan suddenly presses even closer to her, and she can't stop the flush from spreading across her face. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Zhu Xuan blurts out, "Junior brother. Those books say men like women who show restraint. Do you think senior sister has been too restrained?" Zhao Xuan gently places his hand on her shoulder and explains, "Books are books, I am me, you are you. As for other women who show restraint, there are plenty of men who like that. But it has nothing to do with me. As for senior sister, no matter what you're like, you are perfect in my heart." Before Zhao Xuan's honey-sweet words, Zhu Xuan is left completely speechless. While she's still dazed, he gently scoops her up in his arms. "Wait, where exactly are we going like this?" In Zhao Xuan's eyes, there is only one answer. Zhu Xuan's heart hammers non-stop in her chest. She can't dodge this anymore. And so that night, they share moments of private happiness together. The next morning, at the Vermilion Bird Palace, white clouds still blanket every path. Vermilion Bird, true monarch, lies leisurely reclined on her chair when a luminous azure aura suddenly materializes before her. Before the sudden intrusion, Vermilion Bird, true monarch, immediately shifts to a defensive stance. Without a moment's hesitation, she erects a barrier around her entire body. At that moment, someone is slowly walking toward the Vermilion Bird, true monarch. No wonder, half a month apart from the true monarch, and you've already mastered the 9-word mantra. At this uninvited guest's sudden appearance, the Vermilion Bird, true monarch, is furious. How bold. Not only treating the Vermilion Bird Palace as some place you can waltz in and out of at will, but even launching a sneak attack on me. Yi Fan reveals himself and calmly walks toward her. True monarch jests, "Had you not dismissed your attendants beforehand, how could I have so easily set foot inside your Vermilion Bird Palace? Surely you sensed my aura from afar and were specifically waiting for me here, weren't you?" The Vermilion Bird, true monarch, neither denies it confirms. "You're clever." Unclear what his true purpose is, he respectfully bows before her. It's merely petty cleverness. So could it compare to the true monarch's wisdom? For the true monarch to allow me to stay by your side would be the greatest blessing of my life. Growing weary of the charade, the Vermilion Bird, true monarch, tenses up and immediately presses the issue. "Cut the nonsense. Do you have news about the remaining 6 characters of the 9-word mantra?" In Yi Fan's heart, a strange unease begins to stir once more. Strange, Zhu Xianxia isn't a spiritual avatar. Once she begins cultivating the 9-word mantra, it should gradually erode her mind until she falls completely under my control. But right now, why does it feel like she's more distant from me than before? Indeed. After hearing his confirmation, the Vermilion Bird, true monarch's face lights up with joy as she immediately asks, "Really? Where?" Yi Fan doesn't answer right away. Instead, his expression darkens as though the apocalypse has arrived. Or am I just overthinking this? With Yi Fan's cunning mind, he pivots to a proposal instead. The full story is quite long. But before we go searching for the remaining 6 characters, I must trouble the true monarch with one matter. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird, true monarch, is somewhat surprised, but she patiently listens. Kink Great State, a mountain valley scenery here remains blanketed in lush, verdant green. Everything continues in absolute peace, no threats in sight. Inside the room, Sima Yi sits on the bed, focused on her cultivation, when a few falling leaves are blown to the ground by a gust of wind. The guards outside immediately sense something wrong. Who goes there? Yi Fan descends from the sky and lands calmly on the ground. Hot-blooded and without hesitation, they charge straight at him, kill him. Yi Fan doesn't just stand there and take aim, immediately conjures a powerful vortex and barrels headlong into them. They're far too green and inexperienced to withstand his attack. Sensing the commotion outside, Sima Yi throws open the door and calls out, "You've intruded on my territory and injured my people. What is your purpose here?" Yi Fan doesn't waver in the slightest, standing motionless. Sima Yi raises her guard even further and levels her sword forward. Before long, he unleashes his ultimate technique to clash against her. In the blink of an eye, Sima Yi's sword shatters into 1,000 pieces. Seeing that she's left with nothing but the hilt, she can't help but be stunned. "What? That power directly shattered my jade flute sword." Who on earth is he? This isn't good. Yifan didn't come here with good intentions, immediately launches an attack at her. Before Sima Yi can even understand what's happening, his aura has already engulfed her. After she crashes to the ground, he clasps his hands and offers a courteous bow. Princess Sima. Hearing this, Sima Yi's face turns ashen. Princess Sima, what princess? That's ancient history of fallen dynasty. Sima Yi, princess of the old kink great state. No, I'm nothing more than a cripple anyone can trample at will. Isn't that so? The moment Sima Yi finishes speaking, Yi Fan reveals his true purpose for being here. Princess Sima, you're too modest. I have no intention of embarrassing you. It was your people who struck first. I was merely defending myself. Furthermore, my unexpected visit this time is to seek a partnership. Upon hearing this, Sima Yi immediately and vehemently refuses. A partnership? My clan has already fallen to this state. You've seen it all with your own eyes. Besides, I don't even know who you are, so why should I cooperate with you? He steps closer and introduces himself. I am Yi Fan, he says. Though the Sima clan has weakened, if you agree, princess, I am willing to fully support and supply your cause. When that time comes, staging a comeback and reclaiming imperial authority won't be far off. Hearing this, Sima Yi is momentarily stunned. A comeback. After the Grand National Assembly, the Sima clan was hunted down by traitors. She alone survived, reclaiming power, avenging her family to her. It sounded like the ravings of a madman. Though this man's origins are unclear, the divine ability he displayed moments ago was terrifyingly powerful. With a single spew of a golden axe, he effortlessly blocked her attack and in the blink of an eye shifted from defense to offense, nearly killing her. Perhaps he really does have some kind of plan. Either way, she has nothing to lose, might as well take the gamble. I can agree to cooperate, but what are your terms? Let's hear them first. Speaking out here doesn't feel quite convenient. If the princess is interested, Yi Fan suggests, then why don't we go inside and discuss this in detail? I've heard the Sima clan possesses a magic treasure called the Heavenly Secret Scroll. Have you ever heard of it? Sima Yi confirms immediately. Indeed, according to my grandfather. The scroll is a celestial-grade magic treasure passed down since the primordial era. But strangely, there's nothing recorded inside it at all. Clearly, there isn't even a single ordinary cultivation technique written within. Yi Fan presses further. Then do you know about the 9-word mantra? Sima Yi is well versed in the subject and shares what she knows. Of course, the 9-word mantra is an ultimate secret art from the primordial era. Legend says it was created by the heavenly Tao itself, manifested in golden rune script. If one masters the 9-word mantra, one can become the spokesperson of the true Tao. Words command reality. Such a power can be called a heaven and earth shaking divine ability. But after the collapse of the heavenly Tao, the 9-word mantra vanished as well. Why are you asking about this? What are you after? Wait, golden rune script. That divine ability you used just now, could it be that what you displayed was the 9-word mantra? Though she had long suspected his identity wouldn't be simple, she never imagined he would possess this lost art. Yi Fan immediately confirms her guess and extends his hand. Indeed, but I've only grasped a fraction of its mysteries. If I want to fully comprehend it, I'll need to borrow the princess's heavenly secret scroll. At this point, Sima Yi grasps his true objective. So that's why you're so interested in the heavenly secret scroll. It turns out it's connected to the 9-word mantra. In that case, could it be that the heavenly secret scroll actually contains the 9-word mantra, just hidden from view? Her eyes fill with cunning and calculation. If that were true, then the Sima clan could reclaim its glory without needing anyone's help. Sima Yi's thoughts are written plainly across her face. Princess, the 9-word mantra has nothing to do with the heavenly secret scroll itself. I simply intend to use the special properties of the 9-word mantra to engrave imprints onto it. Engrave imprints, Yi Fan reaffirms and elaborates. Exactly, the 9-word mantra is an ancient word of power. Its contained energy is immense and volatile. If you're not careful, it will backlash on you. Furthermore, once it manifests, if you don't comprehend it within a set time frame, it will automatically dissipate into the void and its trail will be nearly impossible to trace again. And your Sima clan's heavenly secret scroll has no other function beyond perfectly preserving characters and illustrations intact. It's the ideal magic treasure for inscribing and safeguarding the 9-word mantra. Hearing this, Sima Yi quickly grasps his meaning. So that's how it is. Makes sense. If the 9-word mantra were already on the heavenly secret scroll, why would the Sima clan have fallen into such dire straits? I understand your intention now, but the Sima clan has been researching the heavenly secret scrolls usage for years, and we still haven't found a single lead. Surely you don't have a method, do you? Yifan hesitates for a moment when suddenly, the wall behind them explodes into fragments with a deafening boom. The vermilion bird true monarch appears and speaks. This monarch naturally has her own methods. Her sudden arrival catches them both off guard. The vermilion bird true monarch. Several days later at the Hengmeng sect on an early morning, Zhu Xuan and Zhao Xuan are entwined together. He gently presses a kiss to her forehead. Zhu Xuan gazes at him with an immeasurably tender look. Junior brother. Zhao Xuan reaches out to gently stroke her hair and asks, "See, your sister, did you rest well?" Zhu Xuan lets a flower-like smile bloom across her face. After waking, Zhu Xuan immediately turns her gaze to Zhao Xuan lying beside her. Junior brother, we've already returned to the Celestial Court. You said before that you wanted to cooperate with the Vermilion Bird True Monarch. When will she come looking for you? He tilts his head with a smile. Right now, the Vermilion Bird True Monarch isn't at the Celestial Court. The sight of a vermilion bird tail feather appearing makes her eyes widen in surprise. This is, Zhao Xuan gazes at the tail feather in his hand and explains, last night, the vermilion bird true monarch sent someone to deliver this vermilion bird tail feather. He recalls the scene from last night, the vermilion bird true monarch appearing without warning, handing him the feather, and leaving with a single instruction. Right now, I've headed to the Kink Great State with Yifan to search for the remaining 6 characters of the 9-word mantra. Once there's any progress, I'll send word through this feather. Ray. Turning to the present after understanding the full picture, Zhu Xuan grows somewhat worried and warns him, so that's how it is. But this Yifan is full of schemes, you all need to be extremely careful. Zhao Xuan smiles reassuringly. Don't worry, senior sister. Suddenly, a loud voice bursts through from outside the door. Master, master, are you awake, master? His private moment shattered, he can't help but feel annoyed and makes a mental note. That familiar feeling, one of these days I absolutely have to set up a barrier around this room. Zhao Xuan steps outside and looks toward his disciple. Little Zhai, what's with all the commotion? Lin Zhai rushes over, her face pale with panic. Master, something's happened to junior sister Muhan. Hearing this, he can't hide his shock. What? Chu Yu looks up and calls softly, junior sister. Lin Zhai walks into the room alongside him. She speaks up to report the situation. Here's what happened when junior sister Yu and I found her. Junior sister Muhan had already collapsed unconscious right at the sect gates. We tried everything we could think of, but nothing could wake her up. Chu Yu steps closer to him and urges him to take a look. Master, please come check on senior sister quickly. On the bed, Su Muhan's face is deathly pale, her presence feeble and fragile. Zhao Xuan moves to the bedside and extends his spiritual sense to examine her condition. Mid-examination, his brow furrows sharply. He detects the abnormality within her body. His mind races. Su Muhan nearly suffered a chi deviation during alchemy or energy backlash left her unconscious. But she has always been meticulous. How could she have been so careless? Without wasting another second, he gathers his spiritual energy and channels it toward her. His spiritual energy converges at her forehead, then gently disperses outward. After a while, she suddenly coughs up a wisp of blood, then gradually begins to come to. This is, seeing Su Muhan awake, Chu Yuyu's eyes light up with relief. Senior sister, are you all right? Are you in any pain? Lin Zhai quickly chimes in, thank goodness junior sister is awake. Su Muhan's gaze sweeps the room, taking in everyone gathered around her, and a look of confusion crosses her face. Master, senior sister, junior sister, why are all of you here? And me? Didn't I just return to the sect from Lingxi Mountain? Why am I lying in a room? Seeing her reaction, Lin Zhai can't help but scowl, then lays out what happened. Junior sister, do you have any idea? When junior sister Yu and I found you collapsed at the sect gates, we nearly had a heart attack. Zhao Xuan, standing nearby, catches her words and asks, Lingxi Mountain, what place is that? Su Muhan, what were you doing there? Chu Yu steps closer and explains, Master, Lingxi Mountain is an unclaimed, desolate mountain range that Muhan and I discovered. Although the spiritual energy there isn't as dense as many places in the Celestial Court, it's still slightly richer than the Hengmeng sect, and there's no shortage of rare herbs and exotic flora. Recently, junior sister has been practicing her alchemy arts there. Muhan bows her head slightly, not refusing, and recounts the story from the previous night. Yes, early this morning as usual. I went to Lingxi Mountain to refine pills and study the passages in the pill scriptures I couldn't grasp last night. From the very beginning, everything was going smoothly. As she speaks, the scene keeps replaying in her mind. While I was cultivating as normal, a mosquito suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Realizing it was breaking my concentration even, I couldn't help but be shocked. What? This mere insect can actually disrupt my spiritual energy circulation. The pill furnace beside me suddenly erupted in flames, thick smoke billowing out uncontrollably. Muhan assesses the situation around her. Things are going south, and she can't help but worry. This is bad. If this continues, not only will all my efforts go down the drain, but the backlash could destroy me as well. In the end, the situation forces her hand. She has to make the final call. There's no other way. She decides to detonate her own pill furnace. The moment the furnace shatters, white smoke billows out instantly, engulfing the entire space. Back to the present. Muhan adds, I destroyed my own furnace. After forcefully terminating the refinement, she rushes back to Hung Meng's sect as fast as she can. After Thatch doesn't remember anything. Chu Yuyuo understands immediately after hearing this senior sister had nearly suffered chi deviation. Muhan then glances toward him and continues, Master, just a single insect and it reduced me to this pathetic state. Muhan is useless. Ashamed of failing your teachings, Xiaoxuan lets out a soft laugh, but his eyes clearly betray displeasure. Just an insect, Muhan, you were far too careless. Look at what this really is. He opens his palm and the very mosquito that had tormented her suddenly materializes in his hand. A surge of purple energy suddenly engulfs it. Then, without warning, it morphs into a massive, grotesque creature. Muhan frowns and exclaims, It's the insect that tormented me, but how did it suddenly transform into this? Xiaoxuan stares at it and explains, This is no ordinary insect, it's an azure-devouring goo. The azure-devouring goo is a malevolent entity born from pill refinement techniques taking physical form. Once it infiltrates a host's body, it silently gnaws away at their spiritual energy like a parasite. The stronger the host's spiritual energy, the faster the azure-devouring goo corrodes it. Once the host's spiritual energy is drained dry and there's nothing left to exploit, it releases lethal toxins causing the host to detonate from within, leaving not even bones behind. After hearing his explanation, Muhan can't help but be stunned. What? Even Chu Yuyuwu and Lin Zhai seem unable to believe their ears who could be so vicious as to target their junior sister. Xiaoxuan clenches his fist tight, crushing the creature in his grip. His eyes burn with fury. As far as I know, in the Celestial Court, the only one capable of this kind of deed is that person alone. At Lingxi Mountain, Dan Kingzi sits beside a waterfall deep in meditation. Suddenly, a powerful surge of water crashes down, splashing against the rocks in all directions. He senses something abnormal and snaps his eyes open. Xiaoxuan appears without warning, fan in hand, striding toward him. Still bold enough to linger here, I'll give you that. But laying a hand on my disciple, you must have a death wish. His eyes narrow slightly as he glances toward Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan, you got here fast. Had I known you cared so much for that little disciple of yours, I should have made her suffer even more. I never expected that cute fellow to die at the hands of a brat like you. His Yang Dragon scripture was a vicious technique. Every month he had to temper his body with samadhi true fire. All that nonsense about unleaked primordial Yang ascending to the heavens, endured all that torment just to preserve his primordial Yang body. In the end, he was just a masterless mutt beaten to death by you, absolutely laughable. Before his indifferent expression, Xiaoxuan stands above, sneering with contempt. Truly pathetic, top 10 of the Celestial Court's human rank. What a joke. In my eyes, you lot belong on the top 10 of the human rank's Hall of Shame. Provoked by his words, Dan Kingzi immediately rises and launches his technique. You dare look down on me. Take a hard look at whether you even have the strength to back it up. From his palm, a massive serpent materializes and lunges forward. Xiaoxuan shows not a hint of concern. He swings his fan to counter. Whether I'm worthy or not, I'll prove it with your life. With just that single move, an enormous explosion erupts. He raises his arms to shield his face, blocking the debris sent flying in all directions. Feeling the overwhelming power behind that strike, he stares at Xiaoxuan, unable to hide his shock. What kind of power is that? It's far denser than ordinary fortune chi energy. Dan Qingzi raises his hand before him. Countless energy spheres materialize around his body. He manipulates them while laughing smugly. Xiaoxuan, you think breaking my pill techniques means you can defeat me? How naive. These toxic pills of mine were refined from the most venomous substances under the heavens. Even a trace of exposure will scatter your soul to the winds. 10,000 toxins. Heartbreak oath. Under his command, those energy spheres immediately rocket forward. At blistering speed, they barrel straight toward Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan grins with genuine amusement, drawing his sword and aiming it at Dan Qingzi. Child's tricks, and you dare wave them in front of me. He flicks his sword ever so slightly, and every one of Dan Qingzi's attacks is instantly deflected. A single move, his entire offensive dismantled. Witnessing this tremendous power, even Dan Qingzi can't believe his eyes. What? But it doesn't stop there. Xiaoxuan raises his sword before him and begins to unleash his own technique. Xiaoxuan shouts, nothing but heretical tricks. Today I'll show you what true despair looks like. Sensing the situation turning dire, Dan Qingzi grows extremely anxious. This is bad. I never expected his sword intent to be this terrifying. He quickly deploys a defensive formation around himself, desperately trying to block Xiaoxuan's incoming attack. But it's all useless. That single technique completely shatters his defenses. Sent flying by the sheer momentum, he can't brace himself, slamming hard into a stone wall in the distance. Seeing him in such a wretched state, Xiaoxuan floats over, looking down from above. You used pills to threaten and poison arts to harm others. Now that you've fallen under my blade, any last words? He doesn't answer, he merely lowers his head before Xiaoxuan, but it's not a look of submission. His face is twisted, eyes burning with hatred. Defeated. Xiaoxuan, you think this is the end? He suddenly bites down and shatters a pill between his teeth. A massive surge of power erupts, engulfing his entire body. This indestructible golden body pill was refined using an ancient formula. Even the heavenly Tao itself must yield before me. Dan Qingzi clasps his hands together and unleashes his ultimate technique, Heaven Refining Cauldron. A massive cauldron materializes before them, surrounded by an unfathomably vast aura of power. The Heaven Refining Cauldron tilts downward, unleashing a torrent of energy that rushes toward Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan's gaze turns ice cold. The massive force drags him into the cauldron. At first glance, it looks as though he's been swallowed by the Heaven Refining Cauldron. Seeing Xiaoxuan on the verge of obliteration, Dan Qingzi is so delighted he can't stop grinning. No matter how strong you are, don't even think about escaping my Heaven Refining Cauldron. Your divine soul must be getting obliterated right now. Your death is beyond any doubt. At that moment, Xiaoxuan's voice suddenly echoes from inside the cauldron. Your Heaven Refining Cauldron is just like nothing but hollow junk that makes a lot of noise. Hearing his voice, Dan Qingzi can't help but be startled. What? How? In a shocking twist, Xiaoxuan's sword blazes to life, shattering the Heaven Refining Cauldron to pieces. It's the 9 Heavens Profound Sword Manual. Xiaoxuan surges forth, gripping his sword. You can't even withstand a single strike from me, you dare call yourself a Heaven Refiner. Absolutely laughable. Dan Qingzi can't believe his own eyes. Panic overtakes him. How is this possible? How could you break my Heaven Refining Cauldron? Don't you dare get cocky, Xiaoxuan. I still have, but Xiaoxuan pays him no mind, immediately gripping his sword, launching a technique, and charging straight at him. You call yourself a grandmaster of pill refinement, but you're nothing more than a clown who relies on trinkets. Today, I act on behalf of heaven and eliminate the scourge that is you. Seeing the situation spiraling, he screams in panic, no good, but it's too late. In an instant, his entire body is engulfed by Xiaoxuan's terrifying power. He howls in agony. Dan Qingzi collapses face down on the ground, dying in utter misery. He dies with his mouth still hanging open, never even getting the chance to close it. Meanwhile, in Xiaoxuan's hand, the jade horn continues to greedily absorb power from a dense thicket of trees not far away. Suspicious rustling sounds emerge. Qingyan pokes his head out from the thicket, brow furrowed, watching with a dark, contemplative gaze. He grits his teeth, unable to accept it. He thinks Xiaoxuan could so easily kill Dan Qingzi, 8th ranked on the human rank. What's more, what kind of secret weapon was that jade horn? The horn seems to be draining Dan Kingsley's fortune. His eyes glint with cunning as he silently schemes. Should I report this to the true monarch? The true monarch already values him highly. Last time he even seriously injured me for his sake. The moment I heard he returned to the celestial court, I had to come here immediately to gather information. 2 hours ago, boom, a deafening explosion tears through the Azure Dragon Palace. Qingyan stands before the Great Hall, bowing in a respectful salute. Congratulations, true monarch, your celestial spiritual power grows purer by the day. The Azure Dragon true monarch waves his hand. What is it? Qingyan lowers his head and reports, True monarch, yesterday Xiao Xuan brought Zhu Xuan and her disciple back to the Hengmeng sect. Moreover, he brought back a woman, apparently a new disciple he took in from the lower realm. He hesitates for a moment before continuing. I previously investigated and confirmed that the one who secretly infiltrated the Hengmeng sect was Jiyushan Lion. Jiyushan Lion has now gone completely silent. I fear the worst. The Azure Dragon true monarch clenches his fist in fury. The 9th ranked on the celestial court's human ran nothing but a waste. But this only makes me want to conquer Xiao Xuan even more. Go, monitor Xiao Xuan's every move, report back the moment you learn anything. Consider this your chance to redeem yourself. Qingyan accepts the order with a respectful bow. As Qingyan leaves, a smirk creeps across his face. He thinks, wait, no matter how strong Xiao Xuan is, he just finished fighting Dan Kingsley. He must still be severely weakened. And now he stands in the light while I lurk in the shadows. He makes his way to the spot where Xiao Xuan and Dan Kingsley had clashed moments ago. If I smash his teeth in, kill him and seize his treasures, then offer them to the true monarch, who knows, he might value me like before. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Qingyan draws his sword and prepares to lunge. A voice suddenly slices through the air, seen enough. He jolts in shock. What? Before he can even react, a wave of force slams straight into him. Xiao Xuan finally steps into view, completely at ease. With skills like yours, you dare set your eyes on me. Qingyan staggers backward in terror but forces himself to shout anyway. Xiao Xuan, when did you spot me? You've got some nerve. I am a man of the Azure Dragon true monarch, how dare you? Before he can finish the sentence, Xiao Xuan's fan cracks across his face, knocking his teeth clean out. Ugh. Qingyan staggers to his feet, stammering, Xiao Xuan. What do you want? If you dare kill me, the true monarch will never let you off. Xiao Xuan smiles and draws out a mysterious object. Who said I want to kill you? Qingyan's entire body begins to tremble violently in fear. Xiao Xuan raises his hand, channeling a certain technique upon his target. He pauses, as if recalling something. This technique of mine can sever consciousness. I don't think I've ever used it on a celestial like you before. His eyes widen in sheer despair. Sever consciousness. Don't come near me. Xiao Xuan places his hand on the man's head and continues channeling the Devour Heaven and Earth technique. His voice drops low. Consider this a grand gift for your Azure Dragon true monarch. A stream of spiritual energy rapidly burrows into his brain. Qingyan lets out a scream of pure agony. The Devour Heaven and Earth technique from Xiao Xuan's hand continues ruthlessly invading his divine consciousness. After a moment, a blinding flash erupts from Xiao Xuan's hand, signaling the devouring process has succeeded. Qingyan's eyes now shift to a strange, vacant state, blank as a wooden puppet. Xiao Xuan casually folds his arms across his chest and orders, go. Return to the Azure Dragon Palace and report today's events to your master, clearly, in full. Qingyan, with a gap where a tooth used to be, flashes an obedient grin and answers. A surprised female voice rings out from inside the room. What? Junior brother Ryu infused a wisp of your divine soul into Qingyan's body. Zhu Xuan asks urgently, worry flooding her eyes. Isn't that too risky? What if the Azure Dragon true monarch discovers it? Xiao Xuan furrows his brow deep in thought. It won't be easy to deceive the Azure Dragon true monarch. If I don't use my divine soul to maintain control over Qingyan and keep him steady, the flaw will be exposed before long. He steps closer to Zhu Xuan and gently tucks a stray lock of hair behind her ear. But don't worry, senior sister. I know my limits, and only this way can I rest easy leaving the Hengmeng sect for a few days. Zhu Xuan's face fills with curiosity. Junior brother, where are you going this time? Xiao Xuan conjures a fiery feather, blazing with radiant energy. Senior sister, do you still remember what I told you about the vermilion bird true monarch? He gazes at the object in his hand and continues, shortly after that day, she sent word. I'm setting out for the Kink Great State at dawn tomorrow. Zhu Xuan frowns, her thoughts heavy with worry. I've been away from the Hengmeng sect for days. The backlog of affairs is piling up and needs urgent attention. Moreover, if the Azure Dragon True Monarch suddenly makes a move, someone has to hold the fort here. She clenches her fist and voices her decision. Junior brother. The Hengmeng sect needs me right now. I'm afraid I can't join you on this trip. He agrees with her reasoning. Senior sister, I was thinking the same thing. You are the sect master, you have your own responsibilities. Naturally, you don't need to follow me for everything. Xiaoxuan gently lifts her hand, holding it tenderly. Muhan still needs time to recover, and Yuyuwu has just arrived, needs time to adjust to her new surroundings. On this trip, I'll bring little Zhai Nu along for training. As for the Hengmeng sect, I'll be counting on you, senior sister. She leans naturally into his arms. Junior brother, you must come back safely. I'll be waiting. Xiaoxuan answers firmly. I will. The air falls quiet after those words. He and she simply hold each other gently for a long, lingering moment, saying everything they can't put into words. Kink Great State. The exquisitely crafted, massive building bustling with endless streams of people. That is Heiyu City, a branch of the Tianji Pavilion. Cultivators gather here in droves, their excited chatter never ceasing. The Tianji Pavilion is always lively, but it's never been this packed before. Seems like all these cultivators are here for some kind of event. How naive. Today, the Tianji Pavilion is hosting a grand auction. The auctioneer's booming voice fills the air, igniting the crowd's fervor. Scarlet Phoenix Pearl starting bid 500 spirit stones. The cultivators below immediately begin outbidding one another. 550 spirit stones, 600. In a corner of the auction hall, Sima Yi speaks to the person sitting across from him. The Vermilion Bird True Monarch has also come to Heiyu City. Won't she join us for the auction? Yi Fan swirls the tea in his hand and replies, naturally the True Monarch has other matters to attend to. Sima Yi continues probing with another question. I find it strange. The Vermilion Bird True Monarch is one of the 4 great true monarchs of the celestial court, and step below the sovereign, above all others. Yet you don't seem to fear her at all, Sima Yi silently assesses. In fact, Yi Fan is the one spearheading this entire tripeven. The true monarch herself defers to him. Yi Fan smirks. Why should I be afraid? Inwardly, he can't help but feel arrogant. In my previous life, even Chu Xiaxia belonged to me. Sima Yi furrows his brow, slightly taken aback by Yi Fan's nonchalant attitude. So there's no one you fear at all. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression flickers. Someone I fear. A cold, haughty figure suddenly surfaces in his mind. Xiao Xuan, ruthless and decisive. Every time he falls into a desperate situation, he shows no fear, turning the tables in an instant. He grasps the cause and effect of any situation in the blink of an eye. Reads the battlefield and the hearts of men with an accuracy that borders on unbelievable. His talent, temperament, and cunning all far surpass any prodigy I've encountered across both my past life and this one. Sometimes I even wonder, am I the one who was reborn, or is he? As he ponders, his brows keep knitting tighter and tighter. That guy is like my nemesis from a past life. The moment I cross paths with him, nothing goes smoothly, knock after knock, one blow after another, with no way to guard against it. But fortunately, once I obtain the complete 9-word mantra, I can settle the score with him once and for all. Thinking of this, his eyes finally relaxed a few degrees. Sima Yi. Seeing that Yi Fan had been lost in thought for a while, she took a sip of tea and probed, could such a person really exist? Who is that? She was deeply curious in her heart, noticing the wary expression on his face. Yi Fan gazed into the distance and reminded her, Princess Sima is a clever woman. You surely understand the principle. The more you know, the faster you die, so best not to pry too much. A cunning gleam flashed in Sima Yi's eyes. Fine, keep your secrets, but at least tell Muhat exactly are you here for. Before, you and the Vermilion Bird True Monarch said there was a treasure here that could complement the heavenly secret scroll capable of recording the 9-word mantra. But the myriad spirit diagram, the divine dragon cauldron, the profound yellow exquisite pagoda, and even the crimson sky incineration pearl, you clearly have no interest in any of them. So what is it that you actually want? On the other side, Yi Fan sat with his usual indifferent expression, calmly sipping his tea. The auctioneer's voice suddenly soared, Wu's H driving the atmosphere to its peak. The most electrifying moment of the auction had finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes. Up next is a supreme-grade magic treasure. Yifan merely glanced over and let two words slip out flatly. Here it comes, Sima asked in surprise. What? Moments later, the auctioneer whipped away the mysterious veil, revealing the treasure in his hand. He announced at the top of his lungs, a heaven-grade magic treasure-eth divine inspiration brush. The instant this supreme-grade treasure appeared, a storm of excited chatter erupted throughout the auction hall. A heaven-grade magic treasure even in the celestial court, something like this is exceedingly rare. Moreover, rumor has it that this miraculous brush can record not only cultivation techniques, martial arts and spells, but even the operational trajectory of divine laws. This is clearly a divine artifact. A man in the crowd hastily shot his hand up. I want it. How many spirit stones? Just name your price, prompting even the auctioneer to burst out laughing. Esteemed guest, please remain calm. He continued to elaborate on the treasure's features. Though this divine brush is extraordinary, its effectiveness depends entirely on the user's cultivation level. Those whose cultivation is insufficient will suffer backlash at best, chi deviation at worst, their soul will be shattered beyond repair. Finally, the auctioneer raised the treasure high and declared with full force, the starting price for this divine brush is 100,000 premium spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 50,000 above the last. The auction begins now. The crowd below erupted into frantic bidding. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000, 500,000. Suddenly, a sharp female voice cut through the chaos, dropping a jaw-dropping bid. 1 million. The staggering number sent shockwaves through the crowd. Heads turned as everyone scrambled to identify the speaker. It was xianxia, the eldest princess of the Qiu clan. The imperial house of the Qing Great State, stepping forward from her lavish carriage with an air of absolute authority. This divine brush is mine. Some in the crowd immediately recognized her identity. What? The Scarlet Leaf Fairy herself is here. The cultivators whispered excitedly amongst themselves about the woman's identity. That's definitely the Scarlet Leaf Fairy, we can't afford to mess with her. Ever since the Sima clan fell into decline, the Qiu family has become the ruling imperial house of the Qing Great State. Exactly, we'd better keep our distance. Xianxia let out a cold, arrogant snort. At least you know your place. Sima Yi shot to her feet, unable to contain herself. She drew her sword toward Xianxia. The Qiu clan schemed to destroy the Sima family out of old grudge-send. This wretch Xianxia wants to hunt us down to the last one. Sword in hand, she strode to the railing and glared down below with fury burning in her eyes. I'll kill that woman right now. She was about to leap down to fight when an invisible barrier slammed into her path. She crashed into it and tumbled backward with a pained cry. Yifan merely sat there frowning and muttered, "Fool." He stood up, shooting Sima Yi an irritated glance, and said in a vexed tone, "You nearly ruined everything. Good thing I set up an isolation formation beforehand." Sima Yi, seething with rage, clenched her fists and demanded, "That wretch Xianxia is right down there. Weren't you supposed to help me get my revenge? Why are you stopping me? If you're going back on your word, then forget it. I'd rather give up the heavenly secret scroll than let you use me like a pawn." Yifan cursed inwardly. I underestimated Sima Yi. This woman is truly a pain in the neck. But in the next instant he shifted to a warm, soothing expression, calming the furious woman before him. "What's the rush, Princess Sima? Our goal is indeed to obtain the divine brush, but I, Yifan, have never forgotten about helping you reclaim the throne. Besides, this is the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone." Kill two birds with one stone. He helped her up and both of them gazed toward Xianxia with scheming eyes. Right now Xianxia is still alive and well, and the divine brush has already fallen into her hands. From where I stand, all our efforts seem to have gone to waste. Yeah. Fan smiled wickedly. The divine brush is an incredibly valuable treasure, yet the Tianji Pavilion didn't bother to conceal the bidders' identities. And this Xianxia is strutting around like she owns the place, snatching a treasure right out from under everyone's envious noses. I'm afraid the moment she steps out of Heiyu City, this divine brush will change hands. He chuckled darkly, rubbing his chin. Sima Yi caught his meaning. You mean kill her and take the treasure. Yifan smirked. Heiyu City is hundreds of thousands of miles from the Qing Great State. Yet Xianxia seems to have received word of this auction long before anyone else. Whether someone deliberately leaked the information, well, who can say? With that he turned and walked away. Let's go. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. There's quite the show waiting for us. In another corner of the auction hall, two figures sat silently, watching the larger game unfold. Looks like Yifan and his people have left. Zhai Nu shaded her eyes, tracking Yifan's group as they disappeared, then turned to the person beside her. Where are they headed now? Master, what do you think? Mid-sentence, she froze, then stared at her master with a deadpan expression. Zhao Xuan was completely engrossed in devouring pastries, munching away without a care in the world. His eyes practically sparkled as he exclaimed, "The pineapple cakes here are amazing. I'm going to pack some up for senior sister later." Zhai Nu clenched her fists, exasperated. "Master, how can you still be thinking about food at a time like this? We don't have time to finish eating. If we don't catch up soon, it'll be too late." Hey. He channeled a wisp of spiritual energy to float a pineapple cake toward her. "Why don't you try this first?" The cake shot straight into the girl's mouth. She puffed out her cheeks and chewed grudgingly. Zhao Xuan unfurled his fan and said casually, "Little Zhai Nu, you followed me this long. How have you still not realized what you did wrong?" He lifted his teacup for a sip, then continued, "Someone wants to be the oriole stalking the mantis. We need to eat well firstly, then can we be the hunter who catches the oriole?" Outside Heiyu City, a pair of horse-drawn carriages rattled along through the forest. A soft, gentle female voice spoke up. "Your Highness, we still haven't discovered who leaked the news about this auction." The worried maid tried her best to persuade her. Though obtaining the treasure went smoothly, the road ahead may not be so peaceful. It's already getting dark, Your Highness. Perhaps we should find lodging and set out again at dawn. A sharp, piercing glint flashed in Qiu Hongai's eyes. "You think this princess doesn't know that? But whoever is pulling the strings went to great lengths to lure me here for this treasure, so I'll grant them their wish. Besides, did you really think this princess arranged an extra carriage just to pamper her servants? The one riding inside is the Qiu family's strongest expert." Qiu Hongai cursed through gritted teeth. "Huh? Those stubborn old fossils back home spouting nonsense about how a woman cannot sit on the throne. Without me, could they have ever become the imperial house of the Qing Great State?" A certain person suddenly surfaced in her mind. "Isn't Ying Xingyu of the Great Qin Qiu Kingdom supposed to be that goddess? Why is she different? She can become a supreme overlord, yet this sovereign gets shackled and blocked at every turn. Could it be because she has a good master?" She clenches her fist. A calculating smile spreads across her face. "In this world, the most unjust thing of all is that even a useless man can hold power just by lying around, all in the name of legitimacy. This sovereign will prove that no one, no matter who they are, can stand in my way. This time let's see who swallows whom." The maidservant beside her could only manage a stiff smile, bowing and praising the eldest princess's wisdom. Suddenly, the caravan screeches to a halt. Screch. The coachman yanks the reins, struggling to rein the horse to a stop. He glares furiously at the two figures blocking the road. "You lowly peasants dare block our path. Do you even know who's riding in this carriage?" A young man stands in their way, a black-robed subordinate lurking behind him. The young man clasps his hands behind his back and sneers, "Someone like you dares ask for my name." He points at the caravan and orders his subordinate, "Kill them all." The black-robed subordinate surges forward instantly fast as the wind throwing a vicious punch. Sinister energy erupts like a ferocious beast lunging at its prey, catching the coachman completely off guard and sending him flying off the horse with a scream of agony. A cold snort rings out from inside the carriage. So it's the puppet technique of the Wuji sect. A hand reaches out and delivers a counterpalm strike, accompanied by a voice, "I was wondering which blind fool dared cross us. Truly doesn't know their own limits." The black-robed subordinate is immediately sent flying backward. The one who struck is none other than the third grand elder of the Qiu family. She sneers contemptuously, "So what if you can refine a puppet? One palm from me is enough to destroy it. Even the strongest sect in the Qing Great State is nothing more than this." The cultivator remains completely unfazed and replies casually, "You seem to know quite a bit." She cackles, "How much I know doesn't matter. What matters is that, Toddy, if you want to kill and rob, you will die." In a flash, she appears right before the young man. He responds with a calm expression, "Oh, really? I'm afraid it's those old bones of yours that will go first." The third grand elder gasps, "What?" A dark shadow has appeared behind her. "Since when?" She whips her head around in shock, eyes wide. In her eyes reflects the clear image of that puppet subordinate at the very last moment. A final, desperate denial escapes her lips. How is this possible? Boom. The subordinate's palm strike tears through her body. She can only scream in agony and despair. And of course, she dies a gruesome death before the coachman's horrified eyes. The coachman scrambles to his feet and flees, screaming, "The third elder is dead, help!" Suddenly, the cultivator's expression shifts. Violent lifer projectiles hurtle toward him at blinding speed. He smiles with absolute confidence, deflecting all 4 projectiles and dodging flawlessly. Thunk, thunk, thun. Cave deflected projectiles embed themselves deep into the roadside trees. Immediately, the tree bark where the poison needles struck begins to corrode and wither. Qiu Hongai's expression fills with amusement as she lets out an impressed exclamation. "A traitor expelled from the family over 400 years ago, and yet you dare show your face. Don't think a mere disguise art can fool me. The aura on your body, even if you were burned to ash, I would still remember it. Dear cousin Qiu Mubai, you certainly have some nerve. Qiu Mubai, now I realize it was you who led them here to seize the divine brush, wasn't it?" He no longer bothers with the disguise technique. A wave of his hand and his true form is revealed. "Not bad at all, cousin. When did your cultivation and your cunning both improve this much? Just know you deliberately used my hand to kill that old dog of the Qiu family, didn't you?" Qiu Mubai grins wickedly. "Think about it, you've always hated that useless eldest brother of yours. Even this escort mission to seize the treasure was just to help him consolidate his claim to the throne. The purpose of this trip, first, to lure me out, second, to use this opportunity to rid yourself of that troublesome old hag." At this point, his gaze turns deep with layered meaning. Qiu Hongai crosses her arms and denies it flatly. "What exactly are you talking about?" He immediately switches to a honeyed voice. "My dearest cousin, you're far too modest for your own good. If we both despise the Qiu family, then we're in the same boat, so why not join forces?" She lets out an intrigued exclamation. "Join forces." The entire exchange has been watched by a group of observers from the shadows, every detail captured. "So you already knew Qiu Hongai would appear, and you even had Qiu Mubai lurking behind the scenes." Sima sighs. "No wonder the vermilion bird true monarch didn't show up at the divine brush auction. You were in no rush to make a move." Zhu Xiaoxiao continues, "Investigating these ants isn't difficult. But finding the forces behind the Tianji Pavilion, that's the real challenge. This divine brush auction at the Tianji Pavilion in Heiyu City won't be that simple. The only question is, whichever rat is hiding in the shadows, can they escape my Dharma eye?" Sima Yi turns to ask in surprise, "Even you, true monarch, couldn't investigate it?" Yifan grins with a villainous expression. "I don't care what bull demon or serpent spirit lurks behind this. Anyone who blocks my path dies." Over on Xiao Xuan's side, he and Zhai Nu remain seated in the same spot, still observing everything that's unfolding. The dragon feather divine artifact projects an image of Yifan as he speaks those words. Zhai Nu puffs her cheeks, munching on a pastry, then lets out a long breath. The vermilion bird true monarch says, "There's another force behind the Tianji Pavilion in Heiyu City. Is it meant to throw Yifan off?" Xiao Xuan fans himself and takes a sip of tea before explaining, "That's not entirely false. When dealing with a schemer like Yifan, you have to feed him some truth. Besides, I've heard your 8th junior sister say that although she manages a branch of the Tianji Pavilion, she still has no idea who controls the entire Tianji Pavilion from behind." Zhai Nu asks curiously, "Master, there's something I still don't understand." He responds, Let's hear it." She spreads her hands and says, "If Yifan is dead set on obtaining the 9-word mantra, and he has the vermilion bird true monarch at his side, plus he already knows where the 9-word mantra is, then why doesn't he just kill the 2 Q siblings and take the divine brush directly? After all, unlike the heavenly secret scroll, the divine brush doesn't require some special talent to unlock." Her face right now looks like it has a giant question mark stamped on it. Xiao Xuan's gaze sharpens. He snaps his fan shut. "About that." He taps Zhai Nu lightly on the head with his fan and counters with a question. "Little Zhai Nu, do you still remember when the 9 Heavens refinement kidnapped your senior sisters back then?" Zhai Nu nods seriously. "Of course, Master. You told us everything after you returned to the Celestial Court. After the rescue, it turned out the 9 Heavens refinement had been you in disguise all along. You tricked the sect leader and the others into entering the White Tiger Forbidden Ground together." At this point, her eyes light up as if struck by a sudden epiphany. She smacks her hand excitedly. I get it, Yi Fan wants to avoid any surprises while conveniently recruiting a few scapegoats. Xiao Xuan chuckles approvingly, see, one hint and you've got it. No wonder you're Xiao Xuan's prized disciple. Here, try this, these grapes aren't bad at all. Jianu beams happily and accepts them. Thank you, master. Xiao Xuan furrows his brow, lost in deep contemplation. Before him is the projection of Yi Fan and his group discussing their plans. He smirks to himself, Yi Fan, this time, let's see what kind of waves you can stir up. In the projection, Yi Fan radiates an aura of blind, unwavering confidence. He steps forward and reveals himself to the Qiu siblings. Since you wish to cooperate, why not let me, Yi Fan, join in on the fun? Qiu Hongai's face fills with vigilance as she channels her spiritual energy into a defensive stance. Where did you come from? You've been lurking for so long and I never even detected you. Her eyes flash with a haughty glint. Want to cooperate? Survive first, then we'll talk. No sooner had the words left her lips than a blast of energy shot toward Yi Fan. He stood there making no move to dodge. Instead, he smiled and spoke a single word. Break. Kaboom. Her attack was neutralized with effortless ease. The Qiu sibling Sohn, stunned, the other seething with envy, immediately recognized it, the 9-word mantra. Who would have thought? The 9-word mantra didn't just nullify the attack, it kept going, blasting the two of them back. Yi Fan grinned. Well, does Yi Fan here have the qualifications to discuss cooperation now? Qiu Mubai gripped his sword, teeth clenched, and shouted. Who the hell are you? Why do you know the 9-word mantra? Yi Fan maintained his composure, entirely self-assured. I am Yi Fan. As for why I know the 9-word mantra, that doesn't matter. What matters is, do you want to possess this secret or not? Qiu Mubai leveled his sword at him, voice sharp. Even if you know the 9-word mantra, you clearly haven't mastered the whole thing. Otherwise, with your abilities, why bother cooperating with us? If I'm not mistaken, your condition is for us to hand over the divine writing brush. After all, even if you find the 9-word mantra, comprehending it takes time. Only by relying on the divine writing brush and the heavenly secret scroll can one record and gradually internalize it. But looking at Yi Fan's utterly relaxed demeanor as he said all this, Qiu Mubai couldn't help but feel a sharp sting of envy. Yi Fan merely smiled without replying. Qiu Mubai suddenly realized, don't tell me the heavenly secret scroll is in your hands. Qiu Hongai spoke up as well. The heavenly secret scroll, isn't that the treasure the Sima family would die to protect? Is that so? Is Sima Yi with you? Yi Fan burst into hearty laughter and admitted it outright. You sure know a lot, huh? Talking to someone smart is really refreshing. Right at that moment, Sima Yi gradually stepped into view. Qiu Hongai didn't expect me, did you? You must be so disappointed. Qiu Hongai's eyes widened in shock. All she could manage was, Sima Yi, you really are here. Yet another figure appeared behind Sima Yi. Qiu Hongai's expression grew even more panicked. Vermilion Bird True Monarch uttered a name she knew all too well. Qiu Hongai's tone shifted immediately. Vermilion Bird True Monarchy, are you here as well? Qiu Mubai seethed inwardly. He never imagined Yi Fan could rope in even the Vermilion Bird True Monarch. Chu Xiaxia stepped forward to mediate. Surely everyone here understands the power of the 9-word mantra. Since we all need each other right now, why not set aside our differences and cooperate, maximize the gains for everyone? Yi Fan chimed in with a coaxing tone. Exactly, I'll be honest, I know where the 9-word mantra can be found. All you have to do is agree to cooperate. When we find it, everyone shares the spoils. Isn't that ideal? Qiu Mubai smirked and cupped his fists. Agreed. If even the Vermilion Bird True Monarch has spoken, then my sister and I shall respectfully comply. Deep within the forest, a clear stream trickled through a tranquil, almost idyllic scene. Yi Fan led everyone there and gestured. This is the passage to the 9-word mantra. It looks ordinary, but it's incredibly dangerous. Step inside. And it's 9 deaths, 1 life. He crossed his arms and warned, if you don't have enough confidence and courage, don't act rashly. Then his expression hardened as he shouted a single word, break. The peaceful stream erupted with a series of thunderous explosions, rapidly forming a mysterious whirlpool. Yi Fan and Chu Xiaxia leaped in without hesitation, plunging into the vortex. He even kindly reminded those behind him, this is the passage to the ancient ruins. If you're scared, feel free to stay behind. The instant they touched the whirlpool, both figures vanished completely. At another grassy bank along the same stream, the rustle of footsteps echoed through the trees. Jianu followed behind, chirping questions. "Master, is this place really just ancient ruins? Why does it feel more like a trap to me?" Xianxia strolled ahead, calm and unruffled. "Whether it's a trap or not, we'll find out once we're inside. But there's no rush, let them go in first for a bit." Yifan and the Qiu siblings had already entered the ancient ruins. Sima couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the outside world. It's a genuine cultivation holy land. Qiu Hong also gasped. The spiritual energy here is overwhelmingly dense. Yifan, walking ahead, suddenly stopped and warned that something was approaching. A figure materialized before Theman, immortal entity wreathed in azure spiritual energy, standing with arms crossed, radiating an air of supreme superiority. Qiu Hong gasped, "An immortal." Chu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, "Likely just a remnant soul of an ancient immortal, but don't underestimate its strength." The remnant soul spoke. This humble one was a disciple of the Lord of the Kink sacred domain. "The Kink immortal emperor known as Qing Yan. I have been waiting here to arrange for you all to obtain the 9-word mantra." With that, he raised his hand and performed some kind of technique. Instantly, the verdant plains around them transformed into a colossal, majestic palace. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" The remnant soul continued his casting, voice trembling slightly as he explained, "This is the Hall of Destiny. What floats before you is the 9-word mantra." Qiu Mubai exclaimed in awe, "No wonder it's an ancient immortal's work. These heaven-reaching techniques feel utterly terrifying." 9 characters orbited the remnant soul, glowing as they circled him. The 9-word mantra each character possessed a unique divine effect of its own. When all 9 converge, one can become the spokesperson of the heavenly Dea, shattering the void, mending all of creation. Qiu Hong jolted, a thought racing through her mind. The spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. This kind of divine power was truly terrifying. The remnant soul's expression turned grave as he warned them. However, the 9-word mantra is extremely difficult to comprehend. Throughout all of history, only 5 people have ever truly mastered it in its entirety. Yifan replied calmly, "May I ask whom the immortal Lord intends to choose?" The remnant soul smiled and laid out the rules. "I will suppress everyone's cultivation within these ruins to the nascent soul stage. You will fight, and the winner shall receive the inheritance of the 9-word mantra. As for the losers, I shall grant each a chance to comprehend what they can. How much you grasp depends entirely on your own fortune." The Qiu siblings were secretly elated. In a true all-out fight, no one could beat the vermilion bird true monarch. But with these rules leveling the field, they had a real chance. They would obtain the 9-word mantra no matter what. The remnant soul waved his hand. 2 fighters per round, the victor advances to the next, and I will restore your condition between bouts. Begin. Sima seized the moment. She turned and called out, "Qiu Hongye, get up here and fight me. You wanna go? I'm not scared of you." Xiaoxian, still outside, finally decided to move. "Enough time has passed. I'm going in. You stay here and wait for me." Jai Nu nodded obediently. "Yes, master." The moment he took flight, he immediately sensed something was off. He had only taken a few steps before he felt it. People were fighting. These were the auras of the vermilion bird true monarch and Yifan. Could it be an internal clash? Boom boom. Explosions ripped through the palace in rapid succession, each one ear-splitting. Yifan was locked in combat with Chu Xiaoxiao. He spoke, "The only ones left to duel are us 2. Xiaoxiao, shouldn't we put an end to this?" The Qiu siblings below couldn't stop murmuring amongst themselves. Yifan really is cultivating 3 energy systems simultaneously: body, nascent soul, and primordial spirit. If all 3 merge into the integration realm, then in the entire celestial court, aside from the emperor and the 4 true monarchs. Chu Xiaoxiao summoned the vermilion bird and roared, "I am a daughter of the vermilion bird clan. I absolutely refuse to lose. Yifan, today I'll show you what true vermilion bird sacred fire really is." Having said that, she commanded the vermilion bird sacred fire to lunge straight at him. Yifan's face brimmed with confidence as he roared, "Break." Peerless overlord sovereign of all under heaven, his palm shot forward to meet the vermilion bird's sacred fire head-on. The collision was deafening. Chu Xiaoxiao's expression twisted in fury as she was blasted backward several steps. Yifan still stood there, utterly at ease. "You've lost." Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes burned with unmistakable defiance. With the fight over, Yifan turned to the remnant soul and spoke. "I have claimed the final victory. Surely I can now receive the inheritance of the 9-word mantra, yes." The figure sitting upon the immortal throne shakes his head. Not yet, Yi Fan's brow furrows as he growls. This is a trial set up personally by the immortal lord. Surely the immortal lord wouldn't go back on his word. The remnant soul master replies with an easy smile, I will certainly keep my word. But there is still one more person you haven't defeated. He's here. With that he clasps his hands together, his expression brimming with amusement. The palace doors suddenly creak open. Xiao Xuan strolls in with a grin, walking in with confident strides. Quite the lively gathering you've got here. Yi Fan sees the scene and can't help but frown. He thinks to himself, "We is he here?" The remnant soul master speaks up, "Who are you?" He answers simply with 2 words, Xiao Xuan. The Q siblings' faces turn ashen. They recognize the grand preceptor of Great Qin. Xiao Xuan, Yi Fan, and Chu Xiaoxiao all darken their expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. The remnant soul immortal lord extends a hand and asks, "You seem awfully confident. Haven't you heard that beyond every mountain lies a taller peak?" Xiao Xuan responds with perfect composure. In the present world, there are indeed many who are stronger than this humble one. But all of them have already reached the very end of their potential. My strength, however, is merely the beginning of my journey. The figure clasps his hands, visibly delighted. To say such a thing, thy sovereign is truly intrigued. I would very much like to witness your skills. Xiao Xuan replies with courtesy, "Oh, then by all means, immortal lord, please grace me with your guidance." The remnant soul immortal lord bursts into a hearty, booming laugh. "It's been ages since I've met someone as arrogant as you. This sovereign quite likes it, but I'm nothing more than a lingering remnant soul. I don't have time to play games with you. If you're that confident, this sovereign will lift the cultivation seal on all of them. If you can defeat every single one of them, consider it your win. Do you dare?" Xiao Xuan seals the deal in an instant. This humble Xiao doesn't mind sparring with any of you. The Q family members and Sima Yi all feel their pride stung. This guy is looking down on us way too much. The remnant soul immortal lord begins to dissolve the prohibition seal. "Well then, let's begin." Qiu Hongai suddenly speaks up. This servant has always admired Grand Preceptor Xiao and knows full well she cannot stand against even a fraction of his power. Therefore, this servant wishes to duel the Grand Preceptor one-on-one, just enough to exchange blows before stopping. Would the Grand Preceptor consent? Xiao Xuan agrees without hesitation. "Come, make your move. This humble Xiao won't kill a woman." Sima Yi, standing off to the side, sneers inwardly, "What a slick bastard. This way his life isn't even on the line." Qiu Hongai launches a flying kick, shouting, "Grand Preceptor, dear brother, careful." Her leg closes in on Xiao Xuan in an instant, but the moment it touches his body, she's sent flying backward. Xiao Xuan simply stands there, utterly relaxed, having done absolutely nothing. Qiu Hongai lands hard on the ground, but a cunning glint flashes through her eyes. She rolls to her feet, putting on a sweet, coy expression as she activates her charm, technique, shooting out a volley of floating hearts. The Grand Preceptor defeated this humble servant so effortlessly it's truly mortifying. Inwardly, however, she's smugly pleased. "I refuse to believe there's a man alive who can resist my charm technique." Sima Yi, standing to the side, can't stop himself from scoffing in disgust. That Qiu Hongai woman is truly shameless, she even dares to deploy charm techniques. Xiao Xuan furrows his brow, looking slightly annoyed. He draws his sword, pointing it straight at the woman across from him. "Qiu Hongai, if you keep up this little act, this humble Xiao won't hold back anymore." She immediately whips out a crimson silk sash and strikes with full surprise, but he blocks it effortlessly. Qiu Hongai holds the red sash in a ready stance and says, "Take this next attack, I guarantee you'll like it." Xiao Xuan responds with nonchalance, "Not bad, I didn't expect you to have a heaven-grade magic treasure." He catches the sash barehanded with ease and says, "Like it might be a stretch, but since you've delivered it right to my doorstep, I suppose this humble Xiao has no choice but to reluctantly accept." He yanks it sharply, the magic treasure flies into his hand in an instant while she's sent crashing away. Qiu Hongai barely manages to steady herself, hissing through gritted teeth, "Yao, you seized my magic treasure, how is that even possible?" Xiao Xuan appears above her head in a flash. "I'll spare your life, but one heaven-grade magic treasure isn't nearly enough." Qiu Hongai trembles with fear. "What are you going to do?" He brings his palm down on the back of her neck. Thwack, enough noise. Qiu Hongai barely manages a single yelp before she crumples to the ground, unconscious. Xiao Xuan slips her ring off her finger and thinks with a pleased grin, not bad, the divine brush really was inside. He turns to the remaining fighters and asks, Qiu Hongai is out. Do you lot want to take turns or go for a group rush? Zhu Xiaoxiao crosses her arms and declares flatly, I'm sitting this one out. Qiu Hongai has lost. Do you want to continue by turns or shall you all come at me together? Zhu Xiaoxiao crosses her arms and says decisively, I will not participate in the next round. The rest prepare to attack. He's too strong, we rush him together. Agreed. In mere moments, Qiu Mubai and Sima Yi are struck down, their faces twisted in agony, both collapsing unconscious simultaneously. Only Yi Fan remains standing, brimming with confidence. One-on-one, I'll show you what there's always a higher sky truly means. Xiao Xuan lets out a laugh and raises his sword, ready to strike. This time Yi Fan seems far more serious. He takes a combat stance, channels his cultivation technique and bellows break. The word break rockets toward Xiao Xuan with blazing speed, but he leaps aside effortlessly, dodging the strike. Yi Fan forces a grin and concedes, not bad, your speed is decent. Xiao Xuan swings his sword and unleashes a devastating technique. Now it's your turn to take one of mine. Nine Heaven Sword Art. A solid barrier materializes around Yi Fan the moment he raises his guard. Yi Fan's face is full of confidence as he declares, don't waste your energy. Under the protection of the 9-word mantra, your attacks are completely useless. Without a word, Xiao Xuan activates his Supreme Dragon God bloodline, fusing it with the 9 tribes Nirvana art, and brings down a palm strike carrying a colossal wave of power. Cracks instantly spider across the barrier, then it's punctured through with ease. Yi Fan is knocked flat, and every last trace of his barrier shatters and vanishes. All that remains is a picture of humiliation and disbelief. He thinks to himself, even the 9-word mantra couldn't withstand his attack. How is this even possible? Xiao Xuan speaks with biting mockery. Is this all you've got? The sword descends. Yi Fan barely gets to his feet before he's forced to weather another onslaught. This is bad. His face darkens, yet a sly glint flickers in his eyes. In a flash he leaps and weaves, darting in all directions to evade the assault. Only after dodging does he speak. Xiao Xuan, you're far too arrogant. Why do you think I kept fleeing from you again and again when I could have fought you to the death, rather than standing my ground? Xiao Xuan's face lights up with excitement as he laughs and answers, because you've been setting up the blood cloud grand formation. Yi Fan is stunned that his plan has been exposed. You already knew, then why did you let me set it up? Xiao Xuan draws his sword and assumes a stance, utterly calm. The blood cloud grand formation, you say? You think that thing can kill me? Yi Fan seals his hands together and activates the formation. Don't think that having a bit of skill lets you be arrogant, Xiao Xuan. This blood cloud heavenly formation, even a tribulation transcendence realm emperor of the celestial court wouldn't dare take it lightly. You'll regret this. He mutters an incantation, then shouts the activation command. Instantly, the blood cloud grand formation erupts with a crimson glow, its power surging to life. Xiao Xuan leaps high and strikes sword return 10,000 qi annihilation. Yi Fan, now safely cocooned within the formation, sneers with newfound confidence. You want to break through my grand formation? Not a chance. The moment his words land, the formation lets out a deafening bang as the 10,000 qi annihilation slams into it. The remnant soul immortal lord watches from the side with arms crossed, quietly assessing. It seems the outcome is already decided. A thick cloud of dust and debris engulfs the battlefield, making it impossible to see what's happening. The dust settles, all that remains is the faint sound of water dripping, drip, drip, drip. Xiao Xuan stands with his sword aimed at Yi Fan, who is struggling to crawl along the ground. You have lost. He gasps for air, yet his arrogance remains unshaken. Not necessarily. Just when it seems he is unleashing a final trump card to turn the tables, he unexpectedly turns to command the girl standing behind him. Zhu Xiaoxiao, kill him for me. A massive question mark appears over Zhu Xiaoxiao's head. She narrows her brows in annoyance. What right do you have to command me? Yi Fan is so stunned he can only gasp out a single word. Xiao Xuan sneers, tearing away the facade. It seems you truly have used sorcery to control the Zhenzhen's consciousness. Regrettably, I had already warned her, so she utilized the divine soul lock. The divine soul lock can withstand a full-force strike from the god clan. Your pathetic tricks are nothing. Recalling that moment, he had indeed provided Zhu Xianxia with the means of defense well in advance. He decides it is time to bring this farce to an end. Very well, it is over. Yi Fan slams his hands into the ground in fury, thinking, damn it, how did it come to this? I have lived 2 lifetimes, why am I dying at the hands of a nobody whose name I never even heard in my previous life? Why? Xiaoxuan does not waste words, lunging forward to secure the endgame. Suddenly, a surge of azure spiritual power intercepts him, stopping his blade in its tracks. Both Xiaoxuan and Yi Fan stare in astonishment. Xiaoxuan grips his sword and gazes ahead, demanding an answer. Immortal monarch Kaio Ying, what is the meaning of this? Qingying tilts his head, retorting, when I act, why must I explain myself to you? Seeing this, Xiaoxuan immediately swings his sword in a fierce assault. Then Xiao shall humble himself to learn from the monarch. He holds his ground, perfectly adopting a defensive stance. Xiaoxuan frowns slightly, thinking, as expected, this guy also knows the 9-character mantra. His eyes blaze with light as he issues a command. A powerful source of energy erupts and rushes straight toward him. Xiaoxuan raises his sword to protect himself, when suddenly a brilliant beam of light radiates from his head. The light strikes directly into Yi Fan's mind. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself, I can only delay him for a moment, but that is enough. Yi Fan watches the light enter his mind, his eyes wide with shock. Inside the realm of consciousness, surveying his surroundings, a horrified Yi Fan asks, Immortal monarch Qinghua, what does this mean? Qingying speaks up, do not call me an immortal monarch before you, I dare not claim such a title. Your subordinate pays respects to the Kink Immortal Emperor. This bizarre address leaves Yi Fan completely bewildered. Kink Immortal Emperor. Qingying explains, indeed, you are the reincarnated vessel of the Kink Immortal Emperor, one of the most powerful beings of the ancient era, who fell while opposing the heavenly Tao. He casts a glance, continuing, by the grace of the 9-character mantra. You use the power of the mantra to embed a remnant soul into the outside world, thereby avoiding the pursuit of the heavenly Tao and finding the chance to be reborn and see the light of day once more. Actually, the 9-character mantra never required me to teach it to you. It was sealed within your body long ago. Once I undo the seal, you will instantly perceive it. The profundities are deep, comprehending them fully will still require time. However, you need not worry. As the seal is broken, the techniques you mastered in life, including the unique power of the clarity force, will also be released one by one. Seeing the light before him, he exults inwardly. It worked. At that very moment, a massive surge of power erupts from his body. Witnessing the aura, Zhu Zhenjun is struck with awe. The prestige of an emperor, Xiaoxuan has broken their seal. I wish to see what kind of scheme you are brewing. Seeing him break free, Yi Fan immediately launches an attack. He widens his eyes in shock. His sword somersaults through the air. Yi Fan's sword streaks past like a bolt of lightning. Yi Fan focuses his energy and lunges toward him. Xiaoxuan, submit before me or prepare to die. Xiaoxuan drives his sword into the earth to anchor himself against the force. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy to make me submit? He raises his sword high, regains his balance, and charges. Dare to block my path, I will annihilate you. Xiaoxuan launches a counter-strike. You dare to stop me, then I will destroy you. Yi Fan remains entirely unfazed. He watches Xiaoxuan attack and activates a defensive star shroud. Stop struggling, you are nothing but an ant now. With a flicker, he suddenly appears behind him. Yi Fan grins triumphantly and throws a punch, sending him flying backward due to a moment of negligence. Xiaoxuan grits his teeth, growling in fury, it's a clone. Simultaneously, he wonders, this is the 9-character mantra void, what on earth is happening? Not stopping there, Yi Fan raises his hand, channeling energy to prepare another strike. Xiaoxuan, I will show you the gap between us. Die under the power of the unique. Being the only one of this clarity is your pride. End it. A massive surge of power streaks toward him like a lightning bolt. Xiaoxuan quickly raises his sword to block, followed immediately by a deafening explosion. Witnessing this, Yi Fan stares in astonishment. You actually understand spiritual power. What is your relationship with the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor? Xiaoxuan raises his sword high, gathering his technique. From where I stand, your so-called clarity power is nothing more than this. Qing Ying is equally stunned, thinking, that is the 7-star ancient Emperor Sutra, impossible. How could this Xiao Xuan have a connection with the Void Abyss immortal emperor? He swings his sword and charges, shouting, die, but to his horror he finds he has struck only an afterimage. At that moment, the real Yi Fan lunges from behind. He unleashes a fierce barrage. As he attacks, his eyes reveal his triumph. Your struggles are all in vain. In the face of absolute power, everything is a delusion. Clarity Nirvana technique, kill him. Xiao Xuan raises his sword, activating the yin-yang 5 elements body refining art to intercept the blow. Unexpectedly, the figure vanishes. Seeing him charge again, he immediately spins and counters with the 9 heavens profound sword art. As their techniques collide, they trigger a colossal explosion. He does not stop, charging through the smoke with his sword raised, 9 tribulations Nirvana art. Yi Fan glares at him, shouting, just a death throw, devour. Zhu Zhenjun watches this, her eyes wide with terror as she thinks, is this the power of the 9-character mantra? It is not only offense and defense but also cloning and devouring, truly terrifying. He looks at him, laughing with malice. Xiao Xuan, stop wasting my time, be obliterated into dust. Then, a massive wave of power emanates from his body. His eyes flash with light and he lunges forward, die for me. Yi Fan throws a punch. He launches a devastating strike. Xiao Xuan raises his sword, channeling the 7-star ancient Emperor Sutra Jade City Radiance to defend. Then I will show you what true power is. From his technique, he creates a massive swirling vortex and strikes forward. Yi Fan, witnessing this, cries out in alarm, this is... But Xiao Xuan combines it with the 10,000 swords returned to one. Raising his sword as an ocean of power descends. Zhu Zhenjun and the others are left aghast at the sight of his technique. Xiao Xuan furrows his brow, commanding his sword to slash downward. The technique, carrying a colossal force, descends as if to swallow him whole. Yi Fan is forced into a retreat. With a panicked expression, he screams as Xiao Xuan's overwhelming technique catches him off guard, driving him back. His eyes widen, seemingly unable to believe what he sees. How is this possible? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Xiao Xuan steps forward slowly, then drives his sword straight at the man's face. You are arrogant and overbearing, treating others like insects. Burning with ambition to dominate the world when in truth, you are nothing but a grain of dust. Allow me to send you on your way. Xiao Xuan presses a kiss to his blade, ready to deliver the killing blow. Without warning, a surge of azure power erupts from his body. He staggers to his feet, his gaze losing focus, eerily vacant. Feeling the torrent of raw power coursing through his body, Yi Fan can't help but smirk with delight. This body of the reincarnated emperor is mine now. Who would have thought this fool would lose his will so quickly? Playing along really did help. Xiao Xuan narrows his eyes, studying him intently. He doesn't respond. Eyes sharp with vigilance, he seizes the moment of distraction. His sword lances forward in a flash. Quit the ghost act. Unlike before, this time the opponent shows no fear, catches Xiao Xuan's blade effortlessly. Both Xiao Xuan and the Vermilion Bird True Monarch are visibly stunned. The opponent grins smugly, immediately launching into an offensive. Xiao Xuan reacts instantly, dodging to the side and landing on the ground. Yi Fan, no, I should call you Qing Yan. I never expected you to possess Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan rolls his wrists casually as he strolls toward Xiao Xuan. Having a real body feels wonderful, doesn't it? Especially one belonging to an ancestor. I thought after the ancestor awakened, there'd be no chance to seize it. I really should thank you for your help. Xiao Xuan stares him down. Save your thanks, fulfill your promise and pass the 9-word mantra to me. Yi Fan speaks up slowly. Promise? I don't recall ever making any promise. This place answers to me. If I don't comply, what exactly can you do about it? Xiao Xuan holds up a token, grinning triumphantly. Then let's see if you can bear the consequences of refusing. Xiao Xuan raises the token before him, his expression full of smug warning. Then let's see if you can handle the consequences of that decision. Yay! Fan's eyes lock onto the token, and his bravado crumbles, replaced by a trace of panic. The heaven-veiling token, when did you get your hands on that? Xiao Xuan tilts his head, smiling. When you infiltrated Yi Fan's consciousness. See, your real body was left completely unguarded and I happen to know exactly how important this token is. At that moment, a memory of the vermilion bird true monarch's instructions resurfaces. I'm currently inside the secret realm. I've crossed paths with a subordinate of the kink immortal Emperor Qingyan, the immortal lord. He relies on the heaven-veiling token to evade the heavenly Tao's detection and remain in the mortal world. When you enter the secret realm, if the opportunity arises, try to seize the heaven-veiling token from him. With it, you can control him. Yifan hears this, and his eyes flare with shock then fury. At that time, weren't you supposed to be imprisoned? The vermilion bird true monarch stands with his hands clasped behind his back and answers calmly, "That was me." He regards them with a serene smile. "So I helped myself to something, what of it? No matter how you struggle, you're still just an ant." Xiao Xuan isn't fooled so easily. He raises the token high, laying the opponent's scheme bare. No need for dramatics or threats. He clenches the token and holds it forward. "Tell me what happens if I crush this." Yifan's arrogance vanishes. He frowns. "What do you want?" Xiao Xuan answers flatly, "The inheritance of the 9-word mantra, of course. As per our agreement, Taiwan, didn't I?" Yifan counters, "The 9-word mantra was left behind by the kink immortal emperor. As the emperor's reincarnation. I can awaken the mantra, but I cannot directly transfer it to you. Doing so would cause severe backlash." Xiao Xuan frowns. "I'm not interested in excuses, get to the point." The opponent raises his hand and a magic circle materializes before them. "So if you want the 9-word mantra, the only path is to pass the true trial left by the immortal emperor. This is the entrance to the trial dimension. Once you enter, it's 9 deaths, 1 chance of survival, but if you pass, you receive the 9-word mantra immediately. The choice is yours." Xiao Xuan smiles with satisfaction, then adds another demand. "Before I go in, hand over the heavenly secret scroll, otherwise we have no deal." Without hesitation, the opponent tosses the item toward him. "Fine, take it, I have no use for it." Xiao Xuan snatches it midair. "The 9-word mantra, I will have it." Then blade in hand, he charges straight into the spatial gate. Yifan watches his silhouette vanish, then strokes his chin with a look of anticipation. Since ancient times, not a single soul has ever passed the immortal emperor's trial. Once you die in there, the rules dictate that I can claim everything. Every item on your corpse. The heaven-veiling token will be mine again. King's secret realm. The moment Xiao Xuan steps inside, he can't help but look around in awe. The secret realm is vastly barren of clues. How is he supposed to clear this trial? System host has entered an isolated minor world. Temporary disciple function activated. Upon exiting the minor world, the temporary master-disciple bond will be automatically dissolved. The moment he sees the notification, his eyes light up. Temporary disciple. Interesting. Without warning, an attack hurtles toward him from behind. His reflexes kick in, he dodges on pure instinct. Xiao Xuan whips around, scanning his surroundings. Who's there? In that instant, a young woman materializes behind him. She holds her sword steady, eyes locked on him, combat ready. Without a single word, she raises her blade and launches an attack, barking break. Xiao Xuan glances at her warily. That strike is powerful, revealing even Yifan. It seems the trial here is far from simple. After steadying himself, he looks at her and says, "I have no quarrel with you. Why are you attacking me?" She remains on guard, answering slowly, "Your attire is strange. Your movements are suspicious. You must be a spy from Shaoyang Palace." Sister Stant let him escape. Immediately, dozens of other young women appear, all drawing their swords and charging toward him. Xiao Xuan raises his blade, scanning the horde. He lets out a sigh. Quite the crowd. They pay him no mind. Together they unleash their techniques, surrounding him from every direction. In that moment, a barrage of attacks closes in from all sides. He spins his sword in a flash, deflecting every strike. Xiao Xuan surges into the air, fully serious now. "Very well. Impudent fools, don't blame me for showing no mercy." But the moment they catch sight of the colossal dragon materializing behind him, panic sweeps through their ranks. A dragon. Xiao Xuan shows no restraint, launches straight at the leader. Break! A massive explosion erupts, kaboom, shaking the entire forest. She skids backward, looking up at him in shock. This spy is strong, but before she can react, he's already closing in, sword raised. Capture the king and the rest will follow. He commands the attack. An enormous surge of power crashes down directly toward her. His technique leaves her frozen. She can't believe her own eyes. How do you know the break technique?" A disciple shouts a warning. "Sect master, be careful. then she barks orders everyone stop him now. But before anyone can move, his technique blasts them all away. Xiaoxuan levels his sword at them, his tone dripping with contempt. It seems the break technique you've learned is utterly worthless. Kneel, accept me as your master and I'll teach you properly. Yet she still refuses to yield. I don't know how you stole our sect's secret art, but anyone who steals our techniques must die. She raises her sword toward him, eyes burning with resolve. Formation now. Xiaoxuan wastes no time. He launches his technique straight at her. Speed and decisiveness in this fast, his blade closes in. She raises her weapon to meet him, channeling her technique directly at him. I never imagined the break word decree our ancestor left behind would have to be wasted on someone like you. Both their techniques collide head-on. Outside, her sisters raise their swords in unison, launching a coordinated assault upon him. They complete their formation, converging all their blades into a halo that hangs suspended above her head. With a surge of energy, she directs the formation toward him, executing the first movement of the cleaving sword array Buddha cleave. Xiaoxuan remains unflinching. As the blades streak toward him, he instantly manifests a defensive barrier using the yin-yang 5 elements body refining art. Yet the sheer force of her technique causes cracks to spiderweb across his defense. In a heartbeat, his barrier shatters, and the impact sends him flying backward. Xiaoxuan uses his sword to skid across the ground, regaining his footing. Without pause, she surges forward with immense momentum, unleashing the second movement Heaven Shaker. Her blade pierces the air, driving toward him with the velocity of an arrow. Unfazed, he plants his sword into the earth and executes the 10,000 swords converge as one technique. The two energies collide. Xiaoxuan furrows his brows, struggling to hold back her relentless onslaught. Xiaoxuan plants his feet firmly, standing like an unmoving pillar. The ground beneath him cracks, rapidly deepening into a vast crater. As Xiaoxuan pushes his strength to the limit, his expression flickers with urgency. She, however, shows no mercy, lunging again to execute the final deadly movement of the cleaving sword array Dawn's parting. Xiaoxuan remains unperturbed, offering a cold, mocking smirk. Xiaoxuan raises his blade, smiling with triumph. Do not mistake this one for easy prey. As she lunges, he instantly shifts his blade to parry. She flashes behind him, her eyes narrowing as she demands, the 9 great sects each possess a unique heart cultivation manual. Yet the one you just used, it is clearly not from any of them. How can you be familiar with any of our traditions? Who are you really? Xiaoxuan offers no reply. He gazes at her, contemplating the 9 great sects' unique manuals. Could it be the 9-character mantra? Under the augmentation of her sword array, her offensive power rivals my direct strikes. A quick victory is impossible. It is wiser to avoid her blade for now. If you will not speak, then I shall fight until you do, she declares, charging forward once more. Xiaoxuan leans aside, instantly launching a counterattack. She panics, hurriedly using her sword to block his strike. Suddenly, she raises a hand to cover her mouth. Xiaoxuan catches the subtle movement, thinking, so she is coughing up blood. I understand now. I was caught up in trading blows with her and failed to notice her weakness. It seems because they only practice the cleave character of the 9-character mantra, their offense is overwhelming, but their defense is fragile. Seizing this rare opportunity, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, a mocking grin on his face. Then let us make it impossible for you to defend at all. She brings her sword up, struggling to hold off his relentless offensive. Seeing the situation turning dire, her eyes fill with panic. Damn it! Noticing her distress, he calls out, are you ready to speak properly now? She furrows her brows, slowly turning her gaze toward him. A loss is a loss. Take my life, but I beg you to spare the members of my sect. Xiaoxuan retracts his technique, replying with calm indifference. Rest assured, no one is going to die. My name is Xiaoxuan. I am no spy from the Xiaoyang sect. I am simply a traveler from elsewhere. Seeing him cease his attack, her eyes brim with curiosity. A traveler from elsewhere. Did you come here to issue a challenge? Our ancestors spoke of an outsider who would come to challenge us and seize the manuals of the 9 great sects. Whichever sect defeats this outsider would become the supreme leader of all sects and receive a heaven-sent inheritance. Xiaoxuan smiles to himself. It seems the condition to pass the trial is to obtain the manuals of the 9 great sects. Finally, a clear path forward. Her gaze remains defensive and guarded. But our cleaving sword sect certainly will not have that chance. He pays no mind, simply continuing. To lead the sects, one need not defeat me. What is your name? Take me as your master and I will ensure your sect becomes the supreme leader. She cannot hide her shock. My name is Hongyu, are you telling the truth? Xiao Xuan retorts, naturally. Furthermore, I can help you master the remaining 8 manuals. You only need to acknowledge me as your master. It is a bargain, is it not? Her eyes widen in astonishment, but she immediately bows down to him. Master is above, this disciple pays her respects. The system notification echoes target Hongyu, status temporary disciple within the secret realm. Comprehension 60, root bone 500, heaven-defying cleaver body talent activated and ready to be cultivated. Xiao Xuan gestures for her to rise. Your potential is decent, but your comprehension is too low. It is no wonder your usage of the cleave character was so poor. But no matter, I can help you improve. Relax your spirit and let your master guide you. Deep down he cannot hide his rare joy. I can actually teach them. Earlier, Qing Yan claimed that directly transmitting the mantra would cause a backlash. She was either lying to me, or this small world follows different laws of the heavenly Tao. His actions leave her visibly thrilled. The parts of the cleave character I did not understand, I suddenly grasp now. Thank you, Master. The system alerts him. Disciple has mastered the 9-character mantra's cleave character under the guidance of the host. Reward doubled. Host has also mastered the supernatural ability 9-character mantra cleave. Looking at the text in his mind, he smiles. No need for formalities. Your master has gained even more. He looks toward Hongyu. Hongyu, let us go. I will lead you to raise the Xiaoyang Palace immediately. At the Xiaoyang Palace, Hongyu points at the crowd below, threatening, you rats of the Xiaoyang Palace. Hand over your manual, or I will level your sect to the ground. One of them sneers, looking at them with contempt. Is that not sect master Hongyu? With your measly strength, you want to raise our Xiaoyang Palace. Indeed, you do not know your place. Xiao Xuan issues a command. Hongyu, do not waste breath on them. Your cleaving sword sect has been oppressed by them for years. Let master help you vent your anger. The black-haired man sneers at him. Looking at your posture, you intend to use the cleave character. Have you forgotten? Your cleave character is not even enough to scratch us. Before they can revel in their arrogance, he immediately unleashes his strike. Cleave. His energy does not strike them directly but slams into the main hall nearby, causing the two of them to stagger in shock. They collapse to the ground one by one, shouting, how can this be? He destroyed the sect's main hall with just one strike. Impossible, that hall was protected by the guard character runes. The black-haired man rises. He brandishes his command medallion before Xiao Xuan. Do not be so arrogant, prepare to perish under the sect guardian array. Strange lightning flickers all around. Instantly, a colossal steel golem of terrifying power emerges before them. Hongyu is terrified, pointing at the steel giant. Master, the Xiaoyang Palace's guardian array is monstrous. They say it can kill experts even beyond the Great Completion Unity stage. We should leave. Xiao Xuan reassures her, rest easy. I said it before, this array is nothing to fear. His indifference ignites their fury. Nothing to fear. Do you think our Xiaoyang sect's array is a joke? This array has stood for 1,000 years. Who could possibly break it? Xiao Xuan raises his sword. With a mocking smile, indeed it is a joke. Hongyu, watch as your master shatters his formation. As he speaks, he lunges forward like a bolt of lightning. He circles the steel giant, whose body begins to crack before it completely crumbles into rubble. Witnessing this leaves them in utter disbelief. How can this be? Hongyu beams, master is truly magnificent. Xiao Xuan commands, go trample their sect into dust. High above, another enemy lunges toward them with a blade. What thief dares to invade the Xiaoyang Palace? He stretches his body, readying to strike at Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan swiftly swings his sword to parry. Your attack is too weak, let me see how your defense holds up. He swings his blade before him, creating a wall of power that halts the enemy's attack. Seeing that he has blocked the attack, the enemy becomes even more arrogant. Xiaoyang Palace is famous for its absolute defense. Even if you're a formation master with devastating attacks, what can you possibly do to me? Xiao Xuan couldn't care less. He keeps launching strikes. Absolute defense, in his eyes it can't withstand even a single breakthrough. And yet the fool still doesn't know fear. He mocks Xiao Xuan, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely unaware of his own insignificance. But only moments later his protective barrier shatters instantly. Caught off guard, he's sent flying. The realization hits him he never saw it coming. He forces himself upright and glares at Xiaoxuan, clutching the command token in his hand. His mind races, you'll pay for this. Just wait until the Zhentian envoy arrives and deals with you. Xiaoxuan walks closer, controlling the sword at his side with a cold smile. Hand over the word mantra, now, or die. The expression on Xiaoxuan's face gives him pause. Xiaoxuan doesn't care about his hesitation and asks, do you think I won't kill you? He grits his teeth and reluctantly replies, fine, follow me to the forbidden ground. At the forbidden ground of Shaoyang Palace, Hongyu watches Xiaoxuan's actions, unable to hide her gratitude. Thank you, master, for passing down the teachings. He replies, no need for formalities. After all, I am your master. System Detection Disciple has comprehended the guard word mantra of the 9-word mantra under the host's guidance. Double reward granted. System host has acquired the super guard word mantra. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaoxuan is immensely satisfied. He thinks, if I hadn't passed down the teachings, where would I even learn the super 9-word mantra? Immediately after, the two of them leave together. Let's go. Hongyu tails closely behind him. Yes, master, but to their surprise, the man behind them suddenly springs to his feet, launching a technique straight at Xiaoxuan. You're not going anywhere, the Zhentian sect's envoy has arrived. Xiaoxuan glances toward the cracked wall beside them. Sure enough, from behind it, a figure from the Zhentian envoy's forces smashes through and flies in. Who are you? Don't you know that Shaoyang Palace is territory of our Zhentian sect? At the envoy's arrival, the red-robed man immediately drops to his knees, eyes filled with reverence as he bows. Welcome, Zhentian envoy, sir, you must seek justice for us. The newcomer furiously berates the man for being useless. He turns toward Xiaoxuan, readying his technique poised to strike. I don't care who you are, offend the Zhentian sect and there is only one path, death. Xiaoxuan swiftly executes a technique to dodge the incoming strike. Seeing Xiaoxuan's technique, he can't help but be shocked. The suppressed word mantra wants that too. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. Xiaoxuan doesn't even bother, he extends his hand forward and launches an attack. With that level of strength, you dare act arrogant. Break! A massive surge of power rockets from Xiaoxuan toward his opponent, engulfing the entire space. He thrusts his hands forward, deploying his technique, desperately trying to block Xiaoxuan's attack. But his technique is far too weak. In an instant, the barrier shatters to pieces. Impossible. It's precisely at this moment of carelessness that Xiaoxuan's strike sends him flying. The red-robed man witnesses the entire fight, utterly stunned. The envoy was defeated in a single move. Xiaoxuan walks closer, it's over. At this point, he can no longer maintain his dignified composure. He desperately begs for mercy. Spare me, I'll do anything, just don't kill me. Xiaoxuan presses his sword to the man's neck and issues his command. Then tell me the location of your sect's forbidden ground and how to enter it. The demand makes him hesitate. That. But I can't. He hesitates too long. Xiaoxuan lowers the blade, readying a killing blow. Looks like you won't cooperate. With death staring him in the face, he has no choice but to talk. Fine, I'll tell you everything. The forbidden ground lies beneath the Hall of Wind in the sect. There are 3 passages leading to it. Also, the sect master is currently in deep seclusion. This is the perfect time to infiltrate. Xiaoxuan hears this and is immensely pleased. He turns to look at Hongyu standing behind him. Hongyu, let's go. We're paying a visit to the Zhentian sect's forbidden ground. At the Zhentian sect's forbidden ground, the guards spot Xiaoxuan immediately. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Zhentian sect's forbidden ground? Without a single word, Xiaoxuan launches his attack. His technique surges forward like a raging inferno, devouring everything in its path. This level of power completely catches them off guard. Is that the law word mantra? It's too powerful, block it, no. Before they can finish their thoughts, the technique triggers a massive explosion boom, sending them all flying. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Xiaoxuan is thrilled. The suppress word mantra has been obtained. An immense force wraps around his frame. He has secured the suppress word mantra. Without hesitation, he immediately transmits it to his disciple. System Detection Disciple has comprehended the suppress word mantra of the 9-word mantra under the host's guidance. Reward double reward granted. System host has acquired the super suppress word mantra. Xiaoxuan smiles with satisfaction. 2 more sects to go. The desire word mantra of the Quantuming sect primarily focuses on body restoration and recovery. The profound word mantra of the xianxia pavilion specializes in illusion arts. Both should be easy to handle. The next day 5 at the Quantuming sect, then the xianxia pavilion. Xiao Xuan hovers in midair, surveying the surrounding scenery with quiet appreciation. Next is Feifeng Valley, renowned as one of the most powerful elite sects among the 9 great sects of this minor world. But unexpectedly, a monstrous creature materializes before them, blocking their path. This valley is a restricted zone, you there halt. He steps forward, attempting to negotiate peacefully. Xiao Xuan has brought his disciple Hong Yu to learn the Devour word mantra. Once we're done, we'll leave, I ask for your understanding. But the creature pays no heed. It immediately launches a devastating attack toward him. Insolent, the Devour word mantra can only be cultivated by the Shi clan. Even harboring the thought of coveting it warrants death 10,000 times over. Xiao Xuan is no pushover either. He rolls up his sleeves with an amused grin. Quite the tyrant, aren't you? But Xiao has a mission he must complete, no exceptions. Without missing a beat, he immediately deploys his technique, clashing against the creature's attack. In mere moments, the creature's technique is overwhelmed by his power. Witnessing the creature's strength, Xiao Xuan can't help but be impressed. Hong Yu said the Devour word mantra can devour anything absolutely terrifying. The reputation is well earned. He doesn't stop there, he extends his hand forward for another attack. Let's see just how much you can absorb. His power surges forward like a torrential storm, relentlessly pounding into the creature. It quickly deploys its technique, trying to devour every last ounce of his attack. It clenches its fist, turns to Xiao Xuan and snarls. Whatever tricks you have left, bring them on. Xiao Xuan draws his sword and activates the dragon bloodline. His technique blazes to life as he strikes forward. Take this. The creature doesn't back down. It immediately conjures an energy orb to absorb his technique. You think raw attack power means I can't devour it? Naive, Xiao Xuan's overwhelming might crushes through its technique with ease. The collision triggers a colossal explosion, kaboom, blasting the creature away. It crashes to the ground. Seeing himself fall, the creature can barely believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Hong Yu approaches Xiao Xuan and issues a warning. Master, the Devour word mantra's absorption ability isn't without limits. If the force exceeds its threshold or the attributes clash, it will suffer severe backlash. Xiao Xuan replies, exactly as I expected, you're not invincible after all. Siduk Xuan suddenly appears out of nowhere, charging straight toward them. Anyone who dares set foot in Devouring Wind Valley dies. He launches his attack at them without the slightest warning. Devour. A torrent of dark energy erupts from his body. It surges forward as if intent on swallowing him whole. He raises his silent blade in a flash to intercept it. Xiao Xuan can't help but exclaim in shock. He grips his sword with white-knuckled focus, his expression razor-sharp with vigilance. His vision blurs. Xiao Xuan clutches his head, a throbbing pain splitting his skull. That snake, something's off about it, he thinks. Si Chuoxian crosses his arms and regards him with a smug grin. Heavenly sword arts, a celestial bloodline, an ancient emperor's inheritance. And the 9-word mantra. I didn't expect one person to accumulate so many fortuitous encounters. Color me impressed. Xiao Xuan's gaze darkens, fury flashing in his eyes. How does he know about that snake? Can it actually devour memories? The Devour word mantra is no joke. Looks like I'll have to use the myriad poison heart-devouring art I got from Gu Fen. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes his technique, attacking the creature head-on. Seeing his technique fail to make a dent, the enemy swells with smugness. My Devour word mantra has already reached great mastery. No matter how much you struggle, it's all futile. Xiao Xuan then raises his hand, and countless spirit entities materialize behind him, surging toward the enemy. Seeing the relentless barrage, the enemy taunts with a smirk, give it up. No matter how many times you strike, it won't change a thing. The sight before his eyes sends a jolt of shock through him. This is a supreme-grade poison art from the heavenly tier. Xiao Xuan looks at him, a smug grin spreading across his face. Finally figured it out. The technique hits too hard, immediately coughs up blood. His power gradually dissipates. Xiao Xuan crosses his arms, gazing down at the fallen body with unmistakable smugness. So what if you can devour memories? Even if you steal cultivation techniques, you can't instantly convert them into your own moves. All you can do is watch helplessly as the poison eats you alive. 3 locations remain. At the Pure Heart sect, he explains to his disciple as they walk. The Pure Heart art has an overwhelming suppression effect against evil demons and malevolent spirits. Too bad it's useless against me. He begins to execute his technique. A green energy radiates outward and envelops his body. At Defiance Heaven Hall, he looks down and announces in a booming voice, "The outsider Xiao Xuan pays a visit." The moment he finishes speaking, a group rushes out. Who dares come to Defiance Heaven Hall and act so arrogantly? They swarm around him, completely surrounding him. Xiao Xuan addresses them firmly, "I'm only here to borrow your forbidden inheritance ground. I have no intention of slaughter. I'd appreciate your understanding." The hall master steps forward, jabbing a finger at his face. "So you're the outsider who's been challenging every major sect lately. How dare you set your sights on Defiance Heaven Hall? You've come to the wrong place." Hongyu watches from below, her expression tinged with worry. The hall master of Defiance Heaven Hall has brought all his elders and is lying in wait for master. This time, it won't be easy. He draws his sword and launches an attack straight at Xiao Xuan. The dignity of Defiance Heaven Hall shall not be desecrated. Anyone who dares barge into Defiance Heaven Hall has only one path: death. Immediately after, a swarm of subordinates charges in for the kill. Xiao Xuan is no slouch. He instantly executes his Techniquia protective barrier, encircles him, nullifying every incoming attack. They gape in shock. The guard word mantra. How does this guy know the guard word mantra? No, impossible. The guard word mantra from Shaoyang Palace can't possibly be this powerful. Xiao Xuan looks up in astonishment. A massive wave of power hurtles down toward him. His technique projects another layer of protection to block the impact. Xiao Xuan doesn't stop there, pressing the attack. The force is no different from my rupture word mantra. Looks like the reverse word mantra can actually reverse incoming attacks. Bring it on. Sure, no matter how much you attack, it won't make a dent. He sneers with contempt. No matter how many times you strike, it's all pointless. Xiao Xuan refuses to give up, attacking relentlessly. He furrows his brow, thinking, the reverse word mantra can't reflect every single attack. There has to be an opening. Let's try close combat. Xiao Xuan charges forward, throwing a surprise punch straight at them. Seeing one of them drop, a smug look flashes across his face. Looks like close-range attacks don't get reversed. Seeing it work, he raises his fist again. Taste this. The leader at the front immediately shouts an order, "Stop him now." But the others can't react in time before his fists slam into them. He defeats the last one, then declares, "Too late." The hall master is immediately beaten until he coughs up blood. Xiao Xuan grins smugly at the fallen bodies. Couldn't even take one hit, just one sect left. At the extinction tower, Xiao Xuan looks down and reminds his disciple, "Same as before. I'll handle it. You stay back and watch from a distance." Master, the extinction tower has always been the strongest among the 9 great sects. The stasis word mantra can immobilize people. You must be careful, Master. Xiao Xuan pays it little mind and charges straight in. Don't worry, Master will be careful. He takes cover behind a wall and begins executing his clone technique. Phantom stasis and energy shroud envelops his body. 2 guards below, swords drawn, scanning the area. All around, Xiao Xuan speaks a single word, "Die." He swings his arm, unleashing a devastating attack at them. The moment they spot him, their eyes widen in shock. How did he break through that fast? Xiao Xuan darts in, a smug thought crossing his mind. The extinction tower guards clearly don't have deep mastery of the stasis word mantra. He continues pressing the attack. One guard lunges forward but is instantly overwhelmed by his power. He keeps pressing the assault. Another technique hurtles toward his body. Xiao Xuan swiftly counteracts it, seizing control. He uses his art to absorb the attack. When the enemy's weapon vanishes, the man is left stunned. The stasis extinction was swallowed. How is that even possible? Only Si Chuoxian has cultivated the stasis word mantra to grand perfection. Don't tell me he's actually reached grand perfection. Lightning bolts crackle violently all around. They rain down without pause. His technique engulfs the enemy in a devastating direct assault. In mere moments, the man's life is extinguished. Xiao Xuan looks at the fallen body, unmistakable smugness on his face. The final character, get it all, time to get out of here. System, congratulations, outsider, you have successfully cleared the minor world trial. teleportation will commence after 1 incense stick's time. 1 incense stick's time, just enough to pass the stasis word mantra to Hong Yu and make her the strongest being in this minor world. Outside, he begins transferring his power to his disciple. System Ding, temporary disciple under the host's guidance, has comprehended the stasis word mantra 19 of the 9-word mantra. System double reward bonus activated. System host has learned the stasis word mantra, a component of the supreme 9-word mantra. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to give his disciple one last piece of advice. Once a master, always a master, but this is as far as I can help you. I hope that one day, you'll break through the limits of this minor world, and we'll meet again in the outside world. Hong Yu watches, unable to hide her reluctance. Master, do you really have to go? Xiaoxuan's figure gradually fades away. Yes, after all, I'm just an outsider, take care of yourself. Watching him disappear, Hong Yu is overcome with sorrow. Master, you take care too. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stands with his arms crossed, staring at the vermilion bird true monarch. I'd advise you not to bother waiting any longer. The trial space is an independent microworld with its own set of rules. Only 1 hour has passed out here, but over a month has gone by inside. His death is only a matter of time. Vermilion bird true monarch looked up and spoke with certainty. Xiaoxuan won't die that easily. Yi Fan, however, couldn't care less. He always believed his own words were the absolute truth. The trial space has existed for untold centuries and not a single person has ever survived. But before he could finish, a voice suddenly cut in. No one has ever made it out alive, you say. Both of them stared in shock at his sudden appearance. Xiaoxuan, Yi Fan demanded, you pass the trial. He answered calmly, of course, so that heaven-veiling token, I'm afraid I can't hand it over to you. Seeing that, Yi Fan began channeling his techniques, readying for an attack. If you won't leave me a way out, then it's a fight to the death for both of us. Then from his hand, a command token materialized out of thin air. Hold on, do you know what this is? The sight of it left Yi Fan stunned. The Heaven Veil, wait, this isn't the real Heaven Veiling token. He added, this is a replica I forged based on the Heaven Veiling token. It functions the same way, but its effect expires in 1 month. Yi Fan furrowed his brows and asked, so you're planning to use it to keep me under control? He answered with a smirk, don't put it so crudely, I just want to partner up with you to take on the Celestial Court's sovereign together. Once it's done, I'll return the real Heaven Veiling token to you. Yi Fan frowned, his mind racing through calculations. Once Xiaoxuan leaves the secret realm with the Heaven Veiling token, I'll be exposed under the Heavenly Tao's scrutiny. For now, I have no choice but to cooperate with him. He shot a sideways glance at Xiaoxuan. You'd better keep your word. True monarch, let's go, Xiaoxuan called before departing. She looked at him with a smile. All right, and so the three of them left together. The moment Zhai Nu saw him, she burst out excitedly, Master, you're finally out, I was worried sick. Xiaoxuan pointed at the person beside him and introduced, no need to worry. I've obtained the 9-word mantra inheritance. This is Vermilion Bird True Monarch. She immediately stepped forward to pay her respects. Greetings to the true monarch. Vermilion Bird True Monarch glanced at him. Rise, Xiaoxuan, the sovereign could exit seclusion at any moment. We should set off immediately to study the 9-word mantra. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxuan agreed at his own dwelling. Su Muhan's face lit up the moment she saw him. Master, you're back. Xiaoxuan looked at his disciple and said, gather everyone, I have something important to tell all of you. This is Vermilion Bird True Monarch. She needs to comprehend the 9-word mantra, so she'll be staying at the sect for a while. All of his disciples stepped forward in unison. They raised their hands in salute. We pay our respects to the true monarch. Xi Wuxuang looked at him, her eyes brimming with excitement. Master, does that mean all of us can learn the 9-word mantra? Li Jianfeng chimed in, equally thrilled. That's incredible. Xiaoxuan produced a sealed scroll and placed it before them. That's right, the 9-word mantra is extremely unique. With Heavenly Tao of this world won't tolerate it. That's why I can't teach it to you directly. I've recorded it in the Heavenly Secret Scroll for all of you to study and comprehend. Your senior sister will keep the Heavenly Secret Scroll safe. Don't be too greedy. Comprehend it one character at a time. Zhuxuan carefully took the scroll. Don't worry, we'll master it in no time. Xiaoxuan then turned to Vermilion Bird True Monarch. True Monarch, I need to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. I'd like you to locate the 7th-ranked cultivator on the human rank for me. Next, I plan to challenge the rest of the human rank's top 10. She looked at him and nodded. Very well. Elsewhere he sat cross-legged in the center of a vast chamber, cultivating with single-minded focus. 10 days later he gazed at the torrent of energy surging through his body, utterly satisfied. He had finally broken through to the 9th layer of the integration realm. Xiaoxuan stepped slowly out of the cave. The moment he emerged, his disciples were already lined up, waiting. Congratulations to Master on exiting seclusion. A direct breakthrough to the 9th layer of the integration realm. Your aura is far stronger than before. Zhuxuan praised him wholeheartedly. Junior brother, the speed at which you advance your cultivation is simply monstrous. Xiaoxuan crossed his arms and smiled at her. Looks like you haven't been slacking off either, senior sister. She replied, of course not. I'm the sect master of Hongmeng sect, how could I possibly stagnate? The girl beside her added, exactly, don't even think about leaving us all in the dust while you race ahead. Zhai Lei chimed in. Everyone in Hongmeng sect has already stepped into the integration realm and is steadily learning the 9-word mantra that Master taught us. If any bandits dare to come knocking, we'll beat them to a pulp. Su Muhan nearby added, and the new pills I've refined, they'll teach any intruders a lesson they won't forget. Li Jianfeng gazed at his sword. My blade is starved for worthy opponents. A few others standing nearby spoke up as well. Watch me blast them into stardust with a single punch. Me too, my new poison formula is desperate for some unlucky test subjects. Zhuxuan looked at them all and declared, with all of you here, what does Hongmeng sect have to fear from demons and monsters seeking trouble? Only Chu Yu remained silent. Xiaoxuan's gaze swept over her, sensed something was off. He called out to her, Yu. Understanding the weight of her worries, he spoke to reassure her. Your soul body hasn't stabilized yet, there's no need to rush a breakthrough. Tomorrow, you'll follow me down to the mortal realm for training. Your master will personally reconstruct your physical body. In the forest she followed close behind, asking repeatedly, Master, in just 1 month can my body really be reforged? Xiaoxuan answered, relax, have I ever lied to you? When I say 1 month, I mean 1 month. Sensing something wrong, he snapped his gaze around a long chain shot toward them from behind. Xiaoxuan reacted instantly, yanking her out of the way. Watch out! Before him stood 3 figure 6th on the human rank, Li Wuxuan 7th, Yin Wujiu and 8th, Hua Wang. Li Wuxuan gripped his weapon, staring at Xiaoxuan with a smug expression. So you're Xiaoxuan, the one at the top of the Celestial Court's wanted list, 6th to 8th on the human rank are all here. If you know what's good for you, cripple your own cultivation right now. Before they could even finish, he let out a cold laugh. I was worried I wouldn't find any punching bags to practice on, and here you all come. Delivering yourselves. Before they could even finish their sentence, he let out a cold laugh. I was worried I wouldn't find any punching bags to practice on, and here you all come, throwing away your lives. Hua Wang drew her flute and launched her technique Mad Spirit Requiem. You arrogant brat. Watch us siblings take your head and claim our reward from the Celestial Sovereign. Chu Yuyu was quickly overwhelmed by the technique, her mind reeling. She clutched her head, screaming uncontrollably. Stay away. Xiaoxuan swiftly placed his hand on her forehead. Steady your mind. Once she regained her composure, she collapsed to the ground, staring at him in a daze. Master, she whimpered. He stepped forward, carefully helping her to her feet and explaining. Her attack carries a soul terror effect. Steady your will and watch from the side. Your master needs to stretch his limbs. Li Wuxuan immediately hurled his weapon straight at Xiaoxuan. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. His body is swiftly bound tight by the threads. Yin Wujia lunges in from the side, his bone corrosion poison miasma spreading in an instant. Hua Wang stands nearby watching, her eyes gleam with undisguised delight. How does it taste? Second brother's poison will gnaw your bones clean bit by bit. Even a Daluo immortal would dissolve into a puddle of blood. Yin Wujia approaches, a smug smile curling across his face. Has the true monarch overvalued him? I thought he was some fearsome figure, turns out he's nothing special after all. Xiaoxuan smirks and asks, just messing with Yao, did you really think you were all that? His words leave all of them momentarily stunned. Without missing a beat, he immediately unleashes his techniquia. Colossal wave of power surges outward in every direction. Yin Wujia watches his technique vanish and can't help but panic. How is this possible? My poison miasma dispersed it. In the next instant, Xiaoxuan's technique slams into him and sends him flying. His 2 companions look on in shock. Second brother, in a mere instant he snaps the bindings clean apart. Hua Wang sees the situation turning sour. She shouts a warning, "Big brother, watch your back," but it's too late, has already materialized behind Li Wuxian. "If you dare provoke me, surely you've already made peace with descending to hell, right?" In the blink of an eye, Li Wuxian takes a direct hit. Hua Wang screams in panic, "Big brother." Xiao Xuan doesn't let a single one escape, he immediately dashes toward her. "Still got the leisure to worry about others. That debt from threatening my disciple, have you figured out how you're going to pay it back?" Yin Wujia shouts a warning from afar, "Third sister, use the formation O." She immediately deploys her technique as second brother instructed. In the blink of an eye, all three of them vanish. A strange mist spreads. Within it, the three siblings slowly reappear. After escaping Xiao Xuan's grasp, Yin Wujia and Li Wuxian both erupt in fury, cursing, "We nearly fell into that brat's trap. This brat actually does have some real skill." Xiao Xuan glances at the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, the wounds healed in a heartbeat. Their auras circulate through their bodies in perfect unison. This isn't some ordinary coordinated defense technique. Hua Wang stands opposite him, raising her flute to her lips. She unleashes her technique, soul-shattering phantom melody. Die. Xiao Xuan responds without the slightest urgency. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself, their power has grown stronger too. Seeing his nonchalance, she shoots him a contemptuous sneer. Li Wuxian immediately deploys a blocking technique to shield her. "Don't even think about it," Xiao Xuan says, utterly unfazed. He continues pressing his attack. In an instant, his technique shifts trajectory, redirecting straight toward Li Wuxian. Yin Wujia nearby quickly moves to provide cover. "Leave him to me." The miasma he releases billows outward, successfully shielding Li Wuxian. Xiao Xuan observes their coordination and furrows his brow. His original target was Hua Wang. Yet Li Wuxian and Yin Wujia can simultaneously defend and counterattack, reacting as one. When one is ambushed, all three move together. Offense and defense as a single unit without a single gap. A flawless mutual support formation. Seeing his reaction, one of the three grins smugly. "See that, brat? Our three souls are fused as one. Your little tricks were seen through by us long ago." It seems he finally understands the problem. Three souls merged core. So that's how it is. Li Wuxian charges forward with his weapon at the ready. "This strike will take your life." Yin Wujia simultaneously deploys a support technique. "Big brother, Toadler, send him on his way." Hua Wang begins playing her flute to provide additional support. "Let me cover you." All three join forces and launch a combined assault on Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan narrows his eyes, carefully observing, searching for a weakness. Found it, the convergence point of their auras. At the perfect moment, he strikes without hesitation. The three siblings are caught completely off guard. "What?" Xiao Xuan scoffs. "Three souls merged core, what a joke." "Break." The instant the merged core shatters, all three clutch their chests in agony, screaming. Xiao Xuan looks down at them, sneering, "Can't even take a single hit." Li Wuxian can't believe his own eyes. "No, impossible." Xiao Xuan speaks up. The three souls merged cultivation looked unbreakable on the surface, but all I had to do was defeat all of you at once. Consider it a blessing. I'm sending all three siblings to the afterlife on the same day, same month, same year. His magic treasure hovers in midair, beginning to drain their essence energy dry. Li Wuxian still refuses to accept it. "Damn it, 10 years of blood sacrifice to cultivate this divine art. I won't accept this." He quickly turns around, calling out to Chu Yuyu, "Little Yuyu, come finish them off. Their essence energy is the finest nourishment for you." She replies, "Yes, master." From within the forest, a thunderous shout rings out, "Stop right there." By now, she has reached the second layer of the integration realm. Xiao Xuan gazes at the aura of spiritual energy enveloping her body and speaks. "Now do you believe me when I said 1 month?" Chu Yuyu answers joyfully, "I believe it now, master." Immediately after, the two of them depart together. Elsewhere, at the border of the Xianju dynasty, along a desolate road, a group of bandits bursts out from the bushes. The bandits glare at the old man and young girl, barking threats. "Hand over your valuables if you know what's good for you." Seeing this, the old man immediately surrenders all his belongings. "Take everything I have, please don't harm us." The little girl beside him trembles in terror. "Grandpa," the bandits close in, intent on robbing the pair of everything they have left. "Hand the girl over, she's a pretty one, she'll fetch a nice price." As for the old man, even breathing the same air as him reeks, send him to hell already. The little girl screams, "Grandpa," in terror. Without warning, a burst of power streaks in and strikes the bandits down. The remaining bandits whip their heads around in panicancy to be hit by another technique that slams into them out of nowhere. Xiao Xuan appears behind them and speaks little Yuyu, killing these vermin that quickly was far too merciful. Next time make them savor every last drop of fear before you end them. Chu Yuyu obediently complies, disciple will remember. With their lives saved, the old man and his granddaughter immediately bow their heads in gratitude. Thank you two heroes for saving our lives. My name is Zhang De. This is my granddaughter Xiao Cheng. She is my life. Xiao Cheng quickly kowtow to our saviors. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan steps forward and helps the old man to his feet. Please rise, elder, we've encountered many bandits along the road. What exactly has been happening? At his question, the old man answers with a heavy heart, 2 nations at war and on top of thought a plague. When people can't survive, they naturally turn into wolves. These bandits come raiding every 3 days. They take the women and slaughter the able-bodied men. All that's left are us old folks and children just waiting to die. The little girl looks up at Chu Yuyu with a hint of curiosity. Big sister, you two are so powerful, are you disciples of an immortal? Upon hearing this, he can't help but be startled, thinking silently, immortal you. Chu Yuyu is equally surprised. Before their astonishment subsides, the little girl immediately explains, immortal you is a cultivator of immense power from the neighboring village. He can summon wind and command rain. He's been sheltering homeless villagers for months, refuses a single coin, and constantly urges everyone to come to your place for refuge. The old man beside them adds with a bitter smile, truth be told, the reason we left the village is precisely to seek refuge with you. Xiao Xuan then speaks up, offering them a proposal. How fortunate, we've also heard of immortal you's benevolence and we're just about to go lend a hand. Old sir, would you lead the way? She stands beside them, looking slightly confused. Master, the little girl says, unable to contain her joy upon hearing this. That's wonderful, then we can travel together and there'll be no need to worry about running into bad people anymore. Chu Yuyu tilts her head and whispers to him, Master, aren't we just passing through by chance? Xiao Xuan replies, in this chaotic world, is there really a living bodhisattva who asks for nothing in return? When something seems too good to be true, there's usually a demon pulling the strings. Better to go investigate whether it's real or a sham. The old man points toward the house ahead and speaks. I heard immortal you is staying right here. Immediately after, both of them enter a state of heightened alertness. The one claiming to be immortal you sits in a chair, looks toward them and asks, esteemed Taoist friends who have traveled from afar, I have yet to ask for your honorable names. Where might the fragrant aroma be coming from? Xiao Xuan then turns to his disciple and asks, can you see through it? Chu Yuyu replies, I can, he's nothing but a fraud pretending to be divine. The one claiming to be immortal you stands up, looks toward them and demands, what have you come here for? Xiao Xuan replies, to take your life. Without a moment's delay, he immediately launches an attack. With a single strike, the impostor is sent flying. The old man, witnessing this, is horrified. He raises his hands and cries, what are you doing? Why would you treat the immortal this way? Chu Yuyu explains from the side, old man, open your eyes and look closely. He's no immortal at all, he's a ghost cultivator who feeds on resentment energy to fuel his cultivation. Both the grandfather and granddaughter are utterly terrified. The ghost cultivator who called himself immortal you slowly rises to his feet. Looking toward them, he demands, who exactly are you people? Xiao Xuan replies, along the way from the graveyard to the desolate village. Bones litter the ground everywhere, yet not a trace of resentment energy to be found. I'd wager it's all been devoured by you, hasn't it? Furious at being exposed, he immediately lunges to attack. So what if you know? But the moment he charges, Xiao Xuan blocks him effortlessly. You gonna talk or do I have to make you? Witnessing Xiao Xuan's strength, the ghost cultivator panics internally, what the hell is going on? I gave it everything I had with that strike and it did absolutely nothing. Who the hell is this guy? Why does he possess such terrifying power and presence? Nevertheless, the old man still tries to defend him. But sir, the immortal truly isn't a bad person. He helped us drive off the bandits around here and saved many lives. Xiao Xuan glances at him and replies coldly, save you. He's just been raising you all like livestock, cultivating your faith and devotion until you worship him on your knees. The day you offer your hearts completely to him is the day he draws his blade, sending you plummeting straight from the heavens into the 18 layers of hell. That moment when your faith shatters and resentment explodes is the ultimate tonic this mongrel craves. You've been sold out, and you're still counting his money for him. The more the old man hears, the more he descends into despair. What? Xiaoxuan looks toward him and speaks. Little Yuyu, he's yours to deal with. Chu Yuyu acknowledges the order. Yes, master. The one calling himself Immortal Yu clutches his own body, trembling uncontrollably as he looks at them. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I was only following orders. It was all my master's doing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxuan asks in a harsh tone, your master, who is he? He looks at Xiaoxuan in terror and answers honestly, it's the sect master of the soul refinement sect La Feiyu. Chu Yu surveys the eerie surroundings and shudders. Truly wicked to the bone, using the bones of 10,000 people as the foundation of a formation. Master, what do we do now? Should we charge straight in? Xiaoxuan furrows his brows and answers. Su Lianrong once mentioned that La Feiyu was always suspicious by nature. Besides him, there's a right protector under his command who specializes in descending the mountain to harvest evil qi and conveniently abducts civilians within a 100-mile radius, dragging them into the soul refinement sect to be refined into killing intent. Even though they're his most trusted subordinates, neither of them has ever seen La Feiyu's true appearance, whether he's old or young, handsome or ugly. If we recklessly storm in and alert the snake in its den, that old ghost will sense the danger and flee with his primordial spirit. We may never be able to track him down again. He raises his hand to his chin, calculating silently in his mind he must devise a thorough plan. Someone's coming, a group of people from. Attack the house, smash it open. Yet despite their techniques, the house remains completely unscathed. One of them witnesses this and flies into a rage. Damn it, this sect-protecting grand formation won't even budge. This demon has committed countless atrocities lately, yet we're completely helpless. The one beside him suggests brute force is useless. We should fall back for now. Xiaoxuan approaches from behind. You two, please hold. From your tone just now, it seems you're well informed about the inner workings of the soul refinement sect. How about sharing what you know? The moment they spot him, one of them points straight at his face and shouts, where did this shameless stray dog crawl out from? You think you're worthy of speaking to me? Get lost before I lose my patience. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button and drop a like while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye, love you all.